Chapter 1. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the bustling market under the auspices of the Li clan gradually emptied, the lively atmosphere giving way to an encroaching silence, punctuated only by the faint sounds of haggling. A strikingly handsome youth, clad in a gray robe and seemingly no older than 15, clutched a vial of elixir with palpable excitement. "Old man, are you truly willing to sell it to me at such a low price?" He cast a furtive glance at the elderly vendor, who was known for his notorious frugality, skepticism flickering in his eyes. The elder of the Li clan's market was infamous for his miserly ways. He adhered to the principle of you get what you pay for, never willing to compromise on price, even at the cost of his life. Yet today, he was inexplicably willing to part with a potion at a bargain. This was decidedly peculiar indeed, exceedingly so. The white-bearded elder stroked his beard, a smile gracing his face as he turned his gaze towards the young man. "Indeed, I am selling it to you at a reduced price. Consider it a preemptive offering. I, the old man, am heading to the Spirit Beast Mountain to conduct some business." "Preemptive offer my foot. I'm not dead yet," Wang Li exclaimed in outrage, his temper flaring for the first time. Reflecting on his journey from Earth to the realm of cultivation, he recalled the hardships endured to gain entry into the Li clan's path of enlightenment. Although he possessed a four-spirit root aptitude, he did not view his chances of success in cultivation as bleak. Rather, he felt a sense of advantage. After all, the illustrious Han Tianzuan also had a four-spirit root. Despite lacking a golden finger or a system, he firmly believed that through diligent practice, he could carve out his own destiny. Having left home to cultivate at the tender age of 7 and dedicated 5 years to his training, he had now achieved the 4th level of qi refinement. In summary, the future held promise. You may be fine now, but in 8 years, you will meet your demise. Out of consideration for your frequent purchases, I am offering you this at a discounted rate. It's a preemptive offering, the elder remarked, waving his hand to stow away the items into his ring before departing gracefully. "Old man, are you joking with me?" Wang Li shouted after the white-bearded elder. Yet the elder paid him no mind, soaring away on his sword. Complete nonsense. While others may have been oblivious to the elder's true strength, Wang Li was acutely aware this old man was undoubtedly a master who had traversed the mundane world. During a previous disturbance in the market, the elder had merely flicked his finger and effortlessly subdued a disruptive foundation-building expert. Ding! An otherworldly soul has been detected. Life simulation device successfully bound. You may conduct 1 simulation per week. Additional simulations require the expenditure of spirit stones. As the voice echoed, a panel appeared before Wang Li. Life simulation device LV1. Host, Wang Li. Age, 12. Cultivation method, Scarlet Fire Sutra. Cultivation level, 4th level of qi refinement. Simulation points, 0. Thump, thump, thump. Wang Li's heart raced uncontrollably, a glimmer of joy illuminating his handsome face. I got it. I got it. BYD. I knew a golden finger may arrive late, but it will never be absent. He shouted triumphantly in his heart, his fists clenching tightly. Glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention to his excitement, Wang Li suppressed his elation, stowed the elixir into his pocket, and hurriedly departed. The Li clan had strict rules. No outer disciples were permitted to stay overnight without family consent. They must return to the clan before nightfall. If caught, they faced confinement. Wang Li had no desire to be caught or confined. With swift steps, he traversed several miles back to the Li clan's northern mountain villa, finally allowing himself a moment of respite. Upon returning to his room and securely locking the door, he calmed his emotions and began to explore the functions of the device in his mind. "Simulator? Are you there?" There was no response. "Is it a lifeless object?" Wang Li pondered for a moment before delving deeper into the simulator's capabilities. First, the simulator can conduct 1 simulation per week. Additional simulations require energy expenditure. Each simulation randomly selects a talent. Talents can be refreshed using energy. Energy sources include, but are not limited to, spirit stones. After each simulation, 1 aspect can be brought back to reality. Talents range from low to high as follows: white, black, yellow, green, purple, red, gold, rainbow. After a moment of silence, Wang Li took a deep breath. "Simulator, Activate. As soon as he spoke, he heard a voice resonate in his mind, followed by the appearance of another panel. Simulator activating. Randomly selecting talent. Talent selected, diary enthusiast. Congratulations! You have obtained the white talent, diary enthusiast. Diary enthusiast. You have a fondness for writing diaries, documenting your daily experiences. Seriously, is this even a talent? Come clean. Have you ever been a bald golden finger? After a moment of exasperation, Wang Li continued to read. Li Clan, Northern Mountain Villa. With the acquisition of the golden finger, you eagerly initiated the simulation, your curiosity piqued by the white-beard elder's ominous claim of your demise in 8 years. You pondered throughout the night, but could not fathom why the elder made such a statement. Could he possess the ability to see into the future? Did he know that you would encounter peril during your training? The thought eluded you. You penned a diary entry that day. The next day, you committed yourself to rigorous training, acutely aware of your shortcomings as an ant in this vast world. You wrote another diary entry. On the third day, the elder's words lingered like a haunting nightmare, unsettling you as you continued your practice. You documented your thoughts once more. On the fourth day, your childhood friend Lu Zidwan visited you. He was the son of the village's private school teacher, and the two of you shared a close bond. Seeing your arduous training, he proposed to treat you to a leisurely outing with the riches he had earned from mining. Brother Duan invited you to unwind, and you felt grateful for his kindness. Consequently, you set aside your training and accompanied him to the Immortal's loft in the market for a bit of relaxation. You wrote in your diary that day, but your entry consisted of a single word. Damn. Is this truly me? Who doesn't know that I, Wang Li, hold beauty in contempt? Wang Li rapped his knuckles against the bed frame, feeling that the simulator had tarnished his reputation beyond repair. On the fifth day, you observed the sky darkening. You expressed a desire to return to your training, yet Lu Zidwan urged you to relax further, asserting that he had obtained permission to stay out occasionally. Valuing friendship, you acquiesced and indulged for another night. Your diary entry for the day was again a solitary word. Rough. Something's amiss. Is this truly who I am? Wang Li gazed at the reflection of himself within the simulator, finding it hard to believe. On the sixth day, you resolved to return to your practice, but Lu Zidwan persisted in inviting you to unwind. This time, you maintained your heroic integrity and firmly rejected him, standing tall as you departed. Once outside the Immortal's loft, you surveyed your surroundings, ensuring no one was watching, and returned to the Li clan, weary and pale. You were a man driven by ambition. You recorded another diary entry that day. For the ensuing month, you dedicated yourself to diligent practice, while Lu Zidwan ceased to visit. A year passed, and you broke through to the 5th level of Qi refinement, feeling elated. However, thoughts of your impending demise in 8 years quickly dulled your excitement. Another year went by, yet your cultivation remained stagnant, prompting you to reflect on your youthful arrogance, believing that a four-spirit route could lead to greatness. You found yourself somewhat disheartened. The following day, Lu Zidwan returned, inviting you to the Immortal's loft once more. Brother Duan urged you to unwind, and you recognized his genuine concern for you. You penned your diary entry, which consisted of a single word, bite. In the 3rd year, although your cultivation showed no improvement, your skills in writing flourished, and you gained a certain renown at the Immortal's loft. You continued to write in your diary daily, though your entries gradually transformed from words into illustrations. By the 4th year, your cultivation reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, filling you with joy, and thoughts of life and death faded from your mind as you invited Lu Zidwan for a relaxing outing. On that day, the overseer of the Li clan's cultivation resources advised you to practice moderation, emphasizing that diligent training was the true path. You verbally agreed, yet still found yourself visiting the Immortal's loft daily, honing your writing skills. Thus, another year slipped by. Your artistry flourished, and your paintings became vivid and lifelike, earning you a modest fame at the Immortal's loft. The beautiful fairies eagerly sought your artwork, yet your cultivation made no advancement. In the 6th year, the Li clan ceased the distribution of cultivation resources, catching you off guard. However, you soon dismissed the matter, As you had grown weary of elixirs indeed, you had given up. Damn it, something's not right. Is this still me? Am I truly the kind of person who gives up so easily? I must have been cursed by the diary entry. Wang Li proclaimed vehemently, pointing an accusatory finger at the panel. He continued to read on. In the 7th year, your youthful friend Lin Yu came to the northern mountain villa in search of you and Lu Zidwan. You looked at the handsome young man who had reached the 10th level of qi refinement, feeling a deep sense of embarrassment. Lin Yu, Lu Zidwan, and you are all cultivators hailing from Ajikan in Kaoshan town, South Zhou of the Qi Kingdom. Once, you were the closest of companions, but later, you were taken along by the cultivators of the Li family in search of celestial opportunities. His innate talent was something you once envied and resented, as was his striking handsomeness. Wang Li found himself at a loss for words. He indeed felt a twinge of envy and jealousy towards Lin Yu, for it is but human nature. Lin Yu, the son of the village's landowner, had always been exceptionally attractive since childhood. Upon arriving at the Li family celestial clan, he was discovered to possess dual spiritual roots. He was welcomed into the inner sanctum of the Li family and granted the surname Li. When you and Lu Zidwan encountered Lin Yu again, both of you were filled with joy. Lin Yu graciously invited the two of you to the bustling market, offering to treat you. The market was particularly lively that day, with news spreading that the celestial beauty Li Yunxi of the Li family was returning home from her training at Tianyi Gate. Amidst the throngs of people, you caught a glimpse of a young maiden seated gracefully in a palanquin, clad in a flowing white dress. Her figure was voluptuous, her skin as pale as snow, and her features exquisitely captivating, truly a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Your heart stirred. Li Yunxi noticed Lin Yu in the crowd and admonished him, as a member of the family, to devote himself to his cultivation and not to mingle with you two in frivolous pursuits that would hinder his training. As the afternoon wore on, you all lost the desire to continue your festivities. After bidding farewell, you returned to the North Mountain Villa, retreating to your chamber to pen the day's diary, focusing on Li Yunxi. Against the heavens, Wang Li felt that his simulated self was somewhat extraordinary. The next day, Lin Yu did not seek out you and Lu Zidwan again, leaving both of you with a sense of disappointment. Today, you depicted the day's events in your diary, the imagery less than flattering, centering on Li Yunxi. Months passed, and your cultivation level ascended to the 7th layer of qi refining, reigniting your passion for training. That night, you resumed chronicling your diary, still fixated on Li Yunxi. In late October of the 7th year, you learned of Lu Zidwan's betrayal of his family, leading to his execution. You were utterly shocked and deeply saddened, longing to commemorate him, yet fearing to do so. Instead, you found solace in painting daily to alleviate your grief. November, while painting. December, while painting. On the first night of the 8th year, you once again found yourself recording your thoughts. Suddenly, you sensed something amiss and quickly turned to look behind you. You were dead. Wang Li's mouth fell agape, his face a mask of incredulity. So just like that, I died? For heaven's sake, can't you let me die with some clarity? This simulation has concluded, and you may choose one reward from the following. Diary enthusiast. You have a penchant for journaling, diligently recording your daily experiences. Diary, a chronicle of your daily deeds. Current cultivation level, 7th layer of qi refining. Writing skills, expertise in the art of writing. Artistic prodigy. Your painting skills have reached perfection, capturing the essence of humanity with remarkable precision. After scanning the options, Wang Li decisively selected the cultivation reward. As the mystical energy surged within him, his aura became unmistakable, revealing his 7th layer of cultivation. Exhaling a breath of stale air, feeling the tumultuous magic energy within, a glimmer of determination sparkled in Wang Li's eyes. I never expected that old man was right. I truly have only 8 years to live. So what exactly transpired in that 8th year? Wang Li was perplexed. He had been living peacefully within the Li family, rarely venturing out and harboring no enemies. Why had he been suddenly slain? It was a bewildering feint, followed by death. Could it be that the Li family was annihilated, and he was silenced as a member of the clan? I'm most curious about what truly happened. Wang Li fixed his gaze on the flickering candlelight within the room, his heart a tempestuous sea, tumultuous and raging. That night, Wang Li lost all desire for cultivation. He would genuinely die after 8 years. The old white-beard man was not mistaken. No, I cannot simply await my demise. I must rise up and retaliate. Wang Li clenched his fists, then retrieved from beneath his pillow the spirit stones he had saved, roughly 50 pieces, all of which he deposited into the simulator. Life Simulator LV1. Host, Wang Li. Age 12. Cultivation method, Qi Huijing. Cultivation level, 7th layer of Qi refining. Simulation points, 100. 50 low-grade spirit stones only yield 100 simulation points? Seriously, buddy, is this a simulator from the Penguin Company? Wang Li was taken aback. The simulator was quite stingy, offering a mere 100 points for such a hefty contribution. Forget it. It's just enough for a simulation, no more complaints. Simulator, activate. As soon as the words left his mouth, a panel appeared before Wang Li. Simulator initializing. Randomly drawing talents. Talent draw, pickpocketing. Congratulations. You have acquired the white talent, pickpocketing. Pickpocketing, unbeknownst to you, you have developed a penchant for petty theft every time you venture outside. You can't help but take a little something. As the saying goes, a thief never leaves empty-handed. Great. Upon seeing this talent, Wang Li knew without a doubt that his fate was sealed. He has now deduced the manner of his demise, likely having been caught in the act of theft and subsequently beaten to death. In the Li clan's immortal sect. At the northern mountain's secluded residence, you, having acquired the golden finger, eagerly initiated the second simulation. Driven by an intense desire to uncover the events of the ensuing 8 years. Fully aware that strength is paramount, you commenced rigorous training. However, the path of cultivation is as arduous as ascending to the heavens. Ever since you broke through to the 7th level of Qi refinement, your progress has been sluggish, leading you to relinquish the notion of relentless self-discipline. You began your journey into the art of sorcery. On the first day, you diligently practiced the fireball spell, enhancing your mastery. On the second day, you continued to refine your skills in fireball. By the third day, you finally transitioned to a new incantation, embarking on the study of object manipulation, further advancing the skill. On the fourth day, your dear friend Lu Zidwan, the son of the village's private school teacher, visited you. A close companion, he noticed the toll that your rigorous training had taken on you. In a gesture of kindness, he proposed to take you to the market, using his substantial earnings from mining to treat you to a delightful respite. Appreciating his thoughtfulness, you set aside your studies and accompanied him to the enchanting celestial pavilion in the marketplace to unwind. However, Wang Li could only shake his head in disbelief, questioning whether he had truly become someone who indulged excessively in distractions. Was the allure of the celestial pavilion indeed more compelling than the pursuit of immortality? As you and Lu Zidwan strolled through the bustling market, your hands, driven by a mischievous impulse, surreptitiously acquired a few spirit stones from unsuspecting cultivators, carefully selecting those of lesser prowess to pilfer. You may perceive your actions as flawless, yet to some exalted cultivators, every move you make has been laid bare. They simply cannot be bothered to intervene. You and Lu Zidwan arrived at the celestial tower, where you were warmly welcomed. That night, several celestial beings lost their garments at the tower. As the instigator of this mischief, you joyfully collected the items and stowed them away in your storage pouch. On the way back, Lu Zidwan inquired more than once about the origin of your storage pouch. You assert that this is something you found. In truth, the storage bag was acquired through the diligent savings of a certain fairy, only to be deceitfully taken by you. This is truly a disgraceful act. To prey upon a lady of the pleasure quarters is utterly contemptible. At this moment, Wang Li finds himself looking down upon the version of himself within the simulator. Upon returning to the Li clan's celestial abode, Lu Zidwan extended an invitation for tea and philosophical discourse, to which you gladly accepted. After your visit to Lu Zidwan's residence, you discovered an additional 30 spirit stones in your possession, which you had surreptitiously retrieved from behind his pillow while he brewed tea. How brazen, my dear Lu, treating me and yet resorting to such tricks? Very well, then. Wang Li could no longer contain his frustration. This version of himself within the simulator is truly outrageous. On the 5th day, Lu Zidwan invited you to work in the Li clan's spirit mine. However, feeling a twinge of guilt, you declined his offer. In the ensuing days, items began to mysteriously disappear from the North Mountain Villa, and many suspected you. Whispers circulated, claiming they often spotted you idly wandering the villa instead of practicing your cultivation. Anticipating such accusations, you claimed to have lost spirit stones as well. Following these events, you became notably more cautious. Yet, as the saying goes, a leopard cannot change its spots. You found it difficult to restrain your impulses. A few days later, in a moment of dizziness, you found yourself pilfering from the steward's house. Just as you prepared to depart with 300 spirit stones, you were apprehended by the Li family steward, who had been waiting for you all along. I knew it. Alas, those who frequently tread by the river's edge are bound to get their shoes wet. Petty theft can never lead to greatness, Wang Li lamented, shaking his head in disapproval. You have been apprehended, and news of your disgrace has spread throughout the entire institution. Those from whom you pilfered have come seeking retribution. The precious spirit stones and elixirs you illicitly acquired have long been consumed in your cultivation. How could you possibly compensate these disciples? Ultimately, the enforcers from your clan's law enforcement hall have tracked you down. You were escorted to the Hall of Law Enforcement to receive your punishment. The elder of the hall, upon seeing that you were a chi refining stage 7 cultivator, was somewhat amiable towards you. Subsequently, he inquired with perplexity as to why you had pilfered the belongings of others. Observing the law enforcement cultivators to your left and right, you honestly confessed that it was a predilection of yours. Each time you ventured out, you invariably sought to purloin something to bring back. You had contemplated curbing this impulse, but alas, found yourself unable to master it. The elder of the hall, after a moment of silence, proceeded to carry out the sentence. Your limbs were broken, and you were confined for half a year. After a heart-rending outcry, you were taken to the depths of the dungeon within the Hall of Law Enforcement to be imprisoned. You find yourself imprisoned in the dungeon of the Law Enforcement Hall, a place perpetually shrouded in darkness, devoid of any glimpse of daylight. You find yourself lying on a frigid bed, surrounded by an enveloping darkness, and for the first time, a sense of fear grips your heart. After languishing in a state of confusion for 6 long months, you are finally liberated, and the injuries that once plagued your limbs have healed. As the elder of the Law Enforcement Hall instructs his subordinates to release you, he solemnly imparts words of wisdom. As a practitioner of the 4 spiritual roots, reaching this point has been no small feat. He hopes you will abandon your former vices and embrace a new beginning. You verbally acquiesce, yet inwardly remain unconvinced. A mere few days after returning to the North Mountain retreat, the cultivators from whom you had stealthily pilfered items began to seek you out, intent on causing you trouble. However, upon witnessing your displayed prowess, they retreated in disarray, no longer daring to provoke you. Your life has returned to its rightful course. After Lu Zidwan's return from the spiritual mine, he came to console you, hoping you would reform your ways and start anew, for petty thefts will lead to nothing significant. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, your relationship with Lu Zidwan has returned to its former state, and you often toiled together in the spirit mine. In the following year, your cultivation has advanced somewhat, yet you remain on the precipice of breakthrough. Each time you catch sight of other storage pouches hanging at their waists, your hands and feet instinctively gravitate towards them. It is your nature, and despite your attempts to restrain yourself, it proves exceedingly difficult. In the 3rd year, numerous spirit stones and elixirs belonging to the laboring cultivators in the mine begin to vanish. A cultivator familiar with your character, in front of the crowd, boldly points a finger at you, declaring you to be the thief. You boldly reveal your own cultivation by directly exposing yourself, injuring the cultivator who identified you, and then attempt to flee towards the spirit mine. Just as you are poised to escape from the Li clan of immortals, you are once again apprehended by the cultivators of the enforcement hall, in a familiar place with familiar faces. You were restrained and confined, your limbs incapacitated. Is it truly so unsettling that this talent attribute has such a profound effect on individuals? The version of myself within the simulator appears rather dim-witted. Wang Li's expression darkened, and he resolved that after this simulation concluded, he would never select this particular talent again. 6 months later, you were released from confinement, noticeably emaciated from prolonged darkness, and you had developed a mild case of claustrophobia upon glimpsing the blinding sunlight. A myriad of complex emotions washed over your face as you pondered how you had arrived at this state. In the 5th year, you resolved to reform your ways, secluding yourself in a humble abode to diligently cultivate your skills. Each time a thieving thought crossed your mind, you would pluck a strand of hair. After several days, you had become completely bald. This year, you attained the 8th level of chi refinement, now the most accomplished outer disciple in the North Mountain branch. In the 6th year, the Li clan ceased to distribute cultivation resources. This was anticipated. You were not surprised. You understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch. The Li clan's provision of resources to you and the other outer disciples for so many years was an immense favor. There was no dissent among the outer disciples. After all, they were not members of the Li clan, and it was unnecessary for the clan to continually support their cultivation. In the 7th year, your youthful friend Lin Yu visited the North Mountain branch to see you and Lu Zidu. Observing the handsome and charismatic young man who had reached the 10th level of qi refinement filled you with envy and jealousy. That afternoon, while wandering the market, you stealthily pilfered a token from Lin Yu. The sudden disappearance of the token caused Lin Yu's expression to shift dramatically, and he lost interest in continuing the outing, hastily bidding farewell to you and Lu Zidu before departing. After Lin Yu's departure, Lu Zidu cast a disapproving glance your way, questioning why you had stolen Lin Yu's token. You hastily denied it, but Lu Zidu, knowing your character all too well, could not be convinced, and ultimately, the two of you parted on unfriendly terms. Later that afternoon, the return of Li Yunxi to the clan stirred quite a commotion. Sighing deeply, Wang Li found himself engulfed in a complex array of emotions, unsure of what to articulate. After purchasing some items in the market, you once again pilfered a few more goods. Years of thievery had honed your skills to a remarkable degree. You could now steal with such precision that those with lower cultivation levels would scarcely notice. Upon returning to the North Mountain branch, a sense of agitation enveloped you. For you were acutely aware that your time was running short. You suddenly recalled that Lu Zidu would face execution this October. At the break of dawn the following day, you sought out Lu Zidu to express your apologies and conveyed your desire to continue following him. Lu Zidu was taken aback by your transformation. However, being a person of easygoing nature, he quickly forgave you. In the ensuing months, you remained by Lu Zidu's side, laboring in the spirit mine. Whenever the thought of theft crossed your mind, you would inflict a punch upon yourself, forcing yourself to restrain those impulses. In September, upon Lu Zidu's return from the marketplace, he grew increasingly restless, showing little interest in his work each day. Upon suspecting a possible connection to the previous simulated defection, you hurriedly pressed for answers. Lu Zidu hesitated for a moment but ultimately refrained from disclosing any information. Due to concerns regarding your character, he feared you might resort to betrayal. What is this? Could I truly be the type to betray? Wang Li shrugged his shoulders, feeling a sense of helplessness. Indeed, when one's reputation is tarnished, every endeavor becomes cumbersome. By the end of October in the 7th year, you learned of Lu Zidu's betrayal of the family and subsequent execution. Having already been aware of the entire situation, you felt no emotional turmoil. Once the storm had passed, you began to investigate the true cause of Lu Zidu's demise. 2 weeks later, at his residence, you uncovered some clues and set off to the market in search of a woman. Through your relentless inquiries, you encountered a woman named Jiang Qingyan. Just as you were about to pose a question to her, you noticed that her eyes were devoid of life, as if she had been transformed into a puppet. Amidst your astonishment, a surge of mystical energy descends from the heavens, infusing your being. Your soul has been extinguished. You are dead. Ah. Upon seeing the blood-red words "you are dead" on the screen, Wang Li's face turned pale. The simulation has concluded, and you may select one of the following rewards. Thievery. Unbeknownst to you, you have developed the habit of petty theft. Every time you venture out, you inevitably pilfer a little. As the saying goes, a thief never leaves empty-handed. Storage bag. A storage bag you stealthily acquired from the fairy pavilion. Current simulation achievement. Qi refinement level 8. Attire. Various garments from the fairies. Theft experience. Your thieving skills have reached a remarkable level, allowing you to stealthily acquire items from cultivators of lower cultivation levels without detection. Mysterious token. A token obtained from Lin Yu, rumored to possess extraordinary powers. Spell cultivation experience. Your experience in spell cultivation within the simulator. 800 spirit stones. Spirit stones acquired through theft in the simulated world, not usable in reality. Wang Li surveyed the array of rewards and opted for the Qi refinement level 8. As a torrent of spiritual energy surged into his body, Wang Li's cultivation level ascended to Qi refinement level 8. Qi refinement level 8? So, the cultivation levels do not stack, but rather replace one another? The simulation's cultivation supersedes his actual cultivation? Indeed, such a fortunate scenario is too good to be true, Wang Li mused silently. With that thought, he exited the simulation, stepped out of his room, and sat on a stone bench outside, gazing into the distance at the night sky. These two simulations revealed one undeniable truth. I truly will die in 8 years. Therefore, what caused Lu Ziduan to be executed? And who exactly is Jiang Qingyan? What is her connection to Lu Ziduan? And why was she transformed into a puppet? Who was responsible for her transformation? Wang Li's expression grew complex. His intellect felt insufficient to unravel the myriad of questions swirling in his mind. It seems that in the next simulation, I must cultivate a better relationship with Lu Zijuan to uncover the reasons behind his demise. At this moment, he also harbored doubts. Was his previous death in the simulation a consequence of Lu Zijuan attracting unwanted attention, leading to him being eradicated as an accomplice? After some contemplation, Wang Li set out to find Lu Zijuan, intending to borrow some spirit stones for further simulations. Those stones would be far better utilized in the simulator than squandered at the fairy pavilion. In the early morning at the North Mountain courtyard, the air was fresh, and the sun shone brightly, casting a gentle warmth. From a distance, the mountains had begun to don a golden hue, suggesting the onset of autumn. Wang Li descended the stone steps and ventured deeper into the courtyard. After navigating several turns and encountering a few individuals, he paused before a door. Knock, knock, knock. He lightly tapped on the door, and before long, it swung open, revealing a robust man towering at 8 feet. Upon seeing Wang Li, the man's expression brightened. "Ah, my dear brother, what brings you here? Brother Zijuan, it has been too long. I just completed my cultivation and thought to visit you." Wang Li replied with a warm smile, stepping into the room. Lu Zijuan welcomed Wang Li inside, offering him a cup of tea before taking a seat opposite him. "It has indeed been a while since we last met. I have missed you dearly." A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Lu Zijuan's eyes. "Ever since we three were taken in by the immortal master to cultivate at the Li family, we've seen so little of each other. When Brother Lin Yu was admitted into the inner sect, he promised to visit us. Yet here we are, years later, and not a word from him. Perhaps he has been occupied with something." Wang Li nodded, picking up the thread of conversation. "Indeed, life has a way of keeping us apart." Lu Zijuan shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the past. After sipping his tea, he fixed his gaze on Wang Li. "You've come for a specific reason, haven't you? Speak freely. We are brothers." Wang Li nodded earnestly, looking into Lu Zijuan's eyes. "Brother, could you lend me some spirit stones?" With that, he awkwardly began to scratch the bottom of his foot. As a man, asking to borrow money from someone else felt rather embarrassing. "How many do you need?" Lu Zijuan hesitated momentarily before speaking softly. 50 spirit stones, Wang Li replied cautiously, gauging Lu Zijuan's reaction. After a brief silence, Lu Zijuan waved his hand grandly, producing 100 spirit stones. "Brother, you've given too much," Wang Li exclaimed, staring at the pile of spirit stones on the table, his eyes glimmering with delight. "It's nothing. Take them. I initially intended to use these stones to treat you to a visit to the fairy pavilion, but since you need them, I'll give you a little extra." "Thank you, brother. I will repay you," Wang Li expressed respectfully, gazing at the formidable man before him. "It's no trouble," Lu Zijuan replied nonchalantly. Then, as if recalling something, he retrieved a spiritual pickaxe from his storage bag. "Brother, it's time to return to the spirit mine. I shall see you in a few days." "Understood, brother." Wang Li watched Lu Zijuan depart before pocketing the spirit stones and heading back to his room. Once inside, and with the door securely closed, Wang Li deposited all the spirit stones into the simulator. Life Simulation Device LV1 Host. Wang Li Age. 12 Cultivation Technique. Red Fire Classic Cultivation Level. Qi Refinement Level 8 Simulation Points. 200 sufficient for 2 simulations. Let us commence. He thought to himself as he activated the simulator. Simulator initializing randomly drawing talents. Talent drawn. Vengeful Spirit's Grasp. Congratulations. You have acquired the black talent, Vengeful Spirit's Grasp. Vengeful Spirit's Grasp. As long as the soul remains unextinguished, within 7 days, it can return as a vengeful spirit and take any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage. Would you like to spend 100 energy points to refresh your talent? Wang Li declined. What a jest. Why would he squander energy points refreshing a talent when he could use them for simulations? Who knows what bizarre entities might emerge? Perhaps it would be wiser to defer that decision. Besides, Vengeful Spirit's Grasp seems quite promising. Today, you borrowed 100 spirit stones from Lu Zijuan and commenced the simulation. Knowing that death is inevitable in 8 years, you begin to explore every possible means of salvation. Following the clues from the previous simulation, you set out to the market in search of a woman named Jiang Qingyan. However, your impatience yields no results, from morning until afternoon. You find no trace of Jiang Qingyan, leading you to speculate that she may not arrive until 8 years from now. Disheartened, you returned home and began to hone your magical skills, particularly perfecting the fireball spell. The following day, you took the initiative to approach Lu Zijuan. expressing your intention to accompany him to the mine for some extra earnings. You toiled alongside Lu Zedwan in the mine, dedicating your days solely to labor and cultivation, leading a life of seclusion. After a month had passed, the day arrived for the monthly distribution of cultivation resources, and you caught the attention of the steward in charge of the allocation. He was taken aback, astonished that someone with your aptitude could achieve the 8th layer of chi refinement. Despite your numerous justifications, the overseer remained unconvinced. Ultimately, the matter was escalated to the clan elders. That very night, you were taken away. This is disastrous, Wang Li remarked, a grave expression dawning upon his countenance. He had forgotten to conceal his cultivation from the members of the Li celestial clan. Having arrived at the Li family for training at the tender age of 7, he had only cultivated for 5 years, yet astonishingly reached the 8th level of chi refinement with a 4 spiritual root aptitude. Such a pace was extraordinarily remarkable, rivaling that of a practitioner with 2 spiritual roots. Alas, it appeared that a life of comfort had dulled his wits. He had neglected the wisdom that an innocent man may suffer for possessing something valuable, and now he had drawn the clan's scrutiny upon himself. After rapping the table, Wang Li resolved to seek a method to obscure his cultivation. Upon entering the clan's law enforcement hall, he discovered that 3 individuals had been awaiting him for quite some time. As you gaze intently, you are surprised to find that the leader is none other than Li Daojian, the patriarch of the Li clan of immortals, a cultivator at the late foundation establishment stage. Flanking him are the law enforcement elder, Li Daoshu, and the grand elder, Li Daoming. You respectfully bowed to the 3 individuals. Once the formalities concluded, the venerable elder Li Daoming began to inquire about the remarkable speed of your cultivation progress. In a state of anxious desperation, you resolved to adopt the persona of an old Taoist. You informed the Grand Elder that your rapid progress in cultivation was attributed to a fortuitous encounter in the marketplace, where an elderly Taoist with a white beard bestowed upon you an unnamed elixir. They were convinced by your narrative, marveling at the extraordinary fortune you had encountered. Ultimately, the enforcement elder lifted the restrictions imposed upon you, offering a reassuring pat on your shoulder, encouraging you to return and diligently cultivate, striving to achieve a breakthrough to the 10th layer of chi refinement at the earliest opportunity. That night, as you sat cross-legged in meditation, you fell victim to a soul-searching intrusion. You struggle desperately, yet to no avail. Ultimately, you choose to ignite your very soul. You have perished, for your soul has been obliterated, rendering the activation of your talents impossible. The simulation has come to an end. Upon the conclusion of this simulation, you may select one reward from the following. The Vengeful Spirit's claim. As long as your soul remains unextinguished during the first 7 days, you may return as a vengeful ghost and take with you any practitioner below the foundational stage. Experience in spell cultivation, the knowledge you acquired while practicing spells within the simulator. Current simulated cultivation, 8th layer of chi refinement. 100 spirit stones, your earnings from this endeavor, not applicable for simulation use. After the simulation concluded, Wang Li's expression darkened considerably. An innocent man bears no guilt, yet possessing treasures incurs blame. This time, I was careless and did not foresee this layer. However, it is of little consequence. I shall exercise caution next time. A single failure does not perturb Wang Li. He merely resolves to be more vigilant in the future. Nevertheless, it strikes him as peculiar that during the second simulation, he had never concealed his 7th layer of chi refinement. Yet, at that time, it had not attracted any trouble, nor was he reported to the authorities, nor subjected to the scrutiny of the clan leader, the elder, and the law enforcement elder. Notably, the law enforcement elder, Li Daoshu, had even encouraged him to focus on his cultivation, although he had also urged himself to cultivate diligently in this simulation. There was an unmistakable difference in the atmosphere compared to the previous one. Contemplating this, Wang Li chose the talent of Vengeful Spirit's claim. After a brief respite to regain his composure, he initiated a new simulation. This time, he vowed to proceed with utmost caution and vigilance. The simulator is now activating. Randomly selecting a talent. Talent selection, Arrayed Genius. Congratulations on obtaining the Azure talent, Arrayed Genius. Arrayed Genius, you possess an innate and unique talent for the art of formations. With diligent study and practice over time, you shall become an exceptional master of formations. In disbelief, Wang Li exclaimed, I have drawn Azure. The ancestral grave must be exuding blue smoke. Witnessing the simulator yield Azure, his breath quickened. The talents are ranked from low to high as follows: white, black, yellow, azure, purple, red, gold, and rainbow. Drawing an azure talent is undoubtedly a sign of favorable fortune from his ancestors. Today, you borrowed 100 spiritual stones from Lu Zidwan and activated the simulation, aware that you are destined to perish in 8 years. You begin to exhaust every possible means of self-preservation. Following the clues from your last simulation, you set out to the market in search of a woman named Jiang Qing'an. Simultaneously, you recognize that your current cultivation is a double-edged sword and must be kept under wraps. The next day, you take the initiative to approach Lu Zidwan. Intending to accompany him to the mine and earn some extra income, you followed Lu Zidu in the mining fields, dedicating your days solely to labor and cultivation, rarely venturing outside. A month later, the day arrived for the monthly distribution of cultivation resources. Aware of the outcome of your previous simulation, you chose not to attend in person, instead entrusting Lu Zidu to collect them on your behalf while you made your way to the market. On your journey, you were ambushed by 2 loose cultivators at the 6th level of Qi refinement, intent on taking your life. You revealed your prowess by employing the fireball spell to eliminate 2 individuals. Slaying them was as effortless as slaughtering chickens, having grown up amidst a landscape strewn with corpses. You bore no psychological burden. After meticulously cleansing the battlefield and obliterating any traces of the deceased, you departed, exemplifying utmost caution. Within the bustling market, you inquire about the art of concealment at the renowned Wanbao Pavilion. After a spirited negotiation, you invest 50 low-grade spirit stones to acquire a foundational manual on the art of stealth. With diligent practice, you successfully master the technique, enabling you to obscure your cultivation level, rendering you indistinguishable from an ordinary individual rather than a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. You cherish the newfound treasure, returning to your clan to engage in an all-night training session. As the concealed incantations flowed through you, your cultivation regressed to an unremarkable state, reverting to the 5th level of Qi refinement. In the 2nd year, with the riches obtained from mining, you procured a comprehensive tome of foundational formations, mastering several essential arrays. By the 3rd year, you had fully grasped the compendium of basic formations, effortlessly manipulating various arrays, achieving modest success in the art of formation. In the 4th year, however, your cultivation progress plateaued, leaving you perplexed. Despite dedicating yourself to the study of formations and relentless practice, even setting up basic spirit-gathering arrays for enhancement, your advancement was painfully slow, as if your potential had reached an insurmountable limit. In the 5th year, you continued your studies and persisted in your training. Yet your progress remained stagnant. After 5 years, you had yet to even approach the threshold of the 9th level of Qi refinement. By the 6th year, the Li clan ceased to provide cultivation resources, rendering your training increasingly arduous. 6 years without breaking through to the 9th level of Qi refinement? What could possibly be amiss? Wang Li's expression darkened as he suspected that some unknown circumstance had transpired. The lack of breakthroughs over 6 years had altered your mindset. Yet you persevered in your studies of formations, now capable of effortlessly constructing mid-grade arrays. Among the numerous disciples of foreign surnames, your cultivation remains the highest. In the 7th year, your youthful friend Lin Yu visited the North Mountain Annex in search of you and Lu Zidwan. As you gazed upon this dashing young man, who had already attained the 10th level of Qi refinement, your heart was devoid of envy or jealousy, only a profound sense of solitude. As you and Lu Zidwan listened to him recount his experiences over the years, a bitter smile emerged upon hearing that Lin Yu and his companions had mentors guiding them in cultivation, teaching them the art of combat and the strategies of warfare. After 7 years of struggling to break through a single realm, the once fiery ambition within you had waned. You suddenly realized that the value of possessing dual spiritual roots was steadily on the rise. You all ventured to the bustling market. Today's bazaar was exceptionally lively, as the illustriously Yunshi of the Li clan returned to her residence. Amidst the throngs of people, your gaze fell upon a young maiden seated gracefully in a palanquin, adorned in a flowing white gown. Her figure was voluptuous, her skin alabaster, and her beauty exquisite, captivating enough to be deemed enchanting. This sight stirred something within you. As you simulated this moment, Wang Li furrowed his brow slightly, yet upon reflecting on the years spent in solitary cultivation, devoid of any encounters with enchanting women, he quickly found solace. A moment of infatuation does not equate to affection. It is merely a natural physiological response. However, Li Yunxi exhibited no interest in you, her eyes seemingly reserved solely for Lin Yu. Your mood gradually settles into tranquility. Li Yunxi continues to advise Lin Yuan to distance himself from you and Lu Zidwan, candidly asserting that entangling with both of you is bound to lead to an unsustainable path. You and Lu Zidwan remained silent, yet Lu harbored hopes for Lin Yu. However, you were acutely aware that Lin Yu would ultimately sever ties with you both. The following day, Lin Yu completely cut off communication with you. On the third day, upon learning that Lu Zidin would face execution by his family in October of this year, you abandoned your cultivation and began to closely monitor his recent activities. At last, Wang Li's gaze sharpened, his eyes fierce and penetrating. He had long suspected that Lu Zidin was privy to certain truths, prompting thoughts of betrayal against the Li family, which would lead to his demise. In May of the 7th year, having spent considerable time living and dining with Lu Zidin, your bond deepened significantly, and he often expressed that you were indeed a true brother. On this day, Lu Zidin invited you to the market for a leisurely outing. After months away, you returned to find the marketplace transformed, far larger than before, bustling with towering buildings and the incessant calls of various merchants. As you and Lu Zidin journeyed together, acquiring numerous elixirs for cultivation, a moment of laughter and camaraderie ensued. Lu Zidin's attention was drawn to a young girl selling talismans, who was being encircled by several scions of affluent families. Upon realizing that they were harassing her, you and Lu Zidin acted with righteous indignation, decisively confronting the group and delivering a thorough thrashing to the offenders. The family scions, driven away by your combined force, vowed to return for vengeance before hastily retreating. Grateful for your timely assistance, the young girl presented each of you with a mid-grade talisman and introduced herself as Jiang Qingyan, a wandering cultivator who had recently arrived to engage in trade. Jiang Qingyan's appearance marked a significant moment. It seemed you were finally on the cusp of uncovering the knowledge you sought. Wang Li gazed at the simulation interface, exhaling a deep sigh of relief. Lu Zidin displayed a keen interest in the art of talisman crafting, seizing the opportunity to inquire extensively about the techniques of talisman making while Jiang Qingyan set up her stall. Though you possess a profound passion for formations, your curiosity regarding the art of talisman crafting is equally fervent, leading you to attend lectures on the subject. During lunch, Jiang Qingyan extended an invitation to you and Lu Zidin to dine at a restaurant. At the dining table, she inquired about your names. Once you both revealed your true names, her expression shifted dramatically, murmuring, "You two are actually disciples of a different surname." Noticing this, Wang Li's countenance grew exceedingly peculiar. You began to inquire about the issues concerning the disciple of a different surname, yet Jiang Qingyan remained silent, merely engrossed in her meal. You and Lu Zidin exchanged a glance, both bowing respectfully to Jiang Qingyan. However, Jiang Qingyan remained unresponsive, leaving you and Lu Zidin somewhat disheartened. After lunch, you and Lu Zidin were eager to continue inquiring about the matter at hand, yet Jiang Qingyan swiftly departed, denying you both the opportunity. Upon witnessing the situation, you and Lu Zidin speculated that there must be some underlying conspiracy, prompting you to discreetly investigate the affairs of the external disciples. From that point onward, you and Lu Zidin began to frequently attend to Jiang Qingyan's business. The 7th year, in the month of September, after concluding your daily toil with Lu Zidin, you proceeded to the market to oversee Jiang Qingyan's business. Due to her striking beauty, Jiang Qingyan found herself entangled in trouble once more, as the son of an esteemed elder from a prominent cultivation family had taken a fancy to her. In her moment of vulnerability, you and Lu Zidin extended your assistance yet again, unhesitatingly offending this elder's son in order to protect Jiang Qingyan. In the ensuing confrontation, both you and Lu Zidin sustained minor injuries, yet you managed to drive away him and his lackeys. After Jiang Qingyan tended to your wounds, she invited you both to a private room at the market inn. Upon employing a divine barrier talisman to shield the surroundings from prying eyes, Jiang Qingyan engaged in a lengthy discussion with you. It was at this moment that you uncovered the so-called truth. You, the outer disciples, were nothing more than domesticated swine, raised for the blood and sustenance of the cultivation families. Your sole purpose is to diligently cultivate to a certain level, only to be sold by these immortal clans to the heavenly gate, where you are sent to a mysterious realm accessible only to those below the foundation establishment stage, to be drained of life and ultimately executed. Upon hearing what Jiang Qingyan conveyed, a sense of dread began to envelop you. Lu Zidin, much like yourself, found it impossible to accept this grim reality. The Li clan, to him, represented a guiding light on the path to enlightenment, and he was reluctant to believe it. At this point, Wang Li's countenance darkened considerably, with traces of pallor emerging on his delicate cheeks. Little did he realize, this was the truth, the unavoidable fate that awaited me 8 years hence. Indeed, there are no unprovoked affections nor baseless animosities in this world. Such is the wisdom of life. After a prolonged silence, you began to inquire of Jiang Qingyan about the reasons behind your slow progress in cultivation, struggling for years to break through a single realm. Jiang Qingyan elucidated your perplexity, revealing that this was a deliberate measure by the cultivation families to prevent external disciples from wielding excessive power. Consequently, the elixirs provided to you were infused with a substance known as Jiqi San. This potion would forever halt the user's cultivation at the 8th layer of qi refinement. Without an antidote, the user would remain perpetually confined to the 7th layer of qi refinement. Upon concluding her explanation, she expressed her astonishment at your ability to transcend to the 8th layer. You inquired about the reason. Upon hearing your question, Jiang Qingyan recounted the tale of a legendary cultivator. Over 2 centuries ago, the Wang clan of immortals had once taken in a disciple of an outside lineage. It is unclear what extraordinary adventures this outsider experienced, but with the rare gift of 5 spiritual roots, he remarkably ascended to the pinnacle of the 12th level of qi refinement within a mere decade. Ultimately, the Wang clan was compelled to surrender this fully realized disciple to the Tianyi sect, leading to a catastrophic event in a mysterious realm where he unleashed a bloody rampage, slaughtering numerous Tianyi sect cultivators who were then executing outside disciples within that secret domain. Although the fate of this outsider remains unknown, the incident sent ripples through the cultivation community of Qi country at the time. Consequently, the Tianyi sect issued repeated edicts, mandating that all major cultivation families ensure that outside disciples consume the Qi suppression powder, thereby restricting their cultivation to no more than the 8th level of Qi refinement. Upon hearing Jiang Qingyan's words, you were filled with a profound sense of emotion, coupled with the distress of your current predicament. For you were acutely aware that death loomed near. Subsequently, Jiang Qingyan revealed to you and Lu Zidwan the imminent opening of a mysterious realm. Upon learning that he was to be traded to the Tianyi sect by the Li clan next year, Lu Zidwan was overwhelmed with anxiety. At a loss as to how to proceed, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Upon hearing these 3 steps, a faint bitter smile appeared on your face. It was indeed a deadlock, utterly unsolvable. The immortal cultivation families had entirely obstructed the paths for disciples of external lineage. Wang Li's expression was terrifyingly somber. He never anticipated that this would be a deadlock. The Li clan of immortals truly offered no avenue for escape. As night fell, you and Lu Zidwan bid farewell to Jiang Qingyan and returned to the northern mountain villa. In the cramped room, both you and Lu Zidwan fidgeted restlessly until Lu Zidwan ultimately gritted his teeth and resolved to defect. You were not surprised by Lu Zidwan's decision. In previous simulations, Lu Zidwan also opted for defection. Yet, how could one possibly escape? You are acutely aware of the formidable strength of the Li clan's celestial lineage. Not to mention the reclusive Golden Core ancestor. Even the mere presence of the 6 foundational cultivators makes the prospect of successfully fleeing from their grasp a daunting challenge. Furthermore, upon your arrival at the Li clan and your embarkation on the path of cultivation, you, as an outsider disciple, have already mingled your blood with the clan's life tablet. With the existence of this life tablet, no matter how far you might escape, you can still be traced. Upon hearing the mention of the life tablet, Wang Li's countenance turned notably pale. While other matters may be resolved, the life tablet remains an insurmountable dilemma. In his youth, he was naive and, in pursuit of cultivation, willingly offered his blood to bind himself to the life tablet. Now, as long as this artifact persists, even if he were to miraculously evade capture, he would forever be hunted by the Li clan and even the Tianyi sect. Though you do not concur with Lu Zidwan's decision, you find yourself devoid of alternatives. At the end of October in the 7th year, you and Lu Zidwan fled from the Li clan's celestial lineage. However, you were soon pursued by the foundational cultivators dispatched in pursuit. During the ensuing battle of wits and abilities, you employed every means at your disposal, yet still found yourself unable to overcome the foundational cultivators. To avoid becoming a burden to Jiang Qingyan, you and Lu Zidwan conferred and resolved to take your own lives. Ultimately, you and Lu Zidwan unleashed your spiritual powers upon your internal organs, resulting in a tragic demise marked by blood streaming from your 7 orifices. You have perished. Talent. The Vengeful Spirit's claim is automatically activated. Vengeful Spirit's claim, as long as the soul remains unobliterated, upon the 7th day after death. It may return as a malevolent specter, capable of seizing any cultivator beneath the foundational stage. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. You return from the depths, transformed into a vengeful spirit. Seizing the illustrious maiden of the Li celestial clan, Li Yunxi. Excellent! Exclaimed Wang Li, a flicker of delight gracing his countenance. The Li clan had treated him and his companions like mere livestock, so they should not be surprised at his lack of courtesy. Capturing Li Yunxi would undoubtedly deliver a significant blow to the Li clan, for she possessed the rare dual spiritual roots. As long as she did not perish, she was destined to become a golden core cultivator, with the prospect of reaching the nascent soul stage as well. Her importance to the Li clan was undeniable. As this simulation concluded, he was presented with several rewards to choose from. 1. Talent for array techniques. You possess an innate gift for the art of formations. With diligent practice, you shall become an exceptional master of this craft. 2. Mid-tier array cultivation experience. Your experience in array techniques accrued during the simulation. 3. Spell cultivation experience. Your experience in spellcasting gathered within the simulator. Wang Li unhesitatingly chose the talent for array techniques. As the innate ability merged with his being, he suddenly gained unique insights into the world of formations. However, despite the infusion of this talent, Wang Li found little joy, as the shadow of death still loomed over him, refusing to dissipate. Once seated in meditation, he sighed, reflecting on his years in this world. Having embarked on the path of cultivation, he never expected to find himself as a mere pawn in someone else's game. It was truly disheartening. Now devoid of spirit stones, he realized that further simulations would have to wait another 7 days. With that thought, Wang Li began contemplating his next steps. First and foremost, he needed to earn spirit stones to facilitate further simulations and seek a glimmer of hope. Next, he must acquire foundational techniques for concealing his cultivation level and procure a comprehensive array manual. When it came to enhancing his cultivation, he was plagued by a headache. He never imagined that the cultivation pills provided by the Li clan contained the debilitating breath-stopping powder, a problem that could only be resolved by a skilled alchemist. Yet, alchemists were typically aloof and hard to approach. Addressing his issues would likely require his own ingenuity. After much deliberation, Wang Li ventured outside to the open ground before his dwelling, commencing practice on the fundamental spells bestowed by the Li clan: fireball technique, wooden shield technique, water condensation technique, and golden blade technique. He continued until dusk, only pausing when Lu Zidin returned, prompting him to seek out his companion. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Wang Li and Lu Zidin sat together in the modest abode. The tall and robust man, Lu Zidin, eagerly brewed tea for Wang Li, his face alight with curiosity. "Dear brother, what brings you here again?" "Brother, I wish to join you at the mines. Would you be so kind as to introduce me?" Wang Li replied, clasping his hands in a gesture of sincerity. Lu Zidin appeared surprised, clearly not expecting Wang Li to seek work in the mines. "Brother, I never imagined you would change your mind. I once invited you to join me in the mines, and you declined. Yet today, in the past, I was solely focused on arduous cultivation. Now that my progress is stalled, I must exert additional effort to earn resources. I cannot rely solely on the meager provisions from the family," Wang Li lamented, shaking his head with a hint of regret. "Indeed, it was about time," Lu Zidin exclaimed, his face brightening. He then handed Wang Li an iron pickaxe. "This is a spirit pickaxe I purchased at the market. If you are to mine, you will need a reliable tool." Wang Li received the pickaxe, astonished. "But how can I accept this? I have already burdened you with too many favors. I cannot accept this spirit pickaxe." Lu Zidin shook his head, insisting, "What are you saying, brother? Just take it. We are family." After a moment of silence, Wang Li clasped his hands together. "If you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me." Lu Zidin smiled slightly, saying nothing more. To him, Wang Li was his brother, and it was only natural to care for him. The following day, Wang Li accompanied Lu Zidin to the family mine. Through Lu Zidin's introduction, he bypassed a meeting with the mine's overseer, merely paying spirit stones and signing in to receive a miner's badge before commencing his labor. In the depths of the mine, Wang Li observed the miners toiling around him, feeling a profound sense of disparity. He had once believed that entering the world of cultivation would liberate him from such drudgery. Yet here he was, still bound to the grind. Taking a deep breath, he resolved, a humble origin is not a shame. The ability to adapt and endure is the hallmark of true strength. Days passed swiftly, and soon it was the 7th night. After concluding his labor for the day, Wang Li cautiously returned to the northern mountain courtyard and activated the simulation panel. Life simulation device LV1 host. Wang Li age, 12 cultivation technique. Crimson fire scripture cultivation level. Chi refinement stage 8 simulation points. 0 simulation attempts. 1 talent. Vengeful spirit, black. Talent for array techniques, green. Talent tier levels, white, black, yellow, green, purple, red, gold, rainbow simulation. Activate. Upon utilizing a simulation attempt, a panel appeared before Wang Li. Simulation device activating. Randomly selecting talents. Talent acquired. Source of pollution. Congratulations. You have obtained the green talent. Source of pollution. Source of pollution. Everything you possess is tainted to varying degrees. Your blood, hair, even the air you exhale and the spiritual energy you cultivate can cause pollution, leading to transformations in surrounding life forms. In a sense, you are a biotic mother. This talent seems rather extraordinary. Wang Li mused, his expression peculiar as he reviewed the talent description. After returning from the mine, he eagerly initiated the simulation. You have acquired the gift of pollutants, and your body undergoes subtle transformations. You begin to explore, yet your efforts yield no results. The following day, you venture out once more to mine, intending to earn sufficient spirit stones to purchase the fundamental concealment incantation, thereby shrouding your cultivation. The northern mountain retreat is particularly silent in the early morning. The once melodious chirping of birds has been replaced by an unsettling stillness. As you arrived before Lu Zidwan's door, just as you were about to call out, a faint whiff of blood reached your senses. As you pushed open the door, you were met with the harrowing sight of Lu Zidwan's lifeless body, sprawled in a pool of blood. The grotesque nature of his demise suggested that his chest had been violently torn apart by some unknown force. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You departed from Lu Zidwan's chamber and commenced your investigation into the truth. After half a day's search, you discovered that all the external disciples of Beishan Manor had vanished, leaving you astonished, while an unsettling sensation crept over you. Without ample time for contemplation, you made your way to the law enforcement hall of the Li clan, situated on the eastern mountain, just as dusk began to descend. Just as you departed, a tentacle surged forth, penetrating Lu Zidwan's chamber and dragging away his lifeless body. What transpired? Why has a tentacle emerged? Upon this simulation, Wang Li immediately sensed an ominous turn of events. Could it be that the peculiar ability he acquired was the catalyst for this? As night descended and the moon ascended among the branches, the entire Li clan of immortals lay in an eerie silence, in stark contrast to the previous clamor and vibrancy. This profound stillness felt unsettlingly unfamiliar. As you traverse through the nocturnal shadows, each step brings you closer to the Hall of Justice. It is imperative that you report the occurrences at the North Mountain Manor to the Li clan of immortals, otherwise, unforeseen chaos may ensue. Suddenly, an instinctive awareness washes over you, prompting you to glance back swiftly. In that fleeting moment, your head is severed by a menacing appendage. Just before your eyes close for the final time, you behold the gruesome visage of the Law Elder, drenched in blood, adorned with writhing tentacles, and exuding an aura of terrifying malevolence. You have perished. Talent. The Vengeful Spirit's Call automatically activates. Vengeful Spirit's Call, as long as the soul remains unobliterated. Upon the 7th day after death, it transforms into a malevolent specter, capable of claiming any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage. The 7th day after your demise, the night of resurrection, you have returned to the Li clan of immortals. At this moment, the once mighty clan now stands devoid of life. What was once a bustling sect of cultivators is now unexpectedly tranquil. As you venture into the rear mountains, you behold a blood-red orb of flesh. This grotesque sphere is adorned with countless elongated tendrils, and you can vividly perceive your own corporeal form ensnared within its grasp. As an unceasing tide of corruption flows forth from your being. Since the inception of the Li clan's celestial lineage, it has insidiously tainted the realm of cultivation. Step by step, your tormented soul has been dispersed. The simulation has concluded, and you may choose one reward from the following options. Source of pollution. Every item upon you has been tainted to varying degrees. Your blood, hair, and even the air you exhale, along with the spiritual energy you cultivate, contribute to this pollution, causing transformations in the surrounding life forms. In a certain sense, you are a biochemical matrix. Current simulation cultivation, 8th layer of chi refinement. A lump of contaminated flesh. Consuming this tainted meat will incite some form of change. As the simulation ended, Wang Li struggled to regain his composure, for everything had transpired too swiftly. Shaking his head, he glanced at the 3 simulation rewards and hesitantly selected the cultivation option. This source of pollution is undoubtedly akin to something from the Cthulhu mythos. I shudder to contemplate the ramifications if this talent were to be unleashed. Alas, yet another simulation wasted. After a brief silence, Wang Li immersed himself in his cultivation. This simulation was utterly devoid of meaning. The following day, Wang Li and Lu Ziden proceeded to the mine as usual. Over time, Wang Li had cultivated the habit of mining punctually. There was no alternative to acquiring spirit stones at present. He lacked the skills for alchemy and talisman crafting, although he possessed a natural aptitude for formations. He had never practiced them hands-on, making the sale of formations impractical. Mining was exhausting, but certainly preferable to selling hooks. Wouldn't you agree? According to historical records, the heavenly demon sovereign began his rise by selling hooks. In the evening, after concluding a day's labor, Wang Li stowed his spiritual pickaxe, deposited the fruits of his toil into the supply cart, and, under the watchful eyes of the law enforcement hall disciples, underwent inspection before departing the mine. He needed to procure a cultivation technique to conceal his abilities swiftly. Otherwise, it was only a matter of time before his secret was revealed. The gazes of the law enforcement disciples had grown increasingly peculiar. On his way back, he recalled the subtle glances exchanged when the disciples of the law enforcement hall used their spirit rods to inspect him. A sense of unease began to creep into Wang Li's heart. Not long after Wang Li's departure, two disciples from the law enforcement hall began to converse. "Brother, that lad is suspicious. I feel it too. His cultivation seems to rival ours, at least at the 6th layer of chi refinement." The older disciple furrowed his brow. A 12-year-old at the 6th layer of chi refinement, and an outsider at that. There is undoubtedly a secret behind him. The younger disciple's eyes gleamed with a hint of greed. The older disciple, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of covetousness as well. "What are your plans, younger brother?" he inquired of the young cultivator before him. The young disciple smiled slightly, leaned in closer, and whispered, "Brother, perhaps we could arrange something." What they conspired about was unclear, but a glimmer of delight appeared on the older disciple's face. The next day at work, Wang Li found the behavior of the two law enforcement disciples peculiar. They seemed to have transformed. No longer did they pry into his cultivation. After a straightforward inspection, they allowed him entry into the mine. Strange. They no longer used their spiritual awareness to scrutinize me. They must have ulterior motives. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Li resumed his daily tasks. 7 days passed in trepidation. In his dwelling, Wang Li took a deep breath and initiated a new simulation. Life Simulation Device Level 1 Host. Wang Li Age. 12 Cultivation Technique. Crimson Fire Scripture Cultivation Level. 8th Layer of Chi Refinement Simulation Points. 0 Simulation Attempts. 1 Talent. Tormented Soul's Call. Black. Formation Talent. Green. Talent Tier Levels. White, Black, Yellow, Green, Purple, Red, Gold. Rainbow Simulate. Initiating. The simulator is booting up. Randomly extracting talent. Extracted talent. Late Bloomer. Congratulations. You have attained the purple talent, Late Bloomer. Late Bloomer. Upon reaching a certain age, all attributes will experience a significant enhancement, with the increase proportional to age. A commendable talent, yet regrettably, it holds little relevance for my current stage. Wang Li sighed softly, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Late Bloomer is a divine tier trait, but one cannot rely solely on it. Shaking his head, Wang Li continued the simulation. After a month in the mine, he finally earned his desired payment of 100 spirit stones. After appointing Lu Zidwan to collect the monthly cultivation resources on your behalf, you proceeded to the market, intending to acquire a technique for concealing your cultivation. Along the way, you were ambushed by 2 rogue cultivators at the 6th level of chi refinement, who sought to take your life. You revealed your prowess and eliminated 2 individuals with a fireball spell. Upon advancing to investigate, you were somewhat taken aback to discover that these 2 wandering cultivators were, in fact, the enforcement monks assigned to guard the mine. After meticulously clearing the battlefield and obliterating any evidence, you departed with utmost caution. You inquired about the methods of concealing one's cultivation at the Wanbao Pavilion in the market. You spent 50 inferior spirit stones to acquire a fundamental concealment manual. You commenced the cultivation of the fundamental concealment mantra. You successfully concealed your cultivation, hiding it at the 5th level of chi refinement. In the following year, with the proceeds from mining, you acquired a comprehensive compendium of foundational formations and learned several basic arrays. As you no longer squandered time on cultivation, but instead devoted yourself entirely to the study of formations, your progress in this domain accelerated remarkably. By the 3rd year, you had fully mastered the compendium of foundational formations, effortlessly manipulating various basic arrays. You had made significant achievements in the realm of formations, attaining the status of a distinguished formation master. You commenced the crafting of banners and the sale of formations. Due to the affordability of your formations, coupled with their durability surpassing that of the more expensive alternatives, you began to gain considerable renown in the marketplace, earning a monthly income exceeding 1,000. You have settled the debts owed to Lu Ziduan, and your income has surpassed 1,000. Indeed, no matter where one may be, possessing a skill is a boon. At the very least, it ensures one does not face starvation. Contemplating this, Wang Li continued to read. No one would dare to offend a formation master, even the most ruthless of rogue cultivators. Seeking to procure a grand formation to aid their practice, would respectfully refer to you as master. It appears that your life is flourishing. Once, a formation master from Wandao Pavilion extended an invitation for you to join their ranks. Yet, after a single night, he inexplicably withdrew this proposition. His gaze towards you now laced with regret. You are aware of what he laments, and you also comprehend your current situation. As usual, you continue to craft and sell formations while secretly seeking a remedy for the stagnation within your body. In the 4th year, you discreetly acquire several formidable killing formations, such as the Blood Shadow Array, Thousand Sabers Array, and Fire Burning Array. By the 5th year, your business in formations has flourished immensely, attracting the attention of the leader of the Li clan of immortals, who summons you. Li Daozhen has summoned me. At this thought, Wang Li's eyes glimmer with a hint of surprise. You met with Li Daozhen in the Patriarch's study, where he first unveiled your disguise and discerned your cultivation level. Subsequently, he expressed his desire to take you as a disciple of the Li clan, bestowing upon you the Li surname. You were taken aback and hurriedly expressed your gratitude to Li Daozhen. In your excitement, you did not forget about Lu Ziduan. You clasped your hands and bowed, beseeching Li Daozhen to accept him as a disciple of the Li family as well. Li Daozhen declined your request, leaving you profoundly disappointed. Yet you dared not oppose his decision, fearing the loss of the precious opportunity for survival you had so arduously attained. The following afternoon, you vacated the North Mountain Villa and moved to the East Mountain Disciples Peak, adopting the surname Li. Upon reading your letter, Lu Ziduan felt a surge of joy for you, genuinely wishing for your well-being. Witnessing this scene, Wang Li fell into silence. Shortly after settling at the East Mountain Disciples Peak, you encountered Lin Yu. The reunion with an old friend allowed you to converse with him throughout the day. He expressed curiosity regarding your status as an inner disciple and your surname change to Li. As you grew closer to Lin Yu, he introduced you to some friends he had made within the Li celestial clan. At his invitation, you met his acquaintances, where you could sense their peculiar gazes upon you. You remain indifferent to this matter, engrossed in your own affairs. Several days later, the esteemed elder of the Li celestial clan, Li Daoming, summoned you. He requested that, starting today, you craft array flags for the Li celestial clan to sell, offering you a share of 10% from the sales proceeds. You dare not refuse. In the 6th year, having spent over a year at Disciple Peak, you have crafted hundreds of array flags for the Li clan of the Immortals, accumulating a considerable fortune in the process. Your request to venture out for the procurement of materials has been denied. You applied for the removal of the stagnant energy within your body, but your request was denied. Upon reading this, Wang Li's gaze shifted to a more nuanced expression. Having changed his surname and entered Disciples Peak as an inner disciple, did the Li clan still feel the need to guard against me? In the 7th year, Lin Yu departed from Disciples Peak to seek out Lu Ziduan, while you continued to forge the array flags. Li Yunqi's return to the Immortal clan caused quite a stir. By late October of the 7th year, you learned of Lu Ziduan's betrayal of his clan and his subsequent execution, which deeply troubled your heart. After enduring this anguish, you resumed the arduous task of crafting the array flags required by the Li clan, laboring under an unrelenting sky. In the 8th year, on the eve of the new year, you were still engaged in the creation of array flags. As you completed the final flag, a surge of magical energy enveloped you. With the energy being absorbed by the array flags swirling around you, a chilling light shot outwards, and in an instant, the 1,000 Blades array enveloped the entirety of Disciples Peak. As the array cast its shadow over the disciples of the Li clan, a formidable blade of condensed spiritual energy hovered above each head. You have also discerned the identity of the one who ambushed you, Lin Yu. You gaze at this former friend in bewilderment, unable to comprehend why he would turn against you. You inquired about his reasoning. Yet Lin Yu merely responded with an air of indifference, stating, "There is no need for the deceased to comprehend so much." With a faint sigh, you unleashed the array of 1,000 blades. In but a breath, Lin Yu fell, without a hint of emotion. You discreetly kicked aside Lin Yu's lifeless body and stepped out of the room, lifting your gaze towards the grand formation above. This Thousand Sabers array was secretly established on the Disciple Peak 2 years ago after your unsuccessful attempt to eliminate the chi dissipation. To ensure the smooth operation of the formation, you even crafted a set of top-tier spirit guiding arrays. Everything you have done was merely a precautionary measure. As you gazed upon the incoming patriarch of the Li clan and the various elders from all directions, a scornful smile graced your lips. With a swift motion, your blade fell, and in an instant, the formation struck down the disciples of the Li clan atop the peak. The law enforcement elder, Li Daoshu, cried out desperately, "Wang Li, you audacious wretch! How dare you slay the offspring of the Li clan?" You smiled in silence, and amidst the piercing gazes filled with crimson. You chose to take your own life. You have perished. Talent, the Vengeful Spirit's Call is automatically activated. Vengeful Spirit's Call, as long as the soul remains unextinguished. Within 7 days of death, it may transform into a malevolent ghost, capable of claiming any practitioner below the foundational stage. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have returned to the Li clan of the celestial beings. You have taken away Li Yunxi. Your soul dissipates. The simulation concludes. And you may choose one of the following rewards. 1. Late bloomer. Upon reaching a certain age, all attributes will experience a significant enhancement, with the increase proportional to age. 2. Current cultivation level, 8th layer of chi refinement. 3. Experience in high-grade formation techniques, your experience in cultivating formations within the simulator. 4. 30,000 spirit stones, your earned income, not usable in simulation. 5. Basic concealment technique, can be used to obscure your cultivation level. Gazing at the array of rewards, Wang Li found himself in a quandary. Ultimately, he opted for the spirit stones. As over 30,000 spirit stones materialized before him, Wang Li spread out a garment, filled it with 300 stones, and secured it on his back, intending to visit the market the following day to procure necessary items. A night passed without incident. At dawn the next day, Wang Li set out. As he departed from the Spirit Dragon Mountain Range, where the Li clan resided, 2 law enforcement cultivators stationed at the mine immediately reacted. "Brother, the insect I placed on that brat indicates he has left the Spirit Dragon Mountain Range. Now is our prime opportunity to strike." The younger law enforcement cultivator glanced around before directing his gaze towards the elder beside him. "Excellent. We have awaited this moment. At just 12 years old, he possesses strength comparable to us. I am eager to uncover the secrets he harbors," the elder cultivator responded, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The two then requested permission from the mine's overseer before activating their techniques and hastening towards the outskirts of the Spirit Dragon Mountain Range. In the dense forest at the mountain's edge, Wang Li ambled leisurely, his senses fully attuned, cautiously probing his surroundings. Would those 2 law enforcement disciples come after him? Lost in thought, Wang Li's perception detected 2 figures swiftly approaching from the thicket behind him. "They're here," he murmured to himself, raising his hand to conjure the basic fireball technique, launching it into the woods behind him. "Not good." A startled exclamation pierced the air as the newcomers evaded his fireball. Wang Li, unfazed, quickly cast another fireball. Moments later, 2 ragged figures appeared before him, their garments tattered and hair disheveled, resembling ghastly specters. "Curse that brat. Have you had enough of your antics?" The older law enforcement cultivator scrutinized Wang Li with a furious glare. "It is you. Have you not had enough?" Wang Li retorted, revealing his cultivation level of the 8th layer of chi refinement, exerting pressure upon the 2. Simultaneously, he formed hand seals, unleashing 2 fireballs towards them. 8th layer of chi refinement? How is that possible? The 2 law enforcement disciples felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Wang Li, their hearts gripped by fear, robbing them of the will to fight. They turned to flee, but it was too late. The fireball struck, sending them crashing to the ground. As Wang Li approached, the 2 disciples hastily raised their hands in surrender, pleading, "Friend, please show mercy. We were momentarily blinded by folly." Before they could finish their pleas, Wang Li unleashed the fireball technique, eliminating them swiftly. He meticulously cleaned the battlefield, erasing any trace of their existence. After confiscating their storage bags, disdain flickered in Wang Li's eyes. Was this the caliber of disciples from the law enforcement hall? It seemed the Li clan was not composed entirely of elites. At least these 2 were mere burdens. Securing the storage bags at his waist, Wang Li soared towards the market. By evening, before dusk settled, Wang Li returned to the North Mountain estate, bearing the basic concealment technique and the compendium of basic formations. He also infused the 200 low-grade spirit stones obtained from the 2 law enforcement cultivators into the simulator. Life simulation device LV1 host, Wang Li age, 12 technique, red fire scripture cultivation level, 8th layer of chi refinement simulation points. For 100 simulation attempts, 0 talents, vengeful spirits call black. Formation genius, blue, talent attribute levels, white, black, yellow, blue, purple, red, gold, rainbow simulation. Initiate. The simulator powered on, randomly selecting talents. Talent acquired, alchemical prodigy. Congratulations. You have obtained the blue talent, alchemical prodigy. Alchemical prodigy, you inherently possess a unique talent for alchemy. With diligent study and practice over time, you will become an exceptional alchemist. Would you like to spend 100 energy points to refresh your talent? An alchemical prodigy? I hope this time I can discover a solution to the dissipating energy. Wang Li contemplated the alchemical prodigy talent, silently affirming his choice, while declining the offer. After several simulations, his hopes for the Li clan had been thoroughly extinguished. In the last simulation, he believed that being accepted as an inner disciple and granted the Li surname would ensure his survival. Little did he know, the Li clan merely sought to exploit him before sending him to his demise in a secret realm. The so-called acceptance into the inner circle and the Li surname were simply a means to placate him. If I cannot escape the Li clan, I shall carve my own path out. Wang Li clenched his fists, fervently shouting within. Today, you procured the fundamentals of concealment techniques and the comprehensive guide to basic formations from the marketplace. You diligently practiced the fundamentals of concealment techniques. The following day, Lu Zidwan extended an invitation for you to join him at the mine for some excavation. You declined. For you now possess an ample supply of spirit stones and have no need to toil in the mines any longer. You have resolved that before your next outing, it is imperative to successfully cultivate the foundational concealment mantra. You have been in seclusion for 3 days, during which you have successfully mastered the foundational concealment technique, shrouding your true cultivation level. On the 4th day, you ventured out to procure tomes on alchemy, and at the esteemed Wambao Pavilion, you acquired the comprehensive guide to basic alchemy, which meticulously details several elementary alchemical methods. In addition to acquiring the comprehensive alchemy manual, you also expended 1,000 spirit stones to procure a low-tier alchemical furnace. You commenced your journey into the art of alchemy. Once you grasped the fundamental techniques of potion making, you adopted the alias Li and began setting up a stall in the marketplace each day, charging individuals for the creation of elixirs. A month has passed, and you have garnered a considerable clientele. You have settled the debts owed to Lu Ziduan. With the guidance of the alchemical prodigy, your skills in refining elixirs have experienced remarkable growth. By the 2nd year, your proficiency has reached an extraordinary level, comparable to that of certain mid-tier alchemists. In the bustling market of the Li family, your alchemical prowess is unparalleled. Due to your modest fees, you have garnered immense popularity among wandering practitioners, many of whom are eager to support your venture. A few ill-intentioned individuals once sought to exploit you, but they met a harsher fate, falling victim to even more ruthless practitioners, reduced to mere human sticks. During this year, you also began to discreetly search for a remedy to the chi-stopping powder, ultimately achieving your desire by acquiring the formula for the spirit elixir from a wandering cultivator. You commenced the gathering of herbs essential for the refinement of the spirit essence elixir. In the 3rd year, spurred by a generous reward, you successfully assembled all the necessary ingredients. You then embarked upon the alchemical process of crafting the elixir. After 3 months of diligent work, you achieved success and ingested the spirit essence elixir. Upon consuming it, you sensed a profound transformation within your internal organs. As torrents of dark blood flowed forth from your pores, you have expelled the obstructive energy within your body. Witnessing this scene, Wang Li outside the simulation clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with excitement. After eliminating the obstructive energy, you ceased your alchemical pursuits in the market and instead devoted yourself to further cultivation. In the 4th year, aided by elixirs and simulated spirit stones, your cultivation level ascended to the 9th layer of chi refinement. Assisted by elixirs and simulated spirit stones? Could it be? The spirit stones rewarded by the simulator can also be utilized for cultivation? Indeed, the simulator only mentioned that they could not be used for simulation, but did not state they could not aid in cultivation. However, I comprehend the logic. I simply do not understand why they cannot be used for simulation, Wang Li pondered. his eyes filled with confusion. After a prolonged silence, he continued to observe. Recognizing that this was insufficient, you persevered through rigorous training. During this period, Lu Zidwan visited you several times, hoping to invite you for a leisurely outing, yet you graciously declined each time. In the 5th year, with the assistance of elixirs and spirit stones, your cultivation ascended to the 10th level of qi refinement. As you felt the surging mana within you, for the first time, you truly comprehended the distinction between the mortal realm and the celestial. In the 6th year, the Li clan ceased the distribution of cultivation resources, prompting a chorus of lamentations from the outer disciples, while you remained utterly unmoved. Your cultivation gradually approaches the 11th level of qi refinement. Lu Zidwan visited you numerous times, but upon finding you in seclusion, he left in disappointment. In the 1st month of the 7th year, Li Yunxi returned to the immortal clan, causing quite a stir. By the 3rd month of the 7th year, you exhausted an abundance of cultivation resources and achieved a breakthrough to the 11th level of qi refinement. You scarcely have time to rejoice before you make your way to the market to continue your alchemical endeavors. After years away, the Li family market has undergone a remarkable transformation. As you gaze around, you notice many fresh faces. Some individuals recognize your identity and attempt to invite you to partner in entrepreneurial ventures, but you wave them off, resolutely focused on your craft. Despite the passage of time, your alchemical skills remain unparalleled in the market, and with a single demonstration, you attract considerable attention once again. Your business continues to flourish and grow. You have begun to discreetly gather the formula for the Qingling pill, one of the rare remedies for the perplexing, mind-confounding pill. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You commenced your study of martial arts. In August of the 7th year, you concocted the purifying spirit pill. By September of the same year, you successfully created the bone sculpting pill. At the end of October in the 7th year, you learned of Lu Zidu's betrayal of his clan and subsequent execution. With a sigh, you resumed your cultivation of spells. On the 1st night of the 8th year, a law enforcement disciple of the 8th layer of Qi attacked you, and you feigned being successfully ambushed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have been incapacitated in your hands and feet. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have harnessed your magical powers to break through the seal. The bone refining pill within you begins to activate. You have regained consciousness. Your bones begin to undergo remodeling. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted upon witnessing the scene where several disciples of a different lineage met their grim fate. Their flesh and blood absorbed almost entirely by the soil, a profound sense of horror enveloped you. You resolutely rose in rebellion, showcasing your cultivation at the 11th level of Qi refinement, and with one decisive strike, you eliminated the disciple of the Tianyi sect who sought to execute you. Your actions have stirred a considerable commotion, attracting the attention of other disciples from the Tianyi sect in the vicinity. Upon witnessing your cultivation at the 11th level of Qi refinement, they all displayed expressions of astonishment, swiftly drawing their swords to launch an assault against you. With a calm demeanor, you turned and fled without hesitation. The disciples of the Heavenly One sect possessed formidable cultivation, with the weakest among them at the 9th level of Qi refinement, and some reaching the pinnacle of the 12th level. You understood all too well that confronting them would be an unwise course of action. You sprint westward until you arrive at a place that appears to be a desert. Observing from a distance that the disciples of Tianmen have ceased their pursuit, a sense of perplexity envelopes you. Just as you begin to relax, a number of vengeful spirits suddenly launch a surprise attack, consuming you entirely. What? There are indeed malevolent spirits within this secret realm? In this moment of simulation, Wang Li is momentarily taken aback. However, upon further contemplation, he swiftly comes to terms with it. It is entirely reasonable that the secret realm, with countless lives lost each time it opens, would accumulate a lingering resentment, manifesting as vengeful spirits. You have perished, for your soul has been devoured by a malevolent spirit, rendering your innate talents dormant. This simulation has concluded, and you may select one reward from the following options. 1. Alchemical prodigy. You possess an innate and unique talent for alchemy. With diligent study and practice, in due time, you shall evolve into an exceptional alchemist. 2. Current simulation level, 11th layer of chi refinement. 3. Mid-grade alchemical experience. The experience you have gained from alchemy within the simulator. 4. 10,000 spirit stones, the earnings from your endeavors, not applicable for simulation use. 5. Basic concealment technique, a method to obscure your cultivation level. 6. Comprehensive beginner's guide to alchemy, an instructional resource on fundamental alchemical techniques, enabling novices to grasp essential skills. 7. Formulae, all the alchemical formulae you have mastered during the simulation. 8. Spell cultivation experience, the knowledge acquired from practicing spells within the simulator. The rewards from this simulation are rather plentiful. With a smile, Wang Li chose the alchemical prodigy talent. He then reclined on his bed, leaning against the wooden wall, and initiated the simulation once more. The simulator is now activating, and talents are being randomly selected. Talent selected, dual focus. Congratulations on acquiring the blue talent, dual focus. Dual focus, a mind split into two with boundless applications. You may now divert your attention to other tasks. Would you like to expend 100 energy points to refresh your talent? Is my ancestral grave truly emitting green smoke? 2 consecutive simulations yielding a blue talent has led Wang Li to suspect that perhaps his ancestral grave is indeed smoking. After declining, he calmly resumed observing the simulation. Today, you purchased the basic concealment technique and the comprehensive guide to basic formations at the market, and you practiced the basic concealment technique. The following day, Lu Zidu invited you to the mine for excavation, but you graciously declined. You have settled the debts owed to Lu Zidu. You have resolved that before your next excursion, it is imperative to successfully master the fundamental concealment incantation. You have been in seclusion for cultivation. On the 3rd day, you successfully mastered the fundamental concealment technique, shrouding your true abilities. On the 4th day, you ventured out to acquire tomes regarding alchemical practices. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As you embarked on your journey of alchemical studies, you simultaneously delved into the intricate art of formations. With the ability to focus on dual pursuits, your progress was remarkably swift. Once you grasped the fundamental techniques of alchemy and formation, you adopted the pseudonym Li and began to set up a stall in the market, earning a living by crafting elixirs and arranging formations for patrons. A month passed, and you had garnered a considerable clientele. With the dual talents of an alchemical prodigy and a master of formations, your expertise in both fields flourished exponentially. By the following year, your skills in alchemy and formations had reached an extraordinary pinnacle, rivaling those of mid-tier alchemists and formation masters. In the Li family market, your unique approach to elixirs and formations stood out distinctly. Due to your reasonable pricing, you garnered immense popularity among independent cultivators, many of whom eagerly frequented your stall. A few ill-intentioned individuals attempted to undermine you, but their schemes were thwarted by even more formidable independent cultivators, leaving them in a state of ruin. During that year, you discreetly sought a solution to the chi dissipation powder and ultimately fulfilled your quest, learning of a recipe for the vitality elixir from an independent cultivator. You commenced the meticulous gathering of herbs essential for concocting the spirit essence pill. By the 3rd year, under the lure of substantial rewards, you had successfully assembled all the requisite herbs and embarked on the alchemical process of creating the spirit essence pill. After 3 months of diligent efforts, you achieved success and consumed the pill. Upon ingestion, you sensed a profound transformation within your internal organs as torrents of black blood oozed from your pores. You have successfully eliminated the stagnation within your body. Upon hearing of a master possessing unparalleled skills in both alchemy and formations in the Li family market, various factions have dispatched individuals in search of you. Consequently, you have paused all activities in the market and devoted yourself to diligent cultivation. With unwavering focus, you diligently cultivate your skills while simultaneously honing your alchemical prowess, resulting in remarkable advancements in both your cultivation and potion-making techniques. In the 4th year, Aided by elixirs and simulated spiritual stones, your cultivation ascends to the 9th layer of qi refinement. By the 5th year, with the continued assistance of these resources, you achieve the 10th layer of qi refinement. In the 6th year, when the Li clan ceases to distribute cultivation resources, a chorus of lamentation arises among the outer disciples. Yet you remain unfazed. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, you prepare everything in accordance with the circumstances of the previous simulation. You return to the marketplace, setting up your stall once more. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, you have secretly gathered the recipe for the pure spirit elixir. You have secretly gathered the recipe for the bone-setting elixir. You acquire spells. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. You are engaged in dual pursuits, simultaneously mastering the art of evasion while delving into the intricacies of combat techniques. In the 8th month of the 7th year, you successfully concocted the pure spirit pill. By the 9th month of that same year, you achieved the creation of the bone refining pill. At the end of October in the 7th year, upon hearing of Lu Zidu's betrayal of the clan and his subsequent execution, you remained composed and resolutely continued your practice of spells. In the 8th year, on the eve of the new year, you were ambushed by a law enforcement disciple at the 8th layer of qi refinement. Feigning vulnerability, you allowed the attack to proceed. You have been administered a mesmerizing potion. You are under an enchantment of constraint. Your limbs have been severed. The cleansing elixir within you has begun to activate. You wield magical prowess to shatter seals. The bone-refining elixir within you has begun to take effect. Your mind is gradually becoming clearer. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You, along with over 400 other cultivators, were transported to a mystical and enigmatic secret realm. The disciples of the Heavenly Unity sect, responsible for your conveyance, turned on you and brandished their butcher's knives. Witnessing the grim spectacle of several disciples from foreign clans being met with their demise, their flesh absorbed almost entirely by the soil, fills you with an unsettling horror. A disciple from the Heavenly One sect approaches you, sword in hand, his expression devoid of emotion. You dispatched him with lethal precision and utilized your art of evasion to escape from the entrance of the secret realm. You flee eastward this time, where a crimson cliff awaits. You are exceedingly cautious, refraining from recklessly venturing forth. On the night you entered the secret realm, disciples of Tiani Gate traced your whereabouts. United, they advanced upon you with lethal intent, seemingly aiming to drive you to the precipice of blood. In the fierce battle against them, you found yourself outmatched and compelled to flee towards the precipice of Blood Cliff. Amidst the swirling crimson mist that enveloped the cliff, you encountered tiny, blood-red mosquitoes. In a desperate struggle, your flesh was nearly entirely drained by these sanguine insects. You have perished. Talent. The Vengeful Spirit Summons activates automatically. Vengeful Spirit Summons. As long as the soul remains unvanquished, within the first 7 days, it can transform into a malevolent specter, capable of taking away any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage. The 7th day after your passing, the night of return, you have returned to the Li clan of immortals. You have taken away Li Yunqi. Your soul dissipates. Wang Li felt numb. No, to the west there are malevolent spirits, and to the east, blood-sucking mosquitoes. Is this some kind of cruel joke? However, upon reflection, it is only natural that I possess no knowledge of that secret realm. And some matters are indeed beyond my control. Nevertheless, I must learn from this simulation and refrain from straying east or west next time. With this situation at hand, I shall first select my reward. Wang Li sighed and turned his attention to the reward panel. At the conclusion of this simulation, one may select from the following rewards. Dual focus. With the ability to divide your attention, you can engage in multiple tasks simultaneously, unlocking boundless utility. Current cultivation level, 11th layer of qi refinement. Superior alchemy experience. The knowledge gained from alchemical practices within the simulator. Intermediate array cultivation experience. The expertise acquired from array training in the simulator. 20,000 spiritual stones. Your earnings from work, not applicable for simulation. Basic concealment technique. A method for concealing one's cultivation level. Comprehensive guide to basic alchemy. An instructional resource for foundational alchemical techniques, enabling novices to grasp essential skills. Formulas. All formulas acquired during the simulation. Spell cultivation experience. The knowledge gained from practicing spells within the simulator. Without hesitation, Wang Li chose dual focus. With this talent at his disposal, he could pursue both alchemy and cultivation concurrently. After a brief respite, he shifted to a reclining position, and after half an hour, he initiated the next simulation. The simulator is starting. Randomly selecting a talent. Congratulations, you have received a white talent, a life of misfortune. A life of misfortune. Your existence is fraught with challenges. Your path is riddled with obstacles, and each step is arduous. Would you like to spend 100 energy points to refresh your talent? Wang Li hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose not to refresh. Today, you procured the fundamental techniques of concealment and the comprehensive compendium of formations from the marketplace. You diligently practiced the foundational techniques of concealment. On the following day, Lu Zidu invited you to the mine to engage in mining activities. You declined. You have settled Lu Ziduan's debts. On the third day, you successfully mastered the foundational art of concealment, veiling your true capabilities. On the fourth day, you ventured out to acquire texts on alchemy, and at the Wanbao Pavilion, you procured the comprehensive guide to basic alchemy, which meticulously details various elementary techniques for potion crafting. In addition to acquiring the comprehensive alchemy compendium, you have also expended 1,000 spirit stones to procure a low-tier alchemical furnace. On your return journey, you encountered 2 rogue cultivators at the 10th level of Qi refinement who ambushed you, leaving you gravely injured. Has the entry begun to exert its influence? Wang Li gazed at the description, which was markedly different from the previous simulation, his eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. You absconded to the Li clan's sacred grounds, where fortune favored you with the preservation of your life. You commenced a period of recuperation. By the second year, your body had returned to its former state. However, you could sense that some hidden injuries lingered within. You have embarked on the journey of alchemical practice. You commence your study of formations. With a focused mind, you engage in dual tasks. The talent of formation manifests, enhancing your skills in the art of formations. The talent of alchemy awakens, augmenting your proficiency in the craft of alchemy. Having learned from your previous outing, you sought out Lu Ziduan, hoping he would become your representative in the market. Lu Ziduan was astonished to discover your skills in alchemy and array formation, regarding you with a sense of wonder as if he were encountering you for the very first time. With Lu Ziduan's assistance, you embarked on a venture in the market, engaging in the business of alchemy and array formation. Initially, people were skeptical of the legitimacy of your enterprise. However, under Lu Ziduan's formidable charisma, your business began to flourish modestly. A year passed, and your endeavors in the market expanded significantly, yielding considerable benefits even for Lu Ziduan. With the dual blessings of a prodigy in alchemy and a master of array formation, your expertise in both domains grew exponentially. By the 4th year, your alchemical skills and mastery of array formation had reached a remarkable level, rivaling those of intermediate-level alchemists and array masters. You began to discreetly instruct Lu Ziduan to gather the formula for the spirit essence pill. However, your life is destined to be fraught with peril and tribulation, as news of the spirit essence pills collection has leaked. You and Lu Ziduan have drawn the attention of the Li clan of immortals. This is troublesome. Upon reaching this point in the simulation, Wang Li's brow furrowed deeply. However, upon realizing it was merely a simulated narrative, his expression relaxed once more. Lu Ziduan was taken to the Hall of Justice, where the elder in charge did not interrogate him but instead commenced the soul-searching. As the elder's magical energy flowed into Lu Ziduan's mind, he discerned that everything had been orchestrated by you from behind the scenes. You have been brought to the court of law. Gazing upon Lu Ziduan, now rendered imbecilic by the soul-searching, a pang of conscience stirred within you. The disciplinary disciples compelled you to kneel and pay your respects. You vow never to kneel. This is not merely a testament to your fortitude, but rather an acknowledgement that even if you were to submit, there would be no chance of survival. The enforcing elder pays no heed to whether you kneel or not. He inquires if you are aware of the truth. You responded with indifference, affirming his inquiry. The elder enforcer scrutinized you, and upon perceiving your true cultivation level, his expression shifted to one of slight regret. He had not anticipated that you were merely at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. He commended you for achieving such a level at your age, acknowledging the remarkable difficulty of this feat as a top-tier talent in alchemy and array formation. He expressed his willingness to grant you an opportunity to join the Li clan of immortals, while also seeking a romantic connection on your behalf. You were somewhat taken aback. Yet having lived 2 lifetimes and fallen prey to deception multiple times, you remain vigilant and refrain from placing your trust too easily. The elder in charge of enforcement perceives your apprehension but pays it no heed. He merely instructs his disciples to confine you in the dungeon beneath the enforcement hall, suggesting that you reflect upon your thoughts before seeking him out again. A day later, you request an audience with the elder and express your desire to join the Li clan of the immortals. You have paid a visit to the esteemed elder of law, Li Daoshu. You paid a visit to the esteemed elder, Li Daoming. You paid a visit to the clan leader, Li Daoshan. Having been inducted into the esteemed Li clan of immortals, you were bestowed the Li surname. The venerable elder Li Daoming, in a gesture of goodwill, administered the vitality elixir. However, to ensure your allegiance, they also administered the crimson puppet pill, embedding a restrictive enchantment within the depths of your consciousness. You have resumed your cultivation. You have been appointed as one of the alchemic hall's venerated contributors by the Li clan of immortals. You commenced the art of alchemy for the Li clan of immortals. In the 5th year, with the aid of elixirs and simulated spirit stones, your cultivation ascended to the 9th level of chi refinement. The alchemical business of the Li clan flourished with your involvement, as your exquisite skills led to infrequent errors. And the quality of the elixirs you produced garnered immense popularity in the marketplace. By the 6th year, bolstered by the same elixirs and simulated spirit stones, your cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 10th level of chi refinement. Your reputation began to spread widely, and the surrounding immortal families and alchemy markets became aware of the renowned alchemical prodigy from the Li clan. In the 1st month of the 7th year, Li Yunqi returned to the immortal clan, causing quite a stir. By the 3rd month of the same year, you were bestowed in marriage to Li Lingzhen, the granddaughter of the law enforcement elder, a cultivator with 3 spiritual roots. The Li clan increasingly valued your presence. By the 8th month of the 7th year, your cultivation reached the 11th level of chi refinement, yet your resources for training were completely depleted. You lament the arduousness of the path to immortality. In the 8th year, you receive a command and are dispatched to address matters concerning disciples of other surnames. You encountered Lin Yu, witnessing his decisive handling of disciples from other lineages. A maelstrom of complexity churns within you. Ah, Lin Yu, kingly muses inwardly, a wave of wistful emotion washing over him. You rendered an external disciple unconscious, administered a potion of oblivion, and subsequently broke his limbs. You have obtained the storage bag of an outer disciple. As the outer disciple was handed over to the disciples of Tianyi sect, your gaze lingered on that foolish figure for a few seconds before you returned to the alchemy hall. You commenced your alchemical pursuits, simultaneously engaging in cultivation. By the end of the 8th year, Lin Yu and Li Yunqi journeyed together to the Heavenly One sect for their training. In the 9th year, Wang Li, who had survived to this year for the first time after numerous simulations, gazed at the 9th year interface with a bittersweet smile. In this 9th year, your fiancée, Li Lingzhen, summoned you. She had brought along a male disciple, specifically returning from the Heavenly One sect to the Li clan of immortals solely to meet you. You encountered Li Lingzhen, adorned in a flowing white gown, her skin as smooth as cream, her beauty surpassing that of the lotus flower, truly a vision of loveliness. Li Lingzhen expressed her desire to dissolve the engagement. She asserted that as an outsider with 4 spiritual roots, you were unworthy of her, and revealed that her affections lay elsewhere, subtly implying that you were ill-suited for one another. You remain indifferent. Li Lingzhen believes that your intentions are driven by a desire for personal gain, and thus, she tosses 1,000 spirit stones in your direction. With the prospect of acquiring spirit stones, you do not hesitate to accept them. Ultimately, under the intervention of clan leader Li Daoshan, your betrothal is annulled, and the Li Celestial clan offers you a new match. The bride is Li Mingzhen, the granddaughter of the esteemed elder Li Daoming, a practitioner with 4 spirit roots. Under the eaves of this circumstance, you find yourself compelled to acquiesce. In the 10th year, your alchemical skills have ascended to a superior level, and your cultivation approaches the 12th layer of chi refinement, leading you to the threshold of matrimony. By the 11th year, you wed. Your bride is strikingly beautiful, and after 23 years in this world, you have truly found a home. Your sense of belonging to the Li clan has grown increasingly profound. Outside the simulation, Wang Li remains calm, gazing intently at the unfolding narrative. The flickering candlelight is reflected in his dark eyes, concealing the thoughts that occupy his mind. In the 12th year, amidst the accumulation of numerous elixirs and spiritual stones, your cultivation has transcended the 12th level of chi refinement. You ponder whether being an alchemist is preferable. Even though the Li clan is fully aware of your periodic embezzlement of their elixirs, nevertheless, your remuneration and allowances remain unaltered. Having reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage at the 12th tier, your next endeavor lies in the foundation establishment. The esteemed elder, Li Daoming, upon learning of your accomplishment, dispatched a congratulatory gift. Similarly, the clan leader, Li Daozhen, and the law enforcement elder, Li Deshu, each sent their own tokens of celebration upon hearing of your success at the 12th tier. In the 13th year, your son was born, bringing forth joy even to your typically composed demeanor. At the age of 23, as a prodigious alchemist at the 12th tier of Qi refinement, married with a child, you experience true happiness for the very first time. Your child has been found to lack a spiritual root. Your wife weeps in silence. In the 14th year, your cultivation begins to solidify, and your alchemical skills start to ascend. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g., check quota. Status, resource exhausted. You commenced the quest for methods to transcend the foundational phase. You sought the recipe for the foundation building pill and its requisite herbs from the clan leader. Li Daozhen, with an impassive demeanor, informed you that ever since you embarked on the path of immortality, you have been hindered by the stop Qi powder. To overcome this powder and continue your cultivation is already a formidable challenge. To aspire for a breakthrough in foundation building may well be akin to ascending to the heavens. Ultimately, you departed with the recipe for the foundation building pill in hand. In the 16th year, you commenced the gathering of materials necessary for the concoction of the foundation building pill. Your alchemical skills have been enhanced. In the 17th year, you gathered several fundamental herbs for the foundation establishment pill. In the 18th year, you acquired a rare herb essential for concocting the foundation establishment pill. Your alchemical skills have reached new heights. In the 23rd year, you expended great resources to gather the herbs necessary for crafting the foundation establishment pill, and thus began your seclusion to refine it. By the 24th year, the foundation establishment pill was successfully produced. As you gazed upon the precious pill in your hand, a myriad of emotions swirled within you. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. You have spent some time with your family. You have commenced your retreat. You consumed the foundational elixir, initiating your breakthrough. However, the attempt was unsuccessful, and your forceful endeavor resulted in a backlash. You sustained grave injuries. In the 25th year, you began to recuperate and continued to gather materials for foundational elixirs. By the 26th year, your alchemical skills had reached an extraordinary level, and you were confident that no other alchemist in the Q Kingdom's cultivation realm could surpass your prowess. In the 27th year, the Li clan of immortals convened a family meeting, to which you were graciously invited. During this assembly, the clan leader, Li Daozhen, announced two significant matters. The first concerned the external disciples. The mysterious realm of Tianyi Gate would open once every 30 years, prompting various cultivation families to commence their preparations well over a decade in advance. The second matter pertained to the battle between righteousness and evil. It was rumored that the ancestral figure of the demon sect's Hehuan sect had achieved a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Consequently, the demon sect had been exhibiting considerable activity, suggesting an impending assault. You are indifferent to such matters. Your sole desire now is to transcend the foundational stage. In your 28th year, you continue to gather materials for concocting the foundational elixir. By the 29th year, Lin Yu and Li Yunxi return to the Li clan of immortals. You stand amidst the crowd, observing the two who have successfully attained the foundational realm, your heart awash with complexity. In your 30th year, at the age of 42, you endeavor once more to refine the foundational elixir. It seems fate has played a cruel jest upon you. The geothermal energy of the Li clan suddenly becomes tumultuous, and amidst the tremors of the Earth's fiery veins, your furnace explodes, resulting in the failure of the elixir's refinement. You may feel a sense of despondency, yet you understand that perseverance is the key to triumph. You commence the collection of materials for refining foundational elixirs. Throughout this year, your wife observed everything with keen interest. Although she could not comprehend your fervent dedication to enhancing your prowess, believing that life was already splendid with loved ones by her side, she nonetheless offered her silent support. In the 31st year, the demonic coalition launched an offensive against the 7 sects of righteousness, with the Heavenly One sect of Qi at the forefront, compelling the 7 sects to hastily prepare for battle. The demonic coalition, employing a myriad of tactics and united in purpose, swept through the battlefield like a tempest. While the 7 sects, each harboring ulterior motives, faced successive defeats, The Heavenly One sect urgently rallied various cultivation families to confront the threat. Due to your identity as an alchemist, you evaded the conscription of your clan. In the 32nd year, the conflict between righteousness and evil intensified, yet you continued your pursuit of elixirs. By the 33rd year, the struggle began to wane, and the 7 sects of righteousness found themselves increasingly diminished. In the 34th year, the 7 sects retreated to the eastern spirit domain, while the southern spirit domain fell under the control of the demonic forces. You have successfully refined the foundation establishment pill. The Li clan has allied themselves with the Huan sect. You have commenced a secluded breakthrough. In the 35th year, a disciple of the Huan sect discerned that your beloved possesses a body of profound Yin and sought to seize her as a coveted alchemical furnace. Your spouse has been offered as tribute to the celestial Li clan. Your wife, in a bid to preserve her honor, ingested poison and met her untimely demise. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You emerged from seclusion to avenge your wife and child, yet were defeated and captured within the soul banner. The king, feeling despondent, remarked how even a brother can become an adversary. As the saying goes, a tiger's kin may yet turn against him. Nonetheless, this further underscores the unreliability of the Li clan of the immortals. Your soul has been consumed by the malevolent spirits within the soul banner, leading to your demise. As your essence dissipates, the activation of your talents becomes impossible, signaling the conclusion of this simulation. You may select one reward from the following options. 1. A life of trials. Your existence is fraught with misfortunes, your path steeped in obstacles, and each step forward a laborious endeavor. 2. Current simulation mastery, complete mastery of the 12th level of Qi refinement. 3. Superior alchemical experience, knowledge gained from your alchemical endeavors within the simulator. 4. Intermediate array cultivation experience, insights acquired through the study of formations in the simulator. 5. 50,000 spirit stones, the fruits of your labor, not applicable for simulation use. 6. Basic concealment technique, a skill to obscure your cultivation level. 7. Comprehensive guide to basic alchemy, instruction on foundational alchemical techniques, enabling novices to grasp essential skills. 8. Alchemical formulas, all recipes you have mastered during the simulation. 9. Spell cultivation experience, knowledge gained from practicing spells in the simulator. 10. One foundation establishment pill, an elixir crafted within the simulator, crucial for breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Without hesitation, Wang Li chose to enhance his cultivation. In an instant, the power of the 12th level of Qi refinement surged into his being, coursing through his organs and revitalizing his physique. Mastery of the 12th level of Qi refinement attained. Clenching his fists and feeling the immense strength within, Wang Li's eyes gleamed with excitement. After calming himself, he initiated the simulation once more. Life Simulation Device Level 1 Host. Wang Li Age. 12 Cultivation Technique. Crimson Fire Scripture Cultivation Level. Mastery of the 12th level of Qi Refinement Simulation Points. 0 Simulation Attempts. 0 Talents. Vengeful Souls Call Black. Array Prodigy, Green. Alchemy Prodigy, Green. Dual Focus, Green. Talent Tier Levels. White, Black, Yellow, Green, Purple, Red, Gold. Rainbow. The simulator is booting up and randomly selecting talents. Congratulations. You have acquired the yellow talent, Emotionally Detached. Emotionally detached. You are a person of cold indifference, harsh and selfish, viewing desires with disdain. You will never act against your own interests. The simulation commences. Today, you procured the foundational techniques of concealment and a comprehensive compendium of basic formations from the marketplace. You diligently practiced the foundational techniques of concealment. The following day, Lu Ziduan extended an invitation for you to join him at the mine for excavation. You have declined. You have repaid Lu Zidu's debts. On the third day, you successfully mastered the fundamental concealment technique, allowing you to obscure your true cultivation level. On the fourth day, you ventured out to acquire the comprehensive guide to basic alchemy. You have acquired a rudimentary alchemical furnace. You have embarked on the journey of alchemical studies. You commence your study of formations. With a focused mind, you activate the dual-purpose technique. The prodigy of formations awakens, enhancing your mastery of array arts. The alchemical genius emerges, augmenting your skills in potion crafting. You commence your disguise as you make your way to the market to set up your stall. The fees you charge are modest, leading many independent practitioners to take notice of your enterprise. A month has elapsed, and you have received numerous orders, reaping substantial profits. With the support of extraordinary alchemists and formations experts, your experience in alchemy and formations has flourished at an astonishing pace. By the second year, your alchemical skills and mastery of formations have reached an exceptional level, attaining a mid-tier standard, and your business has become even more prosperous. You have begun to raise your prices. Some rogue cultivators had previously contemplated taking advantage of you, but after your decisive and forceful suppression, this group of rogue cultivators has become subdued. Throughout this year, you have secretly sought ways to resolve the issue of dissipating energy, and ultimately, your aspirations were fulfilled when you obtained a formula for a pill known as the Spirit Essence Pill from the hands of a rogue cultivator. You commenced the collection of the herbs essential for the concoction of the Spirit Elixir. In the third year, propelled by a generous reward, you successfully gathered all the requisite herbs. Thus, you embarked on the alchemical process of crafting the Spirit Elixir. After 3 months of diligent effort, you achieved success and consumed the elixir. You have eliminated the stagnation within your body. Upon hearing that a master of unparalleled dual formations has emerged in the Leaf family square market, various factions have sent their representatives in search. After weighing the pros and cons, you have temporarily withdrawn from the marketplace. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You are devotedly engrossed in the study of formations while simultaneously cultivating your magical abilities. In the fourth year, as the fervor begins to wane, you resume your stalled business, and the marketplace once more buzzes with lively activity. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You commenced the collection of herbs essential for refining the foundational elixir. In the fifth year, spurred by generous rewards, you acquired a rare herb vital for the concoction of the foundational elixir. By the sixth year, the Li clan ceased the distribution of cultivation resources, leading to the lamentations of numerous outer disciples, yet you remained unperturbed. You shall continue to delve into the art of alchemy and the mastery of array formation. Your alchemical skills and array mastery have reached an exquisite level. In the seventh year, your youthful friend Lin Yu comes to the northern mountain villa in search of you and Lu Zidu, as you gaze upon the handsome and charming young man before you, whose cultivation has already attained the 10th level of qi refinement. A profound sense of tranquility envelopes your heart. You decline to embark on a journey with him, which incited considerable ire in Lu Ziduan, who accused you of becoming increasingly cold-hearted over the years, asserting that your relentless pursuit of immortality had rendered you almost devoid of compassion and humanity. You uttered little, then turned and departed. You have completely severed ties with Lu Ziduan and Lin Yu. In January of the 7th year, Li Yunxi returned to the Immortal Clan, causing a sensation. You remain indifferent to these matters, instead choosing to arm yourself and adequately prepare for the impending perils. In the second month of the 7th year, you acquire a mystical technique known as the Blood Shadow Escape. In March, you gather herbs suitable for concocting a foundation establishment pill. In the same month, you commence the clandestine collection of the formula for the purifying spirit pill. Additionally, you begin to secretly amass the recipe for the bone sculpting pill. Furthermore, you procure spells and purchase elixirs to enhance your physical form. You diligently pursued dual paths, mastering both the art of evasion and the techniques of combat. In May of the 7th year, you successfully concocted the Qingling pill. By June of the same year, you had crafted the bone refining pill. In July, you procured a herb essential for the foundation establishment pill. As October drew to a close in that 7th year, you learned of Lu Ziduan's betrayal of the family, leading to his execution. With an expression devoid of emotion, you continued your cultivation of spells. On the evening of the first day of the 8th year, a disciple at the 8th level of Qi refinement launched a surprise attack against you, to which you feigned being successfully ambushed. You have been fed a potion of enchantment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. The purifying elixir within you begins to activate. You have harnessed your magical power to break through the seal. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have awakened. Your bones begin to undergo a process of remodeling. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a swift motion, you unleash the fire dragon technique from your palm, effortlessly dispatching the disciple of the Heavenly One sect before you. A cold smirk adorned your face as you turned your gaze toward the remaining disciples of the sect. The overwhelming aura of your perfected 12th layer of chi emanated from you, instilling fear among the assembly. The 14 disciples of the Heavenly One sect sensed your formidable presence, and expressions of dread surfaced on their faces. Brothers, one disciple bellowed, he is but a lone individual, devoid of any magical artifacts. Even if his power wanes, he cannot possibly vanquish us all. Let us confront him together. Yet, no one moved, as it was evident that none wished to be the first to meet their demise. The atmosphere became palpably tense. However, you granted them little time to deliberate. With a decisive motion, you swiftly eliminated 2 cultivators of the 10th layer of chi. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You gazed at him with an impassive expression, a flicker of caution stirring within your heart. While you engaged in the act of slaughter, your attention remained steadfastly on the movements of this 12th layer chi refinement cultivator. At the slightest indication of danger, you were prepared to employ your escape technique. However, after you had dispatched the others, his unwavering demeanor piqued your interest, leading you to speculate that he harbored some form of assurance. This disciple of the Heavenly One sect revealed his affiliation with the demonic sect and expressed his intention to invite you to join their ranks. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After a moment of silence, you inquired about any conditions. A practitioner from the Tiani sect responded to your query, stating that one must consume the soul-devouring pill. You gazed upon the serene expression of the other, and a thought of taking action stirred within you. You have chosen to join the Sorcerer's Gate. You have ingested the soul-devouring pill. A practitioner from the Tiani sect has revealed to you his alias and the sect to which he belongs. His name is Jia Qing, hailing from the demon god sect. You have also disclosed your pseudonym, Lu Zichang. You and Jia Qing commenced the process of tidying the battlefield. You have acquired half a disciple's storage bag. Jia Qing informs you that this enigmatic realm is known as the Xinshu secret realm. It is said that in ancient times, an immortal descended from the heavens and perished here, his body giving rise to this vast mountain range. The Xinshu secret realm is a manifestation of the immortal's dantian, possessing the extraordinary ability to spontaneously generate spiritual flora. By offering the flesh and blood of cultivators, one can summon an abundance of spiritual herbs from within the secret realm. Out of curiosity, you inquired why the flesh and blood of demon beasts were not utilized. Jia Qing explained that the spiritual energy within the flesh and blood of demon beasts is exceedingly chaotic, resulting in suboptimal sacrificial effects. You remained silent. 7 days later, indeed, a multitude of spiritual herbs had blossomed within the secret realm, and as you beheld this spectacle, you couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. The quantity of spiritual herbs nurtured by the secret realm exceeded 1,000, most of which were essential elixirs for concocting foundational pills. You discreetly acquired some essential materials for refining the foundation establishment pill. Jia Qing observed your clandestine actions and informed you that, upon your departure, the elders of the Heavenly One sect would conduct a thorough search. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You hurriedly inquired about how to handle your identity. Jia Qing informed you that he possesses a skill in the art of skin painting, capable of crafting a disguise for you. This technique is a secret art of the demon god sect, undetectable by cultivators in the core formation stage. Amidst your astonishment, you also steadied your mind. That night, Jia Qing retrieved a piece of human skin from her storage pouch, and after you offered a few drops of your blood for the ritual, she skillfully crafted a remarkably lifelike disguise for you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You donned the painted skin. On the 8th day, you acquired a new name, Xinjiani. You and Jiaqing have exited the secret realm of Xianxiu. The foundation-building cultivator leading the group was taken aback upon seeing only you and Jiaqing emerge. Jiaqing elucidated that a disruption had occurred within the realm, where an outsider disciple had unleashed a wave of violence, presenting the recording stone in his possession. Upon viewing the scenes captured within the stone, the foundation-building cultivator's expression darkened considerably. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man clad in a flowing black robe approached on his sword, emanating an overwhelming aura that made your blood run cold. After you and Jiaqing honestly surrendered the spirit medicine, you departed with the foundation-building cultivator leading the group. As you left the mist-shrouded mountains and boarded the spiritual vessel bound for Tianyi's sect, the leading foundation-building cultivator produced 2 memory erasure pills. He informed you that consuming these pills would result in the loss of nearly half a month's memory, though it would be restored upon breaking through to the foundation-building stage. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You gazed at him, your eyes filled with bewilderment. Upon realizing that you did not recognize him, the foundation-building practitioner's expression shifted. He began to inquire about your true name. You fell silent. Observing this, the foundation-building master took immediate action and prepared to search your soul. During your confrontation with him, the true identity of the painted skin was revealed. This incident caught the attention of Jiaqing, who, witnessing your ambush, promptly summoned a precious elixir. With a surge of brilliance from a talisman, a colossal hand descended, crushing the unsuspecting foundation-building cultivator. The elixir, comparable to a full-force strike from a core formation cultivator. Who exactly is Jiaqing to possess such a treasure? Observing Jiaqing unleash the elixir in the simulation, Wang Li's breath quickened. No wonder he appeared so fearless when facing me in the secret realm. After clearing the battlefield, Jiaqing, with a grave expression, inquired about your lineage, asking which elder of the demon god sect you descended from. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have mastered the art of subtlety. You have embraced the storage bag, and you have acquired a new name, Feng Xiu. At noon, you and Jiaqing return to the Tianyi Gate. You arrive at Jiaqing's residence. You and Jiaqing commence deliberations regarding future plans. In the afternoon, you were summoned to the Law Enforcement Hall for accountability. The elder in charge of enforcement interrogated you about this operation, questioning the substantial loss of disciples incurred. You conveyed the words of Jiaqing and your testimony to the elder of law enforcement. Upon hearing that the assailants were from the demonic sect, the elder did not fully believe you, but instead inquired about the nature of your current mission. Unable to respond, you were forcibly transformed into a puppet by the powerful sorcery of the law enforcement elder, who deemed even soul-searching beneath their contempt. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have perished. As your soul dissipated, you were unable to activate your innate talents, marking the conclusion of this simulation. You may select one reward from the following options: callous and unfeeling. You are a heartless, selfish individual who regards desires with indifference. You would never act against your own interests. Current simulation cultivation level, full mastery of the 12th layer of Qi refinement. Superior alchemy experience, the knowledge acquired through alchemical practices within the simulator. Superior array formation experience, the expertise gained from array formation training within the simulator. 50,000 spirit stones, your earnings from labor, not usable within the simulation. Basic concealment technique, can be employed to obscure one's cultivation level. Hidden heart technique, a method of concealment from the demonic sect. Comprehensive guide to basic alchemy. Instruction on foundational alchemical techniques, allowing novices to grasp essential alchemical skills. Formulae, all the formulas you have mastered during the simulation. Spell cultivation experience, the insights gained from practicing spells within the simulator. Wang Li chose the superior alchemy experience. As the simulator infused this knowledge into his being, he instantly acquired numerous alchemical techniques, understanding the optimum temperature for concocting elixirs, the best timing for pill formation, methods to minimize errors, how to maximize the use of herbs, and the mastery of fire control. With the 400 simulation points expended, he realized he had to wait a week to continue his simulations or venture to the market to earn spirit stones. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Li decided that setting up a stall in the marketplace would be more beneficial. It would not only enhance his alchemical skills, but also allow him to generate income and seek the various formulas he required. With this in mind, he took out the basic array formation guide and the basic concealment technique he had purchased from the market and began his training. Following the pathways laid out in the simulation, he was able to avoid unnecessary troubles. The next morning, after a night of diligent practice, Wang Li heard a knock on his door. Anticipating it might be Lu Zhiduan, he promptly rose to greet him. "Brother Lu, please come in." Opening the door, he was greeted by a familiar face, which brought a smile to his lips as he invited him inside. "Brother, it's time to head to the mine." Lu Zhiduan entered the modest room and glanced around before speaking. Wang Li shook his head and retrieved the spirit stones he had prepared, placing them on the table. "Brother Lu, I've recently come into a bit of fortune. Spirit stones are not lacking at the moment, so I want to be going. Please inform the overseer at the mine. As for these spirit stones, they are what I borrowed from you earlier. Please accept them." Seeing the spirit stones on the table, Lu Zhiduan felt genuinely happy for Wang Li. "You are truly blessed, brother. Congratulations." He took the spirit stones with gratitude. After sitting for a while, he left with his hoe on his shoulder. Wang Li watched his departing figure, filled with mixed emotions. He wished he could assist Lu Zhiduan, but given his current circumstances, he could barely protect himself, let alone save another. It was a situation of good intentions thwarted by powerlessness. Fortunately, he still had nearly 8 years for simulations ahead of him. 8 years later, he would be unstoppable. Calming his thoughts, Wang Li resumed his training in the basic concealment technique. On the third day, with dawn breaking, Wang Li walked through the mountains. Listening to the melodious calls of birds around him, his heart instantly becoming clear. With magic enhancing his legs, he leapt high, landing on the lush green foliage as he hurried toward the marketplace. Moving like a dragonfly skimming water, he covered great distances swiftly. And soon the bustling market came into view. Low-tier spirit beasts on sale. Interested parties, come forth. Grand opening sale at the weapon shop, don't miss out. Wabao Pavilion has received hundreds of new spirit artifacts, all at a 10% discount. Even before entering the market, the sounds of enthusiastic calls reached him from all directions. Wang Li smiled knowingly and stepped into the marketplace, ready to execute his 3-step strategy. The first step was to purchase a color-changing ink jade mask from the mask stall to disguise his identity. The second step involved acquiring an alchemy furnace from Wabao Pavilion. The third step was to buy wooden signs, benches, and tables. Once everything was in place, Wang Li found a suitable location and set up his stall. The sign read, "Alchemy and Array Formation, quality goods at reasonable prices, starting from 100 low-tier spirit stones, final price determined by preparation time." Now, he simply awaited customers. Sitting calmly on the wooden bench, he observed the bustling crowd around him, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. After sitting for an entire morning without a single customer approaching, Wang Li felt a wave of confusion. This isn't right. The simulator indicated I would be quite popular. Where is everyone? Regardless, he reminded himself that his cultivation had reached a plateau, so he might as well wait. It would serve as good practice for his temperament. His mindset shifted considerably. Finally, in the afternoon, someone approached him seeking alchemical assistance. Wang Li looked at the rugged man before him as he handed over a formula and herbs, his expression turning to one of surprise. "Revitalizing soul pill? Indeed, master. My child has stumbled into a strange place, and his 3 souls have suffered damage. He desperately needs the revitalizing soul pill for healing. I implore you to help." Wang Li felt a sense of astonishment at the urgency of the situation, but he remained cautious. If the matter concerned a child's life, why not seek the expertise of professional alchemists or even the esteemed artisans at Wabao Pavilion? "You place a great deal of faith in me." The man chuckled ruefully. "Those alchemists charge exorbitantly. Without 1,000 spirit stones, it's tough to get them to concoct anything. Yet here, I can have you do it for merely 100 spirit stones." "Very well, I will take this task." Wang Li feigned solemnity. He then conjured flames with his hand, enveloping it in fire, as an alchemy furnace the size of a frying pan emerged from his storage bag, hovering above his palm. After placing the herbs into the furnace, he utilized the water transformation technique, drawing streams of water with his magic to guide them into the mixture. Lastly, he followed the formula step by step to refine the herbs within the furnace. Under the skilled hands of a superior alchemist, everything unfolded effortlessly, inspiring admiration from onlookers. The rugged man watched Wang Li's alchemical technique with wide eyes, filled with astonishment. Although he was no expert in alchemy, he had encountered various alchemists before. He had never witnessed anyone perform alchemy in such a manner. Before long, Wang Li's remarkable technique attracted a crowd of curious cultivators. They marveled at his unique approach, their eyes shimmering with intrigue. Half an hour later, the throng had grown, and the revitalizing soul pill was successfully crafted. As the furnace lid was lifted, 2 purple pills soared out, landing in the rugged man's hands. The revitalizing soul pill. To his astonishment, it was indeed the revitalizing soul pill, rumored to be immensely beneficial. A discerning cultivator within the crowd recognized the pill, and suddenly, many pairs of eyes fixated on the precious concoction. The rugged man, elated, quickly stored the pills in his bag and, after rummaging through his belongings, produced 200 spirit stones, handing them to Wang Li. "Thank you, master. My child is saved." His face radiated deep respect and heartfelt gratitude toward Wang Li. Wang Li waved his hand dismissively, signaling him to leave, before turning his gaze to the surrounding crowd. "Does anyone else require pills to be refined?" In an instant, several cultivators stepped forward from the crowd. "Master, I wish to refine a blood chi pill." "Master, could you concoct a mesmerizing elixir for this humble girl?" "Master, I wish to refine a tranquil heart elixir." The entire afternoon, Wang Li was engrossed in the art of alchemy, his audience growing ever larger. As the elixirs materialized in his capable hands, astonishment illuminated the faces of onlookers. How many had he produced? This master had not faltered even once, a feat truly remarkable. His magical prowess was undeniably formidable. He was undoubtedly a senior of the foundation establishment stage. Before long, the sun dipped beneath the horizon, and the moon graced the treetops. Upon completing his final elixir, Wang Li tidied his stall and bowed respectfully to the gathered crowd, saying, "Esteemed friends, the day's alchemical endeavors conclude here. Tomorrow, I shall return to this spot. Should you desire any elixirs, please await my presence." With that, Wang Li gracefully departed. As they watched his retreating figure, some among the crowd began to entertain unusual thoughts. Yet, for many, ambition was tempered by reason. Discerningly, coupled with such remarkable alchemical skills, and the fact that he operated within the confines of the Li clan's market stirred a multitude of contemplations. Once outside the market, Wang Li felt a twinge of disappointment upon realizing no one had followed him. He had hoped for a stroke of fortune. He continued on his path until he encountered a lifeless body, its eyes wide open in eternal rest, and Wang Li was momentarily taken aback, gazing upon the corpse. He could not help but lament. In this world, lacking strength, one misstep could lead to becoming a mere corpse by the roadside. The body belonged to the burly man who had earlier beseeched Wang Li for a soul-replenishing elixir. Half a stick of incense later, Wang Li returned to the northern mountain villa just before the gates were sealed. After securing the door, he retrieved the 800 spirit stones he had earned that day and invested them all into the simulator. With a decisive action, he initiated the simulation. Talent tier levels: white, black, yellow, blue, purple, red, gold, rainbow. The simulator is now active, randomly drawing from the talent pool. Congratulations! You have acquired the blue talent, Sword Heart Clarity. Sword Heart Clarity. You possess an innate and formidable talent for the sword path. Given time, you shall emerge as a powerful sword cultivator. The simulation commences. Today, you showcased astonishing alchemical skills at the market. You will soon gain renown in the marketplace. As you introduce yourself as Li, many begin to speculate about your possible connection to the illustrious Li clan of immortals. The following day, upon your arrival at the market to set up your stall, you are encircled by hundreds, all seeking your expertise in alchemy. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You neither acknowledged nor denied it. The elder steward of the Li clan's celestial lineage has requested an audience with you. You refuse. The elder steward of the Li clan's celestial lineage has summoned you once more. After much deliberation, you have consented. You meet with elderly Dao Xian, who inquires about your sect affiliation. You claim to bear the surname Li, yet you are not a disciple of the Li clan of immortals. Li Dao Xian has extended an olive branch to you. You refuse. Your meeting with Li Dao Xian concluded on a discordant note. You have commenced increasing your prices. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have achieved your wishes. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You ventured to the Wanbao Pavilion to procure a tome on sword cultivation, the Xiantian Sword Classic. which encompasses all the incantations from the Qi refinement stage to the core formation stage. It is said that the Xiantian sword classic is a legacy left behind by a formidable sword cultivator. However, due to the method's profound emphasis on the practitioner's innate talent for swordsmanship, it has become widely disseminated yet seldom mastered by those who seek to cultivate it successfully. You commenced the refinement of your cultivation techniques. The innate sword heart was activated, illuminating your path. In the second year, spurred by a generous reward, you gathered the herbs necessary for the creation of the spirit elixir, and thus began the alchemical process of refining it. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have successfully transitioned to the Xiantian Sword Classic, becoming a formidable sword cultivator. So soon? Upon realizing that he had achieved this transformation within a year, Wang Li was momentarily taken aback. Is this the remarkable influence of innate talent? Indeed, as the saying goes, dragons beget dragons and phoenixes beget phoenixes. Even the offspring of a mouse can dig holes. However, a thought suddenly struck Wang Li. If every being in the world possesses their unique innate attributes, what, then, is the essence of his original talent? A month later, you successfully refined and ingested the spirit elixir. You have expelled the stagnant energy within your body. Prominent families are beginning to court you for membership. Influential forces, such as the Wandao Pavilion, have also extended their invitations to you. You begin to indulge in the lavish acquisition of spells, arming yourself thoroughly. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have commenced the gathering of herbs essential for the preparation of foundational elixirs. You commence your quest to discover a remedy for the soul-devouring elixir. In the third year, you acquire herbs suitable for concocting the foundation establishment pill. Your offensive spells have progressed remarkably. You have mastered the art of the 5 elements of slaughter and the technique of sword control. In your fourth year, you acquire a rare herb essential for concocting the foundational elixir. Your mastery of stealth techniques has advanced remarkably. You have mastered the 5 elements escape technique. In your fifth year, you acquired a herb essential for concocting the foundation establishment pill. Your defensive techniques have advanced remarkably. You have mastered the 5 elements defense technique. As your business flourishes, an overwhelming number of seekers flock to you daily, yearning for your alchemical expertise. It is at this juncture that you comprehend the rationale behind the high barriers set by numerous alchemists. Nevertheless, your proficiency in multitasking allows you to engage in alchemical pursuits while simultaneously attending to other matters. In the 6th year, the Li clan of immortals ceases to distribute cultivation resources, prompting a cacophony of lamentations from the external disciples, yet you remain unfazed. You have been entrusted with a clandestine commission, the patron stipulating that the alchemical process remain undisclosed. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. After announcing a year-long hiatus, you return to the Li clan of immortals. Surrounding your residence with a divine prohibition array to prevent others from detecting any anomalies, you began to consume elixirs in an attempt to achieve a breakthrough. 3 months later, you emerged from your seclusion. You have faced setbacks and have not successfully transcended the foundational stage. Suddenly, you recalled Han Tianzuan, realizing that the other had also consumed a substantial amount of foundational elixirs to achieve his breakthrough, and you felt a sense of relief. In the 7th year, your youthful companion Lin Yu came to the North Mountain Villa in search of you and Lu Ziden. Persuaded by Lu Ziden, you accompanied them to the marketplace for a day of leisure. In the afternoon, Li Yunxi returned to the Celestial clan, creating quite a stir. Li Yunxi noticed Lin Yu amidst the crowd and admonished him, as a scion of his family, to dedicate himself to rigorous cultivation, advising him against mingling with the likes of you two in frivolous pursuits that would hinder his progress. As the carriage departed, you sensed that Li Yunxi cast a lingering glance in your direction. After sharing a silent gaze with her, both of you averted your eyes. Lin Yu severed ties with you. In the 2nd month of the 7th year, you acquired a magical escape technique known as Blood Shadow Escape. In the 3rd month of that year, you concocted the Pure Spirit Pill. By the 4th month, you had created the Bone Sculpting Pill. In the 5th month, you extended an invitation to Lu Ziduan to unwind at the Celestial Pavilion. In the 6th month, You invited Lu Zhiduan once again to the celestial pavilion for relaxation. Due to your intervention, Lu Zhiduan and Jiang Qingyin never crossed paths. At the end of the 12th month of the 7th year, you invited Lu Zhiduan to the celestial pavilion for a night of indulgence, after which you commenced preparations for the impending expedition into the secret realm. On the first night of the new year in the 8th year, a disciple of the 8th level of Qi refinement launched an attack against you, to which you feigned a successful assault. You were administered a mystifying elixir. You have been subjected to a binding incantation. You have severed your own limbs. The elixir of clarity within you begins to awaken. You have harnessed your magical powers to shatter the seal. The ossification elixir within you commences its work. You have regained consciousness. Your bones begin to undergo a process of remodeling. You were bartered away to the heavenly unity sect. You have entered the hidden realm. Upon awakening in the mysterious realm, you effortlessly dispatched the disciple of the Tianyi sect before directing your gaze towards Jia Qing, who stood amidst the crowd. You publicly unveiled Jia Qing's true identity and declared yourself a disciple sent by the demon god sect, with the purpose of assisting Jia Qing in locating the secret realm of the immortal ruins. The expressions of the disciples from the Heavenly One sect shifted to one of palpable fear. Ultimately, Jia Qing chose to place his trust in you, and together you annihilated all the disciples of the Heavenly One sect within the secret realm. After you and Jia Qing had cleared the battlefield, he began to inquire how you had come to know of his existence. You revealed to Jia Qing your alias, Lu Zhiduan, and conveyed that you are a descendant of the third elder of the demon god sect. As for Jia Qing's existence, it was communicated to you by a senior who sent you here. Jia Qing, however, harbors skepticism towards your words, as he does not wholly place his trust in you. You commenced by inquiring whether Jia Qing could undertake the task of painting your likeness. Jia Qing, somewhat perplexed, questioned how you, being a member of the demon god sect, had not even mastered the sect's esoteric arts. With an unassuming demeanor, you elucidate that the demon god sect has exerted tremendous effort in probing the existence of the immortal ruins. From a young age, you were sent to the Li clan of the immortal tribe as an external disciple, thus lacking access to the sect's esoteric teachings. Jia Qing remains skeptical yet proceeds to draw a mask for you. Having been granted a new identity, I am now Shenjiani, a disciple of the Tianyi sect. You informed Jia Qing that you had received an insider tip. Disciples of the Tianyi sect, upon completing their tasks in the immortal ruins, would be coerced by the leading foundation establishment cultivator into consuming the memory erasure pill. This pill would cause the taker to lose half a month's worth of memories, which would only be restored upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Jia Qi was taken aback and promptly retrieved 2 pills from his storage pouch. He revealed that these pills were called blood essence pills, possessing the ability to detoxify, protect the body, and cultivate vital energy. By taking the blood essence pill prior to consuming the memory erasure pill, one could effectively neutralize its effects, sparing the user from the torment of amnesia. You were somewhat astonished. With only 7 days remaining until the closure of the secret realm, you expressed to Jia Qing your desire to explore it. Jia Qing, however, does not concur. He cautions you that the immortal ruins are fraught with peril in 4 formidable regions: the eastern blood cliff, the western desert, the southern dense forest, and the northern dead waters. Upon his entry into the secret realm, he had repeatedly warned his disciples to refrain from venturing into these dangerous areas and to remain in the central region to gather spiritual herbs instead. You inquired with Jia Qing about the intricate details concerning these perilous locations. Jia Qing admitted to being unaware of the specifics, only acknowledging their treacherous nature. He recounted that the leading cultivators had informed them that the Tianyi sect dispatched a significant number of fully realized disciples at the 12th level of Qi refinement to explore the 4 dangerous sites within the immortal ruins. Yet none returned. You find yourself ensnared in indecision. You once believed that having achieved the pinnacle of the 12th level of Qi refinement as a sword cultivator would grant you the power to traverse the secret realm with impunity. However, it now appears that this secret realm is far more complex than you had anticipated. You relinquished the pursuit of the secret realm. On the 8th day, after harvesting the elixir with Jia Qing, you departed from the immortal ruins. Before your departure, you consumed the blood origin pill. One can sense that the celestial ruins conceal profound secrets. Perhaps the legend of the immortal's demise in this very place holds a kernel of truth. You and Jia Qing emerged from the teleportation portal. The lead foundational cultivator was taken aback to see only you and Jia Qing. Without elaborating, Jia Qing merely stated that an outer disciple had concealed their cultivation level and infiltrated the secret realm, wreaking havoc, and handed over the recording stone in his possession. Upon reviewing the scenes captured in the stone, the foundational cultivator's expression darkened. Half a stick of incense later, a middle-aged man clad in black robes arrived to retrieve the spiritual herbs. Yu and Jiaqing, accompanied by the leading cultivator, departed from the mist-shrouded mountains and boarded the spiritual vessel returning to Tianyi Gate. The foundational cultivator took out the memory-absorbing pill and explained its purpose. Yu and Jiaqing ingested it together. Under the guidance of the leading cultivator, Yu and Jiaqing proceeded to Tianyi Gate without revealing any secrets. Yu arrived at Jiaqing's residence. Yu and Jiaqing commenced discussions regarding future plans. Yu beseeched Jiaqing for the esoteric art of concealed heart. You have successfully obtained the elusive heart concealing technique. You commenced your existence within the hallowed halls of the Tianyi sect, adopting the guise of Shunjiani. You commenced the meticulous enumeration of the spoils acquired within the enigmatic realm. You have acquired 3 exquisite spiritual artifacts and 30 superior-grade magical implements. You have come into possession of a number of medicinal pills. You have acquired several spirit stones. In the 9th year, you lived cautiously at the Heavenly One sect for a year, seldom venturing out. Many who had previously formed a bond with Shunjiani were taken aback by your transformation. You elucidated to them that we have now reached a critical juncture in our cultivation, and thus, we must not relent. The assembly expressed their understanding. Over the past year, you have acquired extensive intelligence regarding the Tianyi sect. The sect recruits disciples once every decade, and its hierarchy is rigidly structured, ranging from outer disciples to inner disciples, then to true disciples and elders, with the path to promotion being exceptionally arduous. In addition to possessing the requisite strength, one must also make significant contributions to the sect. Correspondingly, the higher the rank, the more abundant the resources available for cultivation. Furthermore, you received splendid news from Jiaqing. All disciples who have participated in the secret realm will be awarded a foundational pill. You are taken aback by this unexpected delight. Yet it also brings you a sense of frustration. Shunjiani possesses a 3-root constitution, and having consumed the foundation establishment pill, he is destined to advance beyond the foundation establishment stage, barring any unforeseen circumstances. However, you are not Shunjiani. You begin to worry whether you will be met with skepticism if you fail to advance beyond the foundational stage by that time. You set out for Jiaqing's cave dwelling to discuss matters with him. Jiaqing reassures you, stating that the Heavenly One sect does not concern itself with such trivialities. You found solace within yourself. 3 months later, you received the foundational elixir bestowed upon you by the Heavenly Gate. You begin a period of seclusion to achieve a breakthrough. 6 months later, it comes as no surprise that you fail to succeed. Friends gather around to offer their consolation. You explain that at that moment, you were overly anxious and failed to establish the bridge between heaven and earth within your dantian in a timely manner, resulting in a failure to break through. The news of your failure has spread far and wide. The Shun clan has sent representatives to offer their condolences. At the end of the 9th year, the prodigy of the Mu clan, who had betrothed you in childhood, has come to annul the engagement. Upon your encounter with Mu Inger, Shunjiani's betrothed, you discovered she was a dual spiritual root cultivator. She had entered Tianyi sect alongside you, accepted as a disciple by the second elder. Her figure was statuesque, her skin akin to pristine snow, and her countenance was of celestial beauty. Regarding the annulment of the engagement, you remained composed, assenting with a nod and accepting the letter of disengagement. Mu Inger, along with the members of the Mu clan, departed with satisfaction, displaying a stoic demeanor. You accepted the gifts presented in severance of the betrothal. The news of your broken engagement swiftly spread throughout the Tianyi sect. You have become the object of public ridicule. The news of your broken engagement has reached the Shin clan of immortals. Shunjiani's mother has penned a letter to offer you her consolation. As you gazed upon the letter from Shunjiani's mother, thoughts of the mortal parents in this world inadvertently crossed your mind. Having departed from home at the tender age of 7, it has now been 15 years, you ponder their well-being. With this contemplation, 2 honest and earnest faces suddenly appeared in Wang Li's eyes. After a brief moment of looking upward, he resumed his reading. Jiaqing has successfully transcended to the foundation establishment stage and has been accepted into the inner sect. He has left you some herbs for the concoction of foundation establishment pills. You set forth to the vicinity of Tianyi Gate, establishing a stall in the bustling city of cultivators to refine elixirs. The familiar sign and the well-practiced techniques of alchemy swiftly attracted a considerable number of loyal patrons. Among them were several cultivators who had previously sought your expertise in elixir refinement, returning to patronize your burgeoning enterprise. As you engage in alchemical practices, You simultaneously commence the acquisition of herbs essential for concocting foundational elixirs. In the 11th year, you procure a rare herb suitable for the formulation of the foundational elixir. Your business has flourished remarkably, and everyone is aware that a master alchemist has arrived in Tianyi City. In the 12th year, you gathered several fundamental herbs necessary for the foundation building pill. By the 13th year, you acquired a rare herb essential for concocting the foundation building pill. Your alchemical skills have reached new heights. In the 14th year, you have gathered all the herbs necessary to concoct the foundational elixir. You have commenced the refinement of foundational elixirs. You have successfully refined. Having departed from Sky City, you journey back to the Sky Sect, intending to seclude yourself for a breakthrough. En route, you discovered a Sky Sect disciple attempting to commit a heinous act against a comely maiden of the same sect. You display indifference and intend to depart. You have been discovered by the disciple. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have performed a noble deed by rescuing a beautiful young maiden. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You cleared the battlefield and inadvertently took away the young girl's storage bag. You have acquired a foundational elixir from the maiden's storage pouch. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have returned to the heavenly gate. You commenced your seclusion. In the 15th year, bolstered by 2 foundation building elixirs, you transcended your limits, constructing a bridge between heaven and earth within your dantian, transforming gas into liquid and unraveling the intricacies of foundation establishment. You have ascended to the foundation building stage. Upon learning this news, friends and family alike have sent their heartfelt congratulations. After solidifying your realm, thoughts of departing from the Heavenly One sect began to stir within you. You are acutely aware that this place is a den of wolves. If you continue to linger here, it is only a matter of time before your true self is revealed. You proceed to the mission hall to receive your task. You descend the mountain and depart. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You should inform Jia Qing that the demon god sect has summoned you, and you must hasten to the sect without delay. You raised your sword in defense, blocking a strike, yet your face betrayed confusion. Jia Qing sneered repeatedly, indicating that after his breakthrough to the foundation establishment stage, he had already made contact with the demon god sect, confirming that they had not dispatched you to infiltrate the cultivation realm of Qi country. All your previous actions have been a deception towards him. In the territory of Tianyi Gate, he refrained from taking action against you. Now, he cannot allow you to escape. Otherwise, it may jeopardize the grand scheme of the demon god sect. In silence, after a fierce battle of 10 rounds, you executed the blood shadow escape. Yet, before you could vanish, Jia Qing produced a precious elixir and, after weaving several intricate hand seals, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, enclosing you within its grasp. In but a fleeting moment, you were reduced to a mist of blood. You have perished. Talent. The Vengeful Spirit's Call activates automatically. Vengeful Spirit's Call, as long as the soul remains unextinguished, upon the 7th day after death. It transforms into a malevolent ghost capable of claiming any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage. You have returned on the 7th day. After casually taking a disciple from the Li clan of immortals, the murderous intent within him was quelled. Not even a chance to surrender was afforded. It seemed they were intent solely on his demise. If only he had been given a choice, he would have begged for mercy on the spot. Observing the death scene on the simulator, Wang Li could not help but voice his frustration while admiring Jia Qing's formidable methods. Jia Qing acted with ruthless decisiveness, leaving no room for opportunity. Should he not fall midway, he would undoubtedly gain renown in the realm of cultivation and become a formidable figure. After completing his contemplation, Wang Li shifted his gaze towards the simulation rewards. Upon concluding this simulation, he could select one from the following rewards. 1. Sword Heart Clarity. You possess an innate and formidable talent for the sword. Given time, you shall become a powerful sword cultivator. 2. High-grade Alchemy Experience. The experience gained from alchemy within the simulator. 3. High-grade Array Formation Experience. The experience acquired from array formation within the simulator. 4. 80,000 Spirit Stones. Your earnings from work, not applicable for simulation. 5. Concealed Heart Technique. A stealth technique from the demonic sect. 6. Alchemical formulas. All the formulas mastered during the simulation. 7. Spell cultivation experience. The experience gained from spell cultivation within the simulator. 8. Xiantian sword cannon. An inheritance left behind by a powerful sword cultivator, demanding rigorous cultivation standards. Wang Li remained silent for a moment, uncertain of how to decide. Logically, he should choose to enhance his cultivation, yet becoming a foundational cultivator would imply losing the opportunity to explore the mystic ruins. Access to that place was restricted to cultivators below the foundational stage. Once he achieved such status, he would forfeit his eligibility to enter. What was certain was that the mystic ruins held great secrets, perhaps even immense fortune. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Wang Li made his decision, his expression turning resolute. Regardless of the incredible opportunities that might exist within the mystic ruins, with the simulator at his disposal, why should he confine himself to such limitations? With that thought, he resolutely chose to enhance his foundational cultivation. As powerful spiritual energy surged into his body, a resplendent bridge of myriad colors was established within his dantian. The spiritual energy stored there was refined into spiritual liquid, which, through the transformation of his technique, became potent fire attribute mana, beginning to wash over his entire being. 7 days later, as Wang Li opened his eyes once more, his cultivation was firmly stabilized at the foundational initial stage. Feeling the immense mana within him, he was overwhelmed with emotion. There had been many words he wished to express, yet at this moment, none would come forth. Ultimately, he exhaled in relief, declaring, "I have finally established my foundation." Taking a deep breath, Wang Li opened the simulation interface. Life Simulator Level 1. Upgrade available host. Wang Li age, 12 technique. Crimson Fire Cannon Cultivation. Foundation Initial Stage Simulation Points. 700 Simulation Attempts. 1 Talents. Vengeful Soul Summoning Black. Array Mastery. Green. Alchemy Prodigy. Green. Dual Focus. Green. Upgrade. Upon seeing the upgrade icon, Wang Li's eyes brightened instantly. He promptly clicked to check further. This upgrade requires 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Please proceed with payment. Wang Li fell into deep contemplation, preparing for a new simulation as the simulator powered on. You have utilized a single simulation attempt. A talent has been randomly selected. Congratulations on acquiring the Azure talent, Child of the Curse. Child of the Curse, your life is fraught with misfortune, and those who slay you shall inherit the same fate. King Li was momentarily taken aback. Today, you have transcended, establishing your foundational stage. As the saying goes, the bridge between heaven and earth has been formed, and the path to immortality awaits. You have now attained the qualifications to survive in this perilous realm of cultivation. You have contemplated departing from the Li clan of immortals. Yet you believe that fleeing at this moment would be tantamount to courting your own demise. You intend to remain concealed, waiting for the opportune moment to make your escape. Your current cultivation has reached such heights that the foundational concealment mantra has lost its efficacy. You intend to journey to the marketplace to procure a more advanced concealment technique. The following dawn, you set forth towards the marketplace to acquire this skill. Upon reaching the outskirts of the Spirit Dragon Mountain Range, you unexpectedly encounter Elder Li Daoshu, who has just returned from the marketplace. Upon sensing your cultivation level, a look of astonishment crosses his face. He inquires as to your lineage and the purpose of your visit to the Spirit Dragon Mountain Range. You have assumed the identity of the Shin clan, successfully deceiving those around you. Li Daoshu has extended an invitation for you to visit the Li family. You decline. You bid farewell to Li Daoshu and proceeded towards Li Jiafeng Market. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have commenced setting up a stall at the marketplace. Your alchemy business is thriving immensely, attracting a multitude of cultivators who flock to your stall, creating a bustling scene. One particular foundation-building cultivator set his sights on you, but you displayed your prowess, forcing him to retreat. In the evening, as you made your way back to the Li clan of immortals, you were ambushed by 2 foundation-building cultivators. You were gravely injured, teetering on the brink of life and death. Your storage bag has been stolen. You collapsed at the entrance of the Li clan's celestial realm. Your absence throughout the night has aroused the attention of the steward at the northern mountain villa. The Li family of the immortal clan has commenced tracking your whereabouts. You were discovered at the entrance of the mountain gate. You are escorted to the Hall of Justice. The elder, Li Daoshu, has uncovered your true identity and seeks to recruit you. You begin your convalescence in the confines of the Law Enforcement Hall's dungeon. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error: code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted, having ingested the blood puppet pill. Your consciousness became ensnared by the ancient patriarch of the Li family, who imposed a restriction upon you from afar. In celebration of your induction, the Li celestial clan convened a welcoming ceremony. Before the gathered witnesses, you formally adopted the surname Li, thus becoming a member of the Li celestial clan. The clan leader, Li Daojian, expressed his belief that a practitioner with 4 spiritual roots, who has attained such remarkable cultivation, must harbor a monumental secret. The ancient patriarch Li Xuanya remains ever watchful over your actions. With the adage to gain wealth and honor, do not forget your roots in mind. You justified the recruitment of Lu Zidon from among the outer disciples, citing a lack of youthful acolytes. The Li celestial clan acquiesced to your request. Lu Zidon adopted the Li surname and came under your tutelage and servitude. The reunion of brothers brought great joy. 6 months later, the ancient patriarch Li Xuanya emerged from seclusion and summoned you for an audience. He sought to inquire about your fortuitous opportunities. Despite your numerous explanations, Li Xuanya suddenly appeared before you, wearing a smile as he gazed at you. You have fallen victim to a soul search. API call failed with status code 429. Error: code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error: code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. You have perished, for your soul has been extinguished, rendering your innate talents dormant. The simulation has concluded. You may select one reward from the following options: current cultivation level, initial foundation establishment, high-quality alchemy experience, the knowledge you gained from alchemy within the simulator, 1,000 spirit stones, your earnings from labor, not applicable for simulations. The turtle breathing technique, useful for concealing one's cultivation level. Wang Li, momentarily speechless, opted for the turtle breathing technique. Oh, simulator, spare me from these ominous talents. Grant me some auspicious ones instead. With that, Wang Li activated the simulation once more. Ding. Insufficient simulation energy. Wait, I still have 700 simulation energy left. How can it be insufficient? It has been detected that the host has already transcended the foundation establishment stage. The simulation energy for a foundation establishment cultivator is 1,000 for one attempt. Insufficient simulation energy. Please await the next simulation. Wang Li's expression darkened. His desire to voice his grievances stifled by the weight of his circumstances. Very well, tomorrow I shall set up a stall. With his thoughts settled, he commenced his practice of the turtle breathing technique. The following day, as dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight pierced through the leaves, Wang Li ceased his training and began his disguise. Once prepared, he hastened to the market. Upon arriving at the marketplace, Wang Li navigated through a throng of onlookers and set out his wares in a vacant spot. As his stall was established, it swiftly attracted a multitude of cultivators. Indeed, it is the renowned master alchemist from days past. The master has truly arrived. I thought he had departed from the Li family market. Is this the so-called extraordinary master? He seems rather ordinary. Hey, wait until you witness the master concocting pills. Then you shall see. Amidst the bustling crowd, Wang Li received his first order of the day, to refine a detoxification pill. After retrieving his alchemical furnace from his storage pouch, he summoned the innate true fire exclusive to foundation establishment cultivators for the process. The brilliance and intensity of the flames drew gasps from many knowledgeable onlookers. Innate true fire. Who would have thought a foundation establishment elder was among us? Esteemed elder, I am honored to meet you. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. I was unaware of my own ignorance and may have offended you. To think that an elder of the foundation establishment would charge such reasonable prices for alchemical services, what a surprise. Truly, an elder of great virtue. I previously believed the cultivation world was rife with deception, yet here stands an elder who offers low-cost alchemy for the benefit of others. Please allow me to pay my respects. In the span of a single morning, word spread throughout the Li family market of a righteous elder who cared for the populace. By providing affordable alchemical services, he garnered immense respect among the scattered cultivators. Meanwhile, Wang Li, engrossed in his work, remained oblivious to his newfound status as a beacon of hope amongst them. He continued his craft until dusk, when he finally began to pack up. Departing under the adoring gazes of the onlookers, he made his exit. Outside the market, he dared not linger, channeling his entire magical essence to swiftly traverse the Spirit Dragon Mountains. Just moments before the curfew at the North Mountain Courtyard, he successfully returned. Once back in his room, he lit a candle and leaned against the wooden wall, retrieving the day's earnings from his alchemical endeavors. 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Indeed, alchemy is profitable. Moreover, with the innate true fire, my refining speed has drastically improved, saving me considerable time. As he contemplated, Wang Li stored the spirit stones. His current priority was not to deliberate further, but to upgrade the simulator and explore its new functionalities. Extracting the turtle breathing technique, Wang Li resumed his examination. The next day, he returned to the marketplace to set up his alchemical stall once more. The number of onlookers had tripled compared to before, creating a bustling atmosphere that nearly blocked the street. Wang Li gestured for the crowd to avoid obstructing other cultivators and proceeded to demonstrate his alchemical skills publicly. Such refining techniques. This elder must undoubtedly be a high-quality alchemist. You speak of grades in alchemy. Are they truly of such importance? You scattered cultivators know not what you speak of. The rank of an alchemist is paramount. A high-quality alchemist shall receive respect wherever they go. Has this elder ever been affiliated with a sect? If not, I must return and persuade my father to invite him into our family. As evening approached, when Wang Li concluded his alchemical work, a group of family cultivators obstructed his path. The leader clasped his fists and bowed toward Wang Li, stating, "Elderly, I am a steward disciple of the Shin family. I come at the behest of the elder steward to invite you to join our family. We shall treat you as an honored guest. Elderly, I am from the Wang family. Elderly, I am a disciple of the Li celestial clan." Wang Li raised his hand dismissively, coldly replying, "Gentlemen, I am a disciple of the Tianyi sect. Do you wish to contend with Tianyi for my allegiance? Begone." With that, he disregarded the stunned expressions of the crowd and departed the market. After circling the Spirit Dragon Mountains a few times to ensure he was not being followed, he returned to the Li celestial clan. Back in the North Mountain courtyard, Wang Li's expression was somewhat gloomy. He merely wished to refine pills and earn spirit stones for simulation purposes, yet he had encountered such complications. He could only hope that distancing himself from the identity of a Tianyi disciple would suffice to deter these individuals. Having earned over 2,000 spirit stones today, he resolved to continue his efforts. In the subsequent days, as Wang Li had anticipated, distancing himself from the identity of a Tianyi disciple reduced the troubles he faced significantly. Furthermore, the good reputation he garnered among the scattered cultivators elevated the Tianyi sect standing among them. Rumors began to circulate, the #1 sect in the world. The pinnacle of righteousness, only Tianyi can cultivate cultivators who care for the world. 7 days later, Wang Li amassed the requisite 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for the upgrade. With a surplus to spare, opening the simulator's homepage, he tapped on the upgrade interface. In the blink of an eye, the 10,000 low-grade spirit stones were consumed by the simulator. A brand new suite of functionalities appeared before Wang Li. The simulator can perform 1 simulation per week. Additional simulations require the expenditure of 1,000 energy points. Each simulation will randomly select talents. Talents can be refreshed using energy, with sources including but not limited to spirit stones. After each simulation, 2 rewards can be chosen to return to reality. The protagonist of the simulator can interfere with key choices made during the simulation. Upon reviewing the newly unveiled functionalities, a smile graced Wang Li's face. He could finally select 2 rewards, and the ability to intervene in choices was nothing short of miraculous, at times. He found himself dismayed by the foolish decisions made by his simulated self. With that thought, Wang Li invested all remaining spirit stones into the simulator and subsequently initiated a new simulation. The simulator began its activation. You have engaged in a simulation once. A talent has been randomly selected. External incarnation. You have acquired an unconscious external incarnation, which is entirely under your control, capable of mechanical cultivation, allowing for focused training and proving to be exceedingly beneficial. Wang Li gazed at the newly emerged talent, his breath quickening and his face lighting up with joy. The simulator truly seems to possess an uncanny insight into my thoughts. Upon your return from the alchemical market today, you discovered a youth who bore an uncanny resemblance to yourself standing in your room. Upon confirming that this is indeed your external incarnation, you begin to instruct the incarnation in elementary cultivation practices. The incarnation has mastered the fundamentals of these exercises. You have discovered that the avatar has inherited all your remarkable talents. You began to instruct your avatar in the arts of alchemy in the intricate formation of mystical arrays. You continue to venture out daily to set up your stall. Clad in your gray attire, your reputation begins to spread far and wide, and many cultivators come to know of the gray-clad master alchemist who has emerged from the Li family market. You are bestowed with the esteemed title of gray-clad alchemy sovereign. In the following year, your avatar attains the cultivation level of the second layer of qi refinement. With your avatar serving as a guise, you begin to reside in the market for an extended period. In the bustling marketplace, you have acquired a shop. Enveloped in the cloak of reputation, you consistently maintain a humble approach to alchemy. Your enterprise flourishes, and your standing in the community grows ever more esteemed. Some unscrupulous wandering cultivators, having benefited from your kindness, frequently bring patrons to support your business. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, you have achieved your desires. You commence the collection of herbs required for the concoction of the spirit refinement pill. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. You have successfully refined the elixir of life. You have eliminated the stagnant energy within your body. You are able to continue your cultivation. In this year, you began to guide Lu Zidwan with your avatar. By the third year, your avatar has achieved the third level of qi refinement. You begin your quest for new techniques to undertake a transformation. In the Fengshi, you acquired the Crimson Flame Divine Art, which encompasses all the incantations from the qi refinement stage to the core formation stage, sharing the same elemental affinity of fire. You dedicated 3 months to successfully transition your cultivation. By the fourth year, after years of diligent management, your business flourished immensely, and you have now become the wealthiest individual in the entirely family Fengshi. You begin to arm yourself. You have acquired the exquisite spiritual artifact, the celestial serpent armor. You have acquired the exquisite spiritual artifact, the ink cloud arm. You have acquired the exquisite artifact, the feathered scale boots. You have acquired the exquisite spirit weapon, the soul dispersing whip. You have acquired the exquisite spiritual artifact, the Xianlei Ding. You have mastered the art of the 5 elements of combat and the technique of sword control. You have mastered the art of elemental evasion. You have mastered the 5 elements defense technique. In your 5th year, your cultivation has yet to advance. However, you hold steadfast in your belief that as long as you endure, there will inevitably come a day of breakthrough. You have begun to prioritize your well-being. Your external incarnation has reached the 4th level of qi refinement. In the 6th year, the Li clan of immortals ceased the distribution of cultivation resources, leaving numerous disciples of other surnames weeping in despair. Your external incarnation has reached the 5th level of qi refinement. After establishing the divine restriction array, you conveyed the truth to Lu Zidwan through your incarnation. Upon learning the truth about the outer clan disciples, Lu Zidwan was momentarily taken aback. He desired to resist the Li clan of immortals and extended an invitation to you. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, you devoted yourself entirely to your cultivation. In the 7th year, your youthful companion Lin Yu visited you and Lu Zidwan at the Bay Mountain residence, inviting you both to explore the bustling market. After the embodiment refused your control, Lu Zidwan accompanied Lin Yu to visit the fairy pavilion. In the afternoon, Li Yunqi returned to the fairy clan via the market, causing quite a stir. Li Yunqi's carriage halted in front of your shop. She greeted you with the respectful salutation befitting a junior sister. You remained expressionless, gesturing for her to depart. Lin Yu has severed ties with you. In the 2nd month of the 7th year, you acquired a magical technique known as Blood Shadow Escape. In the 3rd month of the 7th year, you concocted a pure spirit pill for your incarnation. In the 4th month of the 7th year, you refined a bone sculpting pill for your incarnation. In the 5th month of the 7th year, Lu Zidwan caused a fairy to conceive. Lu Zidwan offered all his savings to the pregnant fairy. Your external incarnation has attained the 6th level of qi refinement. In June of the 7th year, Li Yunqi approached you to request a medicinal pill. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. You have received a Danyan pill as a gift. Li Yunqi is curious about which elder you have chosen as your mentor. You remained unresponsive, continuing your alchemical pursuits. Li Yunqi departed. In the 7th year of July, Lu Zidwan began to invite you to meals. At the dining table, you reminisced about your childhood in Lu family village. After indulging in a hearty feast, Lu Zidwan broke down in tears, lamenting his own inadequacy and his inability to repay his parents' kindness. In the 8th month of the 7th year, you learned of Lu Zidwan's betrayal of his family and his subsequent execution, You felt a profound sorrow within, yet it was of no consequence. In the 8th year, with an abundance of elixirs and spiritual stones, your avatar transcended to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. On the 1st day of the new year in the 8th year, your avatar, under your command, ingested the Qingling pill and the bone-shaping pill. Your avatar has been assaulted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Your avatar has been ensnared by a binding spell. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You and your controlled avatar opened your eyes and gazed upon him. You, as an embodiment, begin to convey a certain message to him. Jia Qing perceives that you wish to impart some information. Jia Qing has acquired your authority to execute. He has unlocked the seals within you. Jia Qing employs the technique of clandestine communication to reach you. You informed Jia Qing that you were a representative sent by the demon god sect, and that your purpose in entering the immortal ruins was to convey certain messages to him, as well as to seek a particular item. Jia Qing was taken aback. He believed you with a mixture of skepticism and trust, and thus began to inquire further. You informed Jia Qing that upon exiting the secret realm, the foundation-building cultivator leading the team would compel them to ingest the memory erasure pill, resulting in a loss of half a month's memories, which could only be restored upon breaking through to the foundation-building stage. Your task was to convey this information to Jia Qing while also embarking on a quest within the secret realm to locate a particular item. Jia Qing remained skeptical. You inquired of Jia Qing about methods to confront malevolent spirits. After a moment of hesitation, Jia Qing entrusted you with a secret treasure, the soul-severing bell. It may be utilized thrice, and under the protection of its chime, malevolent spirits cannot approach you easily. Jia Qing then released you. You command your avatar to commence a swift escape towards the west. You intend to sacrifice this avatar to explore the mysteries of the Western Desert. That night, you arrived at the Western Desert. Gazing into the distance, the view stretched out into an endless expanse. You behold swirling plumes of black smoke hovering over the desert. Summoning your courage, you venture westward into the sands, bearing the soul-breaking bell. You tread cautiously, advancing steadily. Suddenly, a tremendous weight descends upon your shoulder. As you glance back, you behold a grotesque head, drenched in blood, resting against you, its elongated tongue extending forth, gazing at you with insatiable hunger. A sudden shock surged within you, prompting you to swiftly employ the soul-dispersing bell. As the melodious chime resonated, the ghostly figure that had been perched upon your shoulder was banished away. You exhaled a sigh of relief and resumed your exploration of the desert. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have encountered a multitude of malevolent spirits. You shake the soul-calling bell. You have encountered a heap of tattered garments. You have acquired a storage pouch. You examine the storage bag. You have acquired several spirit stones. You have obtained the fragments of the supreme 5 elements true magic divine art. You have departed from the cave. As you hasten along your journey, you simultaneously peruse the profound tome of the great 5 elements true demon divine art. You continue to explore the desert to the west. You behold a towering specter, reaching heights of over 100 feet. You perceive a fragmented soul-consuming malevolent spirits. You observe the lingering spirit casting its gaze upon you. You brandish the soul-severing bell. You are ensnared by the arcane powers of the lingering souls. You were assimilated by a vestigial soul. Your external incarnation has fallen. I never anticipated such a formidable remnant soul residing within the Western Desert. This secret realm of the celestial ruins indeed harbors profound mysteries. Yet, it is regrettable that this journey through the Western Desert yielded no fortuitous encounters. And I have lost my external incarnation without discovering the true might of the great 5 elements devil divine art. which possesses a name that is strikingly intimidating. Wang Li pondered silently for a moment before continuing to read on. With the loss of the external incarnation, your consciousness returned to your true self. You have commenced your endeavor to cultivate the profound art of the 5-elemental true demonic skill. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have transitioned to the path of the Red Emperor's divine cultivation. In the second month of the 8th year, you assumed a false identity and adopted the child of Lu Zidwan. In the third month of the 8th year, while nurturing the child, you engaged in alchemical practices. The news of the child reached the gray-robed alchemist, and it swiftly spread among the scattered cultivators. Echoing throughout the immortal community of Qi Kingdom, your alchemical skills have reached new heights. In July of the 8th year, Jiang Qinyan approached you to request the formulation of a Qi-enhancing elixir. You inquired if she might be interested in accompanying you in your endeavors. You have enlisted Jiang Qinyan. You entrusted the care of your child to her. At the end of the 8th year, Li Yunxi came to bid you farewell, subsequently departing with Lin Yu in a horse-drawn carriage. In the 9th year, you successfully refined the Red Emperor's divine path, enhancing your mastery over flames to an even more formidable level. You became akin to a sovereign amidst the fire, possessing a remarkable resistance to flames. By the 10th year, with an abundance of cultivation resources amassed, you transcended into the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Your mastery of the Red Emperor's divine path has reached a minor accomplishment. Your alchemical skills have been enhanced. You commenced the public acquisition of spiritual flames, arousing curiosity, which you quelled by stating it was solely to enhance the efficiency and quality of your alchemical endeavors. As the esteemed gray-robed pill sovereign, your reputation has permeated the vast expanse of the land, and your needs were swiftly conveyed to the prominent factions. Soon after, a steward elder from the Shin clan of immortals sought you out. The Shin clan elder indicated that their venerable ancestor had once procured a potent spiritual flame. Should you consent to become an honored retainer of the Shin clan, you would be granted this flame gratuitously. Furthermore, your standing within the Shin clan would be commensurate with that of their esteemed ancestor, and your sole obligation would be to refine elixirs on their behalf. Upon encountering the Shin clan's emissaries once more, you were filled with a myriad of emotions. Over the years, the Shin clan had extended numerous invitations, yet you had consistently declined to respond. I suspect that the Shin family harbors ulterior motives. You desire the esteemed elder of the Shin family to be forthright with you. The elder reveals that the ancestral figure of the Shin family has little time left and urgently requires a master alchemist to concoct a life-prolonging elixir. Thus, the cultivators of the Shin family have extended numerous invitations to you. You remain unconvinced, perceiving a lack of sincerity from the other party, and you resolutely decline. The elder of the Shin family, in a state of helplessness, can only reveal the stark truth. The ancestral figure of the Shin family has encountered a mishap in their cultivation of demonic arts, leading to a perilous descent into madness. Time is of the essence, and it is imperative to enlist the expertise of a top-tier alchemist to rectify the situation. Within the entirety of the Q Kingdom's cultivation realm, the number of top-grade alchemists is exceedingly limited. Apart from yourself, there are merely 7 others, and the rest are not easily approachable, leaving you as the most viable option. Is the scarcity of alchemists in the cultivation realm truly so pronounced? Wang Li had never anticipated that top-tier alchemists would be so few and far between. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You question the elder of the Shin family, expressing concern about the potential leak of the ancestral secrets regarding the cultivation of demonic arts. The elder, however, remained unconcerned, asserting that they had long discerned your character. They believed you to be far from selfless, revealing instead a profound selfishness. As long as there were personal gains to be reaped, you could easily be manipulated. You sternly reproached him, declaring yourself a person of righteousness, one who could never engage in actions that harm the world as populace. Yet, as an alchemist, one cannot stand idly by in the face of death. You acquiesced to the request of the elder of the Shin family. Bearing the progeny of Jiang Qinyan and Lu Zidwan, you commenced your journey towards the Shin family. Li Daojian, the patriarch of the Li clan of immortals, entreated you to remain. You declined. You have arrived at the Crimson Maple Mountains, where prominent figures of the Shin immortal clan have gathered to welcome you. The patriarch of the Shin family personally takes your hand to introduce you to the estate designated for your residence. You have established a shop in the market under the auspices of the Shin clan. The news of the esteemed gray-robe alchemist relocating to the Shun family market swiftly traversed the cultivation circles of Qi Nation. Numerous loose cultivators, who had previously refined elixirs under your guidance, hurried to the Shin family market solely to patronize your business. Those foundation establishment cultivators, who had once sought your expertise in alchemy, boldly proclaimed that no one would be permitted to trouble you within the confines of the Shin family market. An influx of merchants has consequently taken residence in the Shin family market. You have revitalized the Shin family square. The Shin clan's celestial lineage has amassed rental income surpassing the entire clan's annual tax revenue. You marvel at the true value of reputation. On the third day of your arrival at the Shun clan of immortals, you commenced your alchemical endeavors. The Shun clan has allocated additional personnel to assist you, granting you access to the entirety of their resources. You have acquired the flame of spirit and the thunder of wind. Engage in dual focus. You are simultaneously engaging in alchemical practices, while employing the Red Emperor's divine path to refine the wind, thunder, and flame. In the 11th year, you successfully concocted the 5-colored glazed pill. You have successfully refined the wind, thunder, and flame, thereby elevating your Red Emperor divine path. Your resistance to fire attributes has been enhanced. You presented the elixir to the patriarch of the Shin family. You returned to the bustling marketplace, seeking to procure elixirs for your daily cultivation as a wandering practitioner. You continue to gather the celestial fire of heaven and earth. In the 12th year, the ancestral elder of the Shun family has fully recovered, and their cultivation has advanced remarkably. You have received an invitation to a banquet. At the banquet, you encounter the venerable ancestor of the Shin family, Shin Tianling, and were met with great hospitality. You have acquired the cultivation notes of Shin Tianling. You have been bestowed with a fragmented artifact by Shin Tianling, who seeks to win your allegiance. Shin Tianling has arranged a marriage for you, granting you the most gifted young woman from his family. He has elevated you to the esteemed position of honorary elder of the Shin clan, providing you with cultivation resources equivalent to his own, and members of the Shin family are required to pay their respects to you. The senior members of the Shun clan have persuaded Shin Tianling, leaving him somewhat regretful. It appears that the ancestral figure of the Shin family possesses an extraordinary talent for social interaction. Wang Li suddenly finds Shin Tianling to be rather intriguing. In the 13th year, Lu Zidwan's son, Lu Mo, has reached the age of 5. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You are profoundly disappointed. Lu Mo possesses no spiritual roots. This year, Jiang Qingyin bids farewell and departs. You continued to refine elixirs while simultaneously cultivating your skills. In the 14th year, you took as your wife Shin Li, the daughter of the clan leader of the Shin celestial lineage, a practitioner endowed with mutated 3 spiritual roots. You encountered your fiancée Shin Li, silver-haired, beautiful, and possessing a languid demeanor. This was your initial impression of her. The Shin clan of the celestial lineage celebrated with great fanfare, hosting a lavish banquet in your honor. The news of Master Na's intention to take a Dao partner swiftly spread throughout the cultivation realm of Qi Kingdom. Numerous wandering cultivators presented their congratulatory gifts. The wedding festivities spanned nearly a month. Following the nuptials, you sensed a significant enhancement in your cultivation, now merely a step away from the late stage of foundation establishment. You have discovered that Shin Li is quite the Epicurean. You have discerned that Shin only harbors a disinclination towards cultivation. You have discovered that Shin Li is a superior quality furnished tripod. You realize that Shin Li has married you solely for the purpose of acquiring your ability to concoct exquisite elixirs. You find yourself at a loss for words. In your 14th year, you sense that your alchemical skills have reached an impasse. You have discovered that Shin Li is expecting a child. Recently, Shin Tianling has begun to extend invitations for tea gatherings. You have received a gift of celestial fire from an anonymous wandering practitioner, the Shin Shui flame, which resembles water yet burns with an intense fervor. You are taken aback, puzzled as to why the other party has bestowed upon you such a precious treasure. The anonymous wanderer offers little more than gratitude for the significant elixir you once crafted for him at a modest price. Fearing deceit, you return the spiritual fire, indicating that you are merely a hired hand. The wandering cultivators did not accept it, as they had sought numerous alchemists at that time. Only you extended a helping hand. And coupled with your long-standing practice of refining elixirs at modest prices, you have cared for many wandering cultivators. This flame is the reward for your decade-long commitment to benevolence. You reflect on the notion that virtuous deeds are indeed rewarded and graciously accept the outcome. You have refined the mystic water flame, enhancing your Red Emperor Divine Path skills. Your resistance to fire attributes has been enhanced. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have observed that Lu Mo has been feeling rather despondent lately. You begin to inquire. Lu Mo, with tears in his eyes, asks you if you no longer want him. You do not understand. Lu Mo stated that he has perused numerous narratives that depict how many fathers, after marrying a stepmother, tend to neglect or even develop an aversion towards their biological sons. Moreover, he is not even your biological son. You gently caress Lu Mo's head, offering him solace, affirming that he will always be your son, a truth established the moment you adopted him, unchanging and eternal. Lu Mo embraced you warmly. By the end of the 14th year, your child was born, a boy. Upon examination, he was found to possess dual spiritual roots, embodying both water and earth. You are greatly astonished. You are filled with joy. And the Shin clan rejoices exuberantly. The patriarch of the Shin family laments that the child does not possess the fire or with spiritual roots. Otherwise, they could have pursued the art of alchemy and inherited your legacy. Shin begins to care for the child, though she finds the task rather cumbersome. Shin Tianling approaches you, inquiring whether the firstborn may bear the Shin surname. You are indifferent. The child has been entrusted to the care of the Shin family. Shin has successfully transcended the foundation establishment stage. You continue your cultivation. In the 15th year, with an abundance of resources amassed, you have transcended to the later stages of foundation establishment. At the age of 27, attaining the later stages of foundation establishment is exceedingly rare within the entire realm of cultivation in the Qi Kingdom. You reflect upon the fruits of your own diligence and perseverance. The simulator expresses no objections. Shin Tianling once again receives you. In the pavilion, he marvels at your youth. Having transcended to the later stage of foundation establishment with the endowment of 4 spiritual roots at the tender age of 27, leaving countless onlookers envious of your remarkable achievement. You do not comprehend the purpose behind his words, and your hand trembles slightly as you hold the teacup. Shin Tianling assures you that he harbors no ill intentions. Although he practices dark arts and has taken countless lives in the past, he is fundamentally a good person. You find yourself at a loss for words. Shin Tianling has imparted the art of magic to you. You have obtained the modified volume of the Great 5 Elements True Demonic Divine Skill. What? Wang Li was taken aback. Is there really a modified version of the skill? Shin Tianling informs you that this technique possesses unparalleled advantages and infinite applications. Once successfully cultivated, it renders one invincible among peers. Your countenance may be devoid of expression, yet you harbor profound agreement. As a practitioner of the Great 5 Elements True Demon Art, you are acutely aware of the intricacies inherent in this cultivation technique. Regrettably, what you possess is but a fragment, containing merely the cultivation formulas ranging from the Qi refinement stage to the core formation stage. Beyond this, there exists nothing further. You peruse the modified version of the 5 Elements True Demon Divine Art. You have gained some insights. Shin Tianling has revealed to you that he has little time left to live. The last time he was consumed by madness, it cost him too much of his lifespan. A surge of alarm coursed through your heart, awakening a sense of vigilance. You feared that the other might usurp your essence. Shin Tianling discerned your apprehension and assured you that he harbored no intention of causing you harm. Having cultivated for 380 years, he has become well acquainted with the cycles of life and death, finding peace within himself, yet he remains unable to relinquish his attachment to his family. Shin Tianling expressed his hope that after his transcendence, you would safeguard the Shin Celestial clan. You have given your consent. You have departed. In the 16th year, after years of diligent study, your mastery of the art of formations has ascended to a remarkable level. The entire Shin family is astounded by your extraordinary achievements in the realm of array techniques. Your esteemed identity as a master of formations swiftly spread across the vast lands, attracting a multitude of independent practitioners to patronize your enterprise. The production of low-tier formation flags further elevated your reputation. In the 17th year, Shin Li conceived once more. You gazed at Shin Li, who remained perpetually slender, a hint of envy gracing your features. With every need effortlessly met, be it clothing or sustenance, and with leisure spent in reading or listening to music, such a life embodies the dreams of countless souls. In your 18th year, you lamented the stagnation of your cultivation, pondering the arduous path of immortality. Your second son has been born, a cultivator with 3 mutated spiritual roots, water, fire, and wind. You shall name him Wang Li. The Shin clan of Immortals presents their congratulatory gifts. The Shin clan of Immortals requests your guidance in nurturing disciples. You declined. The Shin clan sought out Shin Li, but she refused. In the 19th year, you obtained a wisp of the celestial fire of heaven and earth. You shall refine it. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You attended to her final affairs. You have commenced your exploration into the mysteries of the Jade Pearl. You beseech Shin Tianling for assistance in uncovering the mystery. Could it be that this jade orb is an ominous object? Even Shin Tianling's countenance pales in fear. Wang Li gazes at the simulation on the screen, his face filled with curiosity. You inquired about the secret of the Jade Pearl. Shin Tianling revealed to you that this gem is known as the Eternal Pearl, linked to an immortal estate's legacy within the Eastern Spirit Domain. It is said to have been brought forth by a deity of great power from that celestial dwelling. The possessor of this pearl may retain their youthful appearance, preserving vitality and vigor indefinitely. However, those who possess this pearl ultimately meet with misfortune, facing ominous events in their later years. Shin Tianling cast the Jade Pearl far away. You inquire about the ominous events that may befall one in their twilight years. Shin Tianling informs you that the holders, in their advanced age, are drained of their vitality, transforming into desiccated corpses that roam freely, committing acts of murder and bloodletting. You will be both skeptical and convinced. You have departed. Shin Tianling informed you that should any anomalies arise, you must seek him out. The following day, Yuzhu appeared by your bedside. A profound sense of astonishment enveloped you as you perceived this object to be exceedingly sinister. You set out in search of Shin Tianling. Upon your arrival, Shin Tianling's complexion turned an eerie shade of pale. He believed that this pearl harbored great terror. Shin Tianling undertook to investigate the mysteries of the ageless pearl on your behalf. In the 21st year, Shin Tianling found you and explained that the matter of the Jade Pearl was insurmountable. Anyone who came into possession of the Jade Pearl became ensnared by its curse, facing a grim fate in their twilight years, ultimately transforming into a bloodthirsty, lifeless husk. You are filled with an intense fury, and your heart begins to harbor a deep-seated hatred for Jiang Qingyan. Shin Tianling instructs you to transfer the Jade Pearl to him, so that he may face death in your stead. You are greatly astonished. Shin Tianling declares that his lifespan is limited, and rather than witnessing an uncertain future for you in your later years, he would prefer to sacrifice himself on your behalf. You are deeply moved, as it is your first encounter with the realm of cultivation. In this self-serving world, there are still those who genuinely embody the spirit of sacrifice. You inquired of Shin Tianling how to transfer the Jade Pearl to him. Shin Tianling introduced to you a method of blood contract. You cultivate the art of blood pact. You inquire with Yuzhu whether it is permissible for you to bestow it upon another. Shin Tianling informs you that unless the recipient is willing to forge a blood pact with you, such a transfer is impossible. Shin Tianling further elucidates that even if you were to coerce another into practicing the blood covenant technique and transfer the ageless pearl to them, should they cease their practice of the blood pact, the ageless pearl would inevitably revert to your possession, remaining so until your demise. You bestowed the ageless pearl upon Shin Tianling. You pledged an oath to Shin Tianling, declaring that as long as you exist, the Shin clan shall endure. With tears glistening in his eyes, Shin Tianling grasped your hand tightly. In the 22nd year, after arranging his final affairs, Shin Tianling set forth towards the Western Spirit Domain, carrying the Jade Orb. You watched Shin Tianling's figure depart. In the 23rd year, Lu Mo has reached the age of 15. You intend to return Lu Mo to Lu family village in Nanzhou, Chigua, allowing him to acknowledge his roots. However, Lu Mo is reluctant. He only wishes to remain by your side, devotedly caring for you in your twilight years. You have left him. In the 24th year, a mid-stage demon corpse rampaged through the Western Spirit Domain, devouring countless demonic beasts. The demon corpse was ultimately vanquished by a 6th-level demonic beast. The powerful beings of the demon race confronted the 7 sects of the Demon Gate. In turn, the 7 sects of the Demon Gate shifted the blame onto the 7 sects of the Righteous Path. An agreement was forged between the demon race and the Demon Gate to jointly assault the 7 sects of the Righteous Path and divide the Southern Spirit Domain among themselves. In an instant, the entire righteous sects of the Southern Spirit Domain were stunned by this revelation. Led by the Heavenly One sect, the righteous sects began to summon the core formation cultivators from various families to convene at Purple Chi Peak to deliberate on countermeasures. How did the demon race become embroiled in this as well? Old Shin, how many lives of the demon race have you extinguished? Upon witnessing this, Wang Li was taken aback. He never anticipated that this simulation would lead to an alliance between the demon race and the Demon Gate due to Shin Tianling's interference. The Demon Gate alone was already enough trouble for the 7 sects, Now with the demon race involved, the 7 sects of the righteous path were in grave peril. Realizing the urgency of the situation, you convened a family meeting of the Shin clan. You proposed that the Shin clan of immortals relocate to the eastern spirit domain. And they have graciously accepted your suggestion. You have prepared for the relocation. The eastern spirit domain, shrouded in mystery, is said to be a sacred land for cultivators. Yet its true nature compared to the southern spirit domain remains unclear. The realm in which Wang Li traverses is known as the Tianshu continent, bordered by the sea on all sides. It is rumored that this land was formed from a celestial meteorite that fell from the heavens during ancient times. The Tianshu continent is divided into 4 major domains: the eastern spirit domain, the western spirit domain, the southern spirit domain, and the northern spirit domain. The western spirit domain serves as a gathering place for the demon race, a sanctuary for all beasts of the world. The southern spirit domain is characterized by the opposition between righteous and demonic forces, consisting of 14 nations standing independently. The eastern spirit domain reigns supreme, with the Taisong sacred land towering above all, a revered sanctuary for cultivators where none wish to forego the opportunity to join its ranks. As for the northern spirit domain, it is a realm of perpetual ice and snow, sparsely populated and rumored to harbor hidden sects, though none have ever witnessed them, leaving their existence in question. As these thoughts lingered, the simulator unveiled a new segment. That evening, a mysterious figure approached, inviting you to join the demon god sect as an insider, with the intent to lead the Shin clan in a surprise assault against the righteous forces during the impending battle between good and evil. You are unwilling. You engage in combat with a mysterious figure. The enigmatic adversary falters. The mysterious individual unleashes a precious artifact. You invoke the fragment of the treasured artifact bestowed by Shin Tianling. You have sustained minor injuries. The enigmatic figure has vanished without a trace. News of the Shin clan's impending departure to the eastern spiritual realm has spread like wildfire. A multitude of wandering cultivators have gathered at the Shin clan, and the representatives of these cultivators beseech you to remain. As you gaze upon the scattered practitioners throughout the city, a profound sense of reflection fills your heart. You bid farewell to the wandering practitioners with a wave of your hand. You led the Shin clan of immortals to the eastern spirit domain. 3 days later, you were intercepted by a core formation cultivator dispatched by the Tianyi sect. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You are brought before the Hall of Justice. The elder in charge of the proceedings questions you, a disciple of the Heavenly One sect, regarding your abandonment of your sect in the face of the demonic invasion. What is your intention? You gazed at him with an impassive expression. The elder of law pronounced your transgressions and ultimately sentenced you to a decade of alchemical cultivation in the Danding Hall as a means of atonement. This dramatic scene left you somewhat shaken, and you began to regret your earlier decision to identify yourself as a disciple of the Tianyi sect. In order to compel your alchemical endeavors, the entire Shin clan was firmly under the control of the Tianyi sect. Your son, Shin Yunjin, has joined the esteemed Tianyi sect. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Your alchemical prowess has left many in awe. In the 25th year, the righteous and demonic forces officially clashed in battle. Under the alliance of the demonic entities, the righteous path faced relentless setbacks, losing vast territories in the process. By the 26th year, the 7 sects of the righteous were vanquished by the demonic coalition, compelling the Tianyi sect to retreat into the eastern spiritual domain. The Shin clan of immortals was forcibly retained to hold the rear. You were consumed by an overwhelming rage, feeling that you have betrayed your vow to Shin Tianling. For 27 years, under the leadership of Tianyi sect, you have followed to the eastern spirit domain. The Tianyi sect has reconstructed its mountain gate in the eastern spirit domain and has submitted to the Taisong sacred land. You remain ensnared in the alchemical trials. In the 28th year, you hear of the demonic clans and the sinister sects governing the southern spirit domain in unison. By the 29th year, your cultivation has yet to advance. The esteemed master of the Danding Palace, Yin Donglai, advises you, stating that your innate talent permits you to reach only the latter stages of foundation establishment. Without extraordinary fortune, further progress in this lifetime seems implausible. You remain silent. Yun Donglai approached the elder of law enforcement to seek permission for your family to visit. In the 30th year, you encountered Lu Mo. At the age of 22, he had grown exceedingly tall. Due to your influence, he faced no difficulties within the Tianyi sect and had secured a position tending to the spirit herbs. As you gazed upon his increasingly familiar visage resembling that of Lu Zidwan, a cascade of emotions surged within your heart. You encountered Shen Yunjin. Shen Yunjin bears little resemblance to you, leaning more towards your partner, Shen Li. Yet, you share an undeniable resonance of blood. You offered words of encouragement to Shen Yunjin. You have encountered Wang Lin. You have encouraged Wang Lin. You encountered Shen Li. Her carefree demeanor left you feeling somewhat dissatisfied. You have profoundly punished Shen Li. Although I have never encountered this Shen Li, the dissatisfaction I feel in this simulation suggests that she is indeed rather heartless. After all, a day as husband and wife entails 100 days of affection. Wang Li couldn't help but exclaim. In the 31st year, the opening of the Taishu Immortal Mansion is imminent. The entire Eastern Spirit Domain has erupted in fervor. You have gleaned insights about the Taishu Immortal Mansion from the words of Yundong. Upon learning that the Taishu Immortal Mansion is the source of the nefarious everlasting pearl, your expression shifts dramatically. Yundong Lai informs you that the Taishu Immortal Mansion harbors immense opportunities and profound transformations. Although the everlasting pearl is tainted with ominousness, it is intrinsically linked to a legacy of the immortal estate. In the 32nd year, the Taishu Immortal Mansion is unveiled, drawing a multitude of heroes from all directions. By the 33rd year, the celestial one-sex Yuaning ancestor returns, bloodied. Soon after, cries for help echo from all corners. You and Yun Donglai departed from the Danding Hall. You beheld a zombie, its crimson eyes glistening, traversing through the crowd, mercilessly slaying and draining the life from its victims. You and Yun Dong parted ways and scattered. You set forth in search of your family. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You rendezvous with Shen Li. You instructed Shen Li to take the child and depart first. You venture forth in search of Shen Yunjin. You have been ambushed by another white-haired zombie. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have perished. How is it that a white-haired zombie still remains? Why are there no options presented? Does the simulator within me not regard saving my son as a matter of choice? Suddenly, Wang Li recalled a profound saying, family is never a matter of choice. He fell silent. Talent. The grievous soul's demand automatically activates. Grievous soul's demand, as long as the soul has not been extinguished within the first 7 days. It may return as a vengeful spirit, capable of taking away any cultivator below the foundation establishment stage. You have returned on the 7th day. At this moment, the heavenly gate has transformed into a desolate ruin, littered with the lifeless corpses, drained of their blood. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. At the foot of the mountain, you encountered the lifeless body of Shen Li. You have accomplished nothing. A day has passed, and your vengeful spirit has dissipated. This simulation has concluded, and you may select 2 rewards from the following options. 1. External avatar. You acquire an unconscious external avatar, which you can control entirely. This avatar can practice diligently and is of significant utility. 2. Current simulation cultivation level, late foundation establishment. 3. Experience as a Grandmaster Alchemist, the knowledge gained from alchemy within the simulator. 4. Experience in advanced array techniques, the proficiency acquired from array training in the simulator. 5. 8 million spirit stones, the earnings from your efforts, not usable within the simulation. 6. Great 5 elements true demon technique, a martial art of extraordinary origin. 7. Revised Great 5 elements true demon technique, an improved version of the original technique by the sages of the demonic sect. 8. Alchemical formulas, all formulas you have mastered in the simulation. 9. Experience in spell cultivation, the knowledge gained from spell training in the simulator. 10. Everlasting Pearl, a vital inheritance related to the Taishu Immortal Mansion. It is said that those who acquire this pearl invariably meet with misfortune in their later years. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Li chose to enhance his cultivation and talent, as potent magical energy surged within him, refining his internal organs. Wang Li's cultivation leaped to the late foundation establishment stage. Simultaneously, a youthful figure identical to himself materialized beside him, observing the calm gaze of his external avatar. Wang Li imparted his cultivated technique, the Crimson Fire Sutra, to it. "Commence your training," Wang Li commanded, and the external avatar promptly took to the bed. Assuming a meditative posture, watching the avatar cultivate, Wang Li accessed his status panel, Life Simulation Device Level 2 Host, Wang Li Age, 12 Technique, Crimson Fire Sutra Cultivation, Late Foundation Establishment Simulation Points, 2,700 Simulation Attempts, 0 Talent. Vengeful Spirit Summoning Black. Array Prodigy, Green, Alchemical Prodigy, Green, Dual Focus, Green, External Avatar, Green, Skills, Superior Alchemist, Inferior Array Master. Talents are ranked from lowest to highest: white, black, yellow, green, purple, red, gold, and rainbow. It appears imperative to expedite the transition to a more advanced technique. The Crimson Fire Sutra, while foundational, lacks the subsequent methodologies required for full realization of the late foundation establishment prowess. The version transmitted to Wang Li by the Li clan only encompasses the incantations from the Qi refinement to foundation establishment stages, omitting the subsequent teachings necessary for advancement. To unleash his full potential, Wang Li must either transition to a different technique or locate the subsequent teachings of the Crimson Fire Sutra to progress to the core formation stage. With this in mind, Wang Li initiated the simulation once more. This time, he aspired to secure the Great Five Elements True Demon Technique, although he had yet to practice it. The fact that even Shen Tianling was training in it attested to its remarkable nature. Taking a deep breath, Wang Li directed his gaze towards the simulator. The simulator was powering up. "You have utilized 1,000 energy points. A talent has been randomly selected. Congratulations on acquiring the purple talent, Supreme Sorcery." Supreme Sorcery. You are a born sorcerer. Any magical techniques you cultivate will yield results far beyond the ordinary, and you are immune to most of the backlash associated with such arts. You possess the ability to ameliorate the shortcomings of magical powers and can integrate these arts for innovative creation. One day, you shall rise to become a formidable master of the arcane realm. "Another purple one," exclaimed Wang Li, overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing the new talent entry. He felt a sense of anticipation for the upcoming simulation. Upon your return from the alchemical market today, you encountered a youth who bore an uncanny resemblance to yourself. Upon confirming this as your external incarnation, you commenced guiding your avatar in the practice of rudimentary cultivation. The avatar has now mastered the fundamentals of this discipline. You begin to focus your avatar on diligent cultivation. You set out to establish your stall. After 6 months, your reputation began to spread far and wide, reaching the ears of numerous cultivators. Many became aware that a master alchemist clad in gray had emerged from the Li family market, and you were honored with the esteemed title of Gray Robe Alchemy Master. You began to secretly seek the methods of the demonic arts for cultivation. In the second year, your avatar attained the second level of Qi refinement. With your avatar serving as a guise, you commenced a prolonged stay in the marketplace. You have acquired a shop in the bustling market. Under the influence of reputation, you consistently maintain a low profile in alchemy, and as a result, your business flourishes and your esteemed reputation grows ever stronger. You commence the quest for the elusive spirit elixir. You have achieved your desires. You gather the herbs essential for concocting the elixir of life. You have successfully crafted the spirit elixir. You have dispelled the stagnant energy within your body. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have comprehended the 9 transformations of the demon god. This technique necessitates the periodic consumption of demon beasts for cultivation. Until the mastery of the art is achieved, one must consistently ingest demon beasts. Otherwise, the demonic energy within will surge uncontrollably, resulting in the practitioner's catastrophic demise. The supreme talent of the dark path is unleashed. You are tasked with improving the narrative of Demon God 9 transformations. You have dedicated an entire year to refining the transformation of the Demon God 9 variations. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have rectified the drawbacks associated with the regular consumption of mystical beasts. You have rectified the shortcomings of the demonic upheaval. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have successfully changed your major. You have finally been able to fully unleash your complete strength in the later stages of foundation building. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Your avatar has devoured a first-tier demon beast, resulting in an elevation of your cultivation to the 5th level of chi refinement, significantly enhancing your physical prowess. You have devoured a 3rd-tier demon beast. Your cultivation has not advanced, yet your physical strength has surged dramatically. In the 4th year, Lu Zidon approached you with an air of mystery, inquiring whether you were aware of matters concerning the outer disciples. You inquired about Lu Zidon. Lu Zidon informed you of the matter concerning the Li clan's celestial lineage, who collected disciples from external families and sold them as livestock to the Tianyi sect for the purpose of blood sacrifices in the secret realms. You hastily inquired of Lu Zijuang where he had acquired this information. Lu Zijuang informed you that he had learned of this matter while collaborating with other disciples of different surnames to apprehend a beast trafficker, having heard it from a merchant. You express astonishment. Lu Zijuang inquires how one might resist the Li clan of immortals. You shook your head in uncertainty. Lu Zidon, filled with sorrow, resolved to flee. You advised him that fleeing was unwise. Lu Zidon departed in silence. In the 5th year, your cultivation experienced a subtle advancement, and your mastery of magic progressed rapidly. Your external incarnation has devoured numerous demonic beasts, attaining the 7th level of chi refinement. You commence the fortification of yourself. You have acquired the exquisite set of spiritual artifacts. You have mastered the art of elemental evasion. You have mastered the 5-element defense technique. In the 6th year, your cultivation has achieved a slight advancement. Your external incarnation has consumed numerous magical beasts, attaining the 8th level of chi refinement. In the 6th year, the Li clan ceased the distribution of cultivation resources, leaving many outer disciples in tears and lamentation. Your external incarnation has reached the 9th level of chi refinement. Your business is growing ever larger. You have acquired a multitude of shops. You have increased the monthly remuneration for the freelance workers under your employ. You have garnered a commendable reputation among the vast community of independent artisans by offering your goods at remarkably low prices. In the 7th year, your youthful companion Lin Yu came to the North Mountain Villa to seek you and Lu Zidu, inviting you both to explore the bustling market. You once again encountered Lu Zidon and Lin Yu. After many years apart, you discovered that Lu Zidon had attained the 7th level of chi refinement. You discern a latent aura of malevolence surrounding Lu Zidon. After your avatar rejected the proposal, Lu Zidon also declined Lin Yu's advances. Following their reminiscing, they resumed their cultivation in the bedroom. In the afternoon, Li Yunxi returned to the immortal clan via the market, creating a temporary sensation. Li Yunxi's carriage halted before your shop, and she greeted you with the respect befitting a junior disciple. You nodded expressionlessly, a gesture that left Li Yunxi feeling that you were inscrutable. Lin Yu severed all ties with you. In the 2nd month of the 7th year, you acquired a mystical art of escape, the blood shadow technique. You have successfully refined your skills and eliminated the flaw of shortened lifespan associated with the use of blood shadow escape. In March of the 7th year, you concocted the purifying spirit elixir for your incarnation. In April of the 7th year, you prepared the bone sculpting pill for your incarnation. In May of the 7th year, Lu Zidon sought you out, extending an invitation for a joint defection. You informed Lu Zidon that you had devised a plan, presenting him with a clear spirit pill and a bone molding pill, while sharing your strategy. Lu Zidon was astonished by your notion and found it feasible. Consequently, he renounced his intention to defect. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have concocted the beauty-enhancing elixir. You have received a tranquil elixir as a gift. Li Yunxi, intrigued, inquires about which generation of disciples you belong to. You remained unresponsive, continuing your alchemical pursuits. Li Yunxi departed. On the 1st day of the 8th year's new year, your incarnation, under your command, consumed the Qingling pill and the bone refining pill. Your avatar has been assailed. Your avatar has been fed a potion of enchantment. Your avatar has been ensnared by a binding spell. Your avatar has been interrupted, with limbs broken. The spirit cleansing elixir begins to operate. The bone sculpting elixir commences its function. The effects of the mind enchantment elixir are dispelled. The bones of your hands and legs start to restore and reshape. Your avatar has been transported into the mystical realm of the immortal ruins. You encountered Jia Qing through your avatar. You, in the guise of your avatar, opened your eyes and gazed upon him. You wielded the arcane art of the eternal demon body from the 9 transformations of the demon god. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You informed Jia Qing that you were sent by the demon god sect to convey certain messages and to search for a particular item within the celestial ruins. Jia Qing, convinced by your words, placed his trust in you as you employed the esteemed technique of the demon god sect, the 9 transformations of the demon god. To solidify his faith, Jia Qing then began to inquire about the messages you were to deliver. You informed Jia Qing that upon exiting the secret realm, the foundation-building cultivator leading the group would compel you to consume the memory oblivion pill, resulting in the loss of half a month's memories, which would only be restored upon breaking through to the foundation-building stage. Your task was to convey this information to Jia Qing while also venturing into the secret realm to seek a particular item. Jia Qing took your words to heart. You sought the means to confront malevolent spirits from Jia Qing. In response, Jia Qing bestowed upon you a secret treasure, the soul-cutting bell. You inquired of Jia Qing whether it was possible to remain in the mystic ruins until the commencement of the next secret realm. Jia Qing shook her head in negation, informing you that the leading cultivator had conveyed to them that the mystic ruins would be accessible for merely 8 days, and on the 8th day, they must depart. Otherwise, an exceedingly dreadful calamity would ensue. You inquired further, but Jia Qing shook her head in a gesture of uncertainty. You have awakened Lu Zidwan, who was feigning sleep. Lu Zidwan gazes at you with a complex expression, taken aback by the revelation of your clandestine identity, which you had not disclosed to him, your dear brother. You informed Jia Qing that Lu Zidwan could be cultivated as a practitioner of the demonic sect, serving its interests. Jia Qing nodded and administered the soul-biting pill to Lu Zidwan. Subsequently, Jia Qing coerced Lu Zidwan into joining him in the sacrificial offering of all the outer disciples. You informed Jia Qing of your intention to embark on an exploration of the hidden realms. In response, Jia Qing clasped his fist in a gesture of respect, expressing his fervent hope for your safe return. As you embark on your exploration of the mysterious realm, you find yourself at a crossroads once more, with the simulator presenting a selection of directions: east, south, west, and north. To the east lies the blood cliff, to the west the desert, to the south the dense forest, and to the north the stagnant waters. Recalling the insights gleaned from previous simulations, you hesitate, uncertain of your path. It is evident that this secret realm conceals profound mysteries. During my last simulation, I discovered a fragment of the Grand 5 Elements true demonic art in the Western Desert and encountered a towering remnant spirit. The Western Desert undoubtedly harbors further secrets. Yet pursuing the Grand 5 Elements true demonic art alone does not justify the risk, for that remnant spirit poses a significant danger. The blood cliff is swarming with crimson mosquitoes, their sheer numbers creating a fog of blood. Thus, the dense forest to the south seems the most prudent choice. Taking a deep breath, you resolve to venture into the dense forest. You choose to venture into the dense southern forest. You spent half an hour journeying to the southern dense forest. At the entrance of the dense forest, you beheld 2 imposing lines of text: no entry for the living. Halt, those who approach. You have stepped into the dense forest. You are delving into the mysteries of the dense forest. You encountered a flower adorned in a resplendent shade of deep magenta. You delicately plucked the flower. Abruptly, you perceived the surrounding trees as if imbued with newfound vitality, resurrected to life. In your bewildered state, tendrils lashed out with the swiftness of lightning, assailing you relentlessly. Terror seized your heart, and you fled in disarray. Amidst the chaos, you espied a cavern in the distance, into which you hastily plunged. Upon entering, a macabre tableau unfolded before your eyes. A multitude of bones lay scattered about. Upon closer inspection, you discerned both human and animal remains. A wave of horror washed over you, filling you with dread. Behind you, the barbed tendrils persisted in their relentless pursuit, and you desperately evaded their grasp. You are ensnared by the relentless grasp of tentacles. In an instant, you are dragged into the cavernous maw of a bloodthirsty entity. Before you know it, your avatar has been completely devoured by that aberrant creature. The perilous nature of this celestial ruin is undeniably extreme. The fact that these aberrant beings can so effortlessly claim my life is a testament to their formidable strength, each possessing capabilities surpassing the foundational stage of cultivation. Yet, the most inscrutable aspect of this celestial ruin lies in its prohibition against the entry of cultivators above the foundational stage. Wang Li sat cross-legged, deeply contemplating this predicament. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. Should he continue to explore this celestial ruin in the next simulation? He repeatedly questioned himself in the depths of his mind. It is an undeniable truth that the celestial ruin harbors significant secrets. But is it truly worth expending his precious time on this endeavor? With the simulator at his disposal, as long as he can preserve his life, he can simulate his way to immortality and even navigate through the myriad circumstances that follow his ascension. Just as Wang Li was engulfed in his internal turmoil, the simulation progress updated quietly. As the avatars outside were lost, your consciousness returned to your true self. In the second month of the 8th year, you began to covertly scour the surroundings, amassing a wealth of demonic techniques and diligently honing your skills. The challenge of gathering such techniques in the righteous realm was beyond imagination. Thus, the notion of venturing into the demonic sect took root in your mind. Your thoughts involuntarily drifted towards the modified scroll of the Grand Five Elements True Demon Art in Shun Tianling's possession. Much like during the previous simulation, you boldly proclaimed your intent to gather the ethereal flames of heaven and earth. As the renowned gray robe alchemist, your reputation resonated far and wide, and your desires swiftly became known to the major factions. Before long, an elder from the Shin clan returned to your doorstep. The elder extended an olive branch, promising that should you join the Shin family and assist in their alchemical endeavors, you would not only attain the esteemed rank of a venerable elder, but also fulfill your wish of acquiring the ethereal flames. Upon encountering the members of the Shin family once more, memories of the past surged within you, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. After much contemplation, you consented to the Shun family's invitation. However, you made it unequivocally clear that this was merely a transaction. You would concoct elixirs for the Shun clan's ancestor, who had succumbed to the perils of demonic cultivation, but only in exchange for 2 specific items. Once your objectives were achieved, you would depart. The elder of the Shin family, upon hearing your words, was taken aback by your awareness of the ancestor's plight. With a serene smile, you informed the elder of the Shin family that you were aware they had been secretly investigating your identity over the years. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Shin family was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. In his bewilderment, his curiosity regarding your true identity intensified. At the close of the 8th year, after refining your final batch of elixirs, you solemnly announced to all that you would soon depart. Upon hearing the news of your impending departure, a multitude of wandering cultivators rushed to plead for you to stay. Li Daojian, the patriarch of the Li celestial clan, also stepped forward to urge you to remain, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. However, your resolve was unwavering, and you firmly declined. In the 9th year, you accompanied the elder of the Shin family on a journey to the Shin celestial clan. After a long and arduous trek, you arrived at the Hongfeng mountain range. Prominent figures from the Shin celestial clan emerged in droves to welcome you. The clan leader of the Shin family personally took your hand, warmly introducing you to the residence that had been designated for you. You conveyed to the patriarch of the Shin family that your visit was solely for the purpose of concocting elixirs for the elder of the Shin clan, to retrieve the celestial fire of the earth and heaven, as well as an item held by the elder, with no intention of remaining within the Shin celestial lineage. The high-ranking members of the Shin clan exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a myriad of emotions. By a stroke of fortune, you encountered Shin Li, who at that moment lay languidly atop an ancient tree, indulging in a leisurely slumber, exhibiting no inclination towards cultivation, embodying a demeanor of idleness. You gazed at her for several seconds, your face involuntarily betraying a look of exasperation. The elder of the Shun family keenly detected the expression in your eyes. Subsequently, he conspired in hushed tones with the patriarch of the Shin clan. On the second day of your arrival at the Shun immortal clan, you immersed yourself entirely in the art of alchemy. The Shun clan, eager to assist in your endeavors, dispatched additional personnel to aid you, granting you unrestricted access to their resources. Fortune favors the diligent. You successfully acquired the spiritual fire known as Wind Thunder Flame. At this moment, you activated your dual focus ability, diligently refining elixirs while methodically harnessing the Wind Thunder Flame. By the 10th year, under your meticulous crafting, the 5-colored glazed elixir was successfully birthed. The patriarch of the Shin clan, intent on fostering a romantic connection between you and Shin Li, endeavored to weave a beautiful tale. He took special care to introduce Shin Li to you, You observed Shen Li, clearly fatigued and forcibly dragged into this social engagement, and without a moment's hesitation, you resolutely declined. Shen Li let out a silent sigh, inwardly lamenting the situation. What exactly is she lamenting? Wang Li was filled with confusion, utterly perplexed. After a brief silence, you resolved to extend another opportunity to Shen Li. You earnestly inquire whether Shen Li harbors feelings for you. She affirms with a simple yes. Yet your discerning gaze penetrates the facade of her words, revealing the deception beneath, and a flicker of disappointment stirs within your heart. Sensing your unspoken thoughts, Shen Li decides to lay her cards on the table. She confides in you that the clan leader has mentioned that only you would not disdain her for her indulgent and lazy nature, which is why she wishes to accompany you. You were rendered speechless, overwhelmed with emotion, reflecting that she had remained unchanged. Thus, you resolutely declined Shen Li once more. In the 11th year, with your elixirs aiding him, the ancestral patriarch of the Shen family regained his former vitality and even advanced in his cultivation. You have received an invitation to a grand banquet. At the gathering, you encounter the esteemed ancestor of the Shen family, Shen Tianling, who bestows upon you great honor. Shen Tianling holds you in high regard and presents you with his cultivation notes. Seizing the opportune moment, you approach Shen Tianling to request the great 5 elements true demonic divine art. Shen Tianling, upon hearing your request, was taken aback by your knowledge of this particular technique. Nevertheless, he ultimately imparted the great 5 elements true demonic divine art to you. Consequently, you successfully acquired the modified scroll of the great 5 elements true demonic divine art, which meticulously detailed the incantations from the chi refinement stage to the nascent soul stage. With your wish fulfilled, you expressed your intention to take your leave. Shen Tianling earnestly endeavored to retain you. However, your determination to depart remained resolute. Ultimately, you bid farewell to the Shen clan of immortals. On your journey back, you perused the great 5 elements true demonic divine art and found yourself captivated by the profundity of the technique, quietly nurturing the thought of switching your cultivation path. Should you indeed change your focus? Before Wang Li, 2 choices materialized. Thus, the question lingered. Should you make the transition? Wang Li furrowed his brow, ensnared in profound hesitation. After a tumultuous internal struggle, he gritted his teeth and ultimately chose to proceed with the transformation. You resolutely chose to change your major. The great 5 elements true demon divine art encompasses 5 sets of attribute techniques, each intricately concealing profound mysteries and possessing its own unique subtleties. Faced with the choice of cultivating the arts of metal, wood, water, fire, or earth, one cannot help but ponder the emergence of yet another decision. Regrettably, I find myself beyond the realm of simulation, rendering me incapable of discerning which discipline is superior or more suited to my essence. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Li ultimately resolves to pursue the cultivation of the wood attribute. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Harnessing the powers of the supreme demon path, you adeptly modified the Qing Emperor's longevity technique, successfully eliminating the detrimental effects of the bone-devouring demon beasts. Continuing your refinements, you eradicated the issue of chaotic spiritual energy following the consumption of these demon beasts. With further modifications, you addressed the significant surge in beastly instincts that arose thereafter. After considerable effort, your lifespan has extended to 400 years, twice that of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. You have departed from the Shen clan of immortals. With a heart full of longing, you return to visit your parents. After leaving behind some precious belongings, you set forth on your journey once again. You have bid farewell to the Qi Kingdom's realm of cultivation and set forth towards the southern spirit region, specifically the 7 nations of the demon sect. Despite numerous simulations, this is my first venture into the 7 nations of the demon sect. However, it is a circumstance born of necessity. The innate talent of the supreme demon path dictates that only by immersing myself in the ways of the demonic can I achieve rapid advancement. Wang Li inhaled deeply and continued with the simulation. You have arrived in the lower realm. You have caught the attention of several foundational stage demon cultivators. You boldly revealed your exquisite collection of top-tier spiritual artifacts. You have vanquished 3 foundational stage demon cultivators. You arrived, somewhat clumsily, at the cultivation realm of the Zhou Kingdom, an affiliated state of the Huan sect among the 7 sects of the Demon Gate. You are setting up a stall at the joyful pavilion under the auspices of the Huan sect. You have unfurled the banner of the gray-robed alchemist. Those scattered cultivators who sought your alchemical expertise in the Li family market years ago were utterly astonished by your appearance in the joyous square. You have encountered numerous long-standing patrons. You encountered the cultivator Lin Xian, who had once entrusted you with the elixir formula. Lin Xian was greatly astonished by your presence in the joyful square. You inquire why Lin Xian has appeared in this place. Lin Xian reveals to you that his innate talent is lacking. He is not a scion of a prestigious sect, nor does he possess a penchant for adventure. Thus, in pursuit of cultivation resources, he has no choice but to serve as a slave in the Huan sect. You cannot help but express your astonishment. Lin Xian, like yourself, is also a cultivator with 4 elemental roots. Such talent, indeed, seems somewhat inadequate in the realm of cultivation. In the 12th year, you have found stability in the joyful square. Your presence has permeated the entire cultivation realm of the Zhou kingdom. Whether among the demonic cultivators or the wandering practitioners who have descended from the upper realms to seek their fortunes in the lower realms, all are aware that a Grand Master of Alchemy has arrived at the Joyous Pavilion. Your alchemical prices remain consistently low. You have garnered a considerable reputation. You have acquired multiple sets of assets. You have bestowed upon Lin Xian a position of employment. You commenced the collection of a considerable number of wood attributes spiritual objects and imbued with the essence of wood. In the 13th year, the esteemed elder of the Huan sect extended an invitation for you to join their ranks. You have ceased your alchemical practices in the marketplace. You have entrusted the majority of the industries to Lin Xian. You have chosen to join the Huan sect. You have been bestowed with the esteemed position of serving in the Hall of Dan. You began to concoct elixirs for the Huan sect. By the 14th year, you had amassed a considerable quantity of wood attribute demonic beasts along with a modest collection of wood attribute spiritual materials. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Your Qing Emperor longevity technique has attained a small level of accomplishment. Your body has undergone a transformation. You possess a certain suppressive effect on beings of the wood attribute. Your mastery over beings of the wood element has been significantly enhanced. You possess an enhanced resilience against spells of the wood element. Your wood-based magical abilities have greatly increased in potency. Your lifespan has been significantly enhanced. You have acquired the ability of rapid healing. Fire-based spells will inflict an additional 10% damage upon you. Is it possible that the Green Emperor's longevity technique holds so many wondrous applications? Observing the incessant notifications flashing on the simulator, a flicker of disbelief crossed Wang Li's eyes. Merely a single set of wood-based techniques possesses such formidable prowess. One can only wonder what earth-shattering abilities the 5 volumes of harmony might bestow. However, upon contemplating this, a hint of disappointment emerged within Wang Li. With his deficiency in the metal element, he was destined to be unable to cultivate the metal-based techniques within the Grand 5 Elements True Demon God Art. Shaking his head, Wang Li continued to read on. Your cultivation has attained a measure of advancement. You begin your ascent into the transmission tower, armed with the contribution points earned through your alchemical endeavors for the Huan sect. You are acquiring various magical arts within the transmission tower of the Huan sect. You have mastered the Dragon and Phoenix Yin-Yang Reversal Primordial Skill, awakening the supreme power of the demonic path. You have ameliorated the shortcomings of the cultivation technique, resulting in the depletion of the furnace's essence. You have mastered the art of the fusion of yin and yang. You have ameliorated the shortcomings of the cultivation technique. You have mastered the fragmented techniques of the soul cultivation sect, specifically the enigmatic and profound true scriptures of the dark and mysterious path. You have mastered the art of crafting soul banners. You have mastered the art of controlling souls and refining spirits. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have mastered the art of attaining an indestructible form. You have rectified the shortcomings of the cultivation technique. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have ameliorated the shortcomings of the soul's integration into the body. You have improved. The supreme magic path of talent is activated. You have undergone cultivation. In the 15th year, due to your unwavering dedication to alchemy for the Huan sect, you have made tremendous contributions. And thus the sect has assigned you a furnace partner with dual spiritual roots. Astonishing. Dual spiritual roots. Wang Li was left astounded. What does it mean to possess dual spiritual roots? In the absence of single spiritual roots and the rarity of mutated dual spiritual roots, a practitioner with dual spiritual roots is considered a prodigy, appearing only once in a century. Such talent, within the esteemed 7 sects of the upper realm, would undoubtedly be sought after as a disciple. Yet, in the lower realm, it is relegated to the status of a furnace partner. However, this also serves to indirectly highlight the Hehuan sect's preferential treatment of you as an alchemist. The Hehuan sect is indeed adept at recognizing and valuing talent. You have accepted the dual spirit root cauldron assigned to you by the Hehuan sect. You have encountered Shueqianyu. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You diligently practice your cultivation technique. Your relentless practice of the martial arts. You inquired of Shueqianyu as to why she had fallen to the fate of becoming a furnace for the Hehuan sect. Shueqianyu's expression was frigid, her gaze fixed upon you with unwavering intensity. You have lost interest in understanding her. In the 16th year, you reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. After 21 years of cultivation, you achieved the consummate foundation establishment with the endowment of 4 spiritual roots. You have become somewhat conceited. You suppressed the pride that lay deep within your heart. You approached the increasingly frail figure of Shueqianyu. You gazed at her with an expressionless countenance. Throughout the past year, you had not witnessed her engage in any form of cultivation, nor had you seen her consume sustenance. Now, her life force had diminished to a perilous brink. Unless an unforeseen circumstance intervened, she had but 3 to 5 days left to live. Yet, at this moment, you could not allow her to perish. You commend Shueqianyu as a remarkable furnace. Shueqianyu's expression remains as frigid as ever, and after a prolonged silence, she earnestly implores you to end her life. With a solemn expression, you gazed at Shueqianyu and informed her of her pregnancy. Shueqianyu was taken aback, her countenance shifting to a complex array of emotions. You informed Shueqianyu that after giving birth, you would allow her to depart. Shueqianyu, with a bitter smile and a shake of her head, candidly expressed that she had been cursed should she venture beyond the confines of the Hehuan sect. The blood curse would detonate and claim her life. Shueqianyu harbored a hope that you would grant her a swift end once she had delivered her child. Due to the constraints of the blood curse, even the act of self-termination was rendered impossible for her. You made a promise to Shueqianyu. Shueqianyu commenced her cultivation. After 10 months, you gazed upon the child delivered by the female physician of the Hehuan sect, a faint smile gracing your face, yet overshadowed by a greater concern for the future. The physician assessed her daughter's innate talents, revealing her dual spiritual roots of fire and wood. You have a child with dual spiritual roots. Shueqianyu inquires whether the child may take her surname, Shue. You have consented. You named your child Shuel Yanshang. Shueqianyu rekindled her passion for life. In the 17th year, you began to gather spiritual artifacts to enhance the probability of breakthrough in the core formation stage. The Grand Elder of the Hehuan sect personally sought an audience with you, requesting to take your daughter as his disciple. You have rejected the Grand Elder of the Hehuan sect, unwilling to see your daughter become a consort to every man. Shueqianyu informs you that the Shui clan, having offended the patriarch of the Hehuan sect, faced utter annihilation. The male members of the entire clan were ruthlessly slaughtered, leaving only the women to be preserved and offered as vessels for the male cultivators of the Hehuan sect to refine. You inquire about the reason. Shueqianyu reveals that the Shui clan met its demise due to a legacy of divine transformation. You are taken aback upon learning the reason. Shueqianyu expresses her desire to wait until the child is older before seeking death, hoping that you will fulfill her wish at that time. You nodded in agreement. In the 18th year, through the collection of would attribute spiritual objects and the blood of would attribute beasts gathered by Lin Xian, you once again elevated the cultivation of the Qingdi longevity technique to a higher level. However, you sense that this method remains a considerable distance from achieving its ultimate form. You embark on a journey to the transmission tower of the Hehuan sect to cultivate your demonic powers. The supreme talent of the demonic path is unleashed. In the 19th year of your cultivation, you reach the pinnacle of your foundational stage, having made no further progress. You began to endeavor to transcend into the core formation stage. In the 20th year, after an entire year of seclusion, your attempt to break through ultimately ended in failure. Your innate talent of possessing 4 spiritual roots makes it exceedingly arduous to forge a bridge between heaven and earth and to condense the golden elixir. You persist in your quest for spiritual objects that could enhance your chances of breakthrough. You have shared a long and tender intimacy with Shueqianyu. Having reached the pinnacle of your cultivation, you no longer require her essence for your practice, and her complexion has greatly improved. Shueqianyu cradles the child in her arms, gazing at your profile. She confides in you that she once harbored a disdain for men. But it was only after being with you that she realized she had simply not encountered the right one. She admits that she has fallen for you. You wear an expressionless countenance. You instructed Xue Qianyue to take good care of the child. In the 21st year, the venerable ancestor of the Hahuan sect, the Yin Yang master, summoned you. You have paid your respects to the master of Yin and Yang. You have discovered that the revered figure of Yin and Yang is, in fact, an individual of dual gender. You witness the Yin-Yang sovereign transforming into two late-stage nascent soul practitioners. You exhibit an air of utmost reverence. The esteemed Yin-Yang master has bestowed upon you a precious formula. He has imparted that should you successfully refine the Yin-Yang concordance pill, he shall reward you with a spiritual artifact that enhances your chances of transcending to the core formation stage. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You commence the refinement of the harmonious Yin-Yang elixir. In the 22nd year, you successfully concocted the harmonious Yin-Yang elixir. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have learned of the efficacy of the blood infant fruit, a mystical item that enhances the probability of conceiving an infant by 20% and increases the likelihood of forming a golden core by 50%. You are filled with exuberance. You begin to indulge in the enchanting dreams of transcending the core formation stage. After entrusting Xue Qianyue with the care of the child, you commenced an extended period of seclusion. In the 23rd year, you consumed a copious amount of elixirs. In the 24th year, you devoured the blood infant fruit. By the 25th year, within your dantian, upon the bridge of heaven and earth, you coalesce liquid into a pill, forming a singular golden elixir. You have become a golden core cultivator. Golden core. Wang Li's pupils widened in astonishment. This is the golden core. It is simply unbelievable. No one knows the tumultuous emotions that surge within Wang Li at this moment. Having transcended the core formation stage, the esteemed leaders of the Hahuan sect sent forth their congratulatory gifts. In the 26th year, the revered Yin-Yang elder achieved the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. In March of the same year, the 7 sects of demonic path united to launch an offensive against the upper domain. You bid farewell to Xue Qianyue. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have followed the coalition of the demon sect into the territory of the upper domain. The 7 sects of the righteous path have united to launch a counterattack against the 7 sects of the demon sect. The Yin-Yang master stands alone against the 7 ancestors, establishing an agreement that no nascent soul cultivator shall interfere in the battle between righteousness and demonhood. Reluctantly, the 7 sects of the righteous path acquiesce. In the 28th year, the coalition of the demon sect, employing various tactics and united in purpose, sweeps through the ranks of their enemies with the force of a tempest. While the 7 sects of the righteous path, each harboring their own agendas, suffer successive defeats, you gather the lingering souls and forge the soul banner. In the 29th year, the battle between righteousness and malevolence intensifies. Utilizing the advantages of the battlefield, you have crafted a soul banner capable of commanding 1,000 souls. Through various means, you have ascended to become the foremost figure among those who have attained the golden core stage. Even the most ordinary cultivators in the mid-golden core stage find themselves capable of being defeated before you. In the 30th year, the battle between righteousness and evil gradually wanes, and the 7 orthodox sects diminish in influence. You have forged a banner of countless souls. You are revered by the practitioners of the demonic path as the soul-refining demon lord. In the 31st year, the 7 righteous sects fled to the eastern spirit domain, while the southern spirit domain fell completely under the dominion of the demonic sections. The 7 factions of the demonic sect commenced the division of their spoils of war, igniting disputes over their claim to dominance within the cultivation realm of the Qi Kingdom. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You earnestly urge the Yin-Yang sovereign to seize control of the Qi Kingdom's cultivation realm. In the 32nd year, the Hahuan sect conquered the Qi Kingdom's cultivation world. You have been appointed as the esteemed elder and chief administrator of the Hahuan sect, as well as the elder of the Dan Hall. You have observed the list of the Li clan among those who have submitted to allegiance. Do you choose revenge? As the simulator reached this point, Wang Li was once again presented with a choice. The opportunity to take vengeance upon the Li clan of immortals? Why not? Wang Li resolutely opted for revenge. The Li clan of immortals and the Tianyi sect, along with these aristocratic families, have exploited external disciples for their own selfish desires, using them as sacrificial offerings in the secret realm. Such actions are utterly despicable. Even 1,000 tortures would not suffice to quell the collective outrage. You have chosen to seek vengeance against the Li clan of the immortals. You summon the disciples of the Gathering of Harmony to launch an assault on the Li clan of immortals. You wield the soul banner, and with a single strike, you bring about the demise of the majority of the celestial disciples at the hands of vengeful spirits. You encountered Li Mingjin. You gazed upon her eyes filled with hatred, sighed softly, and once more waved the soul banner. In but a moment, countless departed souls were added to your banner. With the ethereal banner of myriad souls, you effortlessly vanquished the ancient ancestor of the Li clan, Li Xuanya. You extracted Li Xuanya's golden elixir before the watchful eyes of the crowd. You have meticulously tidied up the spoils of the Li clan's celestial lineage. You have acquired millions of spirit stones. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have acquired a substantial collection of wood element spiritual artifacts. You have received 10 foundation establishment pills. You have acquired a fragment of a legendary artifact. You have acquired a soul nurturing tree. You have received it. The news of your annihilation of the Li clan's celestial lineage spread like wildfire throughout the southern spirit domain overnight. Numerous cultivation families that had allied themselves with the 7 sects of the Demon Gate found themselves engulfed in a state of trepidation, fearful that they might become the next targets of the Demon Gate. In response to the inquiries posed by the leader of the Joyous Union sect, you informed the leader of the Hahuan sect of your personal grievances with the Li clan of immortals, expressing that you would find no peace until vengeance was exacted. The leader did not delve deeply into your culpability, but merely advised you to bring any future matters to his attention, assuring you that he would advocate on your behalf. The annihilation of the Li clan faded into obscurity. In the 33rd year, your cultivation experienced significant advancement, and you stood but a step away from entering the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Your mastery of the Qing Emperor's longevity technique has advanced, yet you remain a considerable distance from achieving its ultimate realm. In the 34th year, you encountered Xianyue once more. As you gaze upon the lovely girl nestled beside you, a flicker of affection stirs within your heart. You begin to settle down in the Hahuan sect. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You remain steadfast in your rigorous practice, never forgetting your original aspirations. Have you heard the rumors of zombies wandering in the Eastern Spirit Domain? You have heard the news that the Eastern Spirit Domain has transformed into a realm of death. You have heard the news of the annihilation of the Taitsong sacred land. In the first month of the 35th year, the high-ranking officials of the demonic faction convened an urgent meeting. In the second month of the 35th year, the Hahuan sect also held an emergency assembly. The Yin-Yang sovereign informed you that a terrifying entity had escaped from the Taishu Immortal Palace. He revealed that the entire Eastern Spirit Domain had fallen, with its inhabitants transformed into ghastly beings that drain the essence of life. The Yin-Yang sovereign commanded you to prepare for the relocation of the sect, fleeing to the Northern Spirit Domain. After the meeting concluded, a tempest of emotions surged within you. The revelation shared during the assembly profoundly impacted your psyche. You cannot help but feel a sense of curiosity about what could possibly lead to the complete downfall of the Eastern Spirit Domain, even causing the esteemed Yin-Yang sovereign, a perfected nascent soul, to wear a grave expression. In the month of March in the 35th year, the 7 sects of Demon Path began their northern relocation. Before their departure, you encountered Lu Ziduan. After years of separation, Lu Ziduan had now become a foundational cultivator. Upon seeing you, he was filled with immense joy, as he had long believed you had perished in the immortal ruins. You conveyed to him that there were other opportunities at that time, allowing him to escape from peril. Lu Ziduan was filled with emotion. He recounted how the demon god sect had treated him with exceptional favor. Lu Ziduan expressed his astonishment at the unexpected respect the demonic sect showed towards undercover cultivators, as they had generously bestowed upon him a foundational pill along with resources for cultivation for the next decade. Lu Ziduan also mentioned his intention to return to Lu family village in Kashan town to bring his parents along, and in the process, he would also take your parents with him. You bestowed upon him some protective talismans. Lu Ziduan departed. On the journey to relocate the sect, you encountered a multitude of mortals. Although they remained oblivious to the significant events unfolding, Each carried their provisions, following the 7 sects of the Demon Gate in their migration. You have encountered the venerable ancestor of the Shin family, Shin Tianling. You are astonished that the Shin clan did not accompany the Heavenly One sect to the Eastern Spirit Domain. Shin Tianling reveals that he initially considered leading his kin to flee after observing the He sect's takeover of the cultivation realm in the Qi Kingdom. However, upon catching sight of you, he dismissed that notion. You inquired about the reason, and Shin Tianling smiled as he informed you that there were acquaintances involved, making matters easier to handle. He conveyed to the visiting cultivators from the He sect, under the pretext of knowing you, that certain inequitable agreements would be waived. You inquired of Shin Tianling whether he was aware of the recent events in the Eastern Spirit Domain. His expression grew somber. Shin Tianling revealed that, based on his communications with several old friends and certain whispers of truth, a strange entity that had been sealed within the Taisu immortal mansion by ancient immortals had escaped. This entity possesses power surpassing that of divine transformation and wields an insidious ability to infect. Any living being tainted by its spiritual energy would metamorphose into a bloodthirsty corpse. Upon hearing the news conveyed by Shin Tianling, your expression inexplicably morphed into one of profound peculiarity. You and Shin Tianling promptly rose to pay your respects. The esteemed Yin-Yang master informed you that Shin Tianling spoke the truth. Indeed, a formidable entity of the God transformation level has escaped from the Void Immortal Mansion. Moreover, after consuming the life force of the entire Eastern Spirit Domain, this peculiar being has now set its sights on the Southern Spirit Domain. This is also the reason why the 7 sects of the Demon Gate are compelled to migrate northward. You inquire of the Yin-Yang master why he does not venture into the sea, fleeing to distant shores or other continents. The Yin-Yang master shakes his head and informs you that beyond the horizon lies no other continent, only the boundless ocean and the merfolk dwelling within its depths. You do not hold belief. You expressed your doubts. The master of Yin and Yang informed you that ancient cultivators once formed teams to venture out to sea in search of other continents. However, their efforts proved fruitless, as they did not uncover any additional lands. Shin Tianling also corroborated this assertion. You are lost in contemplation. It is truly astonishing that in such a vast otherworld, there exists only the singular expanse of the celestial ruins continent. You commenced inquiring about the deeper mysteries of the Yin-Yang sovereign. You inquire about the origins of the Taishu immortal mansion. The Yin-Yang master informs you that the Taishu immortal mansion is of ancient lineage, dating back approximately 100,000 years to when the last immortal of the Tianshu continent, the Taishu celestial sovereign, ascended to the heavens. You are taken aback upon hearing this, realizing that the most recent ascendant can be traced back 100,000 years. You inquire as to why there are currently no cultivators above the transformation stage within the major sections. The esteemed Yin-Yang master informs you that ever since the ascension of the Supreme Celestial, Taisu, an inexplicable transformation has taken place on the Tiansu continent. The spiritual energy has increasingly diminished, rendering it increasingly challenging for cultivators above the transformation stage to sustain their existence. Eventually, it was discovered that cultivators transcending the transformation stage had mysteriously vanished, and speculation arose that they had journeyed to another void realm. It was not until an eyewitness recounted the ascension of their ancestor, who was subsequently drawn into a mysterious space, that the truth was confirmed. It appears that cultivators above the transformation stage are guided by the forces of heaven and earth to a realm beyond the Tiansu continent. A look of curiosity crossed her face. The Yin-Yang elder subsequently likened the current realm of cultivation to the ocean. First and foremost, the ocean is divided into 3 layers, the deep, the middle, and the upper. The cultivation realm of the Tianshu continent mirrors this, also comprising 3 levels akin to the sea. The realm beneath the transformation stage is inhabited by cultivators residing in the depths, which corresponds to the present Tianshu continent. Only those who have attained the transformation stage may ascend to the middle layer of the ocean. As for the upper layer, it may very well be the celestial realm that everyone yearns for and dreams of. Only immortals can reach this exalted domain. The Yin-Yang elder informed you that these notions are merely conclusions drawn from the writings left by predecessors, shared among a few cultivators of similar standing, and he himself is uncertain of their veracity. He urged you not to trust blindly, for it is through balanced listening that one gains clarity. Having listened to this intriguing analogy, you feel a newfound sense of admiration for the master of Yin and Yang. You are aware that the Tianshu continent is divided into deep, middle, and upper layers. As a transcendent being, you are not unfamiliar with this concept. It merely represents a form of dimensionality. Those who have attained the stage of transformation have transcended the current dimension, ascending to a higher realm. You inquired whether the Yin-Yang sovereign had ever been in contact with the ancestral figure of the Huan sect. The Yin-Yang sovereign replied in the negative, revealing that nearly all the ancestors of various sects mysteriously vanished after their ascension to the God transformation stage. 300 years ago, his master was drawn into that enigmatic void space right before his eyes upon achieving the breakthrough. Despite employing the communication methods left behind, he remains unable to establish any connection. The Yin-Yang sovereign speculated that this void space possesses the ability to sever all forms of contact. After listening, you fell into deep contemplation. The Yin-Yang master informed you that in approximately 100 years, he too would attain the realm of transformation, at which time you would be able to witness his ceremony as he ascends to the void space. You hurriedly expressed your gratitude. The esteemed Yin-Yang master remarked that he holds great expectations for you, noting your bone age of 47. With the innate talent of possessing 4 spiritual roots, you have achieved the golden core stage, which has garnered his satisfaction. He is inclined to entrust the Huan sect to your stewardship. You inquired of the master of Yin and Yang why he did not seize the opportunity that resided within you. The master of Yin and Yang revealed that upon first encountering you, he indeed contemplated claiming your fortune. However, he ultimately decided against it. He expressed that he has observed your unwavering dedication and tireless efforts in alchemy for the Harmony sect without a hint of complaint, and has come to regard you as an integral member of the Harmony sect. You are filled with profound reflections, as the Yin-Yang master has significantly altered your perception of the demonic sect. The Yin-Yang master warns you to refrain from readily revealing your opportunities in the presence of others, and advises you to cultivate more advanced techniques of concealment. Otherwise, you may encounter grave misfortunes. You nodded repeatedly. You conversed with the master of Yin and Yang for several days. Your admiration for him has grown immensely. The Yin-Yang master has imparted the supreme teachings of the Huan sect to you. You have acquired a fragment of the great Yin-Yang technique. The great Yin-Yang technique. Wang Li's gaze transformed with delight. When he first ventured into the realm of cultivation, he perused the comprehensive records of cultivation in the study of the Li clan. Among its contents were the 10 supreme techniques that have been passed down since ancient times within the cultivation world. The 10th of these is the Great Yin-Yang Technique. According to the comprehensive records of cultivation, the Great Yin-Yang Technique possesses the boundless ability to differentiate between Yin and Yang, encompassing the profound mysteries of the Tao. Naturally, the text is not entirely accurate, as the author had not practiced the Great Yin-Yang Technique themselves. You are astounded as the Yin-Yang sovereign reveals the remnants of the grand Yin-Yang technique. The sovereign explains that he is bestowed with the title of Yin-Yang sovereign due to his mastery of this formidable divine art, which, when combined with his unique constitution, has earned him the reverence of the demonic sect. I extend my deepest gratitude to the revered master of Yin and Yang. You desired to take him as your mentor, but the master of Yin and Yang declined your request. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You exchange experiences in cultivating immortality with Shun Tianling. You have greatly benefited. In the 36th year, the 7 sects of the Demon Gate were mysteriously pursued. Dark clouds obscured the sun, and wherever the enigma passed, everything was shrouded in utter darkness. You witness a multitude of mortals and low-ranking cultivators being transformed into sinister corpses by dark spiritual energy. The elder ancestors of the 7 sects unite to confront this menace. Yet one by one, they fall victim to its eerie consumption and transformation. You witness the Yin-Yang sovereign split in 2 and flee away. You gently wave the banner of myriad souls. You witnessed the dark energy engulfing the malevolent spirits within the soul banner. You have glimpsed an eerie visage. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have been transformed. You rush towards your wife and children. You have been drained of vitality. Your spirit and intellect have been utterly consumed. You are deceased. Gazing upon the simulator's blood-red inscription, Wang Li's eyes brimmed with gravity. Is it truly the case that I possess no means of resistance? I am utterly oblivious to the moment I was infiltrated by that black spiritual energy. Furthermore, what exactly is this aberration? Is it genuinely a creature from the realm of cultivation? Recalling the simulator's description of the anomaly, Wang Li's perception inclined more towards that of a Cthulhu-like entity. I wonder if there exists a way to avert its emergence? As the esteemed gray robe alchemist, I could proclaim that the Taishu immortal mansion is detrimental, advising cultivators against venturing within. It is worth a try, albeit with little hope. As Wang Li contemplated methods to prevent this entity's appearance, he recalled an unsatisfactory simulation. Wait, that particular simulation. A flicker of joy danced in Wang Li's pupils at the thought, for that simulation extended to the 35th year. A life fraught with tribulations. Wang Li remembered this simulation vividly, for it was one of the few that survived until the 35th year. Moreover, in this simulation, neither zombies nor anomalies had appeared. Thus, I must meticulously recall the tribulations of the simulation. Wang Li began to retrace the simulation from the beginning. The previous simulations plagued by aberrations and undead were due to the premature defeat of the 7 sects by the demon sect, which led to their retreat to the eastern spirit domain. However, in this tribulation simulation, during the 34th year, the 7 sects were only then driven to the eastern spirit domain. Swiftly, Wang Li arrived at a conclusion. My deductions suggest that as long as the 7 sects are defeated later, missing the opening of the Taishu immortal mansion, and subsequently retreating to the eastern spirit domain, neither the undead nor the aberrations would manifest. Boldly, one might contend that it was precisely because the members of the 7 sects entered the Taishu immortal mansion that the aberrations were unleashed. As Wang Li engaged in this line of reasoning, the simulator presented a selection of rewards. Upon concluding this simulation, he could choose 2 rewards from the following. 1. Demon Sect Sovereign. You are a born practitioner of demonic arts. Your cultivation of any demon sect technique will yield remarkable results, and you are immune to most backlash effects of such techniques. You may ameliorate the flaws of demonic arts and integrate them for innovative creation. One day, you shall become a formidable figure in the realm of demon cultivation. 2. Alchemist Grandmaster Experience. The knowledge gained from your alchemical endeavors within the simulator. 3. Superior Formation Cultivation Experience. Experience acquired from your formation cultivation in the simulator. 4. 10 million Spirit Stones. Your earnings, not applicable for simulation. 5. Fragment of the Great Yin-Yang Technique. One of the 10 extraordinary techniques in the realm of cultivation. 6. Great 5 Elements True Demon Skill Modification. A revised version of the original technique by demonic sages, allowing cultivation without reliance on elemental spiritual materials. 7. Elixir Formulas. All elixir formulas you mastered during the simulation. 8. Spell Cultivation Experience. Experience gained from spell cultivation within the simulator. 9. 10,000 Souls Banner. A soul banner formed from the gathering of countless vengeful spirits, capable of creating a bloodthirsty ghostly domain with a mere flick. 10. Reverse Primordial Technique of Dragon and Phoenix. The supreme dual cultivation method of the Hehuan sect, offering significant benefits post-cultivation. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Li selected the Demon Sect Sovereign and the foundational cultivation of the Golden Core. As the rewards infused into his being, an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy surged towards him from all directions. This commotion swiftly drew the attention of nearby cultivators, who began to investigate the source of the gathering energy. Wang Li noticed the immense spiritual energy converging upon him, initially elated, but his expression soon darkened. Cursed be my joy. I had forgotten I was still within the Li clan's domain. My impending breakthrough to the Golden Core will undoubtedly create a tremendous stir. Wang Li sought to escape the Li clan's territory for safety. Yet, at this critical juncture, halting the breakthrough could lead to dire consequences, ranging from the mere risk of losing control to the ultimate demise of my existence. Additionally, should not the simulator's cultivation directly transfer to me? Why must I undergo the breakthrough process myself? Is it customary for such significant transitions to require traversing the breakthrough procedure? Alas, if a process it must be, then so be it. I can only hope that the forbidden god Array grants me sufficient time. With that thought, Wang Li immersed himself entirely in the breakthrough. Vast quantities of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth converged, coursing through his internal organs, sweeping across the bridge of the world, merging with the spiritual liquid flowing beneath, guided by his magical essence. Meanwhile, atop the Wang clan's Mount Xian, the venerable ancestor Li Xuanya, who was in seclusion seeking a breakthrough, sensed the overwhelming spiritual energy gathering towards the North Mountain courtyard. His expression shifted instantly. Golden Core. Who dares? Such audacity to cultivate the Golden Core within the Li clan's territory is a blatant disregard for my authority. As Li Xuanya's words fell, he extended his consciousness to probe the vicinity of the Li clan. Apart from Li Xuanya, The various elders above the foundation establishment stage also unleash their spiritual senses towards the direction of the energy's convergence. Who is it that dares to break through to the golden core within my Li clan? Such insolence towards the Li family is intolerable. Clan leader Li Daojian soared towards the North Mountain courtyard, his handsome face marred with fury. The law enforcement elder Li Daoshu, the grand elder Li Daoming, and others remained silent. The golden core. This is the dream of countless foundation establishment cultivators. Nearly every one of them has aspired to reach this stage. As the saying goes, with a golden core in my belly, I am the master of my fate. Once more, achieving the golden core path. I roam freely in the world. Where to seek the celestial way? The golden core questions immortality. The fourth elder Li Daofeng observed the fuming clan leader Li Daojian and calmly interjected, "Clan leader, this individual dares to cultivate the golden core within our Li clan," indicating he possesses sufficient confidence to survive our clan's onslaught. Should we attempt to locate him? If he fails his breakthrough, we shall summon the ancestor to act. If he succeeds, then we must devise a long-term strategy. Before Li Daojian could respond, a gentle breeze swept through, and when the others turned to look, they beheld a middle-aged man in a blue robe with white hair standing beside them. "Greetings, ancestor." "Salutations, ancestor." As the four members of the Li family bowed respectfully, Li Xuanya surveyed them before resting his gaze upon Li Daofeng. "Daofeng speaks wisely. Should that individual fail to achieve the golden core, I shall certainly refine him into a puppet to protect our Li clan for generations. If he succeeds, we must cultivate a friendship with him to avoid the emergence of a new adversary. This person dares to break through to the golden core within our Li clan. He must have his means of support, and once he succeeds, even I must regard him with caution." "Understood, ancestor." The group hurriedly bowed, and then proceeded to the North Mountain courtyard. At this moment, in the North Mountain courtyard, numerous outer clan disciples stood before the caretaker's residence, each wearing a discontented expression. "Caregiver, what has happened to the spiritual energy of the North Mountain?" "I was just about to break through to the third layer of Qi refinement. Suddenly, it vanished without a trace." "Caregiver, the North Mountain is devoid of spiritual energy. Your powers are vast. You must investigate this matter for us." "Caregiver, how can there be no spiritual energy? I was halfway through my breakthrough when the energy simply disappeared." The steward of the ancillary courtyard, upon hearing the incessant noise outside, found his expression turning sour. "How dare these outsiders, akin to boorish swine, question me about the spiritual energy? I was cultivating diligently. My spiritual energy may have waned, yet I have not sought answers from you. Yet you come knocking. Very well. I shall certainly withhold your cultivation resources for this month." As he brooded, the sound of formal greetings wafted in from outside. It was the clan leader. Surely, the clan leader must know the reason behind the disruption of the spiritual energy. After all, he is a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator and must be aware of the cessation of energy in the ancillary courtyard. He has come to resolve our predicament. The steward, upon hearing the commotion outside, hastily rose to greet him. At that moment, Li Daojian and his companions stood with their hands clasped behind them, surrounded by a throng of outsider disciples. Although Li Daojian felt a flicker of joy from the flattery of the outsiders, he remained steadfast in his purpose for this visit. Just as he prepared to consult the ancestor regarding the location of those who had broken through, a formidable aura emanated from the courtyard to the northwest. "This is bad. He is about to break through." Li Xianyan shouted and darted toward the courtyard. However, just as he approached, intent on interrupting the breakthrough, an aura surged forth, radiating outward from within the courtyard. He has reached the core formation stage. Li Xianyan withdrew his spiritual energy, casting a complex glance toward the room shimmering with golden light. "Congratulations, fellow cultivator, on your breakthrough to core formation. You have taken another step closer to the path of immortality." Inside the room, as he beheld the golden core forming within him, Wang Li's face betrayed a hint of fear. Fortunately, this was merely a simulated reward for his cultivation. The breakthrough was not as arduous or prolonged. Had he delayed for even half a minute longer, the old dog of the Li family would have likely resorted to lethal measures. After a moment of silent contemplation, Wang Li feigned profundity, Taoistly. "I am on the verge of a breakthrough. To borrow the auspicious land of the Li family is indeed a breach of etiquette. I shall take my leave now, but I shall surely repay this kindness in the future." With that, Wang Li summoned his full spiritual power and dashed out of the wooden house, escaping the Li family's domain. "Ancestor, shall we pursue him?" After Li Daojian and the others arrived beside Li Xianyan, they glanced in the direction Wang Li had fled and inquired, A flicker of murderous intent surfaced in Li Xuanyan's dark eyes as he softly advised. Now that he has reached core formation, he is no longer someone our Li family can afford to offend. In the coming days, increase vigilance and ensure that suspicious individuals do not enter. Understood, ancestor. Li Daozhen and his companions bowed respectfully before preparing to depart. Li Xianyan intended to return to Wangxian Peak for meditation, but a fleeting glance caught the sight of Wang Li's doppelganger, who was in a state of deep slumber. After a moment of contemplation, he pointed to the doppelganger and instructed, "Have the steward in charge of the North Mountain Ancillary Courtyard allocate additional resources to compensate this outsider disciple. Let the steward gather the disciples for an assembly to announce that the Li family will not abandon any outsider disciple. Now that the issue of spiritual energy has been resolved, ensure they can cultivate with peace of mind." "Yes, ancestor." Li Daozhen and the others clasped their fists respectfully before escorting Li Xianyan out, then proceeded to locate the steward of the ancillary courtyard. Within the Li family market, the now transformed Wang Li sensed that his doppelganger was safe, and a flicker of relief crossed his eyes. "It seems I wagered correctly. Li Xianyan indeed possesses the mettle not to retaliate against my doppelganger due to my actions. With this in mind, I shall first visit the Wanbao Pavilion. Without a superior cultivation technique at my disposal, I may possess the realm, but lack the strength. It is imperative to switch to a technique that includes the core formation mantra as soon as possible." As the moon ascended the treetops, the usually bustling market had turned considerably desolate. As Wang Li made his way, he observed that apart from the bustling Immortals Tower, all other establishments had closed their doors, leaving the streets eerily quiet. Arriving at the 24-hour operating Wanbao Pavilion, before the other employees could speak, Wang Li swiftly approached the front desk and quietly inquired of the female manager, "Excuse me, do you have any demonic techniques for sale?" The female manager, who had initially greeted him with a smile and prepared to introduce products, suddenly wore a serious expression upon hearing his request. Raising her hand, she conjured a water barrier, enveloping both herself and Wang Li, and whispered, "You wish to purchase demonic techniques? Surely you are aware that selling such techniques within the territory of the 7 orthodox sects is a grave offense. If caught, one could face the forfeiture of their cultivation or even death." Wang Li appraised her with a discerning gaze, finally resting his eyes on her spirited orbs. "Indeed, I am aware of the consequences of the 7 orthodox sects regulations. However, I do not believe that Wanbao Pavilion lacks demonic techniques for sale. It is well known that Wanbao Pavilion sells everything, even matters concerning human rights such as slaves. Why would demonic techniques be any different?" The female cultivator scrutinized Wang Li's mask, her captivating gaze seemingly penetrating his facade. "What price in spirit stones are you willing to offer for the demonic techniques?" she inquired softly. Wang Li responded coldly, "As long as it meets my satisfaction, spirit stones are no object." Upon hearing this, the female cultivator fell silent for a moment before instructing her colleagues to attend to other customers and led Wang Li to the 3rd floor of the Technique Pavilion. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the female cultivator walked to a wall, skillfully retrieving a jade pendant, which she pressed against the wall, revealing a hidden door for Wang Li to enter. Observing her adept movements, Wang Li chuckled. "Your deftness suggests that many have come to Wanbao Pavilion seeking demonic techniques besides myself." As they stepped into the secret chamber, the female cultivator seemed to relax somewhat, her tension easing as she navigated through the array of shelves, speaking as she walked. "Indeed, at this point, I shall not conceal it from you. Many notable figures within 100 miles have sought demonic techniques from Wanbao Pavilion. Although the demonic arts may tread a treacherous path and come with numerous drawbacks, their efficacy in enhancing one's cultivation is undeniable. After all, the origins of demonic techniques stem from cultivators seeking shortcuts." In the center of the chamber, Wang Li beheld a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator seated cross-legged on a mat, deep in meditation. The female cultivator respectfully bowed to the middle-aged cultivator before addressing him, "Senior Ling, there is a fellow cultivator who wishes to purchase demonic techniques. Do you wish to investigate his background?" The late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, having been in deep meditation, stood up and struck a palm toward Wang Li. Wang Li deftly evaded the strike, his expression darkening as he regarded the middle-aged cultivator and the female cultivator beside him. "What is the meaning of this?" Before Wang Li could finish, the female cultivator burst into a cold, mocking laugh. "Li Dan, from Tianyi sect, I sensed the peculiar aroma of your pills the moment you entered. It is identical to that which I encountered in the market. You arrive under the pretense of seeking demonic techniques, but surely the real motive is to investigate, is it not? You cannot deceive us." Do not think we are unaware. Recently, Tanny sect issued a decree to investigate Wanbao Pavilion in the Li family market. Just as Wang Li attempted to explain, he was met with the simultaneous advance of the middle-aged cultivator and the female cultivator, causing his previously charming visage to twist into one of alarm. You seek death. With a low growl, Wang Li revealed his Dan cultivation level. In an instant, he moved, his arms carrying immense strength, striking towards the middle-aged cultivator and the female practitioner. In but a moment, his formidable physical power overwhelmed them, causing their heads to spin violently, rendering them unrecognizable. Observing the two individuals he had vanquished with sheer brute force, Wang Li began to cleanse the battlefield. Once he had thoroughly emptied the secret chamber on the third floor, along with its martial arts resources, Wang Li, akin to a deity or demon, stepped forward, leaving unmistakable footprints as he made his way to the second and first floors of the Wanbao Pavilion. After a bout of pillaging and slaughter, sensing the approach of numerous individuals hastily converging upon the Wanbao Pavilion, Wang Li glanced at the rare herbs and materials before vanishing without a backward glance. The following day, news of the annihilation of the Wanbao Pavilion branch and the Li clan's market spread swiftly throughout the entire Qi nation's cultivation community. This event incited the furious wrath of the Wanbao ancestor, who not only issued a bounty for the capture of the perpetrators, but also vowed to extract their souls and shatter their bodies into 1,000 pieces. The righteous seven sects and numerous cultivator families also offered rewards in solidarity with the Wanbao Pavilion. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind it all, Wang Li, found himself hidden deep within the mountains, cultivating the esteemed techniques of the soul-refining sect. Unexpectedly, just as he began to channel his demonic powers, a cry for help echoed from the distant woods. Help! Help me! Though initially indifferent, Wang Li chose to remain focused on his cultivation. Esteemed seniors, to all passing by, whoever saves this young lady shall receive my invaluable treasures. A voice, tinged with desperation, reached him. Jiang Qingyan, you cannot escape. Hand over what your brother gave you. Having just begun his cultivation of the first layer of demonic powers, Wang Li opened his eyes, his figure moving swiftly as he shattered the massive stones sealing the entrance and dashed toward the dense woods 100 miles away. Like a dragon soaring through layers of mist, it took but a moment for him to arrive above the thicket. Within the thicket, a figure clad in white was darting back and forth, pursued by a sinister man in black. The man, tall and imposing, bore a massive sword on his back, exuding a formidable presence. Run, run like a dog. When your mana is exhausted, I shall torment you to death. His voice was as chilling as the edge of a knife, piercing Jiang Qingyan's mind and intensifying her anguish. In a mere blink, a scream pierced the air. Senior, please spare me. Soul extraction. Senior, no, I do not wish to be a part of the soul banner. Please, spare my life. A cacophony of pleas echoed through the forest as Jiang Qingyan, hiding behind a great tree, channeled her mana into her legs and fled. Yet, she had scarcely gotten far when a man in a gray robe intercepted her, holding a captured soul. I have slain your pursuer. Now, I seek my reward. Wang Li regarded the strikingly beautiful girl before him, her appearance exuding an air of refined grace. Upon sensing the profound aura emanating from him, a hint of apprehension crossed Jiang Qingyan's lovely face. Could he be a formidable figure of the late Foundation establishment stage? After a moment's contemplation, she quickly knelt before him, presenting a storage ring. I humbly greet you, esteemed senior. Thank you for rescuing this young lady from dire peril. This storage ring contains treasures collected by my brother throughout his life. I offer it to you as a token of my gratitude. As Wang Li summoned the storage ring, he gazed at the beautiful young woman before him, then vanished into the canopy above. Jiang Qingyan watched him disappear into the distance, breathing a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this esteemed senior harbors no ill intentions. Otherwise, I too would have met a fate akin to Zhou Jie, becoming a part of the soul banner. After a moment of reflection, she too departed the thicket. Upon returning to her temporary abode, Wang Li set up a divine restriction and continued his cultivation. 3 days later, he harnessed the elixir fire within and, through simple refinement, crafted his very first soul banner. The craftsmanship was rather rudimentary, only capable of containing up to 100 souls. Exceeding this limit would result in its collapse. After sealing Zhou Jie's soul within the banner, he observed the tormented visage of the struggling soul and, after evaluating the banner, stored it away in his pouch. With the successful transition of his cultivation and the creation of the soul banner, it was time to simulate. Simulating, initiate. The simulation panel opened before him. Life simulation device LV2 available for upgrade. Host, Wang Li, age, 12. Technique: divine, ghostly, profound path scripture. Cultivation: initial Dan formation. Simulation points: 1700. Simulation attempts: 0. Talents: vengeful soul summoning, black. Array master, blue. Alchemy prodigy, blue. Dual focus, blue. External avatar, blue. Supreme demon path, purple. Skills: upper grade alchemist, lower grade array master. Talents rank from low to high: white, black, yellow, blue, purple, red, gold, rainbow. Can I upgrade again? Spotting the upgrade icon, Wang Li promptly clicked to investigate. 100,000 spirit stones is manageable, having previously plundered nearly 300,000 low-grade spirit stones from the Li clan's Wanbao Pavilion. My current reserves are quite abundant. After depositing 100,000 spirit stones into the simulator, Wang Li activated the upgrade. Soon, new simulation functions appeared before him. The simulator can conduct one simulation per month. Additional simulations require the expenditure of 100,000 energy points. Each simulation allows the use of simulation points to draw talents. Talents can be refreshed using energy, which may include, but are not limited to, spirit stones. After each simulation, the host may select 2 rewards to bring back to reality, as well as purchase one with simulation points. The protagonist of the simulator may intervene in crucial choices. The simulation enhances immersion, allowing the host to enter the simulated world for a more profound experience. After depositing the remaining spirit stones into the simulator, Wang Li initiated the simulation. Simulation commencing. The device powered up. You have utilized 100,000 energy points to randomly draw from the talent pool. Congratulations, you have acquired the Azure talent, Master of Forging. Master of Forging. You possess an innate and exceptional talent for the art of crafting. With diligent study and practice, in due time, you shall become an outstanding master craftsman. No, simulator, are you akin to a parasitic worm in my belly? Whatever you think manifests instantly. Wang Li chuckled as he harbored an interest in forging. Acquiring such a talent was indeed fortuitous. Would you like to refresh your talents? Wang Li chose to decline. Would you like to initiate an immersive experience? Wang Li opted to proceed. In an instant, as a whirlwind of sensations engulfed him, Wang Li found himself transported to the simulated realm. Today, you successfully forged a soul banner, yet it does not entirely satisfy your aspirations. You yearn to create a new one. As the simulator's voice resonated, Wang Li's body began to move uncontrollably. Is the simulator dictating my actions? A slight unease washed over Wang Li, for everything felt akin to being a marionette on strings. Nevertheless, he relinquished control to the simulator. You soared away from the mountains, embarking on a journey to the nearby market to procure materials for refining weapons. As the simulator's voice resonated, Wang Li's body moved as if under some external control, exiting the cave dwelling, conjuring his sword with a flick of his fingers, and ascending from the mountains. It was all rather strange. I am not particularly fond of this sensation, better to immerse myself during the moments of solitude. As he soared through the skies, Wang Li decisively disengaged from the immersive experience. Simulator, I wish to exit the immersive simulation. The moment he uttered these words, his consciousness was abruptly transported back to the realm of reality. Upon returning from the simulated world, Wang Li instantaneously opened his eyes. Much better, he remarked. You have arrived at the Luojia Immortal Workshop under the Zhao clan of immortals. You have procured a selection of materials for the refinement of spiritual artifacts. In the heart of the bustling marketplace, you encounter the bounty notice from the Wanbao Pavilion. You have disregarded the bounty notice. After procuring some daily necessities, you return to the mountains where your cave abode is located. Such audacity to covet my possessions? Indeed, the world of cultivation is fraught with peril, rife with rogue cultivators who resort to murder and theft at every turn. It appears that one must exercise caution when shopping in the marketplace, refraining from extravagance. Wang Li, reflecting on this, mistakenly believed that his lavish spending on spirit stones had attracted the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. Little did he know, after you effortlessly injure the intruder, he swiftly pleads for mercy, expressing a desire to purchase an item from you with spirit stones. You declined, swiftly bringing about his demise with a mere gesture. Another malevolent spirit has joined the banner of your soul. You have discerned his desires through the art of soul-searching. Your complexion has grown unappealing. From the storage ring bestowed upon you by Jiang Qinin, you retrieved a jade orb. You gazed at the ageless pearl in your hand, your expression clouded with distress, uncertain of how to proceed. Upon returning to your cavern, you begin to contemplate how to manage the ageless pearl. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted upon devising a method to address the ageless pearl. You resumed your cultivation. You have acquired the art of artifact forging. The innate talent of a remarkable artisan has been unleashed. After a month, you have attained the foundational skills. The gift of dual focus is now activated. You begin your journey of forging artifacts while simultaneously observing the condition of your external incarnation. Through your avatar, you have come to understand that ever since your ascension to the Golden Core stage within the Li clan, the upper echelons of the Li clan have expressed their outrage, vociferously reprimanding the enforcers for their incompetence in allowing an outsider to infiltrate the sanctum of the Li family. This incident has resulted in a state of heightened vigilance within the clan, imposing strict regulations that all who venture outside must adhere to. Many cultivators of the Li family harbor their grievances against you in secrecy. You retracted your thoughts and continued to allow your duplicate to mechanically engage in cultivation, after which you devoted yourself wholeheartedly to the art of forging. In the second month, you began to set up a stall at Luajia Immortal Workshop, practicing alchemy and crafting artifacts. Due to your exceptional alchemical skills and affordable prices, numerous wandering cultivators sought your services. 6 months later, your reputation spread far and wide, and many cultivators came to know that a master alchemist clad in gray had emerged from Luajia Immortal Workshop, earning you the esteemed title of Gray Robe Alchemist. A year later, you forged a remarkable soul banner of the highest spiritual artifact grade, capable of accommodating thousands of souls without difficulty. The wandering cultivators who frequently supported your business also recognized that, in addition to your prowess in alchemy, you possessed unparalleled skills in forging. Everyone became aware that Master Han of Luajia Immortal Workshop was a grandmaster of both alchemy and artifact forging. Some individuals began to harbor intentions towards you. A few days later, your soul banner acquired several new specters. By the second year, your incarnation had attained the second level of qi refinement. You have discovered that Wanbao Pavilion has diminished its pursuit of you. You have established a shop at Luajia Xianfang. Enveloped by your burgeoning reputation, you consistently maintain low prices for alchemical concoctions, leading to an ever-expanding business and an increasingly favorable reputation. You begin your quest for the enchanting elixir of life. You have achieved your desires. You gather the herbs required for the refinement of the spirit elixir. You have successfully concocted the elixir of vitality. You have eliminated the stagnant energy within your body. Your pace of cultivation has accelerated slightly. In the third year, through years of persistent effort, your forging skills have reached an exquisite level, and you cannot help but marvel at the distinct advantages that talent bestows. You understand that cultivation is the foundation for establishing oneself in the realm of immortality. However, you have not focused your efforts on the art of weapon forging. You remain steadfast in your rigorous cultivation. Over the course of this year, your doppelganger has attained the third layer of qi refinement. In the fourth year, after years of diligent effort, your business has flourished immensely, and you have now become the wealthiest individual in the entire Luajia Immortal Workshop. You have acquired a substantial number of shops within the Luajia Immortal Workshop and have commenced the implementation of a monopoly. You have monopolized the alchemy and artifact refinement industry in Luajia Xianfang, yet you continue to offer your services at remarkably low prices. You have acquired a wealth of resources. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have crafted the exquisite spiritual artifact, the Snow Serpent Armor. You have forged the exquisite divine artifact, the Dragon God Arm. You have crafted an exquisite spiritual artifact, the Floating Cloud Boots. You have crafted an exquisite divine artifact, the God Whip. You have crafted an exquisite spiritual vessel, the Xin Yuan Ding. You have crafted the exquisite spiritual artifact, the White Tiger Helmet. You are armed to the teeth with exquisite spiritual artifacts. You continue to follow the previously established path of simulation. Through repeated simulations, a broad and prosperous avenue has already been revealed to you. You have indeed mastered the arcane arts. In your fifth year, you have acquired the formidable skills of elemental combat and swordsmanship. You have mastered the art of elemental evasion. You have mastered the 5 elements defense technique. You have mastered a substantial array of fundamental spells. Your external incarnation has attained the cultivation level of the 4th layer of qi refinement. In the 6th year, your cultivation remains stagnant, with no progress whatsoever, as the resources required for the Golden Core stage are far more substantial than you previously anticipated. This year, the Li clan of immortals ceased the distribution of cultivation resources, leaving numerous outer disciples in tears and lamentation. Your external manifestation has achieved the 5th layer of qi refinement. After establishing the Forbidden Deity Array, You conveyed the truth of the matter to Lu Zidu through your incarnation. Upon learning the reality regarding the external disciples, Lu Zidu resolved to oppose the Li clan of the immortal race. He extended an invitation to you. You urged Lu Zishuan to compose himself. You conveyed your thoughts to Lu Ziduan. In the 7th year, due to your presence, Luojia Xianfang flourished even more. The patriarch of the Zhao clan once again extended an invitation for you to join the Zhao family, honoring you as a guest elder. You declined. The head of the Zhao family inquired about the reason. You conveyed to him your disdain for the collusion between the cultivation families and the Heavenly One sect, who shamelessly treat external disciples as mere livestock, sending them to secret realms for execution. Upon hearing this, the patriarch of the Zhao family was momentarily taken aback. Gazing at you with a look of confusion, he remarked to you that the cultivation world has always functioned in this manner, which cultivator does not consume others. With your profound and inscrutable strength, why must you remain so naive? You conveyed to the patriarch of the Zhao family that your paths diverge, and thus, collaboration is unfeasible. You continue to refine elixirs and forge artifacts at Luojia Xianfang, occasionally assisting others in crafting array flags and establishing formations. In the 3rd month of the 7th year, you concocted the Qingling pill. In the 4th month of the 7th year, you produced the bone sculpting pill. In the 5th month of the 7th year, you journeyed to the Li family's marketplace, summoning your external incarnation, to whom you entrusted both the Qingling pill and the bone sculpting pill. You have harnessed the ethereal energies of the cosmos, channeling your mystical prowess to manifest an external incarnation that unblocks the meridians and channels within your body. You have bestowed upon this external self various elixirs of growth that you have acquired over the years. In the 8th month of the 7th year, after assimilating the treasures of heaven and earth, your external incarnation attained the pinnacle of qi refinement at the 10th level. In the 8th year, you and Lu Ziduan cleverly navigated through challenges, successfully entering the secret realm of Xinshu, just as the disciples of Tianyi sect were poised to strike. You and Lu Ziduan evaded their lethal blow. You gaze upon a multitude of disciples from the Heavenly One sect. You manipulate your external avatar, swiftly annihilating several disciples of the Heavenly One sect within mere moments. Without hesitation, you publicly exposed Jia Qing's true identity, declaring yourself a disciple sent by the demon god sect, with the purpose of aiding Jia Qing in uncovering the location of the celestial ruins. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. After you and Jia Qing have finished clearing the battlefield, Jia Qing begins to inquire how you came to know of his existence. You inform Jia Qing that you are a representative sent by the demon god sect, and that your purpose for entering the celestial ruins is to convey certain messages as well as to search for a specific item. Jia Qing, however, remains skeptical of your claims and begins to inquire about the messages you were tasked to deliver. You inform Jia Qing that upon exiting the secret realm, the foundational cultivators leading the group would compel you to consume the memory oblivion pill, resulting in the loss of half a month's memories, which would only be restored upon breaking through to the foundational stage. Your task was to convey this information to Jia Qing while simultaneously venturing into the secret realm to seek a particular item. However, Jia Qing remains skeptical of your claims. You are indifferent to whether Jia Qing believes you. You gestured towards Lu Ziduan beside you. You informed Jia Qing that Lu Ziduan could be cultivated as a practitioner of the demonic sect to serve its interests. Jia Qing nodded and administered the soul-devouring pill to Lu Ziduan. Lu Ziduan gazed at you with a complicated expression, then turned his gaze towards Jia Qing. You are indifferent to Lu Ziduan's gaze. At this moment, you find yourself ensnared in a web of hesitation. Do you wish to continue exploring the mystical realm of the immortal ruins? The choice now rests in the hands of Wang Li. Thus, shall he proceed with the exploration of the immortal ruins? A flicker of hesitation appeared in Wang Li's gaze. After a prolonged contemplation, he opened his eyes and declared, "This will be the final time." With that, he chose to proceed. You informed Jia Qing of your intention to embark on an expedition into the mysterious realms. Jia Qing greeted you with a respectful clasp of the fists. You embark on an expedition into the mysterious realms, resolutely choosing to explore the eastern blood cliffs, the western desert, the southern dense forest, and the northern stagnant waters. Wang Li selects the northern stagnant waters. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. You spend an hour journeying to the northern dead waters. What you once perceived as the literal meaning of stagnant waters in the north transformed upon witnessing the stark white bones floating in the river. Upon stepping onto the stone tablet in the desolate waters, you behold a line of text. You gaze upon the inscription on the stone tablet, which reads, "The living shall halt, and the unworthy shall not approach," and find yourself lost in contemplation. You have traversed the realm of stagnant waters with your external manifestation. You walk continuously upstream along the riverbank. You gazed upon the white bones flowing downstream in the river, intrigued by their origin. As you wander, you gradually come to the realization that you seem to have been standing still all along. You are terrified that you have fallen victim to a cunning trick. You persistently tread your path, undeterred by superstition. 8 days have elapsed, and until the moment the secret realm closes, you remain ensnared in the same spot. Your spirit appears somewhat weary. You gaze upon the river, flowing with pristine white bones. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have entered another realm. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You behold countless skeletal figures feasting upon your flesh. You find yourself utterly consumed in a heart-wrenching manner. How disheartening. Once again, I have squandered my external incarnation. At this moment, Wang Li feels somewhat speechless. Could it be that this mystical realm truly embodies a perilous domain? A forbidden zone? Thus far, the eastern blood cliff, the western desert, the southern dense forest, and the northern dead waters have proven to be fraught with danger. I shall no longer squander time in this mystical realm. Wang Li shakes his head and continues to simulate. As your external incarnation diminishes, your consciousness returns to your true self. In the second month of the 8th year, you plan to venture towards the 7 sects of the Demon Gate in the lower domain. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You recall the modified scroll of the Great 5 Elements True Demonic Arts in Shen Tianling's grasp. As in your previous simulations, you publicly sought the ethereal flames of heaven and earth. As the esteemed gray-robed alchemist, your reputation spread far and wide, soon reaching the ears of various mighty factions. Before long, an elder steward from the Shun clan sought you out once more. The elder of the Shun family extended an olive branch, offering you a position as a venerable elder in exchange for your alchemical services, along with access to the coveted ethereal flames. Encountering the representatives of the Shin clan once again stirred a profound sense of reflection within you. You acquiesced to the invitation from the Shin family. Yet you made it clear that this was merely a transaction. You would concoct elixirs for the Shin family's ancestor, who had succumbed to the perils of demonic cultivation. However, this endeavor was solely to procure 2 specific items, after which you would take your leave. The elder of the Shun family was taken aback by your knowledge of the ancestor's descent into madness through his dark practices. You should inform Elder Shin that you are aware they have been investigating your identity for many years. Your words caused the elder of the Shin family to display an expression of unease. With a smile gracing your lips, you convey that although they have scrutinized you, it matters not. A transaction is simply a transaction, and you are a person of principles. The elder of the Shin family feels reassured. By the end of the 8th year, you have divested the assets of Luojia Xianfang. You bid farewell to all your customers. The regular patrons who have consistently cared for your business, upon learning of your departure, flock to inquire about your whereabouts. You smiled silently and turned away. In the 9th year, you followed the elder of the Shun family to the Shun clan of immortals. You have arrived at the Crimson Maple Mountains, where distinguished figures of the Shun clan have gathered to welcome you. The patriarch of the Shun family personally takes your hand, guiding you to introduce the separate residence designated for you. You candidly informed the patriarch of the Shun family that your sole purpose for visiting was to concoct elixirs for the venerable ancestor of the Shin clan, to procure the celestial fire and an artifact held by the ancestor. You had no intention of remaining within the Shin immortal lineage. The senior members of the Shun clan exchanged bewildered glances. You have temporarily settled in the Shun clan of immortals. On the 2nd day of your arrival, you commenced your alchemical pursuits. The Shin clan has dispatched additional personnel to assist you, granting you access to the vast resources of the entire clan. You have acquired the Flame of Spirit, the Thunder of Wind, and the Fire of Fury. Engage in dual focus activation. You are refining elixirs. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have received an invitation to a banquet. At the banquet, You had the honor of meeting the venerable ancestor of the Shin family, Shin Tianling, and you were accorded a warm reception. You have obtained Shin Tianling's cultivation notes. You sought the great 5 elements true demonic divine art from Shin Tianling. Shin Tianling was taken aback that you were aware of this particular technique. Subsequently, Shin Tianling imparted the great 5 elements true demonic divine art to you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have undergone the transformation of the great 5 elements true demonic art. You have, as in previous simulations, cultivated the wood attribute technique of the supreme 5 elements true demon art, specifically the Qingdi longevity technique. You have successfully mastered the Qingdi longevity technique. You have modified the Qingdi longevity technique, eliminating the drawbacks of bone-devouring demonic aura after the consumption of monstrous beasts. Having attained a lifespan of 1,000 years, you possess a longevity that is double that of an ordinary golden core cultivator, rivaling even that of a nascent soul practitioner. In the 12th year, you tendered your resignation to the ancestral elder of the Shin family. Shin Tianling endeavored to retain you, persuading you to remain within the Shin clan, offering you the esteemed position of leading the Shin celestial lineage as its progenitor. You confided in Shin Tianling that your path lies within the demon gate and that remaining in the Shin family would not lead you far. Shin Tianling expressed his regret and bestowed upon you the blood pact technique, stating that you might find it necessary. You cast a lingering gaze upon Shin Tianling, and then ascended upon your flying sword, departing with grace. You have departed from the Shin clan of immortals. You returned to pay a visit to your parents. You departed, leaving behind some valuable possessions as usual. You have departed from the realm of immortal cultivation in the state of Qi. You journeyed to the infernal domains 7 kingdoms of the demonic sect. You have forged ahead with unbridled audacity. And all cultivators who dared to lay a hand upon you have found themselves ensnared within your soul banner, reduced to mere specters. The you of today bears no resemblance to the feeble being you once were. Gazing across the vast expanse of the cultivation realm, you may find yourself lacking in comparison to the highest echelons, yet you undoubtedly surpass the lower ranks. Foundation establishment cultivators have long been regarded by you as the most insignificant among the insignificant. Throughout your journey, your soul banner has become a sanctuary for over 100 souls of formidable cultivators, earning the title of the 100 Souls banner. 3 months later, you arrive in the cultivation realm of the Zhou Kingdom. You have arrived at the joyful market under the auspices of the Hehuan sect. You voluntarily revealed your level of Jiedon cultivation in order to apply for admission into the Hehuan sect. The current leader of the sect, the enchanting fairy Miaoyu, received you. You engage in a profound discourse with the enchanting immortal Miaoyu. You have received the consent of the enchanting fairy Miaoyu. You have joined the Hehuan sect. You have ascended to the esteemed position of elder of the alchemy hall. In your inaugural month as elder, you adeptly leveraged your authority to acquire and suppress a multitude of enterprises within the joyful pavilion, thereby establishing your own commercial empire. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You began to amass a considerable collection of wood attribute spiritual items, as well as beasts infused with the essence of wood. By the 13th year, you had gathered a substantial number of wood attribute beasts and a limited selection of wood attribute spiritual items. You absorbed the blood of demons and refined spiritual entities. Your Qingdi longevity art has achieved a modest level of mastery. Your body has undergone a transformation. You possess a certain suppressive effect on entities of the wood attribute. Your mastery over the entities of the wood element has been significantly augmented. You possess an enhanced resilience against wood attribute spells. Your wood attribute techniques have greatly enhanced in power. Your lifespan has been significantly extended. You have acquired the ability for rapid healing. Your damage from fire-based spells is increased by 10%. In addition to diligently cultivating the grand 5 elements true devil god art, you also, under the guise of an elder, frequented the scripture repository to master arcane demonic techniques. By your 14th year, you have become proficient in a multitude of clandestine devilish arts, thus transforming into a consummate demonic cultivator. You have received the alchemical task from the sect, and you begin to lead the disciples of the alchemy hall in the art of potion crafting, contributing to the construction of the harmony sect. You have received an assignment to forge items in the market, and you are undertaking the task of crafting and selling them independently. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. your alchemical prowess has significantly elevated. In the 15th year, due to your unwavering dedication to refining elixirs for the Harmony sect, you have made tremendous contributions to the sect, which has rewarded you with a furnace vessel possessing dual spiritual roots. You acquiesce to the joyful union sex assignment of a dual spiritual root vessel to you. You encountered Shui Qianwei once more. You have successfully forged the golden elixir and glimpsed the path of the golden elixir at this moment. The influence of Shui Qianwei upon you has become negligible. You contemplated the bond of marriage, inquiring if there was anything you could assist her with. Shui Qianwei was taken aback by your words. She expressed a desire for you to end her life. You have taken her life. You gaze upon the exquisite maiden lying amidst a pool of crimson, observing the fleeting expression of contentment upon her visage, yet your heart remains untouched by joy or sorrow. For 16 years, you have devoted yourself to the study of arcane arts, persistently refining its flaws. In the 17th year, through an abundance of wood elemental spiritual materials and the blood of wood elemental beasts, you have once again elevated the Qingdi longevity technique to a higher echelon. Yet a profound sense of distance still lingers between you and true mastery. You are struck by a sudden inspiration, pondering whether it is possible to simultaneously cultivate the various elemental attributes contained within the Grand Five Elements true demon divine art. However, this notion fills you with trepidation. For the sages who have previously traversed the path of the modified scroll of this profound technique have repeatedly cautioned that attempting to cultivate other elemental arts without achieving perfection in one's primary discipline may lead to an imbalance of spiritual energy within, resulting in uncontrollable chaos and potential demonic deviation. The five elements inherently embody the principles of mutual generation and restriction. Without attaining completeness, the risk of imbalance becomes exceedingly pronounced. You ultimately dismiss that thought. In the 18th year, you devoted yourself to alchemy, artifact crafting, and array formation. In the 19th year, you continued to immerse yourself in the same pursuits. By the 20th year, through an abundance of would attribute spiritual materials and the blood of would attribute demon beasts, you elevated the Qing Emperor's longevity technique to a higher echelon, resulting in a significant enhancement of your lifespan. In the 21st year, the venerable ancestor of the Hahuan sect, the Yin-Yang sovereign, summoned you. You have paid a visit to the esteemed master of Yin and Yang. You display an expression of utmost reverence. The master of Yin and Yang bestows upon you a precious alchemical formula. He informs you that upon successfully refining the Yin-Yang harmonizing pill, he shall grant you a would attribute spiritual artifact essential for cultivating the eternal life technique of the Azure Emperor. Upon hearing this, your countenance shifted dramatically. What could be the matter? Had the Yin-Yang master discerned the cultivation technique I was practicing? I was employing a concealment technique, yet he was able to see through it. Wang Li, outside the simulator, was utterly perplexed. However, the subsequent simulation left Wang Li completely astounded. Before him stood the Yin-Yang master, who, noticing your pale visage, calmly informed you that he was able to discern your cultivation method at a glance due to the rich aura of the Green Emperoress with spirit emanating from you. This aura typically manifests only in those who have cultivated the Grand Five Elements true demon technique. The Yin-Yang master advised you to perfect the Green Emperor's longevity technique before abandoning this path and pursuing another method. You furrow your brow, perplexed and unable to comprehend. The master of Yin and Yang informs you that practitioners of the Great Five Elements true demon divine art often encounter misfortune. This technique, once immensely popular in ancient times, was nearly universal among cultivators. However, following the mysterious disappearance of numerous practitioners overnight, the leaders of both righteous and demonic factions prohibited its practice. As time progressed, this art gradually faded from the annals of history under the combined oppression of these two forces. The master of Yin and Yang advises that upon breaking through to the nascent soul stage, you must promptly transition to a different cultivation method to avoid a grim fate in your later years. After much contemplation, you retrieved the elixir of immortality from your storage pouch. You conveyed to the master of Yin and Yang that the entity causing misfortune in your later years neither increases nor decreases in quantity. The master of Yin and Yang fell into deep contemplation. After receiving the ageless pearl from your hand and examining it closely, he remarked that you truly possess immense blessings. For you have managed to acquire the ageless pearl. You assumed that the Yin-Yang sovereign was speaking in jest, and you paid it no mind. After bestowing upon you the everlasting pearl, the Yin-Yang sovereign indicated that you may continue your cultivation of the supreme five elements true demon divine art. A look of confusion crosses your face as you inquire about the reason from the master of Yin and Yang. The master of yin and yang reveals to you that a cultivator in possession of the everlasting pearl is exempt from the ominous fate that accompanies the practice of the great five elements true demon god technique in their later years. You inquire about the reason. The esteemed master of yin and yang reveals that in his youth, he encountered a practitioner of the great five elements true demon technique. Due to the protection of the everlasting pearl, this practitioner, until achieving the pinnacle of his cultivation and ascending to the higher realms, never experienced the ominous signs of old age. You posed a counter-question to the yin-yang sovereign, pondering the potential misfortunes that might befall that particular cultivator in the upper realm during their twilight years. It is worth noting that, in prior simulations, Shen Tianling had also practiced the supreme five elements true demon divine art and possessed the everlasting pearl. Nonetheless, he ultimately succumbed to its influence, transforming into a demonic corpse. The yin-yang sovereign fell into contemplation. He conveyed to you that many so-called curses and ominous portents are orchestrated by unseen forces. Should the cultivator he mentioned indeed experience misfortune in their later years within the upper realm, it would signify the terrifying potency of those who have set the trap. However, at present, the practitioners across the various domains of the Tianshu continent are unable to establish contact with their predecessors who have ascended to the upper realm. As for whether the cultivator practicing the supreme five elements true demon divine art has encountered any ill fate, that knowledge eludes him. The yin-yang sovereign left the decision of whether to continue your cultivation in your hands. Wang Li was suddenly presented with three options to continue his cultivation: to adopt an alternative method, or to first break through to the yuanying stage before transitioning to another technique. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Li chose the third option. Upon making his decision, the simulation continued. You choose to break through to the nascent soul stage before pursuing other cultivation methods. You bid farewell to the master of yin and yang, who watched you depart with a solemn charge to ensure the successful refinement of the yin-yang harmonization elixir. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. You have received the wood attribute spiritual item, the spirit of the celestial tree, as a reward from the yin-yang sovereign. You are filled with immense excitement. You commence the refinement of the spirit of the celestial tree. In the 23rd year, you successfully integrated the essence of the celestial tree, resulting in a significant enhancement of your Qingdi longevity technique, bringing you closer to mastery and advancing your cultivation. You are not far from reaching the mid-stage of Dan formation. In the 24th year, you diligently cultivate, while simultaneously refining elixirs for your sect. Your alchemical skills have significantly advanced. In the 25th year, atop the transmission tower of the Hehuan sect, you discovered the original manuscript of the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art. You peruse the original text of the supreme magic of the five elements, awakening the innate powers of the arcane path. You have made several modifications to the revised version of the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art. In the 26th year, the yin-yang sovereign achieved a breakthrough to the great perfection of the nascent soul. In March of the 26th year, the seven sects of demonism united to launch an offensive against the upper realm. You have been summoned into service by the esteemed master of yin and yang. You have entered the territory of the upper domain alongside the allied forces of the Demon Gate. You were not dispatched to the front lines, but rather accompanied the yin-yang sovereign, participating in the council alongside him. The seven orthodox sects united to launch a counterattack against the seven demon sects. In the 27th year, the yin-yang sovereign took decisive action, single-handedly subduing the seven ancestors, establishing a pact that forbade any nascent soul cultivators from intervening in the battle between the righteous and the demonic. As you gazed upon the towering peaks, where the figure of demonic flames loomed ominously, you uttered the words, "A true man ought to be thus." In the 28th year, the coalition of the demonic sect clashed fiercely with the righteous path coalition amidst the soaring Xian mountains. The nefarious tactics of the demonic sect prevailed, causing the righteous forces to retreat in disarray. In the aftermath of the battle, the disciples of the demonic sect diligently gathered the remnants of souls scattered across the battlefield, merging them into the soul banners. You tread alongside the master of yin and yang, stepping over countless corpses, gathering the remnants of souls to merge into the soul banner. In the 29th year, the war between the righteous and the demonic grows increasingly fierce as you follow closely by the master's side, witnessing the unfolding of each epic battle. You beseech the master of yin and yang to grant you passage to the front lines of battle. The master informs you that such a request is unnecessary. The tide of conflict has already turned, and the defeat of the righteous coalition is a foregone conclusion. Victory is merely a matter of time, rendering your intervention superfluous. You find it hard to believe this assertion and inquire about the true reason. The esteemed yin-yang master, unable to conceal the truth from you any longer, reveals that a practitioner of the great perfection of the nascent soul is lurking in the shadows, fixated upon you. Should you dare to make an appearance, you will undoubtedly be captured or slain. Your pallid complexion reveals a reason you had not anticipated. You may not comprehend that even with your careful demeanor and humble approach to life, you can still attract the attention of a cultivator who has attained the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. You began to closely follow the esteemed master of yin and yang day and night, fearing that the accomplished nascent soul cultivator might seize and annihilate you. By the 30th year, the battle between righteousness and evil had gradually waned, and the 7 righteous sects were increasingly diminished. As you were gathering the remnants of lost souls, you were suddenly ambushed by an elderly man with white hair. The master of yin and yang intervened, shielding you from this lethal strike. However, you were severely injured by the residual force of the magical artifact. Upon seeing the master of yin and yang, the old man cast a regretful glance in your direction before vanishing into the void. In the 31st year, the 7 sects of the righteous path retreated in defeat to the eastern spirit domain, while the southern spirit domain fell entirely under the control of the demonic sections. The 7 sects of the demon path began to distribute the spoils of war and soon found themselves embroiled in disputes over their claim to dominance within the immortal cultivation realm of the Qi kingdom. You have informed the esteemed master of yin and yang about the matters concerning the secret realm of the immortal ruins. You earnestly urge the yin-yang elder to conquer the cultivation realm of the Qi kingdom. In the 32nd year, the Hahuan sect seized control of the cultivation realm in the Qi kingdom. You have been designated as the next leader of the Hahuan sect by the esteemed yin-yang sovereign. You have received a portion of guidance from the esteemed master of yin and yang. You have acquired the fragmented scroll of the great yin-yang art. You have observed the list of the Li clan's celestial lineage among the ranks of submission, reflecting upon the actions of the illustrious Li clan of your. You summoned the esteemed ancestor, Li Xuanya, to convene a council. During this assembly, under the pretext of the Li clan's purported intent to usurp the leadership of the Hahuan sect within the cultivation realm of Qi Kingdom, you apprehended Li Xuanya. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, you personally brought about the downfall of the Li clan of immortals. In the 5th month of the 32nd year, you learned of the opening of the Taishu Immortal Mansion, drawing numerous heroes from all walks of life. You have issued orders to the disciples of the Hahuan sect, who have infiltrated the Eastern Spirit domain, instructing them to remain vigilant regarding this matter. Should any disturbances arise within the Eastern Spirit domain, they must report promptly. A disciple of the Hahuan sect, concealed within the Tianyi sect, has conveyed the news of the bloodied return of the Yuanying ancestor of Tianyi sect. You are profoundly astonished, and an unsettling sense of unease begins to creep into your heart. In the 34th year, amid your worries and fears, you achieve a remarkable breakthrough. Advancing to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, your prowess has greatly increased. Your Qingdi longevity technique has attained a partial enhancement. You have heard rumors of the presence of zombies in the Eastern Spirit domain. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. You are now prepared to make your escape. You have learned that the calamity of the zombies in the Eastern Spirit domain has been quelled. You displayed a look of unexpected surprise. You have become increasingly attentive to the happenings within the Eastern Spirit domain. In the 35th year, after a prolonged period of observation lasting an entire year, you discern that following the quelling of the zombie calamity, the Eastern Spirit domain gradually settled into a state of tranquility, with no further anomalies occurring. You begin to regain your focus and continue your cultivation. You have revisited the cultivation techniques of your past. In the 36th year, under the guidance of the yin-yang master, you successfully forged your very first personal lifebound artifact. The yin-yang master imparted to you that every core formation practitioner possesses a life-sustaining artifact, which evolves in tandem with its owner's growth. You have amalgamated the bones of your own body with the materials gathered by the Hahuan sect, forging a magnificent tripod cauldron with 3 legs and 2 ears. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. You have named your innate magical artifact the Celestial Refining Cauldron. Can a core formation cultivator really forge their own innate magical artifact? Why was this matter not mentioned in the books I previously read? As Wang Li contemplated this, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. He then expressed his indignation, stating that it was undoubtedly the old schemers at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, seeking to stabilize their power and prevent future generations from rising to challenge them. Thus, they have altered the transmitted cultivation methods, excising much of their essence. Once his emotions settled, Wang Li glanced at the words indicating the 36th year on the simulation interface. His mood improved significantly, and he sighed in relief, remarking that it appeared the peculiar entity sealed within the void celestial mansion had not escaped during the simulation. Now, let me see how long this simulation will last. Perhaps it will be the longest since I obtained the simulator. In the 37th year, during the grand celebration of the 3000th anniversary of the establishment of the Huan sect, you were invited to attend, standing amidst the throngs in the grand hall. Following the conclusion of the anniversary celebration, the esteemed Yin-Yang Master retained a number of high-ranking individuals, including yourself. The Yin-Yang Master announced to all present that he would soon transcend to the divine transformation stage and depart from this realm. In an instant, everyone, including you, was engulfed in astonishment. The Yin-Yang Master expressed his intention to assist the illustrious Miao Yu in breaking through to the nascent soul stage over the next 3 years. He designated you as the next sect master of the Huan sect. Some demonic cultivators voiced their dissent. However, the Yin-Yang Master quelled all opposition on your behalf. After the meeting concluded, you ascended to the position of the new sect master of the Huan sect. In the 38th year, during the highly anticipated ceremony of your succession, you received the sect's treasured artifact, the Rui Bell, from Miao Yu. You feel the gazes emanating from all directions, and your entire being transcends to a different realm. You have never experienced such an exhilarating moment. In this fleeting instant, you reflect upon the time in your previous life when you lived in mediocrity, ultimately succumbing to illness and death. After 50 years of cultivating your immortality, it feels as though you have merely traversed a grand dream. In the 39th year, having assumed the position of the leader of the Huan sect for a year, you have diligently adhered to the ancient traditions of the sect. You are acutely aware of the wisdom behind your ancestors' laws, understanding that the time-honored customs of the sect should not be altered lightly. Do you not perceive that you are more intelligent and powerful than the leaders of the Huan sect throughout history, even if you are a transmigrator? Within the constraints of ancestral laws and the unchanging traditions of the sect, you have made subtle modifications to certain aspects of the Huan sect structure. You have observed the prevalent anti-demonic sect sentiment within the southern spirit domain's cultivation world. You contemplated the idea of traversing the realm of immortal cultivation. Yet you hesitated to step outside, fearful that the formidable Yuanian Grandmaster still lay in wait for you. The memory of that fateful strike on the battlefield years ago remains vividly etched in your mind. Were it not for the intervention of the esteemed Yin-Yang Sovereign, you would no longer be among the living. In the 40th year, bolstered by a plethora of wood-attributed spiritual materials and the essence of wood-based spirit beasts, your Qingdi longevity technique reached a pinnacle of mastery. Your body has undergone a remarkable transformation. You possess a certain suppressive effect on beings of the wood attribute. Your mastery over beings of the wood element has been greatly enhanced. Your resistance to wood attribute spells has been enhanced. Your wood-based magical abilities have significantly increased in power. Your lifespan has experienced a notable enhancement. You have acquired the ability of rapid healing. Fire attribute spells enhance your damage by 10%. As the 40th year draws to a close, the revered Yin-Yang Master stands on the brink of transcending to the divine transformation stage, and you, along with the senior members of the Huan sect, are invited to partake in the ascension ceremony. At the summit of the rear mountain, 13 alchemical cultivators, including the esteemed leaders of the Huan sect, gaze with fervent anticipation at the middle-aged figure clad in azure, standing in the center of the spiritual pool. As the pool surges with vitality, an unending flow of spiritual energy converges around the azure-clad man, whose aura no longer conceals itself, breaking through from the peak of the nascent soul stage to the early stages of divine transformation. The might of the divine transformation radiates outward, sweeping in all directions. The entire southern spirit domain feels the weight of this formidable presence, turning their gazes towards the realm of cultivation in the Qi Kingdom, where the Huan sect resides. Being closest to the Yin-Yang Master, you are further overwhelmed by this powerful aura of divine transformation, causing you to be knocked back and fall to the ground. It was the first time you realized that the formidable spiritual pressure of a master could indeed be fatal. As the Yin-Yang Elder broke through to the initial stage of transformation, A vast black hole manifested above his head. The disciples of the Huan sect, including yourself, bowed respectfully in reverence to the elder, honoring the efforts he had made towards the revival of the sect. The yin-yang elder gazed at you all with an expression of ease, then opened his arms, allowing the black hole above him to draw him in. In a telepathic message, he advised you not to venture even a step away from the Huan sect for the next 100 years, as a fully realized nascent soul practitioner still had their sights set on you. You sighed, longing to articulate your thoughts, yet hesitating to speak. Shortly after the black hole engulfed the yin-yang sovereign, you witnessed a colossal hand emerging from the abyss, seizing all the Jiedon cultivators of the Huan sect, including yourself. Into its depths. You have entered a black hole. You have inhaled an unidentified gas. You have fallen into unconsciousness. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have heard a phrase about the essence of the Green Emperor, a delightful confection indeed. Your corporeal form has been utterly consumed. Your soul has been extinguished. You are deceased. The three blood-red characters struck Wang Li's mind with a forceful impact. It was not until he felt dazed for a considerable time that he finally regained his composure, revealing a bitter expression. It seems I have stumbled upon a monumental secret. With these thoughts, Wang Li approached the window, gazing out at the verdant mountains and the ever-changing clouds beyond the cave, remaining silent. After a long while, he settled on the edge of the bed, letting out a deep sigh. The darkness of this cultivation world is truly insidious. The larger fish devour the smaller ones, and the small fish feast on the shrimp. He had thought that escaping the Li clan would grant him freedom, only to discover a horde of conniving individuals lurking behind the black hole. Even more outrageous, these beings are genuinely predatory. Is there any way to evade being drawn into the black hole after attaining the god transformation? If memory serves, during the last deduction, that enigmatic being had demonstrated the means of god transformation. Yet, it did not attract the gaze of the black hole, nor was it consumed by it. Thus, it is indeed possible to avoid the black hole. Of course, this does not exclude another possibility. The strange entity sealed within the Tai Su immortal mansion could be the very existence behind the black hole. After pondering these matters extensively, Wang Li found his thoughts spiraling further into chaos. Enough of this. Let me first claim my rewards, for the simulator is currently my sole means of breakthrough. With that thought, Wang Li activated the simulator. The current simulation has concluded. You may select 2 rewards from the following list, as well as purchase 1 item to take with you using simulation points. Talented blacksmith. You possess an innate talent for forging, and with diligent practice over time, you will become an exceptional master blacksmith. Alchemical grandmaster experience. The experience you gain from alchemy in the simulator. Superior forging experience. The experience you gained from forging in the simulator. Intermediate formation cultivation experience. The experience you gained from cultivating formations in the simulator. 1 billion spirit stones, your earnings from work, not usable in simulations. Fragment of the great yin-yang art, one of the top 10 extraordinary techniques in the cultivation world. Revised Great 5 Elements True Demon Skill, a modified version of the Great 5 Elements True Demon Skill that combines the essence of both its original and altered forms, allowing you to progress further. Alchemical formulas. All the formulas you have mastered during the simulation. Spell cultivation experience. The experience you gained from cultivating spells in the simulator. Celestial cauldron. Your life-bound treasure, a dual cultivation artifact that possesses growth potential, though its scope for growth is limited. Wishful bell. Born of the Tian Immortal, it embodies the essence of wishful thinking. A treasure of the Huan sect containing numerous wondrous effects. Great Success Realm of the Qing Emperor's Longevity Skill. Selecting this grants you the effects of the Great Success Realm in the Qing Emperor's Longevity Skill. The Great Success Realm of the Qing Emperor's Longevity Skill. The option to select a cultivation realm. Upon seeing this choice, Wang Li was somewhat astonished. However, for him, the primary choice was undoubtedly cultivation, followed by talent. Soon, Wang Li selected the Talented Blacksmith and the Mid-Stage Golden Core Cultivation. After finalizing his selections, the simulator presented another interface. Would you like to purchase the remaining reward? Purchase the Great Success Realm of the Qing Emperor's Longevity Skill. Without hesitation, Wang Li opted for this choice. Upon verification, the purchase requires the expenditure of 10,000,000 simulation energy points. Is it truly so expensive? Wang Li was taken aback. He quickly called forth his simulation interface. Life Simulator Level 3 Host. Wang Li Age. 12 Cultivation Technique. Divine Ghost Xianming Yudao Classic Cultivation Level. Mid-stage Golden Core Simulation Points. 407. 000 Simulation Attempts. 0 Talents. Grievous Soul Demanding Life. Black. Formation Prodigy. Blue. Alchemy Prodigy. Blue. Dual Focus. Blue. External Avatar. Blue. Supreme Demon Path. Purple. Talented Blacksmith. Blue. Skills. Superior Alchemist. Inferior Formation Master. Talents are ranked from low to high as follows: white, black, yellow, blue, purple, red, gold, rainbow. 407. 000 Simulation Energy Points. Each simulation costs 100,000 energy points. With insufficient points for even a single simulation, the desire to purchase rewards is truly fanciful. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Li closed his eyes, concentrating on solidifying his cultivation. Several days later, as Wang Li's mid-stage golden core cultivation stabilized, he opened his eyes and activated the simulation once more. Simulation activate. Simulator is launching. You have utilized 100,000 energy points, resulting in a random selection of a talent. Congratulations on acquiring the red talent, Abundant Offspring. As the name suggests, the more descendants you have, the greater the bonuses you receive. Your overall attributes will be enhanced. The crux lies in your diligence, and it is essential to remember that the closer the kinship, the more formidable the boost provided. Astonishing. Abundant Offspring. Wang Li gazed at the talent he had drawn, his eyelids involuntarily twitching, leaving him in a state of disbelief. Fortune has turned in his favor. Wang Li, typically a person of few words and serious demeanor, found himself on the brink of a smile. Would you like to refresh the talent? Wang Li chose to decline. Would you like to activate the immersive experience? Without hesitation, Wang Li opted to proceed. In an instant, amidst a whirlwind of sensations, Wang Li found himself transported to a simulated world. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have become somewhat complacent in your pride. However, you must understand the importance of humility and not allow your pride to become excessive. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You comprehend that your path is fraught with challenges and adversities. You must diligently strive for self-improvement until you attain the strength to confront any crisis. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You embark on this journey towards your goal. The following day, you set out for the marketplace, engaging in your daily alchemical and crafting endeavors. While honing your skills, you subtly augment your own strength as well. You comprehend that the economic foundation determines the superstructure. Hence, you diligently toil during the day to amass wealth and refine your skills. By night, you venture into the realms of the surrounding celestial clans, reaping the rewards of your endeavors. Over the course of several days, these illustrious clans suffer substantial losses. Yet, no one suspects you, the humble gray-robed alchemist and craftsman offering low prices, for they believe that a master possessing such exceptional alchemical prowess would disdain the path of pillaging. If you find yourself in need of resources, it is simply a matter of raising your prices to alleviate your urgent circumstances. After several months, the celestial clans around you are left in dire straits due to your predations, struggling to make ends meet. Particularly, the Li clan has endured the harshest of your assaults. You even seized the opportunity amidst the robbery to rescue Lu Zidwan and your external manifestation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Your cultivation speed is hastened slightly. Due to your arrogance and formidable strength, the various celestial clans, unable to endure the humiliation, have collectively petitioned the Heavenly One sect, requesting their nascent soul ancestor to intervene in this matter. Upon hearing the voice echoing in his mind, Wang Li, immersed in the simulation, felt his nerves tense up instantly. Have I been targeted? How could this be? A sense of escape flickered within him, yet the immersive simulation was beyond his control, bound to operate according to its own rules. At the end of the first year, as you were departing from Luajia immortal abode, an elderly man with white hair obstructed your path. The white-haired elder. Could it be? With a sudden whirlwind, Wang Li's figure materialized above a majestic mountain range, where the white-haired elder stood before him, smiling. "Hold on, young friend," the elder spoke. Just as Wang Li was about to respond, the voice of the simulator echoed in his mind once more. The elder introduced himself as the Dan Sage, also known as the Xian Dan Elder, and revealed that he had come for the elixir of eternal youth that resided within Wang Li. Before the simulator's voice faded, the elegantly poised white-haired elder continued, "Young friend, I have a passion for alchemy, hence my title among the cultivation community as the Dan Sage. However, I am aware that my virtues do not merit such a title, thus I refer to myself as the Xian Dan Elder. I have come to request a rather ominous object from you, the elixir of eternal youth." Wang Li was about to articulate a response when two choices suddenly appeared before him. The Xian Dan Elder sought the elixir of eternal youth. Would you choose to relinquish it? Yes or no? It was time for Wang Li to decide. Without hesitation, he decisively chose yes. If the white-haired elder was resorting to reasoning, then it was only prudent to acquiesce. As for any physical confrontation, that could be avoided. You have chosen to surrender the eternal pearl. The elderly man with white hair appeared quite pleased with your performance, just as he was about to express his thoughts. You interjected, "Senior, based on my deductions, the matters concerning the eternal pearl are exceedingly enigmatic and mysterious. When you utilize this pearl within the celestial abode of the void, I implore you to exercise utmost caution, lest you invite unforeseen consequences." Under the guidance of the simulator, Wang Li conveyed his thoughts to the elderly man, articulating each inference. As he spoke, a wave of discontent surged within him, lamenting the discomfort of being manipulated. Upon hearing your words, a glimmer of delight sparkled in the elder's eyes, and he inquired further about your knowledge of the celestial abode of the void. You welcomed the elderly man with white hair to the pavilion nestled in the nearby mountains. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You conveyed your understanding of the Tai Su immortal mansion to the old man with white hair. In the serene pavilion amidst the mountains, Wang Li gazed at the venerable elder before him, fervently sharing his discoveries. "Esteemed senior, according to the information I have gathered, an extraordinary and enigmatic being is sealed within the Tai Su immortal mansion. I am uncertain of its cultivation level, but I can assert with confidence that it surpasses the realm of transformation. As for the immortal pearl, I suspect it to be the key to its unsealing. Therefore, should you wish to explore the Tai Su immortal mansion, the immortal pearl must not be taken inside, lest calamity befall you." The old man with white hair smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he scrutinized Wang Li with earnest intrigue. He did not dismiss your words lightly. Rather, he seemed captivated by you. With a smile, he remarked, "Young man, to achieve the mid-stage of foundational establishment at the tender age of 13. The secrets you harbor are far more alluring than the Tai Su immortal mansion itself." In the midst of the simulation, upon hearing these words, Wang Li's entire being trembled with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Upon hearing the words of the white-haired elder, a chill ran down your spine, causing every hair on your body to stand on end. The elder remarked that cultivators of your caliber are a rarity in the present realm of cultivation. However, such individuals do exist, and he was merely intrigued by how, with a quadruple spirit root at the tender age of 13, you managed to achieve such an extraordinary level of mastery. The elder assured you that his intentions were devoid of malice. His curiosity was purely innocent. You deceived the venerable elder, claiming to be a remnant of ancient times, having slumbered for millennia. It was only recently, prior to the collapse of your hidden refuge, that you managed to escape. The elder, however, remained skeptical of your words, chuckling as he remarked upon your insincerity. He then spoke of his great-granddaughter, a beauty akin to that of a celestial being, possessing an enchanting grace that could captivate any realm, and expressed his desire for an alliance between your families. He immediately agreed. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for granting me this wonderful opportunity. I am profoundly grateful." Under the control of the simulator, Wang Li expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the white-haired elder with utmost sincerity. You departed with the white-haired elder, journeying eastward. Under his guidance, after 3 months, you arrived in the Eastern Spirit Domain. As you gaze upon the monument of the Eastern Spirit Domain, a sense of surprise washes over you. Upon your entrance into the Eastern Spirit Domain, you were halted by the guardians of the realm. An elderly man with white hair stepped forward to extricate you from the predicament. You observed the disciples of the guard respectfully addressing the white-haired elder as the domain master. You are greatly astonished. You are escorted to the eastern spirit city by a venerable elder with silver hair. You have joined the Nye clan of immortals. The return of the venerable elder Xian Dan has stirred a sensation throughout the entire Nye clan. You attended a grand welcoming banquet. You have been assigned to sit beside the venerable elder Xian Dan. You sense the gaze of countless individuals upon you, their eyes filled with curiosity, envy, bewilderment, and doubt. The patriarch of the Nye clan has brought forth a stunning young maiden clad in a delicate azure gown, positioning her by your side. You have learned that this woman is named Nye Qingling. You perceive the pride reflected in Nye Qingling's brows. You perceive a subtle animosity emanating from Nye Qingling. The elderly man with white hair is poised to speak, intending to finalize the matrimonial arrangement between you and Nye Qingling, yet she abruptly rises, interrupting him. Immersed in the simulation, Wang Li glances at the suddenly standing young lady beside him, feeling a twinge of helplessness in his heart. The elderly man, noticing her rise, displays a hint of displeasure in his brow, yet he addresses her with a tone of indulgence. Qingling, my dear child, do you have something to express? Nye Qingling respectfully clasps her fists in greeting to the elderly man before casting a haughty glance at Wang Li, declaring, I implore you, esteemed ancestor, to retract your decree. Qingling shall never wed a man with 4 spirit roots, even if he is a cultivator of the core formation stage. It is crucial to understand that a practitioner of his caliber, possessing a false spirit root, has exhausted all his potential and future to reach this juncture. His journey cannot extend far. In contrast, I am a cultivator of the heavenly spirit root, destined for a lengthy path in cultivation, as long as I do not falter. I may even behold landscapes that our ancestors have never witnessed. I am destined for immortality, and he is unworthy of me. With these words, Nye Qingling casts her gaze around the assembly of family cultivators and, with unabashed pride, adds, have you all heard the tale of the phoenix marrying a mere chicken? Upon hearing all of this, Wang Li feels a surge of discontent within him. However, he finds himself entirely at the mercy of the simulator. Otherwise, he would have retorted sharply. Meanwhile, the voice of the simulator resounds once more. Due to Nye Qingling's refusal to marry you and her public disparagement of you at the banquet, the elderly man is exceedingly incensed, ordering the patriarch of the Nye family to confine Nye Qingling for a year as a punitive measure. You are aware that the elderly man with white hair is merely putting on a faade for your benefit, yet you remain indifferent. The disparagement directed at you by Nye Qingling at the banquet initially unsettles you. However, being a person of considerable equanimity, you soon find solace and let it go. You have taken up temporary residence in the Nye clan. In the following year, the clan leader arranged another marriage for you, this time with the granddaughter of the clan's esteemed elder, a maiden of exquisite beauty. On the night of your wedding, after partaking in the ceremonial cup of wine, you gaze with exhilaration at the enchanting young lady before you. This, perhaps, is the greatest utility of the immersive simulation at present. After all, the techniques, elixirs, and formations cataloged within the simulation will be reclaimed upon your return. Observing the stunning maiden clad in a flowing red gown, Wang Li smiled and embraced her. On this joyous night, your heart brimmed with elation, not solely due to the union of marriage, but also because you could finally embark on the grand endeavor of bearing many children and enjoying great fortune. I wish to exit the immersive mode, you declared. Following the conclusion of the wedding festivities, Wang Li withdrew from the immersive experience. The mechanical nature of the simulation left much to be desired. Such an experience was truly unsatisfactory. Perhaps it would be best utilized solely for matters of the bridal chamber, or until one could freely navigate the simulated world. Shaking his head, Wang Li silently reflected and then resumed his focus on the simulation interface. After marrying Nye Hongyu, you officially became a member of the Nye clan. When the elder summoned you once more, he imparted to you half of the transcendent text, the Taisu Immortal Sutra. The Immortal Sutra. Wang Li was momentarily taken aback, then a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. The Immortal Sutra, a supreme technique chronicled in the annals of cultivation, is, as its name suggests, a path that leads directly to ascension. Typically, such teachings are passed down from ancient immortals to their descendants. It can be said that by cultivating the Immortal Sutra, as long as one does not perish, one can strive toward the pinnacle of the immortal path, taking steady steps toward transcendence. There exists a certain probability of breaking through to ascension and becoming an immortal of eternal life. This elder is truly generous. They say the Immortal Sutra is rarely shared, yet here I am, receiving it. Clearly, I am not regarded as an outsider. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. You hold a profound sense of gratitude towards the elderly man with white hair, regarding him as a venerable elder. He confides in you that this sacred scripture has been entrusted solely to you within the entirety of the Nya clan of immortals. He advises you not to take offense at Nya Qingling's disparagement, for she is merely an ill-mannered child. You express indifference. Yet curiosity lingers regarding why the white-haired elder has imparted the celestial scriptures solely to you. The elder elucidates that these scriptures cannot be cultivated by those lacking great fortune. Otherwise, they are destined for a path of demise. You do not comprehend. The white-haired elder informs you that many individuals who have cultivated the immortal scriptures have ultimately vanished under mysterious circumstances, including several of his contemporaries whom he knows. Your countenance changed dramatically, as if you had fallen into a colossal trap. The elderly man with white hair reassured you not to be anxious, for he had a method to avert the mysterious fate of disappearance. He imparted to you the fragmented teachings of the Great Fortune technique. Astonishingly, this was one of the 10 ancient divine arts, ranked 5th among them. At this revelation, Wang Li was utterly taken aback. He had never anticipated that this venerable old man possessed such formidable secrets. As you gaze upon the fragmented manuscript of the Great Fortune technique in your hands, you find yourself rendered speechless in astonishment. The venerable elder with white hair informs you that to cultivate the celestial scriptures, one must first successfully master the canopy of fortune within the Great Fortune technique. This canopy of fortune, so to speak, possesses the remarkable ability to obscure celestial secrets, shield one's fortune, establish order in the cosmos, and transform calamities into boundless opportunities. However, despite its extraordinary nature, this method is exceedingly dependent on the practitioner's own fortune. Only those of great fortune may hope to cultivate it. You express your gratitude to the venerable elder with white hair. You received the designation from the elderly man with white hair and commenced your cultivation of the grand destiny technique. In the 3rd year, your wife became pregnant. By the 4th year, your first child was born, a son endowed with the 3 spiritual roots and exceptional talent, whom you named Wang Li. The activation of the blessing of numerous offspring brought forth an enhancement in your overall attributes. Your perception has elevated. Your level of cultivation has ascended. Your cultivation speed has significantly improved. Your talent for forging has been enhanced. Your talent in the realm of formation has ascended. Your alchemical talents have reached a new pinnacle. Your physical strength has been enhanced. Your magical potency has increased. Your speed has improved. Your fortune has significantly improved. Gazing at the series of simulated prompts, Wang Li was left utterly astonished. Is this the true value of the red talent? It brings me immense joy. Wang Li has already regarded the talent of abundance as a certainty. In the 5th year, you have still failed to master the Great Fortune technique. While your personal life has become increasingly disheveled, Ancestor Nya Chutsong of the Nya clan advises you not to be overly indulgent in worldly affairs. For one must understand that the path of immortality is of utmost importance. You wholeheartedly agree. Acknowledging that the path of immortality is indeed the foremost concern for cultivators like ourselves. After concluding your cultivation, you set out to seek the head of the Nya family, hoping he would procure more women for you. This matter swiftly reached the ears of Nya Chutsong, who expressed considerable disappointment, leaving you with a parting admonition to take care of yourself before departing from the Nya clan and continuing his travels across the realms. By the end of the 5th year, the news of your 3-month union with 10 concubines rapidly spread throughout the entire Eastern Spirit City. You have become the idol of the young disciples, far away in the sacred land of Taisong. Nya Qinling learns of this and feels even greater disdain and contempt for you, thankful that she had previously intervened to prevent the ancestral marriage from being bestowed. In the 6th year, you have caused all your partners to conceive. As you observe Nya Hongyu, who is visibly pregnant yet still attending to household chores, a twinge of guilt arises within you. You expressed your apologies to Nya Hongyu. She replied that it did not matter to her, as long as you were happy. You were deeply moved. At the end of the 6th year, your children were born. The blessing of abundant offspring has been bestowed upon you. Your comprehensive attributes have been enhanced to a considerable extent. You began your cultivation of the art of atmospheric fortune as per the guidance of Nya Chutsong. In the 7th year, you caught your first glimpse of its essence. By the 8th year, you sensed that it would not be long before you mastered the art of atmospheric fortune. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have successfully mastered the art of harnessing atmospheric fortune. You have distilled the essence of the celestial canopy within the art of atmospheric fortune. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You commenced your journey of cultivating the Taoist immortal scripture. By the 10th year, you successfully mastered it. In the 11th year, based on the teachings of the scripture and utilizing your innate roots along with various renowned refining materials, you forged your life as treasure, the heavenly cauldron. Is it true that I, in the simulation, have such an affinity for the cauldron as my life as treasure? If I were the one crafting it, my unequivocal choice would be a sword. Observing the simulation prompt, Wang Li displayed a hint of curiosity on his delicate visage. In the 12th year, through the introduction of the clan leader Nye, you took several concubines. At this juncture, you could truly be regarded as an integral part of the Nye immortal clan, as nearly all the prominent heirs of the clan have wed you. Wang Li wore a blissful smile. Subsequently, you activated the immersive simulation. In the 13th year, you and Nye Hongyu welcomed another child into the world. This marks your 40th offspring, whom you named Wang Lu, wishing her a life filled with joy. The blessing of abundant offspring is now in effect. Your attributes have all been enhanced. Has your external incarnation encountered peril? Wang Li furrowed his brow, pondering who possessed such audacity to strike against his incarnation. Did they not recognize their own limitations? Indeed, they were unaware. Your gaze shifts, and your thoughts transcend to an external embodiment. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Your thoughts have returned to your true self. At this moment, your complexion is ashen, and the spirit-reviving banner in your hand hums ominously, as if the malevolent spirits contained within are responding to your fury. It seems that the population of the Li celestial clan is rather excessive, Wang Li murmured, his eyes gleaming with a hint of ferocity. In the 15th year, having mastered numerous lethal techniques from the Grand Void celestial scripture, your strength has significantly increased, prompting you to devise a plan for the annihilation of the Li celestial clan. The Li celestial clan, deemed the most abhorrent adversary since you embarked on the celestial path, has fueled your desire for their obliteration ever since you uncovered the truth. You have commenced your study of the formidable array of slaughter. You commenced the crafting of the battle standards. Your prowess in the art of battle has been elevated. In the 16th year, you set forth from the eastern spirit domain, journeying steadfastly towards the southern spirit domain. Along the way, any reckless cultivator who dared to offend you became a member of your soul banner. Wandering cultivators questioned your ruthlessness. You cast a cold smile in their direction, indicating that after years of arduous training, they are hardly worthy of engaging in reasoned discourse with you, especially considering that they acted first. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have arrived in the immortal cultivation realm of the Qi Kingdom. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have ventured into the Spirit Dragon Mountain Range. You commenced the strategic arrangement around the Spirit Dragon Mountain Range. With a swift motion of your hand, the neatly arranged flags within the storage bag are instantly released, soaring in all directions until they envelop the entire Spirit Dragon Mountain Range. You positioned the celestial refining cauldron as the focal point, suppressing the center of the grand formation. And with a flourish of your fingers, you executed 1,000 intricate incantations. As the formation resonated with the powerful sound, the Xiantian Divine Banishing Grand Array was set into motion, enveloping the entire Spirit Dragon Mountain Range within its grasp. In an instant, a torrent of dark, prohibitive energy cascaded from the heavens, launching an automatic assault upon all living beings within the Spirit Dragon Mountain Range. You wear a jade talisman at your waist and grasp a soul-reaping banner in your hand, resembling a harbinger of death. As the banner rises and falls, countless members of the Li clan are ensnared. Those elders of the Li family, once regarded with reverence, are now mercilessly slaughtered like mere livestock. Li Daojian, the patriarch of the Li clan, kneels in a plea for mercy, only to be pierced through the heart by your banner. The brutal massacre perpetrated by you against the Li clan has drawn the attention of the ancient ancestor, Li Xuanya. Witnessing the ground strewn with corpses, Li Xuanya, filled with unbridled fury, charge towards you. You wield the Taishu immortal scripture, employing the transcendent arts of Taishu to seal the powers of Li Shuanya for 3 breaths. In the span of 3 breaths, you pierced through Li Shuanya's dantian, extracting the blood-soaked golden elixir. You have employed the soul-extracting and spirit-refining techniques from the true scripture of the divine and mysterious path, utilizing your formidable magical powers to refine the soul of Li Shuanya. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You continue to gather the lingering souls. You witness the simulated wife, her soul enslaved without a flicker of emotion from you. In the 8th month of the year 3126 of the Qi dynasty, the Li clan of immortals met its demise, leaving only a few members scattered beyond its borders. Days later, the news of the Li clan's extinction spread like wildfire throughout the realm of cultivation and Qi, reaching even the upper domain of the southern spirit region with astonishing swiftness. As the clandestine support of the Li clan, the Tianyi sect issued a statement vowing to ensure that those responsible for the clan's annihilation would pay with their blood. In the 17th year, you journey to the Xin clan of immortals. You have arrived at the Crimson Maple Mountains. You have requested an audience with the patriarch of the Xin celestial clan. You have revealed your profound cultivation. The entire upper echelon of the Xin clan has come to pay their respects to you. The patriarch of the Xin family, filled with trepidation, humbly stands by your side, expressing his willingness to serve you. Observing the anxious and reserved patriarch of the Xin family, a faint smile graces your face as you inform him that your visit is solely to retrieve the celestial spirit fire discovered by the Xin family and to meet the esteemed ancestor, Xin Tianling. You reassured him that there was no need for anxiety. Upon hearing this, the senior members of the Xin clan exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their discomfort. Noticing the peculiar expressions on the faces of those around you, you furrow your brow slightly. The head of the Xin family informs you that the esteemed ancestor, Xin Tianling, passed away peacefully last year. A hint of astonishment flickered across your face, and you silently lamented the unfortunate circumstance. You inquired with the patriarch of the Xin immortal clan regarding the relics of Xin Tianling. A hint of reluctance flickered across the patriarch's face. Ultimately, he surrendered the relics of Xin Tianling. You have acquired the storage ring belonging to Xin Tianling. You have temporarily settled within the Xin clan of the immortals. On the evening of your arrival at the courtyard, you beheld a silver-haired maiden tumbling down from the tree. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have encountered Xin Inli once more. You gaze upon a charming and enchanting young woman, her beauty adorned with a hint of languor and cleverness in her brows, eliciting a twinge of hesitation within your heart. Ultimately, you chose to take Xin Inli as your beloved partner. The following day, you expressed your heartfelt intentions to the patriarch of the Xin family. The entire leadership of the Xin family unanimously approved your proposal. That evening, the patriarch, having indulged in a few extra cups of wine, grasped your hand tightly. He presented you with a wealth of family treasures as a dowry for Xin Inli. You have acquired the ancestral treasure of the Xin family, the sun and moon spear. You have acquired the secret teachings of the Xin family, the revised volume of the true magic of the Great Five Elements. What? The revised volume of the true magic of the Great Five Elements is a cherished legacy of the Xin clan? Wang Li felt a sense of incredulity. And just as he was about to contemplate further, the simulator updated its simulated content. You inquired about the origins of the modified scroll of the Supreme Five Elements True Demon Art from the head of the Xin family. The head of the Xin family confessed that his knowledge regarding the modified scroll of the Supreme Five Elements True Demon Art was rather limited. He only knew that this extraordinary technique had been passed down from the ancestors of the Xin lineage, and that it was a practice forbidden by generations of forebears. It was precisely due to this technique that the venerable ancestor Xin Tianling met his tragic demise. You are requested to consult the genealogy of the Xin family. You have been granted permission. You have received the complete volume of the Xin family history. You peruse the history of the Xin family. You have discovered that the Xin clan of immortals is, in fact, an ancient lineage. You have discovered that the true magic of the five elements, a remarkable technique, was brought forth 7 millennia ago by the ancestor of the Xin clan, Xin Pa, from the celestial abode of the void. 7,000 years ago. Was this not the twilight of the ancient era? Observing the simulated information, Wang Li's eyes brimmed with astonishment. Soon after, a dreadful realization dawned upon him. I recall that during the previous simulation, the Yin-Yang sovereign had informed me that the true magic of the 5 elements was once exceedingly popular in ancient times, practiced by nearly all. However, following the sudden disappearance of a multitude of cultivators in a single night, the leaders of the righteous and demonic factions prohibited its practice. I had long pondered a singular question: who had disseminated this technique, and who had been its original creator? Now, it appears that clarity is emerging. This technique originates from the celestial abode of the void and was propagated by Shenpa. Thus, it becomes understandable why the cultivation of the true magic of the 5 elements would invoke ominous consequences. Indeed, it hails from the enigmatic celestial abode of the void, potentially linked to that very peculiar entity. As for the existence of another version of the true magic of the 5 elements, I remain uncertain. Perhaps that variant is merely a modified adaptation of the original. Contemplating this, Wang Li felt ensnared in a fallacy and quickly shook his head. However, this is merely my personal conjecture. The true nature of the matter may only be known by those who have experienced it firsthand. Furthermore, I have fallen into a misconception, believing that all of this is merely my imagination, lacking first-hand corroboration. Never mind, I shall not dwell on it further. Let us continue observing. Wang Li took a deep breath and resumed his gaze upon the simulation. 3 months later, you wed, taking Shen Yinli as your bride. The simulator activated immersive mode. Wang Li wore a mysterious smile, intent on delivering a stern lesson to Shen Yinli, the indolent dog. You have learned that Nie Chusong has sustained grave injuries, and the Nie family is under attack from enemies, now facing imminent peril, teetering on the brink of disaster. Could it be that something has befallen Nie Chusong? How could this be possible? This elder has reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, with few rivals in the world. Hearing the simulated voice echoing in his mind, a flicker of astonishment appeared in Wang Li's eyes. After glancing at the white-haired girl sleeping beneath the desk, he exited the immersive mode. What on earth has transpired? A hint of curiosity flickered in Wang Li's gaze. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You recognize this as the handwriting of Nie Chusong. However, your naturally suspicious disposition prevents you from placing your trust in it easily. You fear that this could be a deliberate imitation by the enemies of the Nie clan, crafted to lure you into a carefully laid trap. You communicate with Nie Hongyu through the transmission jade pendant. You have discovered that you are unable to reach Nie Hongyu. Your expression is grave. Are you certain that the Nie clan is currently in a state of turmoil? Did you return to the Nie clan of immortals? Yes or no? The simulation interface presented 2 options once more. Wang Li gazed at the choices, a look of hesitation crossing his face. So, should I really go back? The Nie clan of immortals is currently in peril, and my partner and child are in danger. Very well, I shall choose to return. Wang Li opted to go back to the Nie clan of immortals. You have made a choice. Are you certain about returning to the Nie clan? You bid farewell to Shen Yinli. You have departed from the Shin clan of immortals. You have left behind a treasure imbued with your utmost power, bestowing it upon the Shin clan of the celestial beings as a sacred relic to safeguard their lineage. As you were about to leave, Shen Yinli grasped your hand. Her gaze filled with a poignant vulnerability and revealed to you that she was with child. You caress her snow-white cheek. You advised her to diligently cultivate her abilities in the future, urging her not to fall back into her previous lethargy. Shen Yinli confided in you that she possesses an innate talent for averting misfortune and attracting good fortune. She stated that she foresaw your impending journey as one fraught with peril. However, one might wonder, does this indolent creature truly possess such a gift? If so, why was it not evident in her prior simulations? Surely, she must be jesting. You inquire of Shen Yinli whether there exists a means to survive. Shen Yinli confides that her abilities are rather feeble, rendering her incapable of offering anything of substantial value. She can merely perceive the aura of death surrounding an individual. Every person bears this ominous essence. It is at the moment when this deathly aura envelopes the head that the individual is destined to perish. You gently caressed her head and conveyed to her that you had compelling reasons to depart. You reassured her not to worry, expressing that you would meet again. Shen Yinli gazed at you blankly, her eyes filled with reluctance. She did not wish for you to leave. You embrace farewell and soar towards the Eastern Spirit Domain. Months later, you return to the Eastern Spirit Domain. You have arrived at the Nie clan of the Immortals. You observe the members of the Nie family with expressions as cold and unfeeling as ice. You encountered Nie Hongyu. You notice Nia Hongyu shielding the child by her side, not even casting a glance in your direction. You furrow your brow. You soared backwards, fleeing towards the distant horizon. You find yourself suspended in midair. Your magical powers rendered ineffective. Your body is heavy as 1,000 mountains, plummeting towards the ground. You recognize that you have been bound by a spell, rendering your power sealed. After a heavy fall into the pit, the familiar visage of Nia Chusong materializes before your eyes. You gazed at Nia Chusong, whose half of his body was corroded by dark ethereal energy, a look of terror and uncertainty etched upon your face. You have recognized the peculiar spiritual energy emanating from it. Nia Chusong reveals to you that he brought you into the Nia clan of immortals years ago, sparing no expense in your cultivation, all for this very day. You observe Nia Chusong devouring your arm. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have been stripped of all consciousness by Nia Chusong, transforming you into a mere vessel devoid of awareness. Simultaneously, your celestial furnace has exploded. This is one of the repugnant contingencies you prepared for yourself. When you initially vanquished the Li clan of immortals and acquired the golden elixir of Li Xuanya, you proceeded to refine it, integrating it into the celestial refining cauldron. Beyond merely augmenting the potency of your intrinsic treasure, your paramount objective was to ensnare any adversaries you might encounter in the future. Should your consciousness dissipate, the golden elixir would detonate alongside the celestial refining cauldron, delivering a harrowing lesson to anyone who dared to take your life. You have perished, for your soul has been obliterated, rendering your innate talents dormant. The simulation has concluded. Upon seeing the 4 characters signifying the end of the simulation, Wang Li felt an immediate sense of relief wash over him. Reclining on the stone bed, he channeled his mana into the moonstone, illuminating the cave. As he savored the spiritual fruit in his mouth, he reflected deeply. Indeed, in this world, there exists no love without reason. That old cur, who initially guided me into the Nia clan, harbored ulterior motives from the outset. He had likely set his sights on me long ago, merely waiting for the right moment to reveal his true nature. However, what surprised me most was that those who once swore eternal vows beneath the blossoms now felt like mere strangers. Thankfully, it was merely a simulation, and fortunately, the emotions involved were not profound. Love and affection indeed proved to be the most fragile of sentiments. Having finished the spiritual fruit, Wang Li opened the rewards from the simulation. The simulation has concluded, and one may choose 2 rewards from the following options. In addition to purchasing 1 item to retain using simulation points. Progeny and prosperity. As the name suggests, the more descendants you have, the greater the benefits you shall receive. Your attributes will be enhanced across the board, contingent upon your diligence, with a crucial note that the closer the kinship, the more substantial the augmentation. Current cultivation level from the simulation, mid-stage golden core. Alchemical mastery experience. The experience gained from alchemy within the simulator. Supreme forging experience. The experience acquired from forging within the simulator. Advanced formation cultivation experience. The experience garnered from studying formations in the simulator. 100,000 spirit stones. Your earnings from labor, not usable in the simulation. Scroll of Great Luck Techniques. One of the 10 extraordinary techniques in the realm of cultivation. Great 5 Elements True Demon Divine Art Modification Scroll. An unparalleled technique brought forth by the ancestral figure Shinpa from the Void Immortal Mansion, which once caused a sensation in ancient times but ultimately invited calamity. Den Formula. All formulas acquired during the simulation. Spell cultivation experience. The experience gained from practicing spells in the simulator. Heavenly Alchemy Cauldron. A personal magical artifact, capable of dual cultivation of life and essence, with growth potential, albeit limited. Scroll of the Void Immortal Sutra. An exquisite scripture left behind by the master of the Void Immortal Mansion, containing the methods to attain immortality, including the cultivation incantations from chi refinement to the great perfection of the nascent soul. Wang Li unhesitatingly chose progeny and prosperity, along with the scroll of the Void Immortal Sutra. Now that the rewards were selected, the immediate task was to handle the elixir of immortality. However, before that, initiating a new simulation was of paramount importance. This time, survival was imperative with the singular aim of procreation. As Wang Li contemplated this, a powerful divine consciousness swept past him at an astonishing speed. Such formidable spiritual awareness. It felt as though my very essence had been laid bare. However, it seemed to be a collective scan, not lingering excessively upon me. Could it be that he has arrived? A shadow fell across Wang Li's countenance. At this juncture, he most wished to avoid encountering Nianchutsang. The owner of that divine consciousness was likely him. It was evident that he could not linger here. He must vacate at the earliest opportunity. Just as he resolved this, the menacing divine consciousness swept over him once more, sending chills down his spine and rendering him immobile. Damn it, that old man is back again. Taking a deep breath, Wang Li stood still, awaiting the dissipation of the divine awareness. Only after it vanished did he activate the simulator anew, hoping the simulation would unfold more smoothly. The simulator is now initializing. You have utilized 100,000 energy points and randomly drawn a talent. Congratulations on obtaining the Azure talent, Evergreen Pine. Evergreen Pine, your vitality is remarkably resilient, and your lifespan surpasses that of ordinary cultivators by a significant margin, granting you more time than most to explore this world. Evergreen Pine? A talent related to longevity? It is indeed a valuable asset. However, at this moment, it proves to be of little consequence to me, as what I truly lack are means to enhance my offensive capabilities. After all, I am still far too weak. Both Nianchutsang and the enigmatic entity sealed within the void immortal manor are forces I cannot contend with. The mere thought of that being exuding a dark aura and mercilessly reaping souls like a harbinger of death, transforming the fallen into bloodthirsty corpses, fills Wang Li with a sense of helplessness. That creature is undoubtedly the most terrifying entity he has ever encountered, engaging in indiscriminate attacks and transforming all it touches. Today, you were swept twice by a formidable divine consciousness, which you surmised belonged to Nianchutsang. A sense of fear enveloped you, prompting a heightened state of caution, leading you to retreat into your cave dwelling for approximately half a month. It was only when you could no longer sense that powerful divine presence and confirmed that Nianchutsang had departed into the distance that you finally felt at ease. You begin to cultivate the half-volume of the Taishu stinging in your possession. Although it only contains the incantations for refining qi to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, it suffices for your current needs. As for the future, that shall be addressed in due time. You have devoted nearly half a year to successfully refining the Taishu Immortal Scripture. You commenced your cultivation of the unique techniques outlined in the Taishu Immortal Sutra. You intend to forge your destined magical artifact. You aspire to elevate your refining skills. However, you are acutely aware that the current surroundings are fraught with peril, and at any moment, you could be discovered by Nianchutsang. You refrain from taking hasty actions. In the second year, after confirming safety, you commence your journey southward, venturing into the territory of the 7 sects of the Demon Gate, just as in the previous simulations. After meticulous calculations, you conclude that seeking refuge in the Hehuan sect is the optimal choice for your simulation. You have departed from the Luojia mountain range. You return to visit your parents. You departed, leaving behind some valuable possessions as always. You have departed from the celestial realm of the Qi Kingdom. You ventured into the 7 kingdoms of the lower realm. You adhere to the notion of survival, striving to avoid trouble at all costs. Even in the act of taking a life, you would not only incinerate the body entirely, but also reduce the surrounding area to a desolate wasteland. Although you are no longer the frail being you once were, and within the vast realm of cultivation, you may find yourself lacking compared to others, yet possessing more than some. Still, you harbor a fear of excessive ostentation, which could draw the attention of Nianchutsang upon you. You have not forgotten the lessons learned from the previous simulations. It is precisely because you have repeatedly plundered the various great clans that you have finally drawn the attention of Nianchutsang. 3 months later, you arrived in the cultivation realm of the Zhou Kingdom. You arrived at the bustling marketplace of Joyful Square, affiliated with the Hehuan sect. As you gazed upon the familiar surroundings, a wave of nostalgia washed over you. Rather than actively seeking allegiance with the Hehuan sect, you ventured forth to establish your own business within Joyful Square. You refer to yourself as the master of the 3 absolutes, proficient in the arts of alchemy, artifact forging, information arrangement, offering your services at a modest price for the refinement of elixirs, the crafting of instruments, and the establishment of formations for others. Your slogan has attracted a multitude of clients. By the 3rd year, due to your exceptional alchemical skills and affordable prices, a considerable number of independent cultivators began seeking your services. 6 months later, your reputation spread far and wide, and many practitioners became aware that a master alchemist in gray attire had arrived at Joyous Workshop, earning you the esteemed title of Gray-clad Alchemical Sovereign. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have gathered a substantial collection of medicinal formulas during your leisure time. You have refined the elixir of life. You have expelled the stagnant energy from within your body. Your cultivation speed has accelerated slightly. It seems that there is no way to avoid the gray-robed alchemist. Upon realizing that he is still referred to as the gray-robed alchemist, Wang Li could not help but smile knowingly. 6 months later, a late-stage foundation-building demon cultivator set his sights on you, plotting to kill and seize your belongings. The scattered cultivators who often supported your business uncovered this sinister plot and spontaneously rallied to your defense. On that day, hundreds of soul-refining flags fluttered above the joyous square. The elder of the Huan sect, responsible for maintaining order in the market, learned of the disturbance and swiftly intervened, eliminating the demon cultivator who had targeted you. Afterward, you inquired about what the protective cultivators required in return for their assistance. They replied that they sought nothing in return. The reason they chose to protect you was that you are a good person. Despite possessing immense abilities, you willingly refined pills for them at a modest price. When you found yourself in peril, they would never stand idly by. Through conversing with these demonic cultivators, you come to realize that they are also a group of unfortunate practitioners of immortality who, in their desperation, resorted to the cultivation of dark arts as a means to swiftly enhance their powers. You assembled a group of magical cultivators who refrained from acting against mortals to serve as security personnel, safeguarding your enterprises within the joyful pavilion. In the 4th year, you crafted a batch of spiritual artifacts at a modest price for the Huanhua sect. The elder guarding the market was astonished by your exquisite craftsmanship and chose to recommend you to the sect's leader. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You were seated in conversation with the enchanting fairy Miaoyu. You have received the permission of the enchanting fairy Miaoyu. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You approached the ethereal fairy Miaoyu with a request for her assistance in supplying a considerable number of female cultivators for your training. Fairy Miaoyu nodded in agreement. In the first month of your affiliation with the Huan sect, under the auspices of the esteemed Yinyang elder, you secured the position of elder of the Dan Hall. During your inaugural month in this role, leveraging the privileges of your office, you emulated previous strategies to acquire and suppress a multitude of enterprises within the joyful pavilion, thereby establishing your own commercial empire. 3 months later, Fairy Miaoyu presented you with 10 enchanting female cultivators, each as radiant as a blooming flower. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have generously allocated an abundance of cultivation resources to each female practitioner in accordance with your established guidelines. You express that if they have acquaintances among their sisters, they may introduce them to you for the purpose of bearing children, with rewards for such introductions. The news that giving birth would grant access to cultivation resources swiftly spread throughout the entire cultivation realm of the Zhou Kingdom. Many male cultivators lamented why their parents did not grant them a feminine form. The enchanting fairy Miaoyu found your peculiar behavior of not utilizing female cultivators as mere vessels, but rather for childbirth, quite intriguing, prompting her to send someone to inquire further. You conveyed to the disciple of the enchanting Miaoyu that you are acutely aware of your limited talents, and, in this lifetime, it is unlikely that you will attain the path to eternal life. Hence, you aspire to branch out and establish a lineage of cultivators. You instructed the youth to convey to the exquisite fairy Miaoyu that you require more female cultivators. The youth acknowledged your request and departed. Indeed, to engage physically without emotional attachment is the most optimal application of this innate talent. Wang Li murmured this to himself, then continued to read. In the 6th year, your children were born. As you gaze upon the chubby little ones weeping inconsolably, your heart blossoms with joy. The talent of abundant offspring manifests, enhancing your attributes across the board. Your discernment has greatly improved. Your level of cultivation has ascended. Your cultivation speed has significantly increased. Your talent for forging weapons has been elevated. Your talent for the array has been elevated. Your alchemical talents have been enhanced. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Your magical potency has intensified. Your speed has improved. Your fortune has ascended. You experienced a comprehensive elevation, and a profound enthusiasm for procreation arose within your heart. In the 7th year, immortal maiden Miayu presented you with 20 youthful and comely female cultivators. In the 3rd month of the 7th year, while you were fervently engaged in the great endeavor of childbirth, the joyful union sect was invaded. An old man with white hair grasped you firmly from afar, making it difficult to break free. You gazed at the elderly man with white hair before you, and a flicker of surprise crossed your eyes. You never anticipated that even after escaping to the territory of the 7 sects of demonic gates, you would still be pursued by Niechutsong. This occurrence had never transpired in prior simulations, leaving you in a state of perplexity. It was not only the simulated version of yourself that felt this confusion. Wang Li, existing outside the simulation, shared the same sentiment. What, then, could be the reason? In previous simulations, at this very juncture, Niechutsong had never located me. Yet, this time, he pinpointed my whereabouts and was willing to offend the Huan sect to confront me. What went awry? Was I not cautious and discreet enough? A flicker of unusual emotion crossed Wang Li's eyes as he began to reflect on his actions during this simulation. Never mind, I shall review it later. For now, let us continue observing. Niechutsong demands that you surrender the elixir of immortality in your possession. You refuse to yield. Niechutsong let out a cold laugh, extending his hand to unleash the 3 swords of immortal slaying towards you. Just as you believed your demise was imminent, a yin-yang fish, formed from the interplay of black and white energies, materialized before you. The yin-yang sovereign boldly intervened, shielding you from harm. Niechutsong warned the yin-yang sovereign to refrain from meddling, asserting that his cultivation was arduous and cautioning against self-destruction. The yin-yang sovereign, grasping the dual energies of yin and yang, engaged in a fierce battle with Niechutsong amidst the void. You observed the entire process. You have witnessed the clash of the grand yin-yang arts and the profound art of fortune. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You marvel at the formidable power of the yin-yang sovereign. The sovereign does not reproach you for inciting a formidable adversary for the joyful union sect. Instead, the yin-yang sovereign demands the ageless pearl that you possess. The sovereign asserts that this pearl harbors great terror and that its presence in your possession will inevitably lead to your demise. You relinquished the imperishable pearl to the yin-yang venerable. You return to the joyous sect to continue the noble endeavor of procreation. In the 9th month of the 7th year, the female cultivators sent by the enchanting Miayu found themselves with child. You generously bestowed upon each of them resources for cultivation, encouraging them to promote the benefits of your reproductive initiative. However, you overestimated human nature. These female cultivators, aware of your esteemed position as the elder of the alchemy hall and a formidable golden core master, recognized the immense cultivation resources that accompanied childbirth. Thus, they would not easily recommend others to join your cause. In fact, they even conspired to suppress any who sought to curry favor with you. By the 8th year, shortly after the new year, you sensed that your avatar had lost its life signature. In your heart, you have etched a mark for the Li clan of immortals. In the 6th month of the 8th year, your offspring were born. The blessing of abundant progeny has been activated, enhancing all your attributes. In the 9th year, you successfully facilitated the pregnancies of the female cultivators once more. You generously bestowed a substantial red envelope upon each pregnant female cultivator. During their period of gestation, you began to traverse between the transmission tower and the marketplace, perusing various demonic arts while concocting elixirs and forging weapons for the wandering practitioners. In the mountains near the joyful pavilion, you have constructed a magnificent luxury villa to accommodate the female cultivators and children. By the 10th year, your alchemical and artifact forging skills have ascended to the level of a grandmaster, prompting you to gather materials in preparation for crafting your personal magical treasure. This year, you have also welcomed a multitude of descendants, including your previously born children. You have now become the father of 55 children. The blessing of abundant offspring has been activated. Your attributes have been enhanced in their entirety. You have ascended to the late stage of foundation establishment. Really? Is it possible to reach this stage after giving birth to 55 children? If this news were to spread, it would likely be met with disbelief. However, one has not yet attained the nascent soul stage, and the journey of childbirth still requires diligent effort. Thus, one must proceed with discretion. Wang Li, upon witnessing his breakthrough to the late stage of foundation establishment, felt an overwhelming joy and harbored even greater anticipation for the heights his cultivation might reach once the simulation concludes. As for the ease of childbearing, Wang Li felt no need for concern, as he held unwavering confidence in his own capabilities. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Your current achievements are solely attributed to perseverance and diligence. In the 11th year, the enchanting fairy Miaoyu inquires if you still require the services of female practitioners. You express that the more, the merrier. The enchanting fairy Miaoyu has graciously presented you with 20 female cultivators. The current core group engaged in childbirth has expanded to 50 individuals. You continue to shine brightly. Beyond the daily fulfillment of your duties in refining elixirs for the Hahuan sect, you bear the greater responsibility of procreation. In the 12th year, amidst scattered moments of time, you have committed to memory all the arcane arts within the transmission tower, mastering them with fluidity. Those formidable spells of the demonic sect have been diligently practiced, serving as means to enhance your own prowess. In March of the 12th year, a number of female cultivators found themselves with child. You bestowed upon them abundant resources for cultivation as a source of inspiration. In the 13th year, with the assistance of the Hahuan sect, you established your own lineage of immortals. The Hahuan sect designated a mountain range, rich in spiritual energy in the southern region of the Zhou kingdom, as the foundation for your clan. As a subordinate force of the Hahuan sect, your descendants are bound to practice within the sect for generations, forbidden from joining other sects or remaining solely within the family for cultivation. Since you entered the Hahuan sect under the alias Wang Li, your immortal lineage adopted the surname Han. Unable to contain myself, Wang Li initially felt curious about the identity with which he joined the Hahuan sect in the simulation. However, upon witnessing this segment of the simulation, he could no longer restrain his amusement. Han Li, the persona within the simulation was rather humorous. Nevertheless, there was little choice. The world of cultivation is shrouded in mystery and treachery, leaving one perpetually uncertain of the means by which adversaries may confront them. Thus, traversing the world under a pseudonym mitigates significant risks. In the 14th year, all the rare materials you had gathered over the past decade were poured into a grand cauldron. Combined with your innate constitution, in accordance with the records of the Taishu immortal canon, to forge a unique life-bound treasure. In January of the 15th year, you crafted a three-legged, two-eared cauldron, according to your innermost desires. Another cauldron? Could it be that the life-bound treasure I truly yearn for is, indeed, a cauldron? Observing the simulation where his life-bound treasure was once again a cauldron, Wang Li felt a hint of surprise. Very well, if it must be a cauldron, then so be it. Besides, a cauldron serves purposes beyond merely alchemy and artifact forging. It can also be utilized effectively as a weapon. Moreover, this is merely a simulation. My true intentions regarding my life-bound treasure have yet to be firmly established. In February of the 15th year, due to your long-standing contributions to the Hahuan sect through alchemy and artifact forging, the sect assigned you a dual spiritual root furnace. You have accepted the dual spiritual roots furnace assigned to you by the Hahuan sect. You have encountered Shui Qianyu. Faced with the despairing Shui Qianyu, you choose to take her as your companion on the path of enlightenment. In the 16th year, the female cultivators are once again with child. Your beloved companion, Shui Qianyu, has successfully conceived. In the 17th year, your eldest son, Han Zhang, Wang Zhang, while venturing out to hone his skills, was ensnared by the soul-refining sect, who extracted his soul and imprisoned it within a soul banner. Upon learning this news, you were engulfed in fury. As this scenario unfolded, Wang Li's countenance darkened ominously, and a surge of indignation welled up within him. Despite his efforts to maintain a low profile, there always seemed to be some audacious individuals seeking trouble. You are presented with three options. Strike at the soul refinement sect and demand an explanation, endure the humiliation for the sake of future endeavors, or beseech the Yin-Yang elder to render justice on your behalf. As these choices materialized before him, Wang Li's expression turned solemn, the anger in his brow gradually dissipating. He reminds himself not to succumb to rage. This is merely a simulation of a potential future, yet to unfold in reality, still leaving room for avoidance. Allowing emotions to dictate one's actions is a grave error in warfare, and since the events have yet to transpire, there remains an opportunity to avert them. Wang Li convinces himself with this rationale, his gaze shifting between the three options. The first choice is utterly inadvisable. Making such a decision would be tantamount to courting disaster. Although the Wang Li of the simulation has reached the pinnacle of the core formation stage, the soul refinement sect is not to be trifled with. After all, The ancestral figure of the sect, Soul Void, is a practitioner at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. And the disparity between core formation and nascent soul is significant. He lacks the strength to engage in a battle across such realms. The second option, enduring the humiliation for future gains, is indeed a viable one, yet it feels excessively cowardly, especially considering that he has already lost his eldest son. If he chooses inaction, he would find himself despising his own cowardice. Thus, he resolves to select the third option. Wang Li lightly taps on the choice to beseech the Yinyang elder for justice. You arrived at the grand hall where the esteemed Yinyang venerable secluded himself, approaching with utmost reverence to beseech his intervention in administering justice on your behalf. You stood outside the grand hall of the Yinyang sovereign for 3 days. From within, the Yinyang sovereign cast forth an edict, propelled by formidable magical power, sending it soaring across 1,000 miles. 3 days later, the law enforcement elder of the soul refining sect apprehended the involved foundation establishment disciple at the entrance of your cave dwelling. You have crushed the disciple of the soul refining sect who took the life of your eldest son. You have transformed it into an unconscious specter through soul extraction and refinement, sealing it within your soul-calling banner. You shall be compelled to serve them as a subjugated generation. You have retrieved the soul of your eldest son, Hanzhong Wangzhong, and as you gaze upon the soulless form mindlessly devouring the essence of souls, your heart is heavy with sorrow. You released Hanzhong Wangzhong from the soul banner. As you gaze upon the soul gradually fading away, vanishing into the expanse of heaven and earth, a hint of reluctance glimmers in your eyes. You have accepted the compensation from the soul refining sect. You have acquired a banner that embodies the souls of 1,000. You have received 3 foundation building pills. You have acquired a wealth of cultivation resources. You have acquired several exquisite spiritual artifacts. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You interred Hanzhong Wangzhong upon the hillside behind the Yihuan sect. You gathered the wildflowers surrounding you and placed them at the child's grave. This child had scarcely glimpsed the world before falling victim to a malicious hand. Alas, as this thought crossed Wang Li's mind, he felt a pang of sorrow. Suddenly, he began to comprehend why those who had cultivated their abilities for centuries would be consumed by rage when their descendants were slain by others. For these practitioners are deeply emotional beings. They possess attachments that are difficult to sever, and they each have something precious to protect. No one can truly be devoid of sentiment. As it is said, humans are not mere grass and trees. Who among them can be heartless? Yet, do the spirits of the grass and trees lack genuine emotion? Wang Li shook his head and continued his contemplation. After laying the child to rest, you dedicated yourself earnestly to the art of alchemy and crafting. 3 months later, a new batch of children was born. You welcomed them with a fatherly demeanor. As the blessings of abundant offspring and fortune unfolded, your attributes have been elevated in every aspect. Shui Qianyue, dragging her weakened self, seeks you out to inquire if your child may take on the surname Shui. You have consented. You named your child Shui Yanshang. Shui Qianyue reignited her passion for life. In the 18th year, after cultivating a dedicated group of alchemists exclusively for the Hehuan sect, you gradually stepped back, focusing your spirit on the noble pursuit of raising children. Meanwhile, the enchanting fairy Miaoyu presented you with 10 female cultivators. Thus, your primary force in childbearing reached 61. In the 19th year, with yet another batch of children entering the world, the blessings of having many offspring propelled your cultivation to the pinnacle of the golden core stage, merely a step away from the birth of your nascent soul. Achieving the consummation of the golden core stage, it appears this simulation holds promise for transcending into the nascent soul realm. Wang Li could not help but marvel at the tremendous power of having numerous children. Yet, an even greater potential awaited, brimming with vitality. Once your sons mature, and they beget grandsons, who in turn bear sons, the lineage would be endless. At that time, the enhancements to your being could be unfathomably formidable. Wang Li dared not even speculate. Perhaps attaining immortality would not be an insurmountable challenge. Over the years, your children have gradually joined the Hehuan sect, shining brightly within the sect, with only a few remaining in the family, following their mother in the path of cultivation. Your children are well aware that you are an elder of the Dan Hall in the Hehuan sect, a true golden core cultivator in the realm of immortality. Yet, under your guidance, they conduct themselves with modesty and restraint, daring not to defy your will. You often educate your children in the family school, instilling in them the importance of unity. Although you are passionate about having children, you have not relinquished your commitment to their education. You deeply understand the principle of nurturing and teaching. In the 20th year, while you are in the process of enhancing your family's legacy, you suddenly receive a message from the Huan sect. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, you shall temporarily set aside the matter of perfecting the protective family formation. You traversed the family's teleportation array and arrived at the Huan sect. Under the guidance of the welcoming youth, you paid your respects to the esteemed Yinyang elder. Your demeanor is exceedingly respectful. The Yinyang elder has bestowed upon you a formula for a medicinal pill. The elder informs you that upon successfully refining the Yinyang harmonizing pill, he shall grant you a mystical object that enhances your chances of transcending to the nascent soul stage. It appears that the Yinyang elder has gathered the materials necessary for concocting the Yinyang harmonizing pill in this simulation ahead of time, a full year earlier than in previous simulations. You are astonished that the Yinyang sovereign has gathered all the materials for the refinement of the Yinyang harmonizing pill a year in advance. You have received the recipe for the Yinyang harmony pill. As you turn to leave, you are called back. You raise your gaze towards the Yinyang master. With a serene expression, the Yinyang master assures you that you need not worry about the elder Xiandan, and instead, focus solely on your cultivation. You exhibited a look of confusion. The master of Yin and Yang informed you that he had struck a deal with Nie Chutsong, and the elixir of immortality had already been handed over to the latter. In return, Nie Chutsong assured that no further aggression would be directed towards you and provided him with certain necessary materials. It is no wonder that the master of Yin and Yang urged me to refine elixirs a year in advance. It was all part of his agreement with Nie Chutsong. However, it was utterly inadvisable to relinquish the elixir of immortality to him. This has indeed led to dire consequences. Upon realizing this, Wang Li could only respond with a sense of helplessness. Upon hearing the words of the Yinyang sovereign, your countenance underwent a dramatic transformation. Noticing this shift in your expression, the Yinyang sovereign could not help but inquire. You must inform the Yinyang sovereign that he should not trade the elixir of immortality to Nie Chutsong. Should Nie Chutsong gather all the elixirs, he will inevitably journey to the Taishu immortal mansion, thereby unleashing the enigmatic forces sealed within. At that juncture, the entire Tianshu continent will face tremendous upheaval, resulting in untold suffering and death among its inhabitants. The expression on the Yinyang sovereign's face turned grave. He urged you to divulge all the information you possess. You imparted all your knowledge regarding the ageless pearl, the celestial palace of the void, and the enigmatic to the supreme being of Yin and Yang. Upon hearing your words, the supreme being's expression grew increasingly grave. He entrusted you with the urgent task of refining the Yin-Yang harmonization pill, assuring you that all resources of the sect would be at your disposal. You have departed from the Hall of Yin and Yang. You hasten to the alchemy pavilion. It appears that the master of Yin and Yang intends for me to swiftly refine the elixir, so as to achieve a breakthrough to the great perfection of the nascent soul and thwart Nie Chutsong's ambitions, hopefully in time. This simulation has proceeded so smoothly, and Wang Li is determined not to allow Nie Chutsong to unleash that peculiar entity, which would impede his grand endeavor of forming the fetus. Of course, should the version of myself within the simulator manage to attain the nascent soul before the peculiar entity is unsealed, I shall accept that outcome as well. You have received a substantial quantity of herbs bestowed upon you by the sect. You commenced the refinement of the Yin-Yang harmonization elixir. In the 21st year, you successfully concocted the Yin-Yang harmonization elixir. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, you have obtained the rare transformation fruit, a remarkable treasure that bears fruit once every 3 centuries. The esteemed Yin-Yang master has truly made a grand gesture. Wang Li gazed at the simulated field, a hint of astonishment gracing his delicate cheeks. The transformation fruit, recorded as one of the 10 extraordinary wonders of the Tianshu continent in the chronicles of immortal cultivation, thrives in regions of extreme cold and darkness, yielding its fruit only once every 300 years. This precious item can enhance the likelihood of successful transformation by 30% and bestows longevity upon its user. Those venerable figures within the realm of cultivation, with their extensive collections and prolonged lifespans, certainly reap the benefits of such treasures. You will carefully safeguard the infant fruit for future breakthroughs. In the 22nd year, you were invited to attend the high-level conference of the sect, where you learned that the 7 sects of righteousness had united to launch an offensive against the 7 sects of demons. What? The righteous factions are banding together to challenge the demonic sects. Wang Li was momentarily taken aback. Soon, a figure emerged in his mind. This must all be part of your scheme, he murmured to himself. In January of the 23rd year, the coalition of the 7 righteous sects approached the realm of cultivation in the Zhou kingdom. A multitude of solitary cultivators scattered in fear, anxious to avoid being caught in the crossfire. By March of the 23rd year, your family found itself besieged by the coalition of aristocratic families. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, you see Nia Chutsong standing before you. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, you realize that your entire reservoir of magical power has been rendered unusable. You recognize that Nia Chutsong employed a technique known as one thought to seal the immortal. You have been captured by Nia Chutsong high above a mountain range. Nia Chutsong intends to employ soul-searching techniques upon you. You have successfully unraveled the constraints imposed upon you by the one thought seal of immortality. Nia Chutsong, witnessing your remarkable ability to break free from his bindings, momentarily finds himself in a daze. Unable to fathom that your mastery of the one thought seal has indeed reached a level comparable to his own. You gazed at the imposing figure of Nia Chutsong. Clad in a black robe, his demeanor exuding an air of unshakable calm. A shadow of anger darkened your expression as you declared vehemently that one day you would eradicate the entire Nia celestial clan, sparing not a single member, young or old. A flicker of disdain crossed Nia Chutsong's eyes as he flicked his finger, piercing through your golden core, shattering it in a single, devastating blow. You are gravely injured. Expelling a mouthful of crimson blood, your body resembling a kite severed from its string, plummeting toward the ground. As you gaze upon the approaching Nia Chutsong, with your last breath, you ignite the sacred artifact, the refining heaven cauldron. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. As you gaze upon the elderly man with white hair, who is enveloped in an aura of fortune yet bears an icy demeanor, your heart seethes with rage. You are deceased. Nia Chutsong, how dare you? What have I done to provoke you? Time and again, you target me, relying solely on your superior cultivation. How infuriating. Wang Li was utterly exasperated. After enduring this torment, he finally accepted the harsh reality. Alas, it is merely another simulation. I shall endure. With renewed resolve, Wang Li activated the simulator to claim his rewards. Upon completion of this simulation, he could select 2 rewards from the following options and redeem 1 additional item using simulation points. Evergreen. Your vitality is exceptionally resilient, granting you a lifespan significantly surpassing that of ordinary cultivators, allowing you ample time to explore this world. Current cultivation level, perfected golden core. Alchemical mastery experience, the knowledge gained from alchemy within the simulator. Artifact mastery experience, the knowledge gained from artifact forging within the simulator. Superior formation cultivation experience, the knowledge gained from formation cultivation within the simulator. 1 billion spirit stones. Your earnings, not usable for simulation. Everlasting fruit, one of the 10 rare treasures of the Tianshu continent, flourishing in extreme cold and darkness, yielding fruit once every 300 years. This item increases the probability of forming an infant by 30% and extends the user's lifespan. Alchemical formulas, all formulas acquired during the simulation. Spell cultivation experience, the knowledge gained from spell cultivation within the simulator. Heavenly refining cauldron, a personal treasure that evolves with its master. A rare artifact with significant growth potential due to exquisite materials and superb forging skills. Complete demonic path compendium, all knowledge acquired from the Confession Sect transmission tower. 1,000 Souls banner, a compensation from the soul refining sect, a banner that stirs the very essence of the world. Within this banner, there is no life or death, only a realm of existence. A complete set of top-tier spiritual artifacts, compensation from the soul refining sect, heavily fortified to resist certain soul attacks. Though there were numerous enticing rewards, Wang Li opted for the traditional choice, evergreen and the perfected golden core cultivation level. As soon as he made his selections, a torrent of spiritual energy surged toward him from all directions. Remembering that Nia Chutsong was still patrolling nearby, Wang Li quickly suppressed his impulse to break through. Not yet. It must wait a while longer. With that, he closed his eyes and sat in meditation, awaiting the opportune moment. It was not until half a month later, when the large-scale scanning of consciousness ceased, that Wang Li began his true breakthrough. In an instant, a vast quantity of spiritual energy enveloped his secluded chamber. Sensing the overwhelming energy surrounding him, Wang Li hastily chanted the incantation of the dark spirit profound mysteries to refine and integrate the abundant spiritual energy into his being, purifying his physical form. Eventually, guided by his magical essence, the energy coalesced into a singular golden core within the bridge of heaven and earth in his dantian. Days passed, and as the golden core solidified, Wang Li's aura surged, reaching the pinnacle of golden core perfection. Now, the threshold of forming an infant was within his grasp. Through introspection, Wang Li gazed at the golden core standing resolutely on the bridge of heaven and earth in his dantian, a sense of anticipation blossoming within him. The infant formation had once seemed an elusive goal, yet now it was merely a step away. He retrieved the everlasting pearl, admiring its lustrous form. Wang Li grasped it tightly. This very pearl had drawn Nie Chutsong's attention, and he needed to devise a plan to dispose of it. It must not fall into Nie Chutsong's hands, for the future of the Tianshu continent would be in peril. Though he spoke of disposal, Wang Li found himself at a loss. He could not discard it, for it would reappear by his bedside the following day. Destruction was equally futile. The material of the pearl was extraordinarily unique, and despite his best efforts, he could not obliterate it. As for gifting it to another, only a formidable figure like the Yin-Yang sovereign would suffice. Otherwise, it would ultimately find its way back to Nie Chutsong. Sighing, he pondered, was there truly no solution? Suddenly, an idea sparked in Wang Li's mind, a glimmer of hope. If he could entrap the pearl within the secret realm of the immortal ruins, then Nie Chutsong would never lay claim to it. The following day, after tidying his chamber, Wang Li donned a jade mask to conceal his identity and a black robe before heading to the Li family marketplace. Utilizing his mind to control his external avatar, he met with it in the Spirit Dragon Mountain range, where he transferred the everlasting pearl to his doppelganger. As he beheld the identical, expressionless figure before him, Wang Li commanded it to return to the Li family before preparing to depart. However, just as he turned to leave, a figure obstructed his path. Fellow cultivator, what is your purpose in stealthily approaching the Spirit Dragon Mountain range of my Li family? Wang Li regarded the middle-aged man standing before him, recognizing the familiar visage and breaking into a smirk. Li family ancestor, Li Xuanya, it has been quite some time. With those words, Wang Li's perfected golden core aura enveloped the entire Spirit Dragon Mountain range, and black chains of magical essence materialized, swiftly ensnaring Li Xuanya. In an instant, he found himself bound tightly by thousands of chains, rendered immobile like a great zongzi. The soul-binding chains. You are from the soul-refining sect. Please spare me, esteemed elder. I did not recognize your true celestial form. I deserve to die. I implore you to show mercy. Feeling the oppressive grip of the black chains on his soul, Li Xuanya exerted all his strength but remained powerless to break free. Fear flickered across his refined features as he hastily begged for mercy. Wang Li regarded Li Xuanya's desperate situation with cold indifference. Drawing closer, he spoke icily. Do you comprehend your fate? You must perish. As he uttered these words, his alabaster hand struck down upon Li Xuanya's forehead. Damn it, you have forced my hand. Having studied certain demonic techniques, Li Xuanya comprehended Wang Li's intent and hastily gathered his inner essence to self-destruct. However, Wang Li was swifter, having long prepared for such an eventuality. With a swift motion, Wang Li's knee transformed into ethereal energy, driving into Li Xuanya's abdomen, shattering his dantian and creating fissures in his golden core. The sheer force of Wang Li's blow, powered by perfected golden core strength, was enough to cleave mountains. In the realm of Blue Star Earth, it could withstand an intercontinental missile without sustaining damage. The resulting shockwave snapped trees behind Li Xuanya cleanly in half. Soul extraction. With a single hand gesture, Wang Li cast a spell that struck Li Xuanya's forehead, forcibly extracting his soul. You shall not refine the ancestor's soul, nor enslave me for eternity. Even in self-destruction, I will not allow you to succeed. Wang Li, without wasting words, directly utilized his formidable magical prowess to refine the soul of Li Xuanya, erasing his intellect and extracting his memories, transforming him into a vengeful spirit devoid of reason, driven solely by the instinct to devour the flesh and blood of the living. Li Xuanya, do you comprehend the gravity of your transgressions? Wang Li inquired, gripping the neck of the forlorn spirit with a detached demeanor. The spirit exhibited no response, merely gazing vacantly at Wang Li. With a fierce expression, Wang Li ensnared Li Xuanya's spirit within a soul banner. He then turned his attention to the resplendent palaces suspended above the mountains. All of this transpired because of your lack of resolve, You should have detonated yourself upon first encountering me. This was your strategic blunder. Thus, your fate, along with that of your family, is sealed in my hands. I am your gravedigger." His feelings of deep affection had morphed into profound hatred. At the moment Wang Li ascended the path of immortality with the assistance of the Li clan, he harbored respect for them and was even willing to serve them for eternity. Now he yearned to dismantle the Li clan and consign them to the annals of history. After clearing the battlefield, Wang Li donned the storage ring from Li Xuanya's hand and sealed his corporeal form within a storage bag for the purposes of alchemy and artifact crafting. His gaze lingered momentarily on the celestial palaces above the mountains before he turned to depart. At this juncture, there was no need to strike against the Li clan. Such an act would only invite calamity. Firstly, he feared the attention of Niachuzong. After all, everyone is drawn to commotion. And Wang Li could not guarantee that Niachuzong would remain indifferent to the demise of the Li clan. Secondly, without comprehensive preparation, any attack on the Li clan would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of the Heavenly One sect, which was rumored to possess 2 nascent soul ancestors. Thirdly, with Li Xuanya already slain, the Li clan's days were numbered. Time was on his side. He would wait and observe. As Wang Li finished speaking, he employed the soul escape technique recorded in the Divine Ghost Profound Netherpath True Sutra, transforming into a wisp of black mist and vanishing into the distance. Just 1 hour after his departure, a white-haired elder appeared at the scene. Sensing a powerful demonic aura, he approached, only to realize he was a step too late. There were no traces of the escape technique left behind, indicating the use of exceptionally advanced evasion skills, likely soul escape. After a moment's contemplation, the elder chuckled softly. "It matters not. Even if those demonic cultivators from the lower realms have arrived in the upper realms, what concern is it of mine? For now, I must continue my search for the everlasting pearl. Let the righteous sects of the Heavenly One sect deal with the matters concerning the demonic cultivators. Were it not for Nie Qingluo's incompetence, I would not find myself in such a passive position. I can only hope that the holder of the everlasting pearl continues to wield their powers. One day, its essence will completely merge with your magic, and I shall follow the trail of your powers to find you." With that said, the white-haired elder disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, within the Li clan's Fate Steel Hall, the disciple tasked with guarding the Fate Steel watched in horror as the steel at the pinnacle came crashing down, shattering into 2. After a moment of stunned silence, he shouted, "Our ancestor has perished," and fled the hall. 3 days later, in the southern region of the Qi nation's cultivation world, in a place where spiritual energy was scarce, Wang Li constructed a temporary cave abode in a concealed location and immediately entered. He had no desire to set up a formation. After all, doing so would merely announce his presence, a foolish act he would not entertain. Sitting upon a stone bed, Wang Li opened Li Xuanya's storage ring and began to organize the useful items within. As he sorted through them, he mused, in terms of methods, intellect, strategy, and talent, I cannot compare with any cultivator over a century old. However, I possess a simulator and a cautious nature that surpasses that of ordinary individuals. The future belongs to me. After tidying up for a brief while, Wang Li couldn't help but marvel at the richness of Li Xuanya's collection. 3 million low-grade spirit stones, 30 top-tier spiritual artifacts, 1 low-grade magical treasure, and over 100 bottles of pills designed to enhance magical power and cultivation were among the treasures. Additionally, there were thousands of tomes on cultivation techniques. Had Wang Li and Li Xuanya been of equal cultivation level, the outcome would likely have been different. 1 dead, 1 injured. Wang Li would have perished, while Li Xuanya would have sustained minor injuries. Alas, Li Xuanya, your painstaking cultivation over a century has yielded powers that are not as pure as mine, which have been simulated to a greater strength. With a faint smile, Wang Li activated the simulator. Life Simulator LV3 Host, Wang Li Age, 12 Cultivation Technique, Divine Ghost Profound Netherpath True Sutra Cultivation Level, Perfected Golden Core Simulation Points, 207. 000 Simulation Attempts, 0 Talents, Vengeful Soul Summoning, Black, Formation Mastery, Blue, Alchemy Prodigy, Blue, Dual Focus, Blue, External Avatar, Blue, Supreme Demonic Path, Purple, Artifact Mastery, Blue, Blessing of Many Offspring, Red, Evergreen Resilience, Blue, Skills, Upper Tier Alchemist, Lower Tier Formation Master, Lower Tier Artifact Master Techniques, Fireball Technique, Waterball Technique, Gravitational Technique, Wood Shield Technique, Earth Escape Technique. Soul Binding Lock, Soul Escape. The talents are ranked from low to high as follows: white, black, yellow, blue, purple, red, gold, rainbow. With 200,000 simulation points remaining, he initiated the simulation without hesitation. Idleness was not an option. It was time to enhance himself. The simulator commenced its activation. You have expended 100,000 energy points to randomly draw a talent. Congratulations on acquiring the yellow talent, Dragon Spirit and Tiger Might. This talent signifies that your vitality and yang energy are exceptionally vigorous. Even among cultivators, you stand out as a paragon, brimming with indomitable spirit. Even in the depths of adversity, you shall not easily concede, always seeking an opportunity to turn the tide. It has been a long time since you have encountered a yellow talent. Wang Li did not anticipate that he would draw such a talent this time. Should he spend 100,000 energy points to refresh his talents? Yes or no? Wang Li contemplated the two options for a moment before declining. After all, 100,000 simulated energy points equate to a singular opportunity for simulation. There was no need to squander them on refreshing talents. Should he initiate immersive simulation? No. Wang Li found himself ill at ease with immersive simulation. What he detested most was the utter lack of freedom within that mode. For instance, when he activated immersive mode to peruse the techniques of the demonic sect, he was engrossed in his reading when the simulator abruptly updated the simulation progress. He found himself abruptly shifted from studying the demonic arts to concocting elixirs. Of course, this was not the most exasperating aspect. The true annoyance lay in the fact that all the skills he had acquired during the immersive simulation were entirely stripped away upon returning to reality. In essence, the so-called immersive simulation merely allowed one to experience a life within the simulation. Aside from gleaning a few subtle insights, there was little of real value to be gained. As these thoughts occupied his mind, the simulator quietly updated the simulation progress. Ever since slaying Li Xuanyao in the Linglong mountain range, you have harbored an uneasy heart, retreating to the southern realms of the Qigua cultivation world to seek solitude. Upon contemplating Nie Chu Tsang and the enigmatic celestial abode, as well as the existence beyond the black hole, a profound weight settles upon your heart. You cannot help but ponder, if one day they were to manifest before you, would you possess the strength to withstand their presence? With pressure comes motivation, propelling you to seek a solution to this conundrum. You gazed at the half-formed text of the Void Immortal Sutra in your hands, contemplating whether to practice this ominous technique. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Li chose to proceed. This art is immensely powerful. In the realm of reality, cultivating it entails significant risks without the fortuitous blessing of destiny. However, in the realm of simulation, such concerns become trivial. You have commenced the revision of the half-volume of the celestial scriptures of vast emptiness in your possession. You have devoted nearly half a year to successfully refining the Taishu Immortal Sutra. You have commenced the cultivation of the unique techniques found within the Sutra of the Vast Void. You intend to forge your innate magical artifact. You aspire to elevate your crafting skills. In the second year, after ensuring safety, you arrived in the realm inhabited by the Shun clan of celestial beings. You stealthily infiltrated the Shun clan of the celestial tribe, unbeknownst to anyone. You remain concealed in the shadows. You have arrived at the hinterlands of the Shin clan's celestial realm. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You intervened and stopped him. Upon seeing your sudden appearance, Shen Tianling's expression immediately darkened as he hurriedly inquired about your identity and the purpose of your infiltration into the Shin clan of the immortal race. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You find yourself somewhat incredulous regarding Shun Tianling's actions. Sensing your bewilderment, Shun Tianling clasped his fists in salute and remarked, "If you had intended to harm me, I would have perished already, given your ability to appear here without a sound. Yet, instead of taking such a path, you have advised me to abandon my cultivation, expressing concern that I might succumb to madness. This clearly indicates that you are not my adversary. You admire Shen Tianling's wisdom. With an air of undeniable certainty, you informed Shen Tianling that if he continued with his cultivation, calamity would inevitably ensue. Shen Tianling offered no rebuttal. You grasp the modified scroll of the Grand Five Elements True Demon Divine Art in your hands and inquire of Shen Tianling whether he is acquainted with the origins of this technique. A look of remorse crosses Shen Tianling's face. He invites you to a stone pavilion beside the cliff on the back mountain. There, he brews tea with alchemical fire and fills your cup to the brim. Shen Tianling then asks if you have come specifically for the Grand Five Elements True Demon Divine Art. With a slight smile, Shen Tianling took a delicate sip of tea before inquiring whether you possess a sufficient understanding of the Shen clan of immortals. You remained unresponsive. Shen Tianling retracted his smile, his expression gradually transforming into one of solemnity as he recounted the events of year when Shenpu extracted the modified scroll of the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art from the Taisu Immortal Manor. With knowledge of all that transpired, your visage remained impassive. Suddenly, Shen Tianling rose, making his way to the precipice, where he sighed deeply. He revealed to you that his ancestor, Shenpa, was deemed a sinner. For it was he who disseminated the modified scroll of the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art among a multitude of cultivators in the realm of immortals. This ultimately led to the practitioners of the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art encountering misfortune and mysteriously vanishing, thus bringing an end to the illustrious era of antiquity. Furthermore, due to Shenpo's propagation of the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art, the Shen clan became the target of ire, provoking a cataclysmic war waged by both righteous and malevolent factions against the Shen clan. Consequently, the surviving branch of their lineage came to be known as the so-called remnants of ancient times. Upon listening to Shen Tianling's words, you began to inquire about the whereabouts of Shenpa. Shen Tianling informed you that, according to the historical records he had come across, the accounts concerning Shenpa were shrouded in mystery, with many speculating that he had perished at the hands of the formidable powers of righteousness and darkness of that era. He revealed that since the calamitous upheaval caused by the Great Five Elements True Demon technique in ancient times, the ancestors of the Shen clan had strictly prohibited their descendants from practicing this arcane art. The reason he had taken to studying the Great Five Elements True Demon technique was due to dire necessity. Curious, Wang Li pondered whether Shen Tianling was indeed coerced into this path. Who could possibly exert such pressure upon him? Shen Tianling explained that each member of the ancient clans possessed a certain probability of ancestral regression, which endowed them with particular talents. His own gift was the divine foresight, enabling him to glimpse into the future of individuals. However, this extraordinary talent seemed to incur the wrath of the heavens, resulting in a drastically reduced lifespan, merely a fraction of that of an ordinary person. To illustrate, if a person were to live a full century free from calamity, he would find himself fortunate to see even 25 years of life. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Only now do you comprehend that amidst those simulations, Shen Tianling's kindness towards you is all premeditated. One cannot help but reflect on the profound truth that in this world, there exists neither love without reason nor hatred without cause. This statement is indeed a timeless maxim. You urged Shen Tianling to glimpse into your future. Shen Tianling, with a wry smile, shook his head, expressing that you are the most peculiar person he has ever encountered in his life. He remarked that he could not perceive your future, for behind you lay a shroud of mist, as if something obscured the path ahead. You smiled faintly, uttering no further words. You inquired of Shen Tianling whether he would have any objections if you wished to marry all the beautiful women of the Shen clan. Upon hearing this, Shen Tianling was momentarily speechless and then burst into laughter, subsequently stating that if that is your desire, he would be more than willing to facilitate introductions to those unmarried ladies. You solemnly informed Shen Tianling that your purpose in coming to the Shen clan was to court all the beautiful maidens of the Shenxian lineage. Should the elder of the Shen family be willing to facilitate this endeavor, it would be most splendid. Shen Tianling was taken aback. He inquired about your true intentions, expressing concern that you might treat the women of the Shen family as mere vessels for cultivation, seeking to enhance your own powers through them. You expressed your unwillingness, informing Shen Tianling of your desire to establish a celestial lineage. 3 days later, Shen Tianling convened a high-level meeting. He introduced you to the esteemed members of the Shen family. After a unanimous decision among the Shen family's elite, it was resolved that you would first take 20 brides. You expressed no objections. 3 months later, the Shen clan of immortals held a grand wedding ceremony in your honor. At your request, you chose not to attend the celebration. You stand amidst the crowd, gazing at the elegantly adorned bride on the stage, her head crowned with a veil of crimson, feeling neither sorrow nor joy within your heart. As you were preparing to depart, your peripheral vision caught sight of a figure at the gift table. You are astonished that Nie Chuzong would actually attend your wedding. As Nie Chuzong cast his gaze towards the crowd where you stood, you swiftly retreated behind the throng, holding your breath and carefully concealing yourself. Nie Chuzong did not linger. After presenting his gifts, he turned and departed, seemingly having come solely to deliver his offerings. Upon witnessing his departure, you too quietly withdrew. In the evening, At the banquet of the Shun clan of the Celestial Tribe, after indulging in the festivities with the guests, you accompanied Shin Tianling to the back mountain of the Shin clan. After establishing a divine prohibition array, you inquired of Shin Tianling whether there existed any dealings between the Shin clan and the Nya clan of the Eastern Spirit Domain. Shin Tianling shook his head, indicating his lack of knowledge. He offered you a vague response, suggesting that perhaps there had been interactions in the past. You smiled indifferently, expressing your speechlessness. You turned to head towards the bridal chamber when, suddenly, Shin Tianling called out to you. Shin Tianling informed you that an ancestor of the Shin family from the celestial lineage had once taken in a disciple with the surname Nia. You inquired whether he was certain. Shin Tianling solemnly assured you of his certainty. An ancestor from a certain generation of the Shinxian clan undoubtedly accepted a disciple bearing the surname Nia, though he could not recall which generation it was. You find yourself somewhat at a loss for words. Shin Tianling, as a cultivator in the core formation stage, surprisingly cannot recall certain details. He explains that the information he possesses stems from his childhood readings of the family history and the autobiographies of various elders. Given the considerable passage of time and the trivial nature of the matter, it is entirely reasonable that he has not made a concerted effort to remember it. You find yourself lost in contemplation. You recalled Nie Chutsong, who had come to present gifts at the grand wedding ceremony. After prior simulations, you were acutely aware that Nie Chutsong was a cunning old fox, adept at concealing his true intentions. I firmly believe that his visit to the Shin clan of immortals is far from a mere gesture of gift-giving. He undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives concerning the Shin clan. You pondered for a moment. Do you believe that the wedding night remains of utmost importance? You have arrived at the festively adorned villa. You begin to relish the beauty of your life. In the third year, through your unwavering dedication, your partners have bestowed upon you a multitude of children. You welcome them with a paternal demeanor, embodying the blessings of abundant talents and offspring. Your attributes have been enhanced in all aspects. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have acquired a wealth of alchemical formulas and an extensive collection of array diagrams from the Shun clan of the immortal lineage. One cannot help but marvel at the ancient lineage, possessing an astonishing array of alchemical formulas and formations, including some that have long been lost to time. You have refined the soul elixir, reserving it as a token for your next encounter with Lu Zidu. As for the chi-suppressing powder within you, it has been entirely eradicated by your magical prowess. Thus, the hindrance to absorbing spiritual energy will no longer persist. A sense of relief washes over you. Yet you cannot help but feel that the methods employed by the celestial sects are rather ruthless. After merely 5 years of consuming the chi-suppressing powder, you find that a breakthrough to the golden core stage is necessary for complete expulsion. Otherwise, you must rely on the soul elixir to gradually eliminate it. The thought of those cultivators who have been consuming it for 8 or even 10 years in their struggle to rid themselves of the chi-suppressing powder is daunting. It is likely that even the soul elixir may prove ineffective for them. After all, the chi-suppressing powder directly affects the spiritual roots, clinging to them and eroding their ability to absorb spiritual energy. In your 4th year, you approached Shin Tianling for another batch of companions. Shin Tianling looked at you in astonishment and cautioned you that cultivators should prioritize their practice, not be swayed by romantic entanglements or trivial matters. The pursuit of longevity should be the true joy of a cultivator. You did not respond. Shin Tianling acquiesced. After receiving the consort sent by the Shin clan of immortals, you not only devoted yourself to the noble endeavor of procreation, but also contributed your humble efforts towards the elevation of the Shin clan. You have refined elixirs 300 times for the Shun clan of immortals. Your alchemical skills have been enhanced, enabling you to forge over 100 artifacts for the Shin clan of immortals. Your skills in forging have significantly advanced. Furthermore, during times of leisure, you also dedicate yourself to the study of formations, thereby enhancing your expertise in this intricate art. In the 5th year, through your relentless dedication, your companions have blessed you with a multitude of offspring. You joyfully bestowed upon them a plethora of cultivation resources, invoking the blessing of abundant talent and fortune. Your attributes have been significantly enhanced. The consecutive boosts, nearly 20 children's contributions, have rendered your golden core increasingly solid and your magical prowess ever more profound. However, it has yet to facilitate your breakthrough into the nascent soul stage. You are not disheartened. Rather, you persist in your efforts to bear children. You believe that human effort is paramount. During the 6th year, amidst the period of your companions' pregnancies, in addition to refining elixirs, crafting artifacts, and studying formations. You also managed to carve out a bit of time to visit the transmission pavilion of the Shin clan, where you diligently pursued the study of arcane arts. You were well aware that possessing formidable magical powers, realms, and treasures alone cannot secure your position at the pinnacle of the immortal cultivation realm. It is the mastery of divine arts and techniques that constitutes the essential skills for a cultivator's survival, serving as the foundation for your supremacy in the world of immortals. After a prolonged period of study, you have mastered the art of the 5 elements of warfare. You have mastered the art of the 5 elemental escape techniques. You have mastered the art of the 5 elemental defense. Your proficiency in the 10 celestial scriptures, including the seal of immortality, the distance of a thought, piercing through illusions. The duality of gods and demons, form born of intent, transforming stillness into motion, enlightening all beings, moving mountains and shifting seas, pointing to and slaying divine light. And concealing breath and form has significantly increased. In the 7th year, bearing the life essence pill, the pure spirit pill, and the bone sculpting pill. You made your way to the Li clan of immortals. After many years, you returned to the Spirit Dragon Mountain Range, gazing at the dramatically transformed Li clan's immortal workshop. Your heart filled with countless emotions. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, you entrusted the Spirit Elixir, the Pure Spirit Elixir, and the Bone Refining Elixir to your doppelganger. You infiltrated the Li clan of the Immortals. You have obliterated Lu Zidwan's gravestone. You rendered Lu Zidwan unconscious and brought him outside. You have placed Lu Zidwan in a desolate mountain range. You gazed at Lu Zidwan's silhouette, letting out a sigh before turning away. Half a year later, through your relentless efforts, your companions blessed you with a multitude of offspring. You generously bestowed upon them an abundance of cultivation resources, invoking the blessing of abundant talents and fortunes. Your attributes have been elevated in their entirety. Your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, exuding an overwhelming aura that fills you with unwavering confidence. You sense that you have attained the utmost limit of the golden core realm. Regardless of who stands against you within the same realm, you are certain of your victory. Your confidence did not endure for long before you subdued it. You remind yourself to exercise utmost caution, for you are not a child of destiny. You commence the collection of materials to forge your destined magical artifact. In the 8th year, you once again solicited a batch of companions from Shin Tianling. Through the prolonged experience of crafting tools for the Shin clan, your skills in the art of weapon forging have significantly flourished. Similarly, through extensive alchemical endeavors for the Shin clan, your proficiency in potion making has greatly advanced. After years of practicing formations, your mastery of array techniques has reached new heights. Likewise, through continuous cultivation of spells, your command of all magical arts has seen remarkable enhancement. On the first day of the new year in the 8th year, after enjoying a reunion feast, you retreated to your cave dwelling. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, your avatar has been assailed. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Your avatar has been ensnared by a binding spell. Your avatar was interrupted, leaving your limbs incapacitated. The spirit purifying elixir commenced its operation. The bone refining elixir began to activate. The effects of the mind bewitching elixir were dispelled. Your hand and leg bones began to recover and reshape. Amidst a whirlwind of chaos, you once again entered the mystical realm of the immortal ruins. Upon entering the secret realm, you observed the disciples of Tianshanmen managing the external disciples nearby. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, you journey forth. After an hour, you have eluded your pursuing disciple and arrived at the lifeless waters of the northern forbidden zone. You transcended the stone monument, wielding your external manifestation to step into the realm of stagnant waters. As you gazed upon the bleak white bones submerged in the river, your expression remained impassive as you cast the eternal pearl into its depths. Nye Chutsong, you shall never again entertain the notion of finding the eternal pearl in this lifetime. Witnessing the simulated external incarnation discarding the eternal pearl into the stagnant waters, a flicker of delight graced Wang Li's countenance. Shortly after you cast the eternal pearl into the lifeless depths, an unforeseen event transpired. The countless skeletal remains within the murky waters recoiled upon contact with the pearl. as if gripped by an inexplicable terror. Before long, a peculiar cavern at the riverbed materialized before your eyes. As you gaze upon the peculiar cavern, a flicker of curiosity stirs within you. Yet, beyond this intrigue, a deeper sensation of fear and trepidation looms. A flicker of hesitation stirred within your heart, contemplating whether to proceed or not. Yes or no? Beneath the still waters lay a hidden cavern. As Wang Li gazed at the information revealed by the simulator, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his obsidian eyes. He recalled the inscription on the steel outside the bridge of death: the living shall halt, the unworthy shall not arrive. Could it be that possessing the everlasting pearl would grant access to the opportunities concealed within the forbidden waters? To validate his conjectures, Wang Li resolutely chose to enter the cavern. You choose to enter the peculiar cavern beneath the stagnant waters. You plunge into stagnant waters. You observe those skeletons desperately attempting to swim towards you, yet they are restrained by the undead, forced to merely watch as you plunge into the water. You have arrived at the cavern beneath the still waters. You discover that the stagnant water is separated by a peculiar force, unable to flow into the cavern. You gaze upon the dust-laden cavern, seemingly abandoned for an eternity, and cannot help but exclaim, "It appears that no one has ventured here for quite some time." Upon the central wall of the cave, you behold an inscription: "Do not ascend. Ascension is merely an illusion." The script is not of ancient origin, but rather from the post-ancient era, the very language commonly utilized by cultivators in the present day. Indeed, there are those among the practitioners of this age who have come to recognize the deception of ascension. Regrettably, this revelation is one that only I am privy to. Wang Li, contemplating the current state of affairs, could not help but sigh. In the contemporary realm of cultivation, ascension remains a prevailing topic. Countless individuals relentlessly strive to transcend to the realm of transformation, yearning to escape this world for the higher realms of the celestial ruins continent. Little did they realize, they have unwittingly fallen prey to the enigmatic entities lurking behind the black hole, becoming mere delicacies upon their dining tables. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted on the right side of the cave. You discovered a jade box. You deftly maneuvered your external manifestation to unveil the jade box. You have acquired a golden dagger. You have acquired a storage ring. You have received a letter. You shall unfold the letter. To future generations, I greet you as if in person. I am Shinpa, the 8th clan leader of the Shin celestial lineage. Throughout my life, I have both achieved great feats and committed significant errors. My success lies in mending the seal of the void, preventing the emergence of anomalies. My folly resides in heeding the words of a mysterious figure and imparting the void celestial canon to the world. Upon reading but a few lines, Wang Li was instantly taken aback. Shinpa, is this what he left behind? Furthermore, what is the void celestial canon? Wasn't it the great 5 elements true demon technique that Shinpa passed on to humanity? With a mind brimming with questions, Wang Li continued to read. In my life, I have both accomplished great deeds and made grave mistakes. My major achievement was repairing the void seal to avert the rise of anomalies. My significant error was believing a mysterious individual and disseminating the void celestial canon. Due to my failings, my clan has perished, and I find it impossible to forgive myself for my transgressions. Should any future individual chance upon my legacy, I implore you to return the spirit treasure, the void sword, to the Shin celestial lineage, for I have sensed that a remnant of my clan still lingers. The remainder of my belongings I bestow upon you with endless gratitude. Finally, as the paper is scarce, I cannot articulate all that I wish to convey. Remember this: do not ascend to the upper realm. The letter is brief, revealing little of utility, yet it raises the question: why did Shinpa claim that he imparted the void celestial canon to the world? This contradicts what I have come to understand. According to the historical records of the Shin clan, Shinpa distinctly transmitted the modified scroll of the Great 5 Elements True Demon Technique. Could it be that the modified scroll of the Great 5 Elements True Demon Technique is indeed the void celestial canon? No, that cannot be. I have practiced both techniques, and they are entirely divergent paths. Unable to comprehend the matter, Wang Li admitted that it was somewhat perplexing. Unless, of course, the mysterious figure who prompted Shinpa to share the technique had deceived him, perhaps replacing the content of the so-called void celestial canon with that of the modified scroll of the Great 5 Elements True Demon Technique. However, another doubt arose. Shinpa was not a fool. Could he not discern the accuracy of the techniques? After a moment of silence, Wang Li chose not to dwell on these uncertainties, prioritizing the simulation instead. Having perused the letter pinned by Shinpa, you find it hard to fathom that Shinpa, the illustrious ancestor of the Shin immortal clan, renowned for bringing an end to the ancient era, had indeed ventured into the mysterious realm of the immortal ruins and even left behind a legacy within the forbidden waters of death. This revelation strikes you as utterly astonishing. Thus, how did Shinpa gain entry into the immortal ruins? If memory serves, the immortal ruins strictly prohibit the entrance of any being above the foundation establishment stage. This leads to two possibilities. Either his cultivation was remarkably low, or he had transcended the limitations imposed by the immortal ruins. The former seems implausible. Thus his cultivation must be exceedingly formidable. Wang Li's curiosity regarding Shinpa intensifies. You endeavored to unlock Shinpo's storage ring. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You endeavor to lift the restrictions. You realize that your blood is of no use. It is speculated that the blood of the members of the Shin clan is required to unlock the seal. You let out a soft sigh, acknowledging the clever scheme, and you carefully stow away Shinpo's belongings. You continue to explore the cavern. You behold a mural. Shrouded in dust and forgotten by time. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You beheld the mural upon the wall, where a host of grotesque and fearsome creatures were depicted, descending from the heavens with gaping maws. Their predatory gaze is fixed menacingly upon the beings of the earth. You await in the cavern. You meticulously calculate the passage of time, intending to navigate the duration spent in the mystical realm of the immortal ruins with tranquility. Your consciousness has returned to the true form of the Shun clan's celestial lineage. You intend to personally venture to the outskirts of the Xianxu secret realm to greet your avatar, for it carries the relics of Shinpa. After 8 days, you depart from the Shin clan of immortals, sensing the location of your avatar as you soar through the skies on your sword. Even with the art of teleportation that allows one to traverse vast distances in an instant, you refrain from using it lightly, fearing the prying eyes of Niachutsang. After traveling 3,000 miles, you arrive at a mountain range perpetually shrouded in mist and clouds. You discover that the mountains are indeed fortified with formations, capable of preventing even golden core cultivators from entering their depths. As a master of formations, you are acutely aware that every formation harbors its own vulnerabilities. You have employed the spell recorded in the Classic of the Void, known as Piercing the Illusions. You swiftly discern the flaw in the formation. You have altered a corner of the formation through a flaw. You have ventured into the mountains, where your innate ability to multitask is activated. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You gaze upon the luminous, ageless pearl at the heart of the stagnant waters. A hint of reluctance glimmers in your eyes. You are well aware that the everlasting pearl harbors immense secrets. Merely possessing it grants the holder eternal youth, preserving vitality, a prospect undeniably alluring to any practitioner. Furthermore, during this expedition into the hidden realms, it has the power to intimidate the skeletal remains, allowing one to glimpse the underwater caverns. Yet, you understand that retaining the everlasting pearl in your possession will only invite trouble. You have forsaken the ageless pearl and resolutely departed. Simultaneously, your true essence has arrived at the heart of the mountains. You observe Fang Xiu, a disciple of the Tianyi Gate, patiently awaiting on the periphery. With your eyes narrowed and a swift motion of your finger, you unleash the divine light of the finger slash. You shall sever Fang Xiu at the waist. You employ the soul extraction technique to confine Fang Xiu's spirit within the confines of the soul banner. As you gaze upon the entrance of the celestial ruins, silhouettes begin to materialize. You once again wield the divine light of finger severance. With a gentle sweep of your finger through the void, the disciples emerging from the secret realm are cleaved in two. The subsequent disciples of Tianyi's sect, witnessing the carnage strewn about, are gripped by terror. They turn their gaze towards you, prostrating themselves in supplication, pleading for mercy. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You gazed at the sword light soaring towards you, your expression impassive. And with a swift motion, you seized it and subsequently crushed it to fragments. You deftly sidestepped, raising your right hand to erect a water shield that absorbed the impact, while your left hand extended its pinky finger behind you. In an instant, your entire reservoir of magical energy converged into that diminutive digit. Unleashing the spell known as the divine light of the finger, aimed at the cultivator from the heavenly one sect behind you. With a flick of your finger, dozens of mountains were effortlessly cleaved by a brilliant beam of white light. Upon confirming the demise of the Jiedon cultivator from the Tianyi sect, you turned your gaze towards the entrance of the Xinshu secret realm. The remaining disciples of the Tianyi sect, who had initially believed they were to be rescued, now beheld the flattened peaks of dozens of mountains and had, in despair, knelt down in submission, pleading for mercy. You paid them no heed, merely retrieving the soul banner to commence the soul extraction and refining process. Jia Qing, a disciple of the demon god sect embedded within the Heavenly One sect, gazed at you with an air of confidence as you performed the soul extraction. As you approached, Jia Qing hastily bowed in respect, revealing his true identity. You disregard the matter, capturing Jia Qing's soul and refining it, ensconcing it within the soul banner. You have received your external manifestation. You swiftly extricate yourself from the mountain range where the secret realm of the immortal ruins resides, accompanied by your external incarnation. Upon your departure, you meticulously cleanse the battlefield, scavenging through the storage bags and rings of all present. You sense a formidable presence approaching. Seizing the opportunity during the restoration of your magical powers, you swiftly employed the spells Distant Horizons and Veil of Concealment, making your escape. In the course of your flight, you discovered that your doppelganger bore no trace of the elixir of immortality. Are you certain that the precious item has been left within the secret realm of the immortal ruins? You feel exhilarated at the prospect of escaping the elixir of immortality. Without it, the enigmatic and malevolent entities sealed within the celestial abode of the void shall remain forever trapped, devoid of any chance of escape. You believe you have salvaged countless souls, emerging as the nameless hero hidden behind the scenes. As soon as you departed, two figures materialized in the skies above the celestial ruins. You hastened back to the Shun clan of immortals with remarkable speed. You shall place your external incarnation in the marketplace to study the art of alchemy and the forging of artifacts. You have returned to the villa you reside in. You have summoned Shen Li. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You persuaded Shen Li to bestow upon you a drop of her precious blood. You attempt to activate Shen Po's storage ring. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have sent Shen Li away. You observed Shen Li stuffing 2 more meat buns into her mouth, leaving you somewhat speechless. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have acquired 100 million low-grade spirit stones. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have acquired a technique known as the divine and demonic visualization method. You have acquired a splendid magical artifact, the 5-colored cloud banner. You have acquired the Jade Leaf manuscript authored by Shen Po. You have acquired a swordsmanship technique known as the reverse chaos 8 forms. You have come into possession of all of Shen Po's remaining belongings. You gaze upon the delicate and exquisite golden sword nestled within the jade box. Avarice stirred within your heart. You relinquished it to posterity. You consider yourself somewhat a member of the Shen clan, and therefore, you are entitled to possess this sword. You have perused the jade page authored by Shen Po. You have acquired knowledge of ancient secrets. You have acquired some ancient knowledge of cultivation. You have come to understand the concept of transcending limits. In ancient times, there existed cultivators who explored the path of breaking limits, which entailed not advancing their cultivation level but rather persistently honing their abilities within a singular realm, year after year, day after day. Through this relentless refinement of their state, they ultimately achieved the realm of limitlessness. It is rumored that those who have broken through their limits are invincible within their realm. You have come to understand the concept of the 9-colored golden elixir. In ancient times, great practitioners explored the path of the golden elixir, which is also classified into levels. 1 color signifies weakness, while 9 colors denote strength. The golden elixir within the human body resembles a medicinal pill, with each line representing a single color. The more intricate the patterns of the golden elixir, the greater its potential. Many of those who attained immortality in ancient times were holders of the nine-colored golden elixir. Upon reflecting on this, you feel a twinge of regret for not establishing a solid foundation before advancing to the golden elixir stage, resulting in the attainment of merely a one-colored elixir, thus limiting your future potential. As this notion unfolds, Wang Li's expression grows increasingly complex. Is that so? I have often wondered why there is a single line on the golden elixir. It signifies a single color, which represents weakness, while 9 colors signify strength. With that, Wang Li retrieves the golden elixir he obtained from Li Xuanya. Gazing at the 3-colored elixir in his hand, which reveals several fissures, Wang Li's demeanor turns solemn. The patterns on Li Xuanya's elixir surpass mine by 2 lines? It seems I advanced too hastily, neglecting to build a solid foundation. However, with the simulator at my disposal, I possess boundless possibilities. What does a one-colored golden elixir signify? Contemplating the simulator, Wang Li's confidence surges, bolstered by a newfound sense of assurance. You harbored no protracted regrets. Instead, you composed yourself and resumed perusing the jade pages penned by Shenpa. In the ensuing days, you gleaned a more profound understanding of the intricacies of immortal cultivation through the aforementioned text. It is evident that Shenpa has poured considerable effort into his writing, seemingly aiming to unveil the myriad secrets of the cultivation realm to future readers. After dedicating an additional 3 days, you have finally completed the reading of Shenpo's Jade Page tome. You shall earnestly cherish it. You have unlocked the profound contemplation of deities and demons. To your delight, you discover that the method of divine and demonic visualization is indeed a technique to enhance one's spiritual perception. You have commenced your cultivation of the divine and demonic visualization techniques. In the 9th year, through your relentless endeavor, your companions have blessed you with a multitude of offspring. You bestowed upon them a plethora of training resources, awakening the blessings of abundant talent and fortune. Your attributes have been elevated in every aspect. Despite having over 40 children, you remain yet to attain the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. Nevertheless, you have ventured further along the path during the Golden Core phase, seemingly embarking upon the road of transcendence, as described in the writings of Shinpiu. In June of the 9th year, a significant event transpired within the realm of cultivation in the Qi Kingdom. Due to the Tianyi sect's failure to timely deliver foundational elixirs to the various esteemed clans, these clans covertly united to exert pressure on the Tianyi sect. The Shin clan also participated in the pressure, albeit with minimal involvement. Ultimately, the leading instigator, the Feng clan, was utterly annihilated by the Tianyi sect's nascent soul ancestor, while the remaining rebellious clans received substantial compensation in the form of spirit stones and spiritual artifacts. This stirred a considerable uproar across the realm. As the Tianyi sect issued announcements to pacify the situation, the turmoil within the Qi Kingdom's cultivation community gradually subsided. By the end of that year, you once again sought a batch of companions from Shen Tianling. You informed Shen Tianling that this is part of your cultivation plan. Shen Tianling expressed no objections. In the 10th year, you sensed that your external incarnation, engaged in alchemy and artifact forging, had been captured by someone. As your consciousness shifts to your avatar, you behold a familiar visage, the face of Jiang Qingyan. After many years apart, she now resembles a lifeless marionette. Her eyes vacant and devoid of vitality, a stark contrast to the brilliance she once possessed. Beside Jiang Qingyan stands a figure that instills a sense of dread within you. His hands are withered yet elongated, the tips deftly manipulating strands of crimson thread, as if orchestrating some sinister control. Upon meeting your gaze, he unveils a smile, benign yet unsettling. His eyes fixed upon you. Nie Chusong. Wang Li silently intones the identity of this individual in his mind. Once again, you encountered Nie Chusong. At that moment, your heart raced uncontrollably, and cold sweat trickled down your back, dampening your gray robe. With a beaming smile, Nie Chusong inquired about the whereabouts of the ageless pearl. After having Jiang Qingyan serve you a cup of tea, with an impassive expression, you informed Nie Chusong that you had concealed the elixir of immortality in a location he would never discover. A faint smile graced Nie Chusong's lips as he deftly sliced through your avatar with a flick of his fingertips, severing it in twain. Just before the head of your avatar struck the ground, you heard Nie Chusong's words. Do not presume that hiding behind an avatar offers you safety. One day, I shall uncover your whereabouts. Thus, your external incarnation met its demise. Your consciousness has returned to its original form. Nie Chusong, I reiterate. There will come a day when I shall eradicate your entire lineage, and you shall understand that even the smallest creatures should not be underestimated. With a face full of murderous intent, Wang Li uttered these words before taking his seat. Employing the art of dual focus as he practiced his spells while observing the simulation, After your consciousness returned to your essence, you remained silent for an extended period. You begin to ponder how Nie Chusong managed to locate you. Even if he were able to find Zhang Qingyan, it would be improbable for him to trace back to you through her. After all, when you acquired the elixir of immortality from Zhang Qingyan, you had taken meticulous precautions to conceal your true identity. You begin to silently pray that Nie Chusong will not discover your presence. You have begun to exercise great caution. In the 11th year, through your tireless efforts, your companions have bestowed upon you a multitude of offspring. You bestowed upon them a multitude of cultivation resources, invoking the blessings of abundant talent and prosperity. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. You have yet to transcend the nascent soul stage. Something feels amiss. Why has your cultivation stagnated here? Could it be that I must achieve the breakthrough myself? Wang Li pondered, somewhat perplexed. Logically speaking, with so many offspring, one would have expected the cultivation to have already surpassed the nascent soul stage. You begin to introspect the reasons behind your limitations. Ultimately, you uncover the truth regarding your inability to transcend to the Yuanying stage. It becomes evident that this predicament is fundamentally rooted in the constraints of your innate qualities. Each time you experience an enhancement through the blessings of progeny and fortune, the magical energy within you instinctively channels the celestial essence, aiding your ascension. However, due to your four spiritual roots, the elemental energies within your being are perpetually unable to coalesce, hindering the transformation from Jin into Yuanying. Thus, repeated failures to break through ensue. In essence, the four spiritual roots can absorb a relatively diverse array of spiritual energy, unlike a singular root that can efficiently and purely assimilate a specific type of essence. The amalgamation of mixed energies poses challenges in refinement and conversion, rendering it arduous to accumulate sufficient and pure spiritual power necessary for the advancement to the Yuanying realm. Furthermore, during the cultivation process, the four spiritual roots must harmonize the operation and integration of the four elemental energies, a task fraught with complexity that can lead to uncontrollable energies, damaged meridians, and compromised dantian, ultimately obstructing the accumulation of strength required to transcend to the Yuanying stage. Is this truly the case? Upon discovering the truth of his limitations in the simulator, Wang Li finally experiences a moment of clarity. The inability to reach the Yuanying stage is not due to the insufficiency of blessings from progeny and fortune, but rather a consequence of his own innate limitations. Indeed, relying solely on innate talent to forcibly break through is a delusion. Genuine advancement necessitates external assistance. You suddenly come to a profound realization. You have commenced the gathering of spiritual entities that aid in the transcending of the Dan formation to the nascent soul stage. You persistently request a companion from Shen Tianling. This time, Shen Tianling could no longer contain himself. With righteous indignation, he firmly declined your request. Shen Tianling expressed that over the years, due to his excessive indulgence, you have taken away too many beautiful young female cultivators from the Shen clan, resulting in numerous young male disciples of the Shen clan remaining single. Now, discontent has permeated the entire clan, with a multitude of letters denouncing you accumulating in the study of the clan leader. You return home in disappointment. You have returned to the secluded residence. You watched in exasperation as Shen Yinli heartily devoured her meal, leaving her child in the care of a maid. You delivered a stern reprimand to Shen Yinli. How outrageous. If I were to encounter this foolish girl in reality, I would undoubtedly inquire whether she was born solely to be a glutton. Wang Li silently scoffed. In the 12th year, you relied on the Shen clan's celestial lineage to amass numerous rare materials. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. You begin to dedicate time to forging your own unique talisman. By the year's end, your companions have blessed you with a multitude of offspring. You bestowed upon each of them a magnificent spiritual artifact, awakening the blessings of abundant progeny and fortune. Your attributes have been enhanced in their entirety. In the 13th year, you have forged a unique and personal magical treasure, the heavenly refining cauldron. You have incorporated Li Xuanya's golden elixir into your being, as a concealed reserve of energy for unforeseen circumstances. This is a decision made after profound contemplation. You have acquired a magnificent treasure of exceptional quality. Utilizing the remaining materials, you transform the exquisite defensive artifact, the 5-colored cloud banner, from Shin Po's relics into a soul-summoning banner. After 6 months, you acquired a soul-summoning banner of exceptional quality. In the 13th year, You visited the villa of Shun Tianling. Upon your arrival, Shun Tianling's expression darkened abruptly. He declared that, under no circumstances, would he assist you in finding a wife. Now, the Shin clan's elementary learning hall is filled entirely with your descendants, and within the grand hall, not a single individual bearing the surname Shin can be found. You fail to hold your composure. You have established the 8 Directions Supreme Formation, and you convey to Shun Tianling that this time you are not here to seek a companion. Shin Tianling inquires about your intentions. You informed Shin Tianling of your desire to lead the entire Shin clan to seek refuge in the demon sect. Upon hearing this, Shin Tianling's eyes widened in astonishment. His expression darkened as he declared that this was an act of treachery. You informed Shin Tianling that the 7 sects of the demon gate stand united, unwavering in crucial matters, sweeping through countless foes with the ease of unrolling a mat. In contrast, the 7 sects of the righteous path harbor ulterior motives, each fighting for their own interests. In this southern spirit domain, they will not remain for long, as they will soon be driven away by the demon gate. Your words have somewhat startled Shin Tianling. If the 2 venerable ancestors of the Tianyi sect were to learn of the transgression of the demon rebellion, even the earthworms in the Shun family's spiritual fields would be cut upright. Shin Tianling expressed his willingness to provide you with an additional 20 companions, merely hoping that you would refrain from indulging in further fanciful thoughts. You assert that your intentions are sincere. You reluctantly accepted the 20 companions bestowed upon you by Shin Tianling. In the 14th year, your companions became pregnant once more. The young male cultivators of the Shun clan gazed at the inscription on the stone tablet at the entrance of your secluded courtyard, which proclaimed that no male cultivators or dogs were permitted to enter, their faces etched with indignation. The complaints and protests directed towards the Shin clan have been steadily increasing. In the 15th year, your companions bore you a multitude of offspring, invoking the blessing of abundance and prosperity. Your attributes have been enhanced in every aspect. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You generously bestowed an abundance of cultivation resources upon your fellow disciples. That very night, after much contemplation, you felt a compelling urge to journey to the demon gate in the lower realms. If one were to select a faction within this vast world of cultivation to which they felt the strongest affinity, it would undoubtedly be the Harmony sect. Furthermore, the benefits derived from joining the Harmony sect far surpass those attainable while remaining with the Shin family. The following day, you conveyed your intention to depart from the Shin clan and pursue your path with the Harmony sect to Shin Tianling. After a prolonged silence, Shin Tianling expressed his unwavering respect for your decision. You summoned Shin Li, requesting her assistance in observing your recent fortune. Shin Li gazed at you in astonishment, her beautiful eyes brimming with incredulity. She informed you that she was unable to discern your recent fortunes as they were shrouded in a fog of uncertainty, rendering them elusive to perception. You inquired about the presence of danger. Shin Li, with a charmingly bewildered expression, assured you there was none. The following day, after you had arranged all necessary matters, you gathered your belongings and departed. As you stepped beyond the gates of the Shin clan, you unexpectedly collided with Nie Chutsang. Observing the updated segment of the simulation, coupled with Shin Li's earlier assertion of safety, Wang Li suddenly found himself at ease, a smile gracing his lips. Bid. Once more performing for me. Wang Li had already prepared himself to conclude the simulation. As you gaze upon Nie Chutsang, leisurely enjoying the shade beneath a grand tree, a frown of displeasure crosses your face. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Your complexion underwent a sudden transformation. Upon sensing the confinement of your innate magical energy, you removed the jade mask from your face and approached Nie Chutsang with measured steps. With a flick of his fingers, Nie Chutsang transformed the earth into a seat for you, graciously inviting you to take a place of honor. He poured you a cup of tea, his gaze filled with admiration. Nie Chutsang extolled your extraordinary fortune, noting that at the tender age of 27, you had attained the pinnacle of the golden core stage with the rare endowment of 4 spiritual roots, a feat seldom witnessed, even in the ancient era. Such an achievement would have been regarded as a rarity akin to a phoenix among sparrows. Upon hearing Nie Chutsang's words, a flicker of terror appeared in your eyes. Little did you expect that, with just a single glance, Nie Chutsang would see right through you. He perceives you as a promising talent. Nie Chutsang inquires whether you would be willing to take him as your mentor. Ah, resorting to this tactic again, is he? In the previous simulation, Wang Li had already discerned Nie Chutsong's true nature. Witnessing him employ this same ruse once more, he couldn't help but smile helplessly. Did you choose to take Nie Chutsong as your master? Yes or no? The question reappeared before Wang Li. After a moment of silence, he chose yes. Very well. I shall first humble myself before you, old dog. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand firm. A temporary setback is merely a stepping stone towards greater progress. After making his choice, Wang Li's expression darkened, although he harbored an irreconcilable enmity towards Nie Chutsong. It is said that a gentleman's revenge is never too late, even if it takes 100 years. Patience is the path of wisdom. Your demeanor greatly pleases Nie Chutsong, who reveals a faint smile upon his wrinkled, aged face. Nie Chutsong requests the elixir of immortality from you. He has unleashed a portion of your magical energy. With a heavy sigh, you confide in Nie Chutsong that you are aware the elixir of immortality will attract misfortune. Therefore, you have entrusted the elixir to a mysterious realm. The smile on Nie Chutsong's face abruptly fades, and he inquires about the nature of this enigmatic domain. You inform Nie Chutsong that it is a secret realm of celestial ruins managed by the Heavenly One sect. You observe that Nie Chutsong's complexion has grown even darker. You advise Nie Chutsong to remain patient, informing him that you were aware of the precise location. It could wait until the next opportunity to send someone in to retrieve it. Nie Chutsong's expression softened considerably. He then requested you to surrender the soul blood. Will you surrender your soul's blood? Yes or no? Soul's blood. Wang Li's pupils constricted sharply. The soul's blood is of utmost importance to a cultivator, as it pertains to their very existence. If it falls into the hands of another, one's life and fortune are no longer in their own control. As the saying goes, once the soul's blood enters another's possession, the path of immortality becomes shackled. Life and death are at the whim of the master, rendering a century of arduous cultivation as mere flowing water. Alas, it is but a simulation. What does it matter whether he consents or not? After numerous simulations, I have gleaned but one truth. To live is paramount, for only in living can one pursue greater endeavors. As for settling the score with Nie Chutsong, we shall address that in reality when the time comes. Wang Li chose yes. You chose to offer your soul blood to Nie Chutsong. However, at the very moment you extracted the soul blood, a token suddenly soared from your storage pouch, whisking you away from in front of Nie Chutsong. Wang Li was taken aback. What on earth had just transpired? As the world spun around you, you found yourself amidst a frigid expanse of snow and ice. You gazed in astonishment at the vast expanse of white before you, appearing somewhat bewildered. You have discovered a shattered tablet upon the ground. You have discovered this mysterious teleportation token, which was initially found among the relics of Shinpo. A teleportation token from Shinpo's relics? Its presence was so subtle that I overlooked its existence, yet it unexpectedly assisted me in such a crucial moment within the simulator. Wang Li was also somewhat taken aback. You pick up the shattered tablet, intrigued by the sudden activation that transported you away. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You begin to explore the current icy and snowy realm. You don the obsidian mask once more. You soar through the sky on your sword amidst a flurry of snowflakes. The crystalline snowflakes gently alight upon your head and shoulders. As you hold a delicate snowflake in your palm, your thoughts drift back to a previous existence. You have tucked away your memories. You allow the snow to blanket your head, yet your expression remains unchanged as you continue onwards. You have discovered a quaint village. As you enter the village, you intend to inquire for directions. You discover that the village is devoid of any living beings, with only frozen figures encased in ice. Your brows are furrowed. You have discovered a collection of books within the village. You are currently aware that you find yourself in the kingdom of snow spirits. You lingered in the village for several days. One day, you sensed a flying sword soaring through the sky above. You soared through the skies on your sword, swiftly catching up to the cultivator who was also gliding through the air with the same ethereal grace. You intercepted the female cultivator soaring through the skies on her sword. You inquired of the vigilant female cultivator regarding the realm in which you find yourself. The woman, adorned with an obsidian mask, informed you that this is the northern spirit domain. You were taken aback by what you heard. Little did you anticipate that the teleportation token left by Shun Po would transport you to the northern spirit domain. You inquired about the location of the largest cultivation market nearby. The female cultivator fell silent for a moment before informing you that she too was headed to the market and invited you to accompany her on the journey. You have acquiesced to the request. You presented the female cultivator with some inferior spirit stones. She accepted them nonchalantly, as if they held little significance in her eyes. Half an hour later, you and the female cultivator arrived at a nearby marketplace. Upon entering the market, you parted ways with her. You begin to seek valuable information within the marketplace, such as maps leading to the southern spirit domain. Upon arriving in the bustling heart of the market, you inadvertently caught sight of the sign for the Wanbao Pavilion. To think, has Wanbao Pavilion truly expanded to such an extent? The establishment has even made its way to the northern spirit domain. Wang Li was taken aback upon discovering that Wanbao Pavilion had a presence in the northern spirit domain as well. Prior to this moment, his understanding of Wanbao Pavilion had been rather limited. He had merely perceived it as a commercial association founded by a nascent soul cultivator, substantial, yet not overwhelmingly so, especially when compared to those illustrious aristocratic families and sections. To his astonishment, it is now confirmed that both the southern and northern spirit domains host Wanbao Pavilions. One wonders whether the eastern and western spirit domains share the same fortune. If they do, it would indeed be nothing short of extraordinary, Wang Li mused. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, you have acquired a map from the esteemed Wanbao Pavilion. It has come to your attention that traversing from the northern spirit domain to the southern spirit domain requires a minimum of 1 year. You are astonished. You inquired with the store manager of Wanbao Pavilion about how they transport goods back to the southern spirit domain. The manager informed you that they also rely on flying spirit beasts for the transportation of their supplies. You inquire about the existence of a teleportation array. The person in charge of the Wanbao Pavilion informs you that there is none. You feel somewhat disheartened. You departed from the treasure pavilion with a map in hand. You intend to embark on an unwavering journey for an entire year, soaring towards the southern spirit realm. You still aspire to join the Hawan sect, seeking to leverage its influence to aid your breakthrough into the Yuaning stage. After spending a day in the marketplace, you set your course towards the east. Guided by the map, in a snow-covered mountainous forest, you encounter the female cultivator who previously guided you. At this moment, she is being relentlessly pursued by 2 foundation establishment cultivators, appearing utterly beleaguered. The female cultivator, adorned with an obsidian mask, recognizes you and urgently implores your assistance. Do you wish to take action? Yes or no? The simulator has presented a choice once more. Observing this scene outside the simulator, Wang Li, without a moment's hesitation, declined. Although this female cultivator had guided him, he had also provided her with spirit stones, thus settling their accounts. Moreover, respecting the destinies of others and adhering to the principle of better to avoid trouble than to invite it has always been Wang Li's steadfast belief. Instead of lingering here, it would be more prudent to continue on his journey. You choose not to save. Your indifference leaves the female cultivator in disbelief. As she faces imminent demise, she hastily pleads for her life. She asserts that if you can save her, she will bestow upon you a precious artifact. Do you take action? Yes or no? Upon seeing this, Wang Li immediately fell into deep contemplation. A treasure offered as a gift? A glimmer of interest appeared in Wang Li's eyes. Very well. I might as well lend a hand. A slight delay is of no consequence. You have chosen to intervene in the rescue. The 2 foundation establishment cultivators pursuing the masked female cultivator, upon seeing you soar towards them, immediately displayed expressions of displeasure. The leading male cultivator even urged you to swiftly depart. With a gentle smile, you raised the 5-colored soul-calling banner in your hand. As the banner swayed lightly, several malevolent spirits surged forth, ensnaring the 2 foundation establishment cultivators within its folds. Upon witnessing the 2 souls, their corporeal forms consumed and reduced to mere specters. You swiftly employed arcane methods to refine them into new spectral servants. The female cultivator, adorned with an obsidian jade mask, beheld this scene with an expression of sheer terror upon her visage. Despite her meticulous calculations, she had never anticipated that you, who appeared so innocuous, would turn out to be a practitioner of dark sorcery. You extended your delicate hand, as white and pure as jade, towards her. The expression on the female cultivator's face shifted dramatically, and the obsidian mask adorning her visage also transformed unpredictably. She revealed to you that she is a true disciple of the Snow Moon Celestial Sect, and, moreover, a princess of the Snow Spirit Kingdom. By saving her today, you have secured a promise of generous recompense from her in the days to come. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, you have acquired the scroll of the Great Spatial Technique. The Great Spatial Technique. Ranked 3rd among the 10 supreme arts. Even Wang Li, who is beyond the simulation, is somewhat taken aback. A treasured artifact, indeed. It is a remarkable piece of treasure. You compelled the female cultivator to offer her soul's blood. No, it's a case of learning and applying immediately, isn't it? Witnessing this scene, Wang Li suddenly found himself unable to maintain his composure. Yet, he felt no sense of wrongdoing. This female cultivator was insubordinate. She needed to be taught a lesson by the version of himself within the simulation. Faced with a lifetime of servitude or death, the female cultivator relinquished her soul's blood, harboring the hope that one day you would return it to her. You remained silent. You stowed away the scroll of the great spatial technique and soared southward towards the spirit domain. While soaring through the skies, you simultaneously hone your mastery of the grand spatial arts. You find the cultivation of the great space technique exceedingly challenging. Even with your innate talent having been amplified countless times by fortuitous blessings, you have yet to achieve success in your practice. It is speculated that mastering the art of spatial manipulation may necessitate an inherent aptitude for spatial awareness. You shall preserve the scroll of expansive techniques within the confines of the storage ring, reserving it for future cultivation. You commenced your cultivation of the mystical arts from the Taoist immortal scripture during your journey. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You find yourself quite whimsical, attempting to cultivate two disparate techniques simultaneously. Foremost among your concerns is how to resolve the conflict of energies. The imbalance of spiritual essence presents the gravest challenge. The discord between the methodologies, if not managed with utmost caution, could lead to disastrous consequences, ranging from severe injury to the loss of life itself. You continue to cultivate your magical abilities during the long journey. In March of the 16th year, after an arduous trek, you finally return to the southern spirit domain. You feel the warm sunlight cascading upon your shoulders, enveloping your entire being in a delightful warmth, providing an exquisite sense of comfort. You continue your journey southward towards the lower realm. In the latter half of the year, you once again arrive at the Huan sect of the lower realm. This time, you do not squander precious moments. You directly reveal your cultivation and arrange a meeting with the esteemed sect master, Fairy Miaoyu. You have encountered the enchanting Fairy Miaoyu. You convey to the enchanting Fairy Miaoyu your desire to join the Huan sect. Fairy Miaoyu, however, is exceedingly cautious and profoundly perplexed by your request. She inquires about your intentions behind seeking admission to the Huan sect. You candidly informed the enchanting Fairy Miaoyu that a unique cultivation technique required her assistance, necessitating the support of the Huan sect. However, Fairy Miaoyu did not acquiesce immediately. She expressed a desire for you to accompany her to meet someone. You speculate it to be the master of Yin and Yang. You acquiesced. You have arrived at the Yin Yang Pavilion. You encountered a distinguished middle-aged gentleman, possessing striking features and an elegant demeanor. You recognize him as the master of Yin and Yang. You stand alongside the enchanting Fairy Miaoyu before the esteemed Yin Yang sovereign. The ethereal Miaoyu conveys your intentions to the sovereign, who regards you with keen interest. The Yin Yang sovereign inquires about your motivations for joining the Harmony sect. You convey to the Yin Yang sovereign your awareness of the transformation fruit in his possession, expressing your desire to obtain it in exchange for your service to the Huan sect. The Yin Yang sovereign responds, albeit with some bewilderment at how you, endowed with the four spiritual roots, have attained the pinnacle of the golden core stage. However, he asserts that the transformation fruit would hold little significance for you, offering merely a 30% chance of breakthrough, which, in essence, is tantamount to none at all. Your innate talents have constrained your potential. Without a monumental stroke of fortune, you may find yourself unable to advance to the nascent soul stage throughout your lifetime. You pay little heed to the words of the esteemed Yin Yang master. Blessed with the remarkable talent of abundant progeny, your potential continuously flourishes with each child you bear. Over the years, you have keenly observed the evolution of your quadruple spirit root aptitude. From initially sluggish absorption of spiritual energy to a gradual enhancement rivaling that of a triple spirit root. You are convinced that the relentless act of procreation will undoubtedly fortify your abilities to the extent of transcending the nascent soul stage. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You conveyed to the master of Yin and Yang that your alchemical skills have reached an extraordinary level, akin to a rare phenomenon among the four great domains. You expressed your desire to join the Pill Hall and serve as an elder within it. After a moment of contemplation, The master of yin and yang acquiesced to your proposition. He cautioned you that it would be prudent not to let him down. You proclaimed that your intentions were driven by self-interest. As long as the harmony sect could fulfill your desires, you would devote yourself wholeheartedly to serve it. Upon the conclusion of your discussions, you were formally inducted into the harmony sect. You commenced the meticulous crafting of a plethora of elixirs for the Huan sect. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, you have commenced the crafting of array flags for the Huan sect. Your performance has garnered the approval of the enchanting fairy Miaoyu. The esteemed master of yin and yang acknowledges your commendable efforts. In the 17th year, you approached fairy Miaoyu with a request for a substantial number of female cultivators to aid in your training. Fairy Miaoyu graciously consented. A few days later, she presented you with 10 exquisite female cultivators, each as beautiful as a flower. As you gaze upon the flawless assembly of female cultivators, you establish a set of guidelines for childbirth. For each child born, a portion of cultivation resources shall be granted. This was the path you had previously chosen. In the 18th year, the female cultivators bore you a multitude of children. You have bestowed a certain degree of rewards upon each female cultivator. The talent of abundance has been activated, leading to an enhancement of your comprehensive attributes. You sense that your qualification strength has significantly increased, now reaching the equivalent level of 3 spiritual roots. You seek an audience with the master of yin and yang. You have received the permission of the yin-yang sovereign. You once again encountered the revered master of yin and yang. Within the grand hall, the master inquired about your recent circumstances. You answer truthfully. The revered yin-yang master inquires about the purpose of your visit. You have extracted the scroll of the great spatial technique. You express to the master of yin and yang your desire to exchange the remnants of the great spatial technique for the Hua-ing fruit. After a brief silence, the master inquires why you are so eager to break through, noting that even if the Hua-ing fruit were bestowed upon you at this moment, your innate aptitude would still hinder your advancement. You inform the yin-yang master of your pursuit by a venerable infant prodigy of the great perfection. You confided in the master of yin and yang, expressing that you now live in a state of perpetual fear, believing that only through relentless enhancement of your strength can you hope to escape your fate. Upon hearing your words, the master of yin and yang accepted the remnants of the grand space technique and bestowed upon you the fruit of transformation. He assured you that as long as you devoted yourself wholeheartedly to the affairs of the harmony sect, no one would dare to lay a hand on you unless a deity were to descend in person. You have found a measure of tranquility. Truly, as the sovereign of yin and yang, your words exude an undeniable majesty. It is no wonder that the sect of harmonious union has risen to prominence among the 7 demonic sects, asserting itself as the pinnacle of the demonic path. The repeated simulations wherein the righteous path has been treated as a mere drowning dog by the demonic factions are not without reason. Even after numerous simulations, Wang Li's admiration for the sovereign of yin and yang remains undiminished. This is undeniably a magnificent leader of the demonic realm, responsible, capable, shrewd, and powerful. After departing with the fruit of transformation, you continued to refine pills and forge weapons for the sect of harmonious union. In the 19th year, the enchanting fairy Miaoyu presented you with 20 young and beautiful female cultivators. By the 20th year, as another batch of children was born, you sensed the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth converging incessantly. You ingested the fruit of transformation, preparing to break through to the nascent soul stage. Here it comes. Success or failure hinges upon this very moment. As Wang Li observed the simulator updating to the point of his breakthrough to the nascent soul, a trace of solemnity flickered in his eyes, just as you began to channel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into your dantian, traversing the bridge of the cosmos to infuse it into your golden core, preparing to transform your core into a nascent soul. Your attribute's spiritual energy began to grow restless. The effects of the fruit of transformation were set into motion. The 4 elemental energies within you have been pacified, beginning to progress towards a breakthrough in an orderly manner. However, just as your golden core begins to melt and coalesce into a nascent form, an unforeseen event occurs. Before your eyes, a dense array of black lines materialized. Alarmed, Wang Li seemed to have realized something and shouted urgently. Yet, before he could finish his exclamation, the simulator's progress was instantaneously updated. During your breakthrough, you have awakened a curse set by a mysterious entity. You yearn to struggle, yet discover yourself entirely subdued by an enigmatic force. You find yourself immobile, as countless dark lines and enigmatic energies intertwine with your very being. Your physical form begins to disintegrate under the immense pressure of life and death, coupled with enigmatic energies. You transcend the golden elixir realm and form the primordial infant. Your primordial spirit has yet to fully awaken its intellect, yet it begins to unravel. Your soul has been subjected to a soul extraction by a mysterious entity. As your consciousness fades with the obliteration of your spirit, your innate treasure, the celestial refining cauldron, spontaneously detonates. You are dead. Gazing at the blood-red inscription, Wang Li uttered the 4 words, soul extraction and spirit refinement. Subsequently, as if all strength had drained from him, he leaned against the stone wall of the cave, taking a deep breath, after which his countenance darkened ominously. Who could it be that had not appeared before me, yet dared to employ soul extraction and spirit refinement from afar? Such a method is beyond the capabilities of a nascent soul cultivator. To silently execute soul extraction and spirit refinement upon me, and to employ other techniques that effortlessly dismantled my physical form and golden core, clearly indicates that the Taoist celestial scripture should not be practiced recklessly. Nie Chutsang once stated, "The celestial scripture is not to be practiced by those without great fortune. Otherwise, it leads only to death." Without the protection of fortunate providence, an ordinary person cannot escape the calamities brought forth by the celestial scripture. Merely simulating it in my training has already invited misfortune. Fortunately, in reality, I am still cultivating the true scripture of the soul refining sect. Wang Li resolved that without mastering the great fortune techniques, he would not touch the Taoist celestial scripture again. Indeed, the Taoist celestial scripture is exceedingly powerful. Even the 10 techniques recorded within its remnant stand unparalleled in the realm of cultivation. First is the seal of the celestial, a technique that can arbitrarily seal another's magical power, instilling a terrifying suppression over lower-tier cultivators. This is precisely what makes Wang Li wary of Nie Chutsang. Once Nie Chutsang casts the seal of the celestial upon him, Wang Li would have no chance of turning the tide, unable even to self-destruct. Next is miles apart, yet close, an ultimate teleportation skill that spans thousands of miles in an instant. Seeing through the illusions is a divine skill that penetrates the essence of all things, enabling one to swiftly identify an opponent's weaknesses in battle. God and demon coalescence resembles techniques like heavenly law and earthly phenomena, which, once unleashed, magnify the wielder's strength exponentially. Form born of thought allows one to alter their form at will, transforming into any object. Transform stillness into motion can convert inanimate objects into animals, granting them power equivalent to one realm lower than the user. Enlightening all beings can easily endow sentient beings with intelligence or brainwash them, altering their innermost beliefs at will. Moving mountains and changing seas enhances physical strength, allowing one to effortlessly shake mountains and seas upon reaching mastery. Divine light channels magical power into one's fingertips, unleashing the ability to sever all. Concealment of breath and form is an exceptionally advanced stealth technique. However, more terrifying than these formidable techniques are the effects of the Taoist celestial scripture itself. The remnants of the scripture document 6 grand effects. Taoist celestial barrier, which automatically operates within the cultivator's body, generating a powerful barrier that deflects the majority of magical damage. Taoist celestial power, which opens the 365 celestial orifices within a cultivator's body, connecting them to their dantian, constantly transforming the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to replenish magical power. Taoist celestial body, which gradually transforms the cultivator's physique into an almost infinitely capable combat machine, ensuring they never tire as long as their magical power remains. Taoist celestial soul, which strengthens the spiritual body, allowing the cultivator to resist a majority of mental attacks. Taoist limitless, which enhances the cultivator's dantian, enabling a magical power reserve vastly superior to that of ordinary practitioners. And Taoist infinite, which progressively elevates the cultivator's talent and comprehension, the specifics of which are unknown. But each decade of cultivation grants an enhancement. This is why Wang Li fears Nie Chutsang. Had one not witnessed the Taoist celestial scripture, they might underestimate Nie Chutsang, thinking him easily extinguishable. However, once one has glimpsed its power, they understand the true terror of Nie Chutsang. Imagine an unknown quantity of years spent cultivating the Taoist celestial scripture, a nascent soul-perfected cultivator seeking your demise daily. Would you not be afraid? Reflecting on this, Wang Li could not help but recall another figure, the Yin-Yang Venerable. The Yin-Yang Venerable is no simple character, capable of standing toe-to-toe with Nie Chutsang. After softly reciting his thoughts, Wang Li turned his attention to the simulation rewards. Upon concluding this simulation, he could select 2 rewards from the following options, as well as purchase 1 additional item with simulation points. Dragon Vitality and Tiger Ferocity. Your vitality and yang energy are exceptionally vigorous, making you a standout even among cultivators. With an indomitable fighting spirit, even in the depths of despair, you refuse to surrender, perpetually seeking a breakthrough opportunity. This simulation's cultivation, early nascent soul, remnant. With the aid of the transformation fruit and his own fortunate energy, along with the bizarre energy support, he successfully broke through the nascent soul realm. However, the lack of subsequent spiritual energy and the overwhelming influence of the bizarre energy led to a collapse, ultimately leaving him at a false infant realm. Situated between the golden core and nascent soul stages. Alchemical mastery experience. The experience gained from alchemy in the simulator. Artificer mastery experience. The experience gained from artifact crafting in the simulator. Array mastery experience. The experience gained from array cultivation in the simulator. 1 billion spirit stones. Your earnings from work, not applicable for simulation. Transformation fruit. One of the 10 extraordinary treasures of the Tianshu continent. Growing in the most extreme cold and dark places, bearing fruit once every 300 years. This item increases the chance of golden core formation by 30% and extends the lifespan of the consumer. Pill formulas. All the formulas you have mastered in the simulation. Arrays. All the arrays you have mastered in the simulation. Spell cultivation experience. The experience gained from spell cultivation in the simulator. Heavenly refining cauldron. A personal magical artifact that embodies both life and cultivation. It is a growth-type artifact, with rare materials and exquisite crafting techniques greatly enhancing its potential for growth. Comprehensive Demon Path Compendium. All the knowledge of demonic texts you have perused within the Hahuan Sect's transmission tower. 5-colored soul summoning banner. An upper-grade soul banner transformed from the 5-colored cloud banner. It brings forth terror as the black clouds descend, enveloping all in an eerie domain. The remains of Shinpa. Artifacts left behind by Shinpa. Remnant Scroll of Great Spatial Technique, ranked 3rd among the 10 great supernatural powers in the cultivation world. Possessing boundless and wondrous power. Nascent Soul Realm? Could it be that the version of me in the simulator has achieved a breakthrough? Upon seeing the first reward, Wang Li was momentarily stunned. However, as he read the subsequent descriptions, he chuckled helplessly. All right, it turns out to be merely a false infant realm. Nevertheless, for me, achieving the false infant realm is satisfactory, as long as I can find some powerful heavenly materials and earthly treasures for a breakthrough. The false infant can transform into a true nascent soul. Quickly scanning through the list of rewards, Wang Li ultimately chose the early nascent soul, remnant, and the remains of Shinpa. The yellow-grade talent could be disregarded, but the cultivation and Shinpo's relic were essential. The teleportation token among Shinpo's remains is, for him at present, a genuine, life-saving artifact. Although Wang Li was uncertain how to activate it, the simulator suggested that it possesses an automatic protective ability, capable of activating itself to lead its owner to safety from peril. As the energy of the nascent soul flowed into him, Wang Li felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth pouring in from all directions. With this thought, he hastily mobilized his magical power to begin refining. Half a year later, as heavy snow fell, blanketing the mountains in white, Wang Li's golden core had transformed into a small figure remarkably resembling himself. Though this figure appeared rather stiff, lacking the vitality expected of a true nascent soul, it mattered not to Wang Li. As long as it was a nascent soul, that was sufficient. One day, it would awaken its intelligence, evolving into a genuine nascent soul. Stabilizing his realm and packing his belongings, Wang Li opened the cave, gazing at the icy world outside, softly murmuring, after traversing 12 years. Today I transform into a nascent soul. Niechutsong, I believe we shall meet again. With those words, Wang Li unsheathed his sword and departed from the mountains, where he had secluded himself for half a year. His journey had but a single destination, the Shun clan of immortals. However, scarcely had Wang Li soared 1,000 miles when an elder, exuding an aura of celestial grace with flowing white beard, obstructed his path. Smiling as he addressed him, "We meet again, young friend Wang Li." Wang Li regarded the unexpected obstruction with a subtle change in expression, surprised to encounter an old acquaintance in such a place. He recalled that he owed this elder a debt of gratitude for forewarning him of his impending demise 8 years hence. Yet, given the perilous circumstances he currently faced, there was no need to acknowledge their past connection. Revealing his identity would only heighten his vulnerability. Thus, He feigned unfamiliarity and coldly inquired, "What is your name? And why do you block my way?" The elder, seeing Wang Li's demeanor, chuckled as he stroked his beard, gesturing toward the cultivation marketplace nestled in the mountains. "Why so distant, old friend? Why not join me for a seat in the marketplace? Are you perhaps afraid that I might disclose your whereabouts to the Li clan of immortals? I am Lu Zichang, and I am not the Wang Li you speak of," Wang Li replied, maintaining his aloofness. Noting Wang Li's refusal to acknowledge him, the elder shook his head, continuing to smile. "Young friend Wang Li, I once practiced a secret art that allows me to record the essence of those I encounter throughout my life. Though I know not how you escaped the Li clan, I have a rare opportunity that is perfectly suited for you. Might you be interested?" Wang Li's expression grew even more frigid. Did this elder mistake him for a fool, attempting to deceive him with promises of opportunity? If such a chance truly existed, the elder would have long since seized it for himself, rather than offering it to Wang Li. Could it be that in this ruthless world of cultivation, there truly existed noble souls who would uplift others? Wang Li harbored no belief in such idealism. Moreover, their relationship was far from close. Even if the elder possessed genuine opportunities, he would not bestow them upon Wang Li without reason. Hence, there was undoubtedly a hidden agenda. Fixing the elder with a piercing gaze, Wang Li spoke in a calm tone, "Old man, we are not old friends. We merely share a transactional relationship. I shall count to 3, and I ask you to step aside and not hinder my path. As for your so-called opportunity, enjoy it at your leisure. I am not worthy of such fortune." As he spoke, Wang Li began to distance himself. Ever since the elder had appeared before him, Wang Li had been attempting to discern his cultivation level. Unfortunately, he had gleaned nothing. The elder was shrouded in layers of obscurity, either due to his methods or because his power far surpassed Wang Li's. As Wang Li began to create space between them, the elder's aged countenance revealed a look of indifference, and he reached out toward Wang Li. "Young friend, I fear you may truly have to accompany me on this journey." Anticipating the elder's move, Wang Li acted with swiftness, darting behind him in an instant and unleashing a torrent of dark energy that seeped into the elder's body. Only when he extracted a golden core from the elder's dantian did a semblance of relief wash over Wang Li's face. He then burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, so you are merely a nascent soul cultivator. I had assumed that your concealed strength was due to your superiority. Who would have thought you nothing more than a mere insect? Nascent soul cultivator. How could it be? You are a nascent soul cultivator." The elder's expression shifted dramatically upon sensing the faint aura emanating from Wang Li. Wang Li had no desire to engage in further discourse. With a flick of his fingers, he conjured thousands of soul locks, binding the elder tightly, rendering him akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Spare me, young friend Wang Li. I possess a secret treasure to offer you. You are indeed senile. If I were to slay you, all that you possess would belong to me." Wang Li replied with a cold smirk. He swiftly extracted the elder's soul, refining it in an instant. As the soul banner shimmered, a solitary spirit took residence within. Upon probing the elder's memories, Wang Li's demeanor shifted to one of grave concern. Such occurrences existed within the cultivation world. It seemed these so-called righteous paths were steeped in corruption. The revelations were shocking. The elder specialized in trafficking individuals. The nefarious act of trafficking involved capturing unconnected cultivators and selling them to Danwang Valley for the creation of human pills, thus acquiring resources to enhance one's power. He would also feign hosting discipleship conferences to lure in numerous cultivators, capturing them under the guise of such events and delivering them to Danwang Valley. According to Wang Li's newfound knowledge, the elder had orchestrated this deception countless times, each time successfully attracting a throng of participants. It was fortunate that Wang Li possessed certain skills. Otherwise, he might have already found himself ensnared and dispatched to Danwang Valley, transformed into a human pill, and consumed by an unknown entity. Having absorbed the elder's memories, Wang Li stored away both the elder's physical form and storage ring before continuing his journey on his sword. As the saying goes, one may know a person's face but not their heart, had today's events not transpired. This elder might have been regarded by Wang Li as a wise sage wandering through the mundane world. Days later, utilizing the map of Qi Nation he had looted from the Wandao Pavilion, Wang Li arrived at the Red Maple Mountain Range, home to the Xin clan of immortals, and took residence in the Shun clan's cultivation abode. After spending a modest amount of spirit stones to rent a cave dwelling, Wang Li opened the elder's storage ring to assess his spoils. 20 million low-grade spirit stones. This elder was indeed affluent. Good fortune has smiled upon me. He also discovered a low-grade magical artifact, the Starlight Boots, which, when fully activated, could outpace an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Concealment technique, Taishu Divine Concealment. Taishu divine concealment? Could it be related to the Taishu Immortal Sutra? Wang Li meticulously examined the technique, soon realizing it bore no connection to the Taishu Immortal Sutra. Rather, it was an homage created by an anonymous ancient cultivator in reverence to the Taishu Celestial Master. This tribute indicated that the Taishu Celestial Master held considerable significance among certain ancient cultivators. Nevertheless, information regarding this last ascendant was remarkably scarce. Even the historical texts of the cultivation world merely referred to him as the final ascendant, lacking the vibrancy of his celestial abode. Taishu soul gazing. Is this the method capable of recording others' auras? Wang Li mused, pondering why it was named Taishu while also being a tribute. Continuing his exploration, Wang Li unearthed an abundance of elixirs and various cultivation techniques from the Elder's storage ring. Just as he was about to lose interest, he discovered a jade orb radiating an ancient aura. Upon seeing the orb, Wang Li could no longer contain himself. What? The ageless orb has made an appearance as well? After a lengthy pause, Wang Li suddenly broke into a smile of acceptance. Very well, let us proceed to the next simulation. As he spoke, Wang Li activated the simulator interface. Life Simulator Level 3 is available for upgrade. Host: Wang Li. Age: 12. Technique: Divine Ghost Xianming Yu Dao True Scripture. Cultivation: False Infant Realm. Simulation points: 107,000. Simulation attempts: 6. Talents: Vengeful Soul Summoning Black, Array Mastery Prodigy Green, Alchemy Prodigy Green, Dual Focus Green, External Incarnation Green. Supreme Demon Path Purple, Artifact Refinement Prodigy Green, Blessed with Many Offspring Red, Evergreen Longevity Green. Skills: Superior Alchemist, Inferior Array Master, Inferior Artifact Master. Techniques: Fireball Technique, Water Sphere Technique, Gravitational Technique, Wooden Shield Technique, Earth Escape Technique, Soul Binding Lock, Soul Escape. The talents, ranked from lowest to highest, are white, black, yellow, green, purple, red, gold, rainbow. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Li infused all his spirit stones into the simulator. In no time, the simulation points surged to 46,020,000. Glancing at the upgrade option, Wang Li chose not to upgrade immediately, but instead initiated the simulation. The simulator is now starting. You have utilized one simulation opportunity. A talent has been randomly selected. Congratulations on acquiring the Crimson Talent, Terrifying Resurrection. Terrifying Resurrection. Your presence will summon dreadfully formidable entities. Take heed. For the ancient beings that have slumbered and faded are undergoing a sinister transformation. Terrifying Resurrection? Could it be a talent akin to a source of pollution? Upon reading the description of the talent, Wang Li's expression shifted uneasily. Do you wish to refresh the talent with 100,000 energy points? Yes, no. Do you wish to initiate immersive simulation? No. Wang Li opted for no in all instances, and then calmly began to observe the simulation. In the 3,111th year of the Qi dynasty, in the month of August, you took residence at the Xin family's immortal workshop. After renting a cave dwelling, you commenced your cultivation of the Taishu divine concealment and Taishu Qi observation, techniques imparted by the venerable white-bearded elder. In the dead of night, you were startled by a rhythmic thud, thud, thud resonating from outside the cave. Perplexed, you extended your spiritual awareness outward, yet found nothing amiss. Enveloped in curiosity, you resumed your dual-focus practice of Taishu divine concealment and Taishu Qi observation. Moments later, the ominous thud, thud, thud echoed once more from beyond the cave. You feel an excruciating headache, and you realize that your head has split open. Your complexion changed dramatically. After employing your mystical powers to mend your wounds, you opened the cave. Upon entering, you were greeted by the sight of a pair of fair, elongated legs. As you gaze downward, you behold a blood-soaked, pallid visage. Its once beautiful countenance now grotesquely sunken. The hollow gaze instills a sense of unease within you. You surmise that the sound you heard moments ago was indeed the result of the shattered head. Your consciousness swept across the cavern, and you discovered that those cultivators had all become headless figures. You have applied the technique of soul extraction upon the enchanting figure before you. You realize that it cannot be refined. You retrieve the soul banner from the storage bag. At the moment of contact with the soul banner, you noticed a peculiar transformation occurring. What was once merely a spirit artifact of the highest caliber now seemed to metamorphose into some enigmatic object. You swiftly inspect the malevolent spirits within the soul banner. You have discovered that the malevolent spirits have transformed into unique entities, suspected of becoming a type of female specter. You endeavor to contain the enchanting female specter before you. You find it impossible to contain the female trickster. You are greatly astonished. You have commenced the study of the intricate structure of female deception. You have discerned that the female specter is not a mere biological entity, but rather an offshoot of some arcane principle. Its murderous intent appears to be driven by the desire to absorb a certain essence from the human body, thereby enriching its own enigmatic rule and enhancing its spiritual essence. This lethal doctrine manifests through the violent impact of its head upon the ground, generating an intangible force that assails the living. As a result, the cranium of the targeted victim shatters. Mortals and lower-tier cultivators stand utterly defenseless against such a lethal mechanism, unless they can uncover the specter's inherent vulnerabilities. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. You are seeking ways to cope with the existence of the female specter, aware that you cannot allow her relentless haunting to persist, lest it leads to the demise of many. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. You have discovered that the female trickster can no longer employ the method of striking her head against the ground to invoke the rules of murder. You have unraveled the enigmatic rules of the female murderer. You cast a glance at the female specter hanging from the tree, then return to your sanctuary to begin your study of the soul-calling banner that has undergone a transformation. You examine the spirit-summoning banner in your hand and discover that it has become a sentient artifact. The banner communicates its need for more malevolent energies. It reveals that a more terrifying force is stirring, requiring a greater power to confront it, as long as you can provide it with sufficient dark energies. It promises to grant you a wish. You questioned the soul-calling banner, inquiring why it remained unresponsive when you previously summoned it to receive the female specter. The soul-calling banner explained that it was in the process of revival, awakening to consciousness, and thus unable to attend to other matters. You inquire about the origin of the spirit banner. The spirit banner informs you that it shall not divulge any information freely. Each piece of knowledge comes at a price. In equal exchange for a riddle, did you choose to hand over the female ghost to the summoning banner? Yes or no? Without hesitation, Wang Li chose yes. You entrusted the female specter hanging outside the door to the spirit summoning banner. You gazed upon the spirit-calling banner, summoning forth the gaping maw of blood, which devoured and contained the female specter within its depths. You seek information from the spirit banner. The spirit banner reveals to you that a mysterious entity has seemingly descended upon this world. They are drawn by its allure, beginning to awaken from the depths of existence, casting their reflections upon this realm. You speculate that the mysterious entity referred to in the soul-summoning banner is indeed you, for you bear the ominous title of Horror Revival. You remain silent for a considerable duration. You grasp the soul-recalling banner tightly in your hand. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. You gaze upon the silent spirit banner, feigning death. You instantly transported to a mortal village, carrying the spirit summoning banner. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. You inquire of the soul summoning banner regarding the necessity of the malevolent specters. The banner elucidates that it is merely endeavoring to assemble a puzzle. Whether it be a specter or a malevolent entity, each possesses its own ascension path. As long as they can complete the puzzle, they shall transcend the constraints imposed upon them and evolve into higher-order beings. For instance, should a particular malevolent entity gather its designated pieces, it would be liberated from the confines of established rules. Even the act of murder would no longer necessitate adherence to the so-called laws governing such acts. The soul-summoning banner further explains the rationale behind the violent tendencies of these entities. Firstly, the instinctual drive of these entities is inherently aggressive and imbued with a desire for carnage, reflecting their malevolent nature. This instinct manifests in indiscriminate attacks against any encountered human. Secondly, each malevolent being follows a specific pattern of killing, a preordained rule that remains unaffected by the entity's will, complementing its inherent instincts. When an individual triggers these patterns, the entity will act accordingly. Thirdly, these entities require a continuous intake of life energy through acts of murder to sustain their ethereal existence and functionality. While they cannot be extinguished, they can only be countered by other malevolent beings. However, their power wanes over time or through usage, leading them towards slumber or dysfunction. Taking lives allows them to extract more life energy from the human body, thereby preserving their strength. Fourthly, there exists the notion of the puzzle of the malevolent. Some entities may start with a high degree of completeness, yet when fragmented, they will manifest as multiple entities, each seeking suitable pieces to devour and restore their integrity. A process that often involves murder. Lastly, influenced by obscure factors, such as specific items or environmental stimuli, these entities may become increasingly ferocious and aggressive, resulting in heightened acts of violence. Ultimately, the soul's summoning banner gazes at you with a sense of resignation, expressing its confusion as to why the deep world, which has previously experienced horrific awakenings in mundane, non-supernatural urban realms, would now manifest such terrors in a world of cultivation. The banner struggles to comprehend the implications of this. Given the multitude of unstable factors present in a cultivation world, which would seemingly offer no benefit to these malevolent entities, yet, in a sudden twist of sentiment, the banner reassures you that, fortunately, this cultivation world appears devoid of such instabilities. You inquire about the so-called unstable factors of the soul summoning banner. The soul summoning banner reveals that the most precarious element in the realm of cultivation is the heavenly Tao. In such a world, the heavenly Tao is typically immensely powerful, and the consequence of a terrifying resurgence is swift suppression, devouring, and transformation into the very essence of the world. However, in your realm, there exists no heavenly Tao. Upon hearing this, you are profoundly astonished. How could there be no cosmic order? Confusion envelopes you as you find yourself lost in contemplation. Just as you were about to inquire about the spirit banner, you notice someone behind you calling your name. Wang Li, Wang Li, Lier. You discover that a cold, pitch-black hand has already pressed upon your shoulder, extinguishing the soul lamp that flickered atop it. The soul summoning banner warns you that this is a soul-calling specter, capable of mimicking any voice, specifically targeting solitary beings. Once it calls out your name, if you turn back 3 times in succession, you will be slain by its hand. This is considered one of the most rudimentary forms of malevolent specters. You grasp the icy hand upon your shoulder, drawing the eerie specter before you and offering it to the soul summoning banner. Upon consuming the specter, the banner's fondness for you increased significantly. It expressed a desire for your assistance in collecting sufficient pieces of the puzzle, promising that once it could liberate itself from the constraints of the rules, it would undoubtedly facilitate your transformation into a formidable entity. You remained non-committal towards the words of the soul-calling banner, expressing your disinterest in becoming a malevolent spirit, instead yearning for ascension to immortality and eternal life. The soul-calling banner met your steadfast gaze, poised to speak, yet ultimately succumbing to silence. This simulation continued until the reality of Wang Li came to a halt. His obsidian eyes stared blankly at the stone walls of the cave. His expression as placid as water, lost in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he finally sighed, pondering aloud, is it true that in the absence of a heavenly path, this world lacks such a divine order? Thus, my successful traversal into this realm is attributable to the non-existence of a heavenly path? Otherwise, I would have likely been exterminated as an otherworldly demon long ago. However, I am left with the question, has the heavenly path never existed in this world? Or did it once thrive, but later vanished for some reason? After a moment of reflection, Wang Li resumed his observation of the simulation, deciding that these questions would be addressed in due time. As long as he lived long enough and simulated diligently, the truths of this world would eventually emerge. You returned to the Shin Clan's celestial workshop, bearing the spirit-recalling banner. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted. E.g. Check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Just as you were about to inquire about the spirit-recalling banner, you noticed that your arm had been disassembled. You gaze at your bleeding left arm, hastily stepping back. Then, you behold a chilling entity, a grotesque amalgamation of various limbs, staring at you with vacant, soulless eyes. The soul-retrieving banner warns you that this is a specter, possessed by an insatiable yearning for puzzle pieces, yearning to possess a corporeal form. Thus, it frequently resorts to murder, severing satisfactory limbs to construct itself. The soul-retrieving banner informs you that the specter's method of killing is to invade the shadows of its victims. After a moment of contemplation, you inquire about the means by which the soul-summoning banner might contend with the spectral shadow. The soul-summoning banner informs you that it can immobilize the shadow, rendering it vulnerable. It further reveals that its inherent power lies in its ability to cause the malevolent specter, once pinned down, to perish utterly. You are greatly astonished. The spirit-summoning banner, after its transformation, possesses such formidable power? Wang Li expresses some surprise. You cast the soul-summoning banner, which struck the shadowy figure directly upon its head. In an instant, the figure was pinned to the ground by the banner, rendered utterly immobile. The soul-summoning banner compelled you to consume the shadowy entity. You wear an expression of confusion and bewilderment. The spirit banner reveals to you that the heavenly Tao of the deep realm has conveyed its desire for your presence. All you must do is consume the phantom, and the heavenly Tao will transform your corporeal form using the essence of the phantom, enabling you to supplant it. How intriguing, Wang Li remarked, a rare smile gracing his features. He had not anticipated being regarded so favorably by the esteemed heavenly Tao. It was indeed a profound honor. A flicker of hesitation crossed your face as you contemplated whether to embrace the role of the enigma. Suddenly, a classic dilemma materialized on the simulator. Observing the two alternatives, Wang Li, too, exhibited signs of uncertainty. However, considering the profound transformation the simulated world had undergone, he ultimately resolved to affirmatively choose the former. Since the entire realm had succumbed to a terrifying resurgence, what harm could there be in embodying the enigma? Moreover, it would afford him the opportunity to witness the pinnacle of its essence. You have chosen yes. You have swallowed the phantom. You sense the gaze of a formidable will upon you. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. You have supplanted the enigmatic shadow. You have become a conscious specter. The primordial essence within you has been erased by the intangible force of the rules. Fortunately, you are still able to connect with your external manifestation. And you breathe a sigh of relief. You inquire about the soul-summoning banner, questioning why the primordial infant within you has been erased and why you are unable to cultivate as a specter. The soul-summoning banner elucidates that a specter is a product of rules, existing in dependence upon them. A specter is incapable of true cultivation. The sole means by which it can grow in power is by absorbing other formidable specters, thereby completing its own puzzle. The soul-summoning banner reveals that many fully assembled formidable specters can, even in the presence of immortals, engage in battle and emerge victorious, transforming their foes into their own specter servants. Is it not possible to continue cultivating? I had thought that after transforming into a specter, I could persist in my cultivation. Alas, it seems that is not the case. Fortunately, I still possess the ability to manifest an external incarnation. Should I be unable to continue as a specter, I can transfer my entire will to this external incarnation. Indeed, I chose this talent wisely. Taking a deep breath, Wang Li continued to gaze at the simulation. Inquire about the soul-summoning banner, which previously hinted at a far more terrifying entity awakening. The soul-summoning banner reveals that the malevolent essence of the deep realm will corrupt ancient beings that have long since perished, drawing them forth from the river of time to manifest as malevolent specters upon the earth. Within your realm of cultivation, countless dreadfully ancient beings dwell. Should they undergo corruption, it would spell catastrophe for the lesser malevolent specters. However, unlike before, there is no cause for concern now, for you have been chosen by the deep realm, and its will shall safeguard you from being absorbed and transformed into but a mere fragment by those ancient entities turned malevolent. Your complexion has slightly improved. The spirit banner suggests that you accompany it in the quest to seek out the malevolent entity, to suppress and absorb it, thereby gathering the pieces of the puzzle that adorn your being. You graciously acquiesce. You began to roam the realms of cultivation with the spirit reviving banner, tirelessly seeking the elusive specters. A year later, the terrifying resurgence within the world of cultivation escalated dramatically as the entire Tianshu continent witnessed the revival of malevolent entities, resulting in a spree of murder and devastation. The mortal realm resembled a veritable hell, with these sinister beings wreaking havoc and leaving no trace of life in their wake. Countless innocents fell victim to slaughter, their life force siphoned away by the malevolent specters. In stark contrast, the powerful cultivators continued to thrive, standing resiliently amidst the chaos of the human realm. You are not surprised by this outcome. Although it is said that only cunning can counter cunning, powerful cultivators remain unfazed by such trickery, provided they discern the patterns of the perpetrator's actions. The so-called deception crumbles without a fight, failing to achieve any significant impact. You traverse the world with the soul-summoning banner, absorbing malevolent spirits and gathering pieces of a puzzle. Throughout this year, you acquired a pair of sinister hands and a pair of ominous eyes. The sinister hands possess the power to suppress malevolent spirits, while the ominous eyes can banish any living being into a realm of chaos. In the following year, with the aid of the soul-summoning banner, You collected another piece of the malevolent puzzle. This piece belonged to a fearsome entity named Gu, whose formidable abilities are easily triggered by the mere mention of its name, manifesting instantaneously before you to deliver your demise. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. With this ability, you infiltrated the Li clan of immortals and absconded with the external incarnation. You have entrusted all your treasures to your external incarnation. You dispatched your external incarnation to a secluded location, issuing it the directive to devote itself to rigorous cultivation. By the third year, an increasing number of cultivators had discerned methods to counteract the malevolent entity. Through the concerted efforts of the cultivators, the sinister being was gradually targeted, leading to its eventual demise. You and the soul-retrieving banner surreptitiously gather the remnants, greedily absorbing the sinister forces that have caused the cultivators' demise, assimilating them into your being, and thus forming a mosaic of power. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. You sense a faint danger, just as you are about to take action. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. You sense that the pieces of the puzzle within you have been scattered. You only heard the invocation of the soul banner mention the primordial artifact. Your deceptive form has been utterly vanquished. You and the soul summoning banner have been exiled to a realm of chaos. In the fleeting moment before your banishment, your uncanny eye beheld a colossal skull hurtling through the distant cosmos, approaching the Tianshu continent at a speed surpassing that of light. The soul summoning banner gasped in astonishment, exclaiming the name of the Death Star. Amidst a whirlwind of disorientation, you and the soul summoning banner arrived in this tumultuous dimension. You gaze upon the tempest of spatial storms that relentlessly erases your enigmatic form, only for that form to continuously regenerate. You marvel at the formidable essence of your spectral being. Time eludes your grasp as you succumb to death countless times. Your will ultimately reaches its zenith. You sense your consciousness gradually fading away, and in terror, you inquire of the soul summoning banner why this is occurring. The soul summoning banner reveals that this is the domain of the heavenly Tao, akin to the maw of the celestial order. Anything that enters this realm will inevitably be assimilated and absorbed. You question the spirit-reviving banner, asserting that the enigmatic cannot be vanquished, and that only the enigmatic can contend with the enigmatic. Yet, why does your consciousness continue to wither? The spirit-reviving banner reveals that its previous statements were incomplete. The reason the enigmatic cannot be eradicated lies in the indelible nature of its rules. However, once those rules are obliterated, the enigmatic shall perish. Why is it that only the enigmatic can confront the enigmatic? It is because only rules can contend with rules. The reason it previously imparted this knowledge to you was to lead you down the path of the enigmatic. The underlying cause is that the deeper world requires you. You are somewhat taken aback, yet it seems entirely anticipated. This is due to the drastic shift in attitudes surrounding the spirit-evoking banner, which you have been cautiously vigilant about all along. You endeavor to withdraw your consciousness and externalize your essence. You realize that you are unable to achieve this. Uncertain of how much time has passed, your consciousness fades away, and your elusive form is annihilated by the celestial realm, assimilated and absorbed into it. You have perished, for the absence of a soul has rendered you incapable of activating your passive talents. The simulation has concluded. Indeed, one cannot place faith in ghostly tales. Wang Li humorously remarked before turning his gaze toward the rewards of this simulation. Upon completion, he could select 2 rewards from the following options, alongside the ability to utilize simulation points to acquire 1 item to take back. Terrifying resurrection. Your arrival will attract dreadful entities. Beware. For the ancient beings that have slumbered into oblivion are undergoing a sinister transformation. Current simulation cultivation. Early stage of the nascent soul, fragmented. Spectral shadow. A deceased malevolent spirit capable of merging into another shadow, claiming lives as per its lethal pattern. It can be harnessed. Exercise caution, as it will attract the attention of the deeper realms. Spectre. A deceased malevolent spirit that can respond to any mention of specters, manifesting beside the living and claiming their lives. It can be harnessed. Exercise caution, as it will attract the attention of the deeper realms. Soul summoning banner. A deceased malevolent spirit endowed with the ability to suppress specters. It cannot be harnessed. Exercise caution, as it will attract the attention of the deeper realms. Spectral eye, a disassembled puzzle of a spirit, capable of effortlessly discerning the identities of living beings, gazing into the farthest distances and banishing souls to realms of chaos. It is deceased and can be harnessed. Exercise caution, as it will attract the attention of the deeper realms. Ghostly hand, a powerful fragment of a malevolent spirit. Possessing the ability to suppress such spirits, it is deceased and can be harnessed. Exercise caution, as it will attract the attention of the deeper realms. Starving ghost, a deceased malevolent spirit with the ability to devour living beings and assimilate them. It can be harnessed. Exercise caution, as it will attract the attention of the deeper realms. 3 million low-grade spirit stones, the spirit stones you pilfered through uncanny abilities within the simulator, not usable for simulations. Gift from the avatar. Upon issuing a command for your avatar to diligently cultivate, it commenced an unceasing regimen until the moment of its demise. After selection, you shall receive the remnants of the avatar's gift. All rewards seem to pertain to specters? Wang Li's face displayed a hint of confusion. However, recalling his dealings with specters throughout this simulation, he soon found clarity. His gaze then shifted to the rewards. The gift from the avatar? This was the first time he had encountered such a reward. Yet, in previous simulations, the avatar had always perished first. He now wondered what utility this gift could hold for him, having died first this time. After some contemplation, Wang Li opted for the 3 million low-grade spirit stones and the gift from the avatar. Regrettably, I am not one inclined towards extremities. Otherwise, I would not have hesitated to choose terrifying resurrection, inviting everyone to partake in the experience. As the rewards panel closed, Wang Li murmured softly. Subsequently, he activated the gift from the avatar. In an instant, a radiant light surged into his being, illuminating his nascent soul. As his nascent soul opened its eyes, the spiritual energy of the world merged into him, following the guidance of the nascent soul to fortify his physique and expand his meridians. Within the bridge of heaven and earth in his dantian, a violet cave was established for the nascent soul's residence. Just how long did my external avatar survive? Merely the gift has ignited my nascent soul. Feeling the flow of energy within him, Wang Li could hardly contain his excitement upon realizing he had truly become a nascent soul cultivator. It appears that much transpired within the simulator while I was obliterated by the heavenly Tao space. However, I am somewhat curious. Did the soul summoning banner not assert that this world lacks a heavenly Tao? Why then? Did it later proclaim that the space I inhabit is indeed that of the heavenly Tao? Furthermore, who is that mysterious figure clad in a black robe, concealed within the mist, who effortlessly dispatched me with a single strike and subsequently banished us to the heavenly Tao space? Such prowess is indeed unfathomable. Just as Wang Li finished his musings, a cacophony of curses erupted around him. To the steward of the cave, I send my regards to your mother. Where is the spiritual energy? I was in the midst of a breakthrough. You halted the flow of energy? To the steward, I send my regards to your mother. Hurry up with the spiritual energy supply. Do not keep my brothers waiting too long. Hearing the surrounding shouts, Wang Li smiled awkwardly before resuming his seated cultivation, focusing on stabilizing his internal cultivation. Half a month later, after successfully cultivating the Taishu divine concealment and Taishu spirit gazing, Wang Li emerged from the cave and, under the cover of night, infiltrated the Shun clan of immortals. Along the way, Wang Li employed the technique of etherealization from the mystical ghosts and dark void true scripture to shroud his presence, traversing the vast family mountains. Based on the records from the previous simulation, he refrained from wasting time and instead made haste towards the rear mountain territory of the Shin clan. Under the watchful eyes of the law enforcement hall disciples, he reached the summit's massive stone pavilion in the rear mountains, where he beheld a strikingly handsome middle-aged cultivator, indulging in the raw flesh of the captive beast around him. With great gusto, he devoured meat and drank blood, exuding a formidable aura of demonic energy that was quite terrifying. Wang Li recognized him as Shen Tianling. Just as he was about to intervene and halt Shen Tianling's cultivation of demonic arts, he suddenly found a figure blocking his path, smiling at him. Young friend, may I inquire as to your purpose for sneaking into our clan at such a late hour? Upon seeing the elder before him, Wang Li's expression shifted. Unable to discern the depth of his cultivation, this individual possessed unfathomable strength, undoubtedly surpassing his own. What is this? Why does this differ from the scenarios in the simulator? During my infiltration in the simulator, I encountered no such figure. Wang Li regarded the elder, his expression fluctuating. May I ask how to address you, esteemed elder? Wang Li opted not to flee but instead clasped his hands in greeting, inquiring about the elder's identity. I am Shinpa. Before the elder could finish his sentence, Wang Li interjected. You are Shinpa? How is that possible? Shinpa has already perished. The elder paused for a moment, then looked at Wang Li with a bemused expression. Young one, could you not allow me to finish speaking? I am Shinpo's son. Moreover, do not curse my father. He is alive and well. His soul tablet has yet to shatter, although it is impossible to locate his whereabouts through the soul tablet. Shinpo is still alive? Wang Li felt a twinge of surprise, yet upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. It is worth noting that the avatar within the simulator had thoroughly searched the cave beneath the stagnant waters, yet no trace of Shinpo's remains was found. From that moment, Wang Li had speculated that there was a decent chance Shinpo was still alive. Hearing the elder's words confirmed his suspicions. However, if Shinpo is alive, where could he have gone? To the upper realms? Esteemed elder, I ventured to the Shin clan of immortals in the dead of night solely to prevent Shin Tianling from practicing demonic arts. Do you believe me? I do not believe you. The elder, clad in white, spoke without a hint of hesitation. Very well. Since you do not believe me, esteemed elder, I shan't impose further. Farewell. With that, Wang Li instantaneously vanished. Yet, as the elder raised his hand slightly, Wang Li, who had just teleported away, was drawn back as if held by an unseen force. How is this possible? I had just teleported away, yet a tremendous power yanked me back from miles away, instilling a sense of dread within Wang Li. He quickly distanced himself, gazing at the elder in white. Are you a transformation god cultivator? After swallowing hard, Wang Li looked at the elder in white with a face filled with dread. Even if he fled 1,000 miles away, he felt himself instantly pulled back. Such power undoubtedly belonged to a deity-level cultivator. It appears your understanding of deity-level cultivators is rather limited. I am merely a humble Yuanian great perfection, the elder remarked. Is a Yuanian great perfection so formidable? Wang Li was astonished. He admitted that he had previously underestimated the cultivators of this level. Well, it seems you were simply unfortunate. If you had arrived a day later, you would not have encountered me. But since fate has intertwined our paths, prepare to forfeit your life. The elder raised his hand, intending to execute Wang Li. Senior, are you truly resolute in your intention to kill me? Wang Li's expression changed as he sensed the murderous intent radiating from the elder. The elder's demeanor was cold and devoid of emotion. What other option is there? Since you dared to infiltrate the Shin clan, you deserve this fate. I shall use your Yuaniing to instill fear in those who dare to trespass upon the Shin clan. This old man is not simple. Even with my cultivation of the Taishu divine concealment, he could still see through my strength. Wang Li thought to himself. Just as he observed the elder performing a spell to seal his own cultivation, it dawned on Wang Li that the elder, too, practiced the Taishu celestial scripture. It seemed he had no choice but to employ this tactic. Wang Li's expression turned stern as he interrupted the elder. Senior, I must confess. I infiltrated the Shin clan late at night to return the relic of the esteemed Shinpa. The elder's finger paused at Wang Li's neck. My father's relic. A flicker of emotion crossed the elder's face. After unbinding the magical seal on Wang Li, the elder gazed at him with hollow eyes. If you dare deceive me, I shall make you aware of the most brutal death this world has to offer. Wang Li remained silent, merely retrieving the relic he had chosen from the simulation rewards and presenting it to the elder. The elder accepted the relic and began to examine it. In my lifetime, I have experienced both great achievements and grave mistakes. Repairing the Taishu seal to prevent the emergence of anomalies was a great achievement. Believing in the words of a mysterious individual and teaching the Taishu celestial scripture to the world was a grave error. Due to my mistakes, my family was destroyed, and I shall never forgive myself. Should anyone in future generations find my relics, please return the spiritual treasure, the Taishu sword, to the Shin clan. I have sensed that a lineage of my clan still remains. The remainder of my possessions I bestow upon you with immense gratitude. Lastly, as this paper runs out, I cannot express all my thoughts in words, but remember, do not ascend to the upper realms. As he finished reading the letter, the elder's eyes were already brimming with tears. My father's handwriting. I never expected to see it again after 5,000 years. Gently wiping away his tears, the elder's gaze softened as he looked at Wang Li. 5,000 years. Senior, you have lived for 5,000 years. Wang Li was taken aback. It is known that the lifespan of a Yuanian cultivator is merely 1,200 years, and those practicing special techniques may reach over 2,000 years. Even with various longevity elixirs, one cannot exceed 3,000 years. Yet this elder had truly lived for 5 millennia. How could this not astonish him? Noticing Wang Li's astonishment at his long life, the elder smiled with pride. What is there to be astonished about? You must understand that we, as celestial clans, dare to claim the title of celestial because our ancestors were once immortals. We are the descendants of these celestial beings. As their progeny, we have been granted the blessings of heaven, endowing us with long lifespans and tremendous talents. Unlike those so-called celestial clans that are mere imposters, claiming celestial lineage while being nothing more than small mortal families gradually evolving into cultivation clans, devoid of heritage and legacy. At this point, the elder's expression darkened slightly as he specifically criticized the Li clan, stating, especially that so-called Li clan, which was once merely a humble fishing village inhabited by mortals. They merely stumbled upon the corpse of a cultivator, seized some opportunities from it, and, by attaching themselves to the Tianyi sect, have developed to what they are today. How dare they call themselves a celestial clan when they come from such lowly origins? Wang Li silently gave a thumbs up, regardless of who it was. As long as they disparaged the Li clan, he would stand up for them. After a long while, the elder turned his gaze to Xin Tianling, who was in the valley, practicing demonic arts by consuming the blood of beasts. I have high hopes for this child, but alas, his talent is too overwhelming, and he is forsaken by heaven, making longevity difficult. Upon hearing this, Wang Li furrowed his brows and began to ponder quietly. In a previous simulation, Xin Tianling had mentioned that his talent was too great, leading to heaven's disfavor, and his lifespan would only be a mere 20% of a normal person's. Perhaps even less. Yet in the terrifying resurgence of the simulation, the soul-summoning banner had informed him that this world lacked a heavenly path. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility that it was merely deceiving him. After all, he and the soul-summoning banner were subsequently banished into the heavenly path space. So, does the heavenly path truly exist in this world? After some contemplation, Wang Li heard the elder calling for him. Young man, why are you dazed? Wang Li came to his senses and clasped his fist towards the elder. Senior, do you have any instructions for me? The elder sat cross-legged on the ground, gesturing for Wang Li to do the same. With a warm and kind expression, he spoke with affection. Little one, thank you for bringing my father's letter. It is the finest gift I have received in these 5,000 years. Regardless of your intentions for infiltrating the Xin clan, I forgive you and am filled with gratitude. As I mentioned before, had you arrived a day later, you would not have met me. My time has come. After today, I shall return to the heavens, leaving this form behind. So you intend to possess me? Wang Li exhibited a hint of wariness, sensing that his powers were immobilized. This old fellow has employed a sealing technique. Just as Wang Li contemplated how to escape, the elder pointed a finger towards his forehead. As the elder's power surged into Wang Li's mind, two methods of cultivation suddenly appeared in his memory, the remnants of the Taoist celestial scripture and the fragments of the great fortune technique, as well as the remnants of the great 5 elements true demon god art. Senior, you. Wang Li gazed at the smiling elder, his eyes filled with disbelief. Did this old man not intend to possess him? Instead, he imparted the Taoist celestial scripture, the great fortune technique, and the great 5 elements true demon god art. Did you truly think I would possess you? It was merely a scare. Don't be foolish. I am a descendant of celestial beings, and I have my pride. Your mere mortal bloodline is not worthy of my attention, even if you reached Yuanying at the tender age of 12. The elder's expression was haughty, exuding an air of superiority. His aura manifested, immediately capturing the attention of Xin Tianling, who was cultivating in the valley. Seeing that Xin Tianling had sensed his aura, the elder swiftly drew him in front of him. Upon being pulled from a distance, Xin Tianling's face turned pale as he saw Wang Li and the elder. The elder patted Xin Tianling on the head, instructing him to kneel, then pointed at Wang Li. From now on, he shall be the ancestor of the Xin clan. Your fate is sealed. You have been abandoned by heaven. If you continue to lead, the Xin clan shall perish. Ah? Xin Tianling was momentarily taken aback, then respectfully looked at the elder. Senior, who are you? I am Shinemo. The elderly man gently exhaled, then his body fell, directing his gaze towards Wang Li. Young one, remember my father's words. Do not ascend. The higher realm is filled with devouring specters. The Taishu Immortal Sutra is paramount. When the time is right, it must be passed on to the world. As he spoke, the white-clad elder began to dissipate, transforming into a wisp of spiritual light that burrowed into the subterranean spiritual veins of the Shun lineage, nurturing it with his life as cultivation, ensuring the continuation of the immortal clan for another 300 years. With the elder's dissolution, only 2 artifacts remained on the ground, a golden Taishu sword and his storage ring. As for the letter, it had been taken by the white-clad elder. One could surmise he too missed his father. Wang Li reflected silently. When he noticed Xin Tianling gazing at him, Wang Li coolly remarked, What? Aren't you going to pay respects to our ancestor? Was that esteemed elder truly Shinemo? Shen Tianling still harbored some disbelief. After all, the white-clad elder had not imparted any instructions before his demise. Who could tell if he was merely a wayward spirit masquerading as an ancestor of the Shin clan? Wang Li cast a curious glance at him and softly mused. What do you think? Did you not sense the resonance of your bloodline between you? After a moment of silence, Shen Tianling lifted his gaze to Wang Li and replied, the present Shin clan is but a branch of the ancient Shin lineage. After thousands of years of intermarriage with outsiders, the current Shin clan no longer possesses any so-called pure-blood members. Even if that elder was indeed Shinemo, I could not possibly share any blood resonance with him. Very well, I understand. And please, when addressing me in the future, preface your words with a respectful acknowledgement to our ancestor. Wang Li nodded, his expression grave. Is he really Shinemo? You have yet to answer my question. Yes and no, Wang Li replied uncertainly. What does that mean? Shen Tianling was perplexed. I cannot ascertain whether he is the true Shinemo or an impostor. Thus, I can only respond in this manner. After all, the world of cultivation is fraught with deception. If someone were to impersonate your ancestor and scheme in the shadows, that would be entirely plausible. That is quite reasonable, Shen Tianling concurred. He then turned his attention back to Wang Li, softly stating, for now, I shall regard him as our ancestor Shinemo. Therefore, as designated by him, what tasks do you require of me as the elder of the Shin clan? First, arrange for me the most spiritually abundant cultivation cave within the Shin clan. Second, deliver all the formations, alchemical recipes, and techniques recorded by the Shin clan to my cave. Third, ensure that these two tasks are executed diligently. Wang Li promptly exercised the hard-earned authority of an ancestor. Shen Tianling acquiesced to each request, not daring to voice any objections, lest he offend Wang Li. By the way, the modified Great Five Elements True Demon technique is of no benefit to you. If you must practice, stick to the unaltered version or simply accept your fate, Wang Li reminded him as Shen Tianling prepared to leave. Understood. Shen Tianling turned back, casting a deep glance at Wang Li before departing without hesitation. Wang Li watched Shen Tianling leave, then retrieved the Taishu sword and storage ring from the ground, pondering the elder's final words. Why was the Taishu Immortal Sutra deemed so crucial, and what secret lay in its timely transmission to the world? With that thought, Wang Li concealed his figure and reopened the simulator. Life Simulator Level 3 available for upgrade. Host, Wang Li age, 13 technique. Divine Ghost Profound Control Technique Cultivation. Initial stage of Yuaning. Simulation points, 46, 020. 000 simulation attempts, 5 talents. Vengeful Soul Summoning, black. Array Mastery, blue. Alchemy Prodigy, blue. Dual Focus, blue. External Avatar, blue. Demon Path Sovereign, purple. Crafting Prodigy, blue. Fortunate Progeny, red. Everlasting Pine, blue. Skills, Superior Alchemist, Inferior Array Master, Inferior Craftsman. Spells, Fireball Technique, Waterball Technique, Gravitational Technique, Wood Shield Technique, Earth Escape Technique, Soul Binding Lock. Soul Escape. Talents ranked from lowest to highest. White, black, yellow, blue, purple, red, gold, rainbow. Upgrade. Wang Li exclaimed, his finger poised over the upgrade button on the simulator. In an instant, as 2 million simulation energy points were expended, the simulator successfully upgraded once more. Simultaneously, new simulation functionalities emerged. The simulator could now be used for a free simulation every 6 months. Additional simulations required the expenditure of 1 million energy points. Each simulation allowed the host to draw talents using simulation points. Talents could be refreshed for free once per simulation, with additional refreshes requiring simulation energy points. Energy sources included but were not limited to spirit stones. After each simulation, the host could freely select 3 rewards to bring back to reality and use simulation points to acquire 1 additional reward. When the simulator's protagonist encounters critical choices, the host may personally intervene. The simulation enhances immersion, allowing the host to enter the simulated world for an immersive experience. The host may freely operate within the simulation for 1 month, with all memories and proficiencies acquired during this time belonging to the host. The simulator will not reclaim them. The simulated talents may be retained in the simulation space for future use, with each simulated talent eligible for retention only once. Observing the simulator transition from a free simulation once a month to once every 6 months, Wang Li could hardly contain his astonishment. He realized that as his power grew, the simulator's capacity to simulate his future became increasingly challenging, hence the heightened restrictions on free simulations. Yet, This was merely one hypothesis. Wang Li leaned towards another notion. The true reason likely lay in the simulator's dire need for energy. Otherwise, it would not consistently raise the thresholds for free simulations, urging him to expend simulation energy points. He speculated that the free simulation opportunities were essentially energy accumulated by the simulator, specifically designated for his use. For instance, when he was a chi refining cultivator, the simulator could gather enough energy in 7 days for one simulation. However, after becoming a core formation cultivator, the energy collected in 7 days proved insufficient for a simulation. He would need to accumulate energy over a month for a free simulation. The same applied to Yuaning. His newfound status required approximately half a year's worth of energy to support a simulation, which explained the extension of the free simulation interval. Yet, this line of reasoning wasn't entirely accurate. If that were the case, why was there also a free opportunity for simulation once a month during his earlier stages? The truth likely revolved around rewards. The simulation rewards constituted the bulk of the energy. It is well known that matter does not spontaneously materialize, so it is highly probable that the majority of the simulator's energy was utilized in crafting these rewards. Having concluded this line of thought, Wang Li glanced at the simulator interface, noting that the previous 5 simulation attempts had vanished, replaced by a single attempt. Simulation attempts. Once seeing the free simulation count reduced to 1 was difficult for Wang Li to accept, yet he acknowledged it was within reason. It appeared his conjectures were correct, but a new question emerged. Why couldn't the simulator enhance its energy absorption rate with each upgrade? Certainly, dwelling on such trivialities is meaningless. Wang Li is exceedingly satisfied with the newly added functionalities, particularly the option to carry back an additional selection to reality after each simulation, along with the preservation of newfound talents. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the ageless pearl in his hand, which could not be infused into the simulator, and with a serious expression, declared, "Niechutsong. We shall meet in the simulation." Simulator initiate. Simulator initiating. You have utilized the simulation opportunity once. A talent has been randomly selected. Congratulations on acquiring the purple talent, Late Bloomer. Late Bloomer. Upon reaching a certain age, all attributes will experience a significant enhancement, with the increase becoming more pronounced as one grows older. Would you like to refresh your talent? Yes, no. Wang Li resolutely opted for no. This time, it was the purple talent Late Bloomer. He could not guarantee what would emerge next time. Would you like to activate immersive simulation? No. Wang Li once again chose no, and then proceeded to examine the simulation interface. You stealthily infiltrated the Shin clan of the Immortals, acquiring the remnants of the great fortune technique passed down by Shin Mo, the son of Shin Pa, as well as fragments of the Taishu immortal scripture and the great 5 elements true demon divine art. After witnessing the fall of Shin Mo, you promptly instructed Shun Tianling to prepare a cave dwelling along with the alchemical formulas and array techniques. Before long, Shun Tianling escorted you to the cave dwelling he once inhabited. Upon the stone table in the cave, you discover a storage ring. Shun Tianling informs you that everything you require has been stored within it. You nodded in satisfaction, signaling Shun Tianling to withdraw, indicating that you would summon him again if necessary. Shun Tianling gazed at you intently for a moment before turning to depart. You inquired whether Shun Tianling was gazing into your future. Shun Tianling was taken aback. He found you to be profoundly inscrutable. He revealed to you that since your arrival before him, he had employed his extraordinary abilities no less than 3 times, yet he could not discern your future. Shun Tianling questioned your identity, expressing that since his initiation into the realm of cultivation, he had never encountered anyone as peculiar as you, shrouded in an enigmatic mist, rendering your future utterly opaque. With a gentle smile, you offered no further elaboration, simply encouraging Shun Tianling to dedicate himself to his own endeavors. You have perused the collection of elixirs cataloged by the Shun clan of Immortals. You have perused the array formations compiled by the Shun clan of Immortals. You have perused the techniques cataloged by the Shun clan of Immortals. You devoted a fortnight to committing it entirely to memory. You endeavor to cultivate the remnants of the art of atmospheric fortune. You find yourself perpetually struggling to grasp the essential principles. It is evident that your insight and fortune are not sufficiently robust. You have once again summoned Shun Tianling. You informed Shun Tianling of your intention to take a partner in matrimony. You hope that Shun Tianling could introduce a woman from the Shin clan of Immortals to be your wife. Shun Tianling looks at you with skepticism, questioning why. As a great cultivator in the nascent soul stage, you would be concerned about matters of love. You informed Shun Tianling of your desire to establish a celestial clan, hoping that the Shun family could provide you with an adequate number of companions. After a moment of silence, Shin Tianling inquired as to how many you required. You responded, "The more, the better." The following day, Shun Tianling convened a high-level meeting. Shun Tianling introduced you to the senior members of the Shin family, declaring that you were the ancestral patriarch appointed by Shun Mo himself. Upon hearing this, the entire clan erupted in excitement, eagerly inquiring about Shun Mo's whereabouts. However, upon receiving the news of his demise, the fervor among the Shun family members swiftly dissipated into a solemn calm. Through Shun Tianling's mediation, the senior members of the Shun family proposed that you take 20 brides as a gesture of their support and recognition of you as the new ancestral patriarch. You expressed no objections. You conveyed to the esteemed members of the Shun clan that you wish for your existence to remain undisclosed. You unveiled your cultivation, and as the aura of the nascent soul enveloped the entire conference room, the Shin family's upper echelons were even more sincerely convinced of your abilities. Believing that with your inclusion, the Shin clan would undoubtedly rise to become the foremost immortal clan in Qi. Under Shin Tianling's arrangement, you met with 20 of the Shun clan's most gifted female cultivators one by one. You encounter Shin Li once more. As you gaze upon the strikingly beautiful young woman with a single white ponytail, her demeanor notably languid, a hint of amusement flickers within you. 3 months later, the Shin clan of the Immortal Realm orchestrated a grand wedding ceremony in your honor. At your request, however, you chose not to partake in this celebration. You are aware that Nia Chusong will attend this wedding and present a congratulatory gift. However, at this moment, you are not yet prepared to confront him. You possess a profound self-awareness, recognizing that, in the presence of Nia Chusong, you are but an insignificant ant, utterly powerless. In the evening, after partaking in the joyous celebration with Shin Tianling and others, you venture to a festively adorned villa. You begin to relish the beauty of your life. In the second year, through your relentless efforts, your companions have blessed you with a multitude of children. You greeted them with a smile. As the blessing of abundant talent and fortune unfolded, your attributes have been enhanced. At the invitation of the patriarch of the Shin family, you commenced the forging of weapons and alchemy for the Shin clan of immortals, thereby honing your own skills. You have concocted elixirs for the Shun clan of immortals on 300 separate occasions. Your alchemical skills have been enhanced. You have crafted hundreds of exquisite artifacts for the Shin clan of immortals. Your skills in the art of crafting have been augmented. You have crafted hundreds of sets of formation flags for the Shun clan of the immortals. Your mastery of array techniques has been enhanced. You once more importuned Shin Tianling for a fresh cohort of consorts in the Shin family with unwavering diligence. Persist in procuring young and comely female cultivators to fulfill your desires. You have acquired 20 companions. In the third year, through your relentless efforts, your companions have borne you a multitude of offspring. You have bestowed abundant cultivation resources upon everyone, activating the talents of prosperity and abundance. Your attributes have been enhanced comprehensively. You commenced your cultivation of the art of atmospheric fortune. In the fourth year, you grazed the threshold of understanding this profound technique, yet only barely grazed it, remaining perpetually elusive in grasping its essence. You ponder that the number of your own children is insufficient, and that the enhancement they provide is inadequate for you to truly master the art of atmospheric fortune cultivation. You continue to pursue the noble endeavor of childbirth, striving to balance both procreation and cultivation with equal diligence. By the fifth year, you have begun to glimpse the path of mastery in the art of atmospheric fortune, which fills your heart with immense joy. You have a premonition that it won't be long before you master the art of great fortune. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, you have successfully mastered the art of atmospheric fortune. You have distilled the essence of the auspicious canopy within the art of atmospheric fortune. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. You commenced the cultivation of the Tai Su Immortal Sutra. After 6 months, you successfully mastered the sutra. However, just as you achieved this success, an unforeseen event transpired. Before your eyes, a dense array of black lines manifests. What could this mean? Has misfortune reappeared? Witnessing the simulation unfold, Wang Li's gaze intensified. Fixated on the simulation interface, Misfortune has resurfaced. How can this be? I had diligently practiced the great fortune technique and refined my aura of destiny. Could it be that Nyachut song is deceiving me? Is it true that even mastering the great fortune technique cannot avert calamity? As Wang Li pondered this, the simulator updated its progress once more. Just as the black lines were poised to penetrate your being, you perceived a faint golden light emanating from within you, repelling the encroaching darkness. The black lines halted their advance yet lingered ominously around you, awaiting an opportunity to strike. Upon witnessing this scene, he let out a long sigh. It seemed that I had been overly concerned. Observing that the auspicious sign could indeed shield him from misfortune, Wang Li's tense heartstrings were instantly relaxed to a considerable extent. You have successfully cultivated the supreme void celestial scripture. This sacred text has generated a protective aura within your being. The supreme void celestial scripture has transformed your physique, significantly enhancing your endurance. It is currently unlocking the 365 celestial apertures within you. Furthermore, it has fortified your dantian, leading to a continuous increase in your magical reserves. The scripture has also strengthened your spiritual essence, enhancing your immunity to mental arts. In the 7th year, you journeyed to the Li clan of the celestial tribe, bearing the life essence pill, pure spirit pill, and bone refinement pill. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As you gaze at the two ageless pearls held in your doppelganger's hands, you resolve to, much like the previous simulation, bring the ageless pearls into the realm of the immortal ruins. Simultaneously, your curiosity compels you to explore the cave beneath the dead water. As you seek to exploit a flaw in the simulator to acquire the Shin Per relic once more. Upon witnessing this, Wang Li's eyes gleam with intrigue. This is truly fascinating. The Shin Per relic I currently possess was obtained through the simulator. Thus, if the version of myself within the simulator ventures into the cave beneath the dead water, might I not acquire another Shin Per relic? The prospect of possessing two Shin Per relics simultaneously certainly promises to be most intriguing. You infiltrated the Li clan of immortals. You have shattered Lu Zidwan's monument of destiny. You rendered Lu Zidwan unconscious and brought him out. You placed Lu Zidwan in a desolate mountain range, far from the presence of others. As you gaze upon the unconscious Lu Zidwan, memories of bygone days flood your mind. You leave behind some cultivation resources as a gesture of gratitude. You have returned to the Shin clan of immortals. After 6 months of relentless effort, your companions have blessed you with a multitude of offspring. You generously bestowed upon them an abundance of cultivation resources, activating the blessing of abundant talents and fortune. Your attributes have been elevated in their entirety. Yet your cultivation remains stagnant at the mid-stage of the nascent soul. It is conceivable that a greater number of descendants may be required for the possibility to arise. You continue to order Shin Tianling to provide you with more female cultivators. Shin Tianling finds herself in a difficult position. She informs you that many clansmen are currently in a state of unrest. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You continue to prepare for your grand endeavor of parenthood. You have commenced your exploration of mystical arts, engaging in extensive study over a prolonged period. You have mastered the art of the 5 elements of life and death. You have mastered the art of the 5 elements escape technique. You have mastered the art of the 5 elements defense technique. Your proficiency in the 10 arcane arts, including the sealing of immortals with a single thought, traversing vast distances in the blink of an eye, discerning the illusory from the real, the duality of divinity and demon, manifesting form through intention, transforming stillness into motion, enlightening sentient beings, moving mountains and parting seas, directing divine light with a mere gesture, and concealing one's presence, has significantly intensified. You clench your fists, feeling the immense power coursing through your being, softly uttering, I am lacking nothing now. On the first day of the 8th year, after partaking in the reunion feast, you return to your secluded dwelling, setting up numerous grand formations before directing your consciousness into your external incarnation. You have manifested an external avatar to arrive at the mystical realm of the immortal ruins. Upon entering the secret realm, you behold the disciples of Tianyi Gate attending to the outer disciples. You rose and fled, escaping under the watchful gaze of the crowd as you headed northward. After an hour, you eluded your pursuers and arrived at the lifeless waters in the northern forbidden zone. You have crossed the stone tablet and stepped into the realm of stagnant waters. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have arrived at the cavern beneath the still waters. You effortlessly collected Shinpo's belongings. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You emerged from the cavern beneath the stagnant waters, carrying the relics of Shinpo. As you gaze upon the two jade orbs serenely resting in the river, you find yourself lost in contemplation. In a moment of inspiration, you yearn to traverse the perilous realms of the celestial ruins with the ageless pearl in your possession. You have taken away 2 eternal pearls. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You observe that the disciples of the Heavenly One sect remain solely within the central region, with not a trace of their presence to be found in the east, west, south, or north. You set forth towards the eastern blood cliff. You have spent 2 hours traveling. You have arrived at the eastern blood cliff. Amidst the blood mist enveloping the cliff, you observe tiny, blood-red mosquitoes. You have discovered that these minute blood-sucking mosquitoes are profoundly terrified of the ageless pearl adorning your being. You manipulate an external avatar, with a sphere in each hand. You plunged into the abyss of blood. After a relentless descent of nearly 1,000 meters, you found yourself submerged in a sea composed of crimson liquid. You beheld an endless array of lifeless bodies and flesh. You swim through the crimson sea, gazing up at the throngs of blood-colored insects swarming above. A wave of unease washing over your heart. In the midst of the sea of blood stands a shattered monument, cleaved in 2. You wander towards the weathered monument. With a leap, you landed beside the crumbling monument. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You tentatively touch the stone tablet. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. A look of terror crossed your face as you sensed that. Had it not been for the crucial moment when the ageless pearl emitted a warm glow, you might have been utterly annihilated. Beneath the stone tablet, you discover a shattered sword. You speculate that the broken sword may be some form of hidden treasure, and you fasten it to your waist. You gaze upon the stone tablet, inscribed with words that condemn one to eternal damnation. After a moment of contemplation, you place the 2 eternal pearls upon the surface. Instantly, the entire sea of blood began to seethe. An inexhaustible aura of slaughter surged forth from the crimson depths. A piercing scream reverberated from the depths of a blood-soaked abyss. Teacher, is it you? Have you come to rescue me? You gaze in astonishment at all that unfolds. Filled with curiosity about what might transpire next, you witness the monument forcibly shatter the 2 immortal pearls, reducing them to dust. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have acquired the complete and indestructible celestial scripture. At this moment, even the formidable Wang Li of the real world trembles with excitement. If the fragmented volume of the Taoist celestial scripture possesses such immense power, what unfathomable might could the complete scripture hold? API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. As you gazed upon the sudden apparition, you were about to utter a word when a sword pierced through you. Thus, according to the previously gathered intelligence, the mystic realm of the immortals is indeed a manifestation of a fallen celestial being. So, what could this unexpected assailant, who has taken my form, desire? Is it to thwart my efforts in carrying forth the legacy I obtained from the sea of blood? Moreover, from whence does this individual hail? What is their identity? And for whom do they serve? After a prolonged moment, Wang Li offered a faint smile, choosing not to dwell on the matter any longer. Very well, I trust that with continued simulation, everything shall eventually come to light. Furthermore, I must express my gratitude for your intervention, which has made me realize the necessity of concealing myself even more adeptly. Having completed my contemplation, Wang Li turned his gaze once again towards the simulation interface. Your consciousness has returned to its essence, and you feel a surge of excitement as you sense the eternal and indestructible scriptures within your awareness, suppressing the exhilaration within. You began to peruse the eternal scripture of the Immortal Sutra. You have discovered that the cultivation requirements of the indestructible Immortal Sutra are exceedingly stringent. It does not rely on spiritual energy for practice. Rather, it necessitates the calamity energy that permeates the world. As the saying goes, all things possess their own tribulations. The indestructible Immortal Sutra advocates for establishing a foundation through tribulation, refining elixirs through tribulation, condensing life through tribulation, and ascending to immortality via tribulation. The sole drawback lies in the slow pace of cultivation and the stringent conditions for achieving immortality. Since the path taken is not one that leads to immortality through spiritual energy, those who cultivate the indestructible Immortal Sutra, aside from their gradual progress, also fail to receive recognition from the laws of the immortal path, rendering them unable to transcend the immortal gate and ascend to immortality. Only by enduring countless tribulations and experiencing reincarnation through myriad worlds can one forge an indestructible immortal body amidst the mortal realm, achieving eternal existence. You found yourself engulfed in silence, realizing that this particular cultivation method was not quite suited to you. After enduring countless tribulations and experiencing the cycle of reincarnation through myriad lifetimes, one could forge an indestructible celestial body amidst the mortal realm, an idea that seems utterly fantastical. Although this technique is immensely powerful, far surpassing the void immortal scripture you have been practicing, particularly the combat strategies inscribed within it, which are arguably the most formidable you have ever encountered, you have no intention of cultivating this method. To be precise, while it is not for you, it could be practiced by your doppelganger. After much contemplation, Wang Li arrived at this decision. He subsequently activated the immersive simulation. He had not forgotten the simulator's newly updated feature. The simulation increases the immersive experience, allowing the host to enter the simulated world and embark on an immersive journey. The host may freely roam within the simulated realm for a month, and all memories and skills acquired during this period will belong to the host, as the simulator will not reclaim them. Wang Li intended to utilize this new functionality to bring the indestructible celestial scripture back to the real world, while simultaneously enhancing his proficiency in alchemy and artifact forging. With the activation of the immersive simulation, a month of unrestricted activity was granted. As these words materialized on the simulation interface, Wang Li's consciousness was drawn into the simulator amidst a dizzying vortex. Upon opening his eyes once more, Wang Li found himself within an exquisite, ancient grotto, its floor adorned with spiritual stones. Decidedly, I shall indulge, Wang Li mused with a subtle smile, observing the rare artifacts, opulent furs, and exotic flora that embellished the grotto. He then commenced scrutinizing the contents of the myriad tribulations' undying celestial scripture. In the simulation, he had lauded this scripture as divine, asserting its unparalleled might, comprehensively surpassing the grand void celestial scripture, particularly in its combat techniques, deemed the most formidable he had ever encountered. Having perused the myriad tribulations' undying celestial scripture from memory, Wang Li's countenance betrayed a hint of surprise. It genuinely surpassed the grand void celestial scripture in power. Where previously Wang Li had underestimated the myriad tribulations' undying celestial scripture, he now recognized it as the most potent scripture known to him. Myriad tribulations' undying celestial scripture principal tenet, myriad tribulations' immortality, so long as a single vestige of true spirit remains. One may leverage the power of the cycle of life and death to reincarnate, bearing the memories and cultivation of the previous life to cultivate anew, until enduring myriad tribulations and reincarnating through myriad lifetimes, thereby attaining an undying celestial body and existing as an immortal in the world. 3 major attributes: limitless adaptation, capable of combat in diverse and extreme environments, unhindered by terrain, climate, or other factors, and able to gradually immunize against enemy spells and techniques through continuous combat. Limitless evolution, with the cultivator's advancement in realm and the absorption of tribulation energy, all attributes continuously enhance and elevate without a discernible limit. Limitless stamina, possessing inexhaustible endurance, enabling sustained combat without fatigue, whether engaged in fierce battles or traversing vast distances. One can maintain peak condition, never succumbing to exhaustion. 6 tribulation realms. Initial tribulation realm, Preliminary mastery of the power of myriad tribulations, immortality. Enhancing physical resilience to withstand ordinary attacks. Upon reaching a certain level, the cultivator's physical form undergoes transformation, enabling rapid regeneration of damaged tissues upon injury. Even with severe bodily damage, so long as a spark of life remains, one can swiftly recover and continue fighting, even recovering from fatal attacks in short order. Law Tribulation Realm, greatly amplified mana, with initial mana reserves far exceeding those of peers in the same realm by 50-fold. Enabling the use of Tribulation energy to unleash potent magical attacks. Soul Tribulation Realm, fortified soul, possessing formidable resistance to soul attacks. Time Tribulation Realm, substantial increase in speed. Moving like lightning. Upon reaching mastery, one can traverse the heavens and earth in an instant and readily navigate the currents of time. Defense Tribulation Realm, greatly enhanced defense. Capable of condensing tribulation energy to protect oneself, rendering one impervious to all loss. Strength Tribulation Realm, augmented strength, capable of easily shattering mountains and cleaving peaks. Seizing stars and grasping the moon, and severing celestial bodies with a finger at mastery, using only physical strength. Beyond these wondrous and profound abilities, the myriad tribulations undying celestial scripture encompasses numerous other potent capabilities. The comprehensive enhancements upon attaining an undying celestial body indeed surpass those of the grand void celestial scripture. Having reviewed the scripture, Wang Li began transcribing it to deepen his memory, facilitating its subsequent retrieval. Once the transcription was complete, Wang Li deactivated the formations surrounding the grotto and proceeded to the Shin clan's alchemy hall to fulfill his daily alchemy duties. Upon arriving at the alchemy hall, Wang Li noticed a tuft of white fur intermittently visible in the hall's rear chamber. Approaching, he discovered a beautiful woman in white attire, stuffing pills into her mouth. Noticing Wang Li's gaze, the feasting woman abruptly turned, then continued devouring the pills. After consuming another bottle or two, she seemed to recall something, quickly turning back. The pills in her mouth tumbled down. She cried out in alarm. "How did you get here? Weren't you in seclusion?" Wang Li was rendered speechless, having stumbled upon Shin Li pilfering pills. No wonder many of the Shin clan's pills had inexplicably vanished in his received memories. Casting a glance at Shin Li, Wang Li proceeded to refine pills and artifacts. Seeing Wang Li depart without expression, Shin Li patted her chest, the curled white fur on her head bristling once more. A hint of relief on her delicate features. Good, he doesn't mind. Wait, if he doesn't mind, isn't that worse? Seemingly recalling plots from various dramas and tales, Shin only swallowed hard, then contemplated the scenarios. I'm doomed. I'm going to be refined into a human pill. I must flee. Having spoken, Shin Li bolted, only to return shortly after. She absconded with a large cache of pills before disappearing. Wang Li, having observed the entire episode with his divine sense, was even more speechless. However, he was unconcerned about Shin Li's escape. The entire Shin clan was enshrouded by a grand formation he had established. Without a formation token, one could neither enter nor exit unless Shin Li's mastery of formations rivaled his own, which was impossible. She was merely a glutton. In the evening, as Wang Li finished his alchemy and returned to his residence, he heard sobbing emanating from a corner. Whoa. The sound seemed familiar. So Wang Li approached the corner with his hands clasped behind his back. Upon seeing Shin Li simultaneously consuming pills and weeping, Wang Li could no longer maintain his composure. Observing her puffed cheeks, resembling those of a hamster, Wang Li approached and gently tapped her head. "What are you doing?" Shin Li, still chewing pills, spat them out upon seeing Wang Li before her, looking at him in terror. Don't come any closer. Don't refine me into a human pill." Wang Li was exasperated. Was your brain eaten by pigs? Immediately upon uttering these words, Wang Li realized their impropriety but pressed on. It's just a few pills. I wouldn't refine you. Besides, do you think I'm such an extremist? Shin Li nodded vigorously, then shook her head upon seeing Wang Li's fierce gaze. All right, stop crying. You're the mother of 3 children. Be more composed and mature. Handing her a face cloth, Wang Li consoled her. Shin Li accepted the cloth, wiping away her tears, then began gathering the pills that had fallen to the ground. What are you doing? Planning to wash them and continue eating, Shin Li said pitifully. There's no need. Wang Li grasped her hand and turned to leave. Previously, he would have meticulously collected and washed each pill, but now, it was unnecessary. Inside the study, Shin Li observed Wang Li, who was lost in thought, and after a moment of silence, she inquired, Wang Li, I stole so many pills. Won't you be angry with me? I dislike repeating myself, Wang Li said. looking at Shenanli's face. Then, Wang Li paused his brush, his gaze fixed intently on Shenanli. There's something I don't understand. Why do you dislike cultivating? Ever since we met, your cultivation has always been passive. Only cultivating when forced. Paused for a moment before speaking. Because it is meaningless, cultivation holds no significance, for we cannot truly become immortals. Our ultimate fate is death. Is this what your innate abilities revealed to you? Gazed at Wang Li in astonishment, unable to fathom that he could discern her latent powers. How do you know? She inquired. Because I am a nascent soul cultivator. Wang Li revealed his true cultivation level, his aura surging forth, as sensed the formidable energy emanating from him. Her eyes widened in disbelief. However, she soon wore a bitter smile and remarked, but this is of no use. The aura of death has already enveloped your shoulders. In the near future, you too shall perish. Wang Li sighed at her words, fully aware of both his predicament and the dire state of the world around him. Truth be told, had it not been for the simulator, he might have relinquished all hope long ago. After all, this world was steeped in despair. A relentless cycle of consumption from the bottom to the top. In the mortal realm, landlords oppressed the farmers, forcing many to sell their children in a desperate bid for survival. In the realm of cultivation, powerful families exploited lower-tier cultivators. Just in the Qi Kingdom's cultivation world, countless immortal clans and celestial sects engaged in transactions, breeding foreign disciples to cast into the secret realms of the immortal wasteland. Above mortals loomed the imperial court. Above the court stood the immortal clans, and above the clans were the sects, an oppressive hierarchy that drained the very essence of life. Even if one were to miraculously ascend to the divine realm, they would encounter a host of beings, indistinguishable from humans or ghosts, lying in wait to consume them. The prospect of becoming an immortal was indeed a distant and unattainable dream. As Wang Li pondered these thoughts, spoke again. From my understanding, if cultivation truly bore fruit, the majority of people should be free of the aura of death, while only a select few would be ensnared by it. Yet, in my observations, without exception, every individual I have encountered is shrouded in this deathly miasma. Therefore, cultivation cannot lead to true immortality. Why should I engage in it at all? It would be far better to devote my prime years to indulgence and enjoyment, to savor every delightful meal and restful slumber. Having spoken her piece, looked at the contemplative Wang Li with an expression of pitiful pleading. Now that I've finished speaking, you won't force me to cultivate anymore, will you? Still, I must insist. Why? Exclaimed, her hands propping up her face, tears threatening to fall. Husband, I truly do not wish to cultivate. It is too tedious and exhausting. In the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount. If you do not cultivate, who will care for you should misfortune befall me? And the immortal clans? Interjected without hesitation. But what if the immortal clans perish as well? And the children? She continued to argue. Wang Li looked deeply into her eyes and replied, what if the children also succumb? What then? Then I would have no choice but to abandon my cherished desires and take my own life to accompany you. After all, death is inevitable. The sooner one dies, the sooner one can transcend. Pouted in response. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Li's gaze turned fierce, and he struck towards with a sweeping hand. Very well, I shall send you to your death now. Seeing him attack, S pupils dilated in shock, completely unprepared for such an outcome. However, at the critical moment, Wang Li withdrew his power, merely flicking her forehead lightly. Your heartbeat just now is unprecedentedly rapid. It seems you are not truly unafraid of death. Who I isn't afraid of death? Retorted, rubbing her forehead and pouting. Moreover, I have yet to experience so many things. To taste so many delights, dying now would be such a loss. Wang Li simply smiled at her words, choosing not to elaborate further. Before long, the month-long period of simulated freedom came to an end. In the alchemy hall, Wang Li observed stealthily consuming elixirs, and with a helpless smile, his consciousness returned to the real world. Upon reappearing in reality and recalling the memories in his mind, a glimmer of satisfaction shone in Wang Li's eyes. With the simulator's functions upgraded, the immersive simulation had proven to be immensely beneficial. Previously, the simulation had merely been a formality, even if one participated throughout the entire experience. The knowledge gained did not transcend the confines of the simulation. However, this time was different. In summary, he was thoroughly pleased with the new features. Simultaneously, the simulation interface underwent another update. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have gained a deeper understanding of Shenanli. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 129. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. She bestowed upon you a single drop of her essence. You endeavor to activate Shinpo's storage ring. You have successfully activated Shinpo's storage ring. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. You have acquired a mysterious teleportation talisman. You have acquired a technique known as the illusion of gods and demons. You have acquired a magnificent treasure, the 5-colored cloud banner. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. You have acquired a swordsmanship technique known as the 8 styles of reversal. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. You cultivate the visualization of deities and demons. You have mastered the art of swordsmanship, achieving the 8th form of the chaotic style. In your 9th year, through relentless dedication, your companions have blessed you with a multitude of offspring. You bestowed upon them a plethora of cultivation resources, igniting the activation of their abundant talents and blessings. Your attributes have been wholly enhanced. With over 80 children under your care, you have successfully ascended to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Your companions are with child. You begin to dedicate time to refining your unique life treasure. By the year's end, your partners have bestowed upon you a multitude of offspring. The blessing of abundant progeny manifests. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. You have infused the golden elixir from Li Xuanya and the white-bearded elder into it, in addition to enhancing the quality of the celestial cauldron. It also serves as a reserve hidden energy for your own use in times of need. You have acquired a splendid magical artifact. Utilizing the remaining materials, you transform the exquisite defensive artifact, the 5-colored cloud banner, from Shinpo's relics into a soul-summoning banner. After 6 months, you have acquired a soul-summoning banner of superior artifact quality. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. Your reform has proven unsuccessful. You have refined the Lingyao Taishu sword. In the 12th year, you encountered Shin Tianling. You conveyed to Shin Tianling your desire to lead the entire Shin family of immortals to align with the demonic sect. Upon hearing this, Shin Tianling's eyes widened in astonishment. He acknowledged that you are now the esteemed ancestor of the Shin clan, and all within the immortal lineage are beholden to your directives. The shift from arrogance to deference is indeed amusing. During the last simulation, Shin Tianling was in disagreement, yet this time, he expressed complete submission. Truly, in the realm of cultivation, strength speaks volumes. You informed Shin Tianling that you would first seek to join the Hahuan sect, where you would establish your own influence. You informed Shin Tianling that in just over a decade, the demonic alliance would launch an assault on the 7 sects of righteousness. At that time, the Shin clan of immortals need only to strike from the shadows. Shin Tianling acquiesced to your decision. Before setting off, you specifically sought out Shin Yingli to examine the ominous signs. After assuring yourself that there was no danger, you departed from the Shin clan of immortals under the cover of night. 10 days later, you found yourself in the bustling market of Joy Square, under the auspices of the Hahuan sect. No sooner had you set foot in Joy Square than you were intercepted by a strikingly handsome middle-aged cultivator who blocked your path. You sense that the magical energy within you has been sealed by another. You recognize the visitor as the master of Yin and Yang. You are astonished that the esteemed Yin-Yang master can also seal the immortals with a single thought. You comprehend that the Yin-Yang sovereign can contend with Nie Chusong and even emerge victorious. The depths of the Yin-Yang sovereign are unfathomable, surpassing your wildest imaginings of strength. The Yin-Yang sovereign intends to probe into your soul. You inform the Yin-Yang sovereign that you had come on this journey to join the Harmony sect. The Yin-Yang sovereign, however, remained skeptical. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message: resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status: resource exhausted. You gestured for a truce towards the revered master of Yin and Yang who beckoned you with a wave of his hand. You inform the esteemed yin-yang master that you have drawn the attention of a fully realized Yuanian cultivator, prompting your desire to seek refuge within the harmony sect. You informed the supreme master of yin and yang that you could assist him in concocting the harmonious yin-yang elixir. The supreme master of yin and yang gazed at you intently. He extended an invitation for you to visit the Joyous Union sect for a discussion. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You witness the yin-yang sovereign manifesting a female form. After brewing a pot of tea for both you and the yin-yang sovereign, she gracefully strides to the left side of the grand hall and gently begins to play a melody. Amidst the serene notes of the zither, the yin-yang sovereign inquires about your origins. You inform the yin-yang sovereign that you were merely an unremarkable wandering cultivator, revealing your alias as Han Li. A hint of amusement flickered across the yin-yang sovereign's face, clearly indicating his disbelief in your words. You inform the yin-yang sovereign that your visit to the Harmony sect is motivated by 3 matters of significance. The yin-yang sovereign gazes at you with composure, indicating his preference for an exchange of equivalent value. Should you present him with something that meets his satisfaction, he shall reciprocate with 3 corresponding actions. You inform the yin-yang sovereign of your intention to exchange a complete celestial scripture for all the cultivation techniques in his possession. The yin-yang sovereign was taken aback, expressing that you had successfully altered his perception of you. He then requested that you present the celestial scripture for his examination. You have submitted the eternal classic of the immortal scriptures. The yin-yang sovereign took the tome and began to peruse its contents. After half an hour had elapsed, the yin-yang sovereign incinerated the scripture. He then inquired of you the origins of this celestial text. You remained silent, merely offering a subtle smile that exuded an air of profound mystery. The master of yin and yang extended a finger, gently touching your forehead. You have obtained a fragment of the celestial sutra of the void. You have obtained a fragment of the great yin-yang technique. You have acquired the fragmented scroll of atmospheric fate techniques. You have acquired a fragment of the reincarnation immortal sutra. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have obtained a fragment of the yin-yang immortal sutra. You have acquired all the cultivation techniques mastered by the yin-yang sovereign. Upon this realization, Wang Li fell into deep contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he revealed a wry smile and remarked, the yin-yang immortal canon, the reincarnation immortal canon, the grand void immortal canon, the great yin-yang art, the grand fortune art, my goodness. 3 immortal canons and 2 divine abilities. No wonder Nie Chutsong fled in disarray before you. You inquire of the yin-yang master how he is able to cultivate such a multitude of techniques without succumbing to madness. The yin-yang master reveals that he possesses a constitution known as the innate yin-yang body, within which the dual energies of yin and yang autonomously harmonize the conflicts between the various practices, allowing them to complement each other exquisitely and blend seamlessly. You inquire of the yin-yang master whether ordinary cultivators possess a method to simultaneously practice multiple techniques. The yin-yang master advises that ordinary practitioners should earnestly follow their own path. If they were to emulate his approach of mastering various arts, it would only hasten their demise. You inquired whether there exists a martial practice capable of simultaneously cultivating multiple techniques. The yin-yang master informed you that he has lived for several centuries and has yet to encounter such a practice. Perhaps it once existed in the ancient era. You are profoundly disheartened. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You showcased your alchemical and forging skills to the esteemed master of yin and yang. The master, in high spirits, graciously consented and promised to announce your prowess to the demon sect, establishing you as the revered guardian of sealing. You have declined. You express a preference for maintaining a low profile. Should you announce your presence to the demonic realm, it would inevitably expose your whereabouts, rendering you susceptible to the watchful eyes of your adversaries. You express that your affiliation with the Hahuan sect is not motivated by the pursuit of power or status, but rather a desire for the protection of the revered elder. The yin-yang elder, intrigued, wonders just how formidable the cultivators you have offended are, to instill such trepidation within you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You inform the master of yin and yang that you have not offended Nie Chutsong. and that the discord between you was instigated by the immortality pearl. The master of yin and yang, somewhat taken aback, then chuckles and suggests that if the conflict arises from the immortality pearl, why not surrender it to Nie Chutsong, thus transforming hostility into harmony? He advises you to present the immortality pearl to Nie Chutsong, as he may mediate the resolution of your discord. You inform the yin-yang sovereign that the eternal pearl must not be entrusted to Nie Chutsong. Should Nie Chutsong gather all the eternal pearls, he would inevitably journey to the celestial abode of the void, unleashing the enigmatic entity sealed within. At that juncture, the entire Tianshu continent would be subjected to tremendous upheaval, resulting in untold suffering and the demise of countless lives. The yin-yang sovereign fell into deep contemplation. He urged you to convey all the information you possessed to him. You divulged all matters concerning the celestial palace of the vast void in Nie Chutsong to the yin-yang sovereign. The expression of the yin-yang sovereign gradually grew solemn. He inquired whether the two eternal pearls remained in your possession. You informed the master of yin and yang that you had placed two eternal pearls within the secret realm of the immortal ruins. A hint of surprise flickered across the master's face. He explained that the eternal pearls would only part from their original holder upon their demise or if they were bestowed upon another. Thus, no matter where they are cast aside, they shall reappear in the hands of their rightful owner by the following day. The master of yin and yang surmised that the secret realm of the immortal ruins harbored profound mysteries. You did not deny it, for the secret realm of Shinshu indeed harbors profound mysteries. In the end, you remained silent, gazing intently at the master of yin and yang. The master inquired whether there was anything else you were concealing from him. After a moment of hesitation, you revealed to him the truth about ascending to the higher realms. You conveyed to the yin-yang sovereign that the Tianshu continent is merely a breeding ground. The so-called upper realm is inhabited by entities that feast upon the living. Once one attains the transformation god stage, they will be forcibly taken away to be devoured and refined. The yin-yang sovereign fell into deep contemplation, ultimately choosing to place his trust in your words. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. You conveyed to the yin-yang sovereign the notion that this might be a deliberate act orchestrated by the man-eating creatures of the upper realm. The yin-yang sovereign sighed, indicating that you may indeed be correct. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. You have received a command token from the yin-yang sovereign. The yin-yang sovereign has instructed you to summon the token at the first sign of danger. Subsequently, the yin-yang sovereign has entered a period of secluded cultivation. You followed the enchanting Miaoyu as she departed from the esteemed hall of the master. Under her guidance, you ascended to the esteemed position of elder of the Dan Hall within the Hahuan sect. Additionally, through her arrangements, you became the deputy sect master of the Hahuan sect. In the 13th year, you encountered an unexpected individual within the confines of the Hahuan sect. You encountered Li Yunqi. As you observe Li Yunqi, her face etched with deep contemplation, you notice that she has lost the charm she once possessed. Curiosity stirs within you regarding the events that have transpired in her life over the past few years, leading her to such a state. Yet, you deem this knowledge to be of little significance to yourself. You continue to refine your alchemical and crafting skills for the Hahuan sect, diligently honing your proficiency in the art of potion making. Furthermore, in your private endeavors, you delve into the study of formations and the cultivation of spells. You have mastered the fragments of the great yin-yang technique. You have successfully mastered the grand art of yin and yang. You have acquired a modicum of the dual forces of yin and yang. You have successfully mastered the art of yin-yang evasion. You have successfully mastered the art of yin-yang combat techniques. You have successfully mastered the art of yin-yang control. You have perused the fragments of the yin-yang immortal sutra and the remnants of the reincarnation immortal sutra. You have achieved remarkable gains. Have you succeeded so swiftly? It appears that your innate talent has been greatly enhanced, elevating my understanding to an astonishing level. As he observed the incessant notifications flashing on the simulator interface, Wang Li felt a sense of surprise. In the 14th year, at your request, the enchanting fairy Miaoyu has bestowed upon you 20 companions. You encounter Li Yunqi once again. She astonishingly appears on the list of 20 individuals. Li Yunqi implores you to avenge her. You inquired expressionlessly about any grievances with Li Yunqi. Li Yunqi informed you of the annihilation of the Li clan by the combined forces of the Tiani sect and a mysterious entity. A sense of astonishment washes over you as you inquire of Li Yunqi regarding the veracity of the information. You had not previously encountered any rumors circulating within the realm of immortality concerning this matter. Li Yunqi enlightens you that the reason the news of the annihilation of the Li clan has not permeated the world of cultivation is due to the clandestine actions of the Tianyi sect. After the covert destruction of the Li clan, they subsequently supported a minor cultivation family, propelling them to supplant the Li clan and assume their esteemed name. Thus, to the eyes of the public, the Li clan appears to remain intact and unwavering. One cannot help but marvel at the ingenious tactics employed by the Tianyi sect, successfully suppressing the news of the annihilation of the Li clan while finding a substitute family to take their place. This maneuver remarkably averted the potential exodus of cultivation families within the Qi Kingdom's realm, preventing them from seeking refuge in the demonic sections. Imagine the chaos that would have ensued had other celestial clans been made aware of the Li clan's demise at the hands of the Tianyi sect. It is likely that they would have hastily relocated their assets and fled to the demonic factions. You inquire about the reason behind the annihilation of the Li clan by the Heavenly One sect. Li Yunqi, her complexion pale, reveals that it was all due to a mysterious figure seeking 2 items from the Li clan. Under immense pressure, the Heavenly One sect was compelled to ally with this enigmatic individual to eradicate the Li clan. She confides that her master had contemplated saving her, yet in the end, she opted to side with her family, betraying the Heavenly One sect and ultimately being hunted to the depths of the demon sect. You have listened attentively to Li Yunqi's words. You speculate that the enigmatic figure collaborating with the Celestial Gate to obliterate the Li clan of immortals is Nie Chutsong. As for what Nie Chutsong seeks, it is likely the 2 eternal pearls. You are somewhat intrigued by why Nie Chutsong was able to discover the existence of 2 immortal pearls that once graced the Li clan of celestial beings. However, no matter how clever and cunning Nie Chutsong may be, he likely cannot fathom that the immortal pearls he covets have already been shattered by the Blood Sea Remnant Tablet within the secret realm of the immortal ruins, which brings you a sense of satisfaction. Li Yunqi once again implores you to avenge the Li clan of celestial beings. You inquire of Li Yunqi why she is so certain that you can avenge her. Li Yunqi informs you that it has spread throughout the entire Hehuan sect that the newly appointed deputy sect leader is an accomplished nascent soul cultivator. Your brow furrowed with consternation, uncertain as to who had divulged your private affairs, placing you in a somewhat precarious position. Li Yunqi vowed to you that should you avenge the Li clan of immortals, she would, thenceforth, serve you as a bondswoman for the remainder of her days. You resolutely decline. You solemnly inform Li Yunqi that the murderer shall inevitably face retribution, the heavens are just, and evil will surely be punished. The annihilation of the Li clan stems from their multitude of malevolent deeds. You posed a rhetorical question to Li Yunqi, asking if the relatives of those external disciples, who were ruthlessly slain by the Li clan, sought your assistance for vengeance. Would you not feel compelled to aid them in their quest for retribution? Li Yunqi fell into a profound silence. A bitter smile played upon Li Yunqi's lips. He then bowed deeply to you before taking his leave. As you gazed upon the receding figure of Li Yunqi, a flicker of murderous intent glimmered in your eyes. It is often said that one must eradicate the root when cutting down the grass, for the spring breeze may nurture its return. Since the Tianyi sect and Nie Chutsong have overlooked this particular weed, why not offer your services in their stead? Yet, after a period of contemplation, you relinquish this thought, fully aware that the enemy of one's enemy can indeed be a friend. Should Li Yunqi bring some amusement to the Tianyi sect and Nie Chutsong, you would find yourself most willing to embrace that prospect. However, you couldn't shake the feeling that such hope was exceedingly slim. In the 15th year, the female cultivators bore you a multitude of offspring. Each female cultivator received a commensurate recompense. The endowment of prodigious fertility was triggered, augmenting your attributes holistically. You sense that your qualification strength is heightened, now reaching the equivalent of a mutated triple spiritual root. The notion of more children, more blessings is indeed a remarkable endowment. The impact of this belief upon you is akin to a perpetual injection of adrenaline. In the 2nd month of the 15th year, owing to your unwavering dedication to alchemy and artifact crafting for the Hehuan sect, which has greatly benefited the sect, you were bestowed with a furnace cauldron possessing dual spiritual roots. You once again encountered Shui Qianyue. Faced with the resolute Snow Qianyue, who yearns for death, you choose to take her as your Dao partner. In the 16th year, the female cultivators are once again with child. Your companion, Shui Qianyue, has successfully conceived. This year, you heard the news of Li Yunqi being slain by a cultivator from the Tianyi sect. You exhibited a trace of disdain, secretly deeming the prodigies of these immortal clans to be nothing more than mere trinkets, possessing only talent and beauty akin to embroidered pillows. By the end of the 16th year, You found yourself blessed with yet another multitude of offspring. Upon careful reflection, it becomes apparent that you now boast nearly 100 direct descendants. The blessings of abundant talent and progeny have indeed been activated. Your attributes have been fully enhanced. Your prowess has grown increasingly formidable. You now possess the conviction that, even when confronted by two nascent soul cultivators of comparable standing simultaneously, you could emerge victorious in the ensuing conflict. You diligently engage in alchemy and artifact forging for the Huan sect while simultaneously pursuing the noble endeavor of seeking a companion to bear offspring. In the 18th year, your focus intensifies on refining elixirs, crafting instruments, and arranging formations. Your skills have been enhanced. Your children have been born. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Your attributes have been fully enhanced. In the 19th year, you sense the opportunity for a breakthrough. You are but a mere step away from the late stage of the Yuaning. You begin to solicit additional female disciples, invoking the talent of abundant offspring and blessings. Your attributes have been enhanced in their entirety. In the 20th year, you triggered the characteristics of the Taishu immortal scripture, boundless void, leading to an elevation in your innate talents and comprehension. The gift of abundant progeny and fortune has been activated. Your attributes have been enhanced in their entirety. In the 21st year, the Master of Yin and Yang summoned you. You paid a visit to the esteemed Master of Yin and Yang. Your demeanor is exceedingly respectful. The Master of Yin and Yang has bestowed upon you a pill formula. He instructs you to diligently concoct the Yin-Yang harmony pill. Furthermore, the Master has gifted you a Bodhi fruit, wishing you an expedient breakthrough into the later stages of the nascent soul. The Bodhi fruit. It is indeed remarkable that it has come into your possession. I am filled with curiosity regarding how the Master of Yin and Yang managed to procure such a divine object from the heavily fortified sanctum of the demon domain. The Bodhi fruit, one of the 10 extraordinary treasures recorded in the chronicles of immortal cultivation, ranks fourth among them. It flourishes in the Western spirit domain, commonly referred to by cultivators as the demon domain, bearing fruit once every 700 years. Upon consumption, it can enhance the user's comprehension and cultivation speed, as well as endow the nascent soul with various extraordinary manifestations. For instance, should Wang Li consume the Bodhi fruit, there exists a chance that his nascent soul will coalesce into the Bodhi-Dharma form, further augmenting his perception and laying a foundation for future transformation into the divine. The Master of Yin and Yang snorted coldly, and as a Tai Chi diagram materialized beneath your feet, the formless hand was dispelled by the power of Yin and Yang. You and the esteemed Grandmaster of Yin and Yang soared from the Grand Hall, heading towards the skies above the Huan sect. You behold an elderly man with white hair, adorned in a gray robe, gazing intently at you and the Master of Yin and Yang with a solemn expression. You recognized him as Nie Chusong. You stand shoulder to shoulder with the esteemed Yin-Yang sovereign, both of your expressions grave. Nie Chusong challenges you, asserting that if you relinquish the 2 eternal pearls in your possession, he will immediately withdraw and cease his relentless pursuit. With a cold scoff, you indicated that the eternal youth pearl had been eternally enshrined within the secret realm of the immortals. Nie Chusong's expression grew increasingly grim. He cast his gaze towards the Yin-Yang elder, beginning to persuade him that if he refrained from involving himself in the matters between you and him, a chance for transcending the divine would be bestowed upon him. The Yin-Yang elder shook his head dismissively, gesturing for Nie Chusong to leave. Furrowing his brow in frustration, Nie Chusong summoned a flicker of crimson light at his fingertips, directing it towards you and the Yin-Yang elder in a striking motion. You respond in haste. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Your corporeal form has been bisected, leaving you with only a moiety of your being. Upon regaining consciousness, you gazed at Nie Chusong with a face filled with terror. Had it not been for the protective barrier of Yin and Yang, it is likely that the consequences of that strike would have been far more dire than merely being severed in half. You once believed that upon reaching the mid-stage of the Yuaning realm, you could barely exchange a few blows with Nie Chusong. However, today a strike has unveiled the harsh truth to you. You are still far from being a match. Indeed, this old fellow is no simple character. Even if I were to face him in a battle of equal standing, I would lack confidence. In the realm of reality, Wang Li's expression was exceedingly grave. The Yin-Yang master summoned a female form, and together they executed the Yin-Yang fusion technique. You witnessed the intense confrontation between the Yin-Yang sovereign and Nie Chutsong from a close distance. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, countering each other's moves, while countless clouds were dispersed by the shockwaves of their battle. Even with your current strength, you felt a considerable pressure. Had those residual forces been directed at you, you would undoubtedly have suffered greatly. After 300 exchanges, Nie Chutsong abruptly halted, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. He commended the Yin-Yang sovereign, acknowledging him as the esteemed master of the demonic sect, capable of enduring 300 of his strikes. Nie Chutsong reflected on the abundance of talent in this world, where heroes emerge in droves, akin to fish crossing a river, countless and overwhelming. He reiterated his request for the Yin-Yang sovereign to refrain from interfering in matters between him and you. The Yin-Yang sovereign produced a pill, gripping it firmly, and declared that the Hehuan sect would not slight any individual who had rendered service. He declined Nie Chutsong's proposal. Nie Chutsong then turned his gaze towards you, expressing that there would indeed come a day when you would meet again. With that, he withdrew. You exhaled a sigh of relief. The master of Yin and Yang, with clenched, bloodied fists, approached your side and urged you to swiftly succeed in refining the Yin-Yang harmony pill. Your nod should suffice. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have been endowed with a plethora of rare and precious spiritual herbs and elixirs, a gift from the celestial maiden, Miaoyu. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You commence your retreat to absorb the essence of the Bodhi fruit. You intend to transcend your limitations and break through to the later stages of the nascent soul. In the 23rd year, you sense an additional bond of bloodline. You have become a grandfather. The innate blessing of abundant progeny is activated. Your attributes have been significantly enhanced. In the 24th year, you sense the emergence of additional bloodline connections. You have become a grandfather. The innate blessing of abundant offspring has manifested once more. In the 25th year, with the complete refinement of the Bodhi fruit, you have successfully advanced to the late stage of the Yuaning. Your primordial essence has absorbed the true essence of the Bodhi fruit. Your primordial essence has crystallized half of the Bodhi Dharma visage. Your comprehension has been enhanced to a considerable degree. The speed of your cultivation has markedly increased. The innate blessing of abundance has once again manifested. In the 26th year, the esteemed master of Yin and Yang achieved a breakthrough to the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. In January of that year, you attended a high-level meeting of the 7 sects of the Demon Gate alongside the master of Yin and Yang. During this gathering, you encountered the other venerable ancestors of the 7 sects of the Demon Gate. You follow closely beside the esteemed Yin-Yang sovereign, attentively listening to the grand discussions among the venerable ancestors of the demon sect regarding the impending assault on the upper realm. The assembly is rife with contention, as the Yuanian cultivators of the demon sect engage in heated debates, arguing for several hours over the best territory from which to launch a surprise attack on the 7 sects of the righteous path. However, as soon as the Yin-Yang sovereign speaks, all dissent dissipates and everything is resolved according to his will. In that moment, you come to the realization that the demon sect's 7 sects are not as united as they appear. Rather, it is the formidable presence of the Yin-Yang sovereign that has consolidated the entire demonic faction into a singular force. In March of the 26th year, the 7 sects of the demon path joined together, executing the strategy decreed by the Yin-Yang sovereign, and commenced their offensive against the upper realm. You have been appointed as the vanguard general of the demon alliance by the esteemed Yin-Yang sovereign. You have followed the alliance of the demon gate into the realm of the upper domain. The master of Yin and Yang has instructed you to abandon your previous low profile and secrecy, urging you to boldly manifest yourself and create a commotion, thereby luring the serpent from its lair. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You readily acquiesce. You refer to yourself as the soul-refining demon sovereign. You led the demonic alliance in a relentless slaughter across the upper domain, primarily targeting the immortal families and righteous sections. Each strike you initiated resulted in the annihilation of entire clans, leaving no survivors. As the foremost vanguard commander, you consistently claimed half of the resources from various immortal families. distributing the remainder, half to the members of the demonic alliance and the other half to the destitute roaming cultivators of the upper domain. You command the demon cultivators within the demon alliance to refrain from harming the lower-class mortals and the humble wandering cultivators. You advocate not only for the invasion of the righteous cultivation realm, but also for the incursion into the mortal world, aiming to dismantle the righteous sect's dominion over the mundane realm. You even meticulously organized an army of sorcerers, led by practitioners of the demonic arts, to intervene in the mundane realm, facilitating the upheaval of imperial dynasties. You appropriated a fifth of the resources from the aristocracy and nobility, while distributing the remainder among the practitioners and the common folk. You have acquired a wealth of resources from the mundane realm. The long-standing decree prohibiting cultivators from interfering with the affairs of the mortal world has been boldly transgressed under your leadership. Of course, this ancient regulation has long since existed only in name, for numerous sects and noble families have established their own influence and enterprises within the mundane realm. Their clandestine meddling in worldly matters is no longer a novelty. However, unlike their covert interventions, your actions are marked by an open and forthright engagement. Your actions swiftly became known to the various celestial clans and righteous sects, who regarded you with a mixture of fear and loathing. Your actions swiftly became known to the esteemed royals and noble families of the mundane realms, who regarded you with a mixture of fear and loathing. Your deeds have garnered the admiration of the practitioners of the demon sect. API call failed with status code 429, error, code 429. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, your actions have garnered the support of the common folk. Gradually, a ballad emerged among mortals, recounting the tale of fragrant incense, the mountain lord, the seeding of lands and cities to welcome the demon sovereign, who feasted abundantly. Some lower-tier practitioners even voluntarily joined the demon sect. The blessings of abundant offspring once again took effect. In the 27th year, the title of soul-refining demon sovereign resonated throughout the southern spirit domain. Unfortunately, Nyachutsong did not seek trouble with you. It seemed he had vanished during this period. In the second month of the 27th year, the righteous seven sects, caught off guard, launched a counterattack against the demon sect's seven sects. In the third month, the Yin-Yang sovereign made a formidable move, single-handedly subduing the seven ancestors, establishing an agreement that no nascent soul stage expert would interfere in the battle between righteousness and evil. In the 28th year, the allied forces of the demon sect engaged in fierce combat with the allied forces of the righteous sects in the Feishan mountain range. Employing every stratagem, while the righteous forces faced successive defeats, you covertly incited Shen Tianling, prompting him to deliver a treacherous blow to the righteous alliance at a crucial moment. Days later, numerous golden core cultivators within the alliance succumbed to a mysterious toxin, bleeding profusely before their untimely demise. As one of the few remaining golden core cultivators, Shen Tianling persuaded the surviving members to align with the remnants of the righteous alliance and defect to the demonic sect. Upon learning of this turn of events, the leaders of the seven righteous sects paled instantly. In the 29th year, the war between righteousness and evil reached its denouement, with the righteous sects fleeing to the eastern spirit domain, while the southern spirit domain fell completely under the dominion of the seven demonic sections. You encounter Shen Tianling once more. Shen Tianling extols the soul-corroding pill you have concocted, declaring it a weapon of invisible lethality. Even a golden core cultivator, should they encounter it, would not escape unscathed, if not meeting their demise. However, Shen Tianling perceives the victory achieved through poison as somewhat dishonorable, particularly when employing such insidious and ruthless toxins. You assert that the recipe for the soul erosion pill was obtained from the Shen clan of immortals. Shen Tianling promptly remarked that although the soul erosion pill is indeed toxic, it pales in comparison to the malevolent hearts of these immortal sections. The ancestors bequeathed such a divine elixir, undoubtedly for the purpose of upholding justice in critical moments. In the 30th year, following the stabilization of the situation, the seven sects of the Demon Gate commenced the distribution of their spoils. Consequently, disputes arose among the seven sects of the Demon Gate as they vied for dominance within the cultivation realm of the Qi Kingdom. You earnestly urged the Yin-Yang sovereign to seize the realm of cultivation in the state of Qi. The blessing of abundant offspring was activated once more. In the 31st year, the Harmony sect claimed dominion over the cultivation world of Qi. The blessing of abundant offspring was summoned again. You have returned to the Shin clan of immortals during the occasion of the renovation of the Hehuan sect's mountain gate. On your way back, you were ambushed unexpectedly, and your arm was severed. You initially believed it to be Nyachutsong, only to be met with the sight of a decayed visage adorned with writhing tentacles. Upon raising your gaze, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. You swiftly retracted your arm and created distance between yourself and the other party. You unleashed the divine light of your finger. You witnessed that the divine light of the sword cannot inflict any tangible harm upon him. The sacred radiance is bizarrely devoured by the gaping maw upon his peculiar abdomen. You realize that you are unable to vanquish the peculiar creature before you. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 129. Message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. You find yourself engulfed in a profound sense of terror. It is difficult to fathom the torment endured by the esteemed yin-yang master before his demise. Upon hearing the monstrous proclamation, those who cultivate the indestructible art of eternal tribulation shall perish. You were abruptly whisked away by the teleportation token contained within your storage ring. As the world spun around you in a dizzying whirl, you found yourself manifesting in a desolate expanse of ice and snow. You gaze impassively at the boundless expanse of white before you, a look of bewilderment crossing your features. You find yourself perplexed as to why the teleportation decree has once again transported you to the northern spirit domain. You have always believed that the teleportation decree functions randomly. However, it now appears that this is not the case. The teleportation decree has its designated locations, and its ultimate destination lies within the northern spirit domain. You have temporarily relinquished your concerns regarding these matters. You begin to ponder the enigmatic and bizarre origins of that entity. At this juncture, Wang Li's expression grew grave. After taking several deep breaths, he spoke in a low voice. I recall that before this malevolent being struck, it uttered a phrase regarding the death of those who cultivate the indestructible technique of eternal calamity. Thus, this peculiar entity is targeting the indestructible celestial scripture. However, I have not properly cultivated it. I seem to have forgotten that it must have been the yin-yang sovereign who practiced it. Subsequently, this malevolent being sought him out. And upon invading his mind, it discovered my existence. Contemplating this, Wang Li appeared to grasp something profound. Therefore, up to this moment, the great five elements true demon art, the void celestial scripture, the eternal pearl, and the indestructible celestial scripture all invoke ominous portents. And these elements converge upon a singular location and a specific individual, the void celestial mansion and the void celestial sovereign. Why does Wang Li suspect a connection between the indestructible celestial scripture and the void celestial sovereign? This intrigue traces back to the Blood Sea Remnant Monument within the secret realm of the Immortal Ruins. When Wang Li placed the Eternal Pearl, which had been cast out from the Void Celestial Mansion, upon the Blood Sea Remnant Monument, the mysterious existence suppressed within the Blood Sea once called out. Referring to him as teacher, this indicates a profound connection between the imprisoned entity and the Void Celestial Sovereign. Recognizing the Eternal Pearl as a relic imbued with the aura of the Void Celestial Sovereign, it ultimately bequeathed the indestructible celestial scripture unto him. Wang Li even speculated that the indestructible celestial scripture might have been established by the Void Celestial Sovereign himself. Of course, this remains mere conjecture, without evidence. Such claims cannot be taken as truth, and at times, evidence can indeed be fabricated. Those entities, neither human nor ghostly, seem to target the remnants left by the Void Celestial Sovereign. Thus, I find myself intrigued. What enmity lies between them and the Void Celestial Sovereign? Wang Li then shook his head, expressing his resignation. Even if there exists some enmity, it is beyond my current understanding. The Void Celestial Sovereign ascended 100,000 years ago, achieving true immortality. His tale is ancient and elusive. With that, Wang Li turned his gaze back to the simulation interface. You begin to speculate about the enigmatic and eerie origins of that mysterious figure. You harbor suspicions that this enigmatic and eerie figure was dispatched by the mysterious individual who once claimed your life within the secret realm of the Immortal Ruins. Aside from the simulator, I nearly forgot about that elusive personage. Upon this realization, Wang Li recalled that he had maneuvered his external incarnation to acquire the Eternal Immortal Sutra, only to be struck down by a shadowy figure shrouded in mist as he soared up from the blood cliff. This mysterious individual possesses formidable strength. Their ability to traverse the Immortal Ruins without hindrance clearly indicates that their cultivation has surpassed the confines of the realm, unbound by its constraints. It is highly likely they are a formidable deity from the upper realms, sent by other practitioners to guard the blood sea within the immortal ruins, preventing the suppressed entities therein from breaking free. At this moment, my mind feels chaotic, inundated with fragmented information that is difficult to organize into anything coherent. Despite my earnest efforts to ponder and deduce, I find little efficacy in my thoughts. Rubbing his temples, Wang Li continued to read on. Your notion is indeed novel. Yet it remains unanchored by conviction, merely existing as a conjecture. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, your figure soon became adorned with a delicate layer of white. You appear to be an exceedingly comical snowman. You have temporarily taken residence in the northern spirit domain, although you yearn to return to the southern spirit domain. Your trepidation hinders your resolve, for you dread encountering once more that terrifying entity adorned with a visage bristling with tentacles. You remain unable to forget the sovereign of Yin and Yang, who was consumed and chewed by it. Even the formidable sovereign of Yin and Yang met his demise at its hands. What can you possibly do? In the 32nd year, you sense that you had once again acquired numerous descendants. The blessing of abundant progeny reignited. Your attributes have been enhanced in their entirety. You are astonished that the enigmatic being did not take action against your descendants, leaving you somewhat perplexed. However, you swiftly come to terms with it, realizing that the being's inaction is not born of benevolence, but rather a necessity for a substantial population of practitioners to cultivate. Ensuring that the number of cultivators does not drastically diminish. One must ponder, without cultivators, who would they feast upon in the future? You commence the enhancement of your own cultivation. You tirelessly hone your magical skills day and night. In the 33rd year, you learn of the news that the 7 sects of the demonic path have been counterattacked by the 7 righteous sects, forcing them back to the lower realm. You begin to worry about the fate of the Shin clan of immortals. You inquired about the news of the Shun clan of immortals from the proprietor of the Fengshe Wanbao Pavilion. Upon hearing the news that the venerable ancestor of the Shun family had, long ago, fled to the lower realms, outpacing the 7 sects of the demonic path, a smile of amusement unconsciously graced your lips. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, your complexion is ashen, exceedingly unappealing. A familiar voice resonates within your mind. Nie Chutsong, through the art of bloodline tracing, has uncovered your existence. He reveals to you that the matters between you and him are far from over. You remain silent, continuing your cultivation. In the 35th year, you sense the annihilation of the Shin clan. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. Once more, you hear the words conveyed by Nie Chutsong. Through the bloodline source technique, Nie Chutsong informs you that the next in line shall be you. API call failed with status code 429, error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, you have perfected the remnants of the great yin-yang technique to an unparalleled pinnacle. In the 36th year, while you were in seclusion preparing for further cultivation, the formation you meticulously arranged was breached by an intruder. API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, API call failed with status code 429. Error, code, for 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted. As you gazed upon the towering figure, you drew forth the Taishu sword and swung it towards the heavens with all your might. In an instant, as immense magical power surged forth, the very fabric of the world trembled. Countless snow-capped mountains echoed with mournful cries, avalanches cascaded down thousands of peaks, and lives were extinguished across vast distances. Yet, high above, Nie Chutsong stood undaunted, extending his hand to grasp the very blade you wielded. You observed Nie Chutsong extending his hand to grasp your sword, which you had wielded with all your might, his expression devoid of any surprise. You are aware that you cannot triumph over Nie Chutsong. Yet this time, you are compelled to fight, for there is no escape. After seizing the Taishu sword from your grasp and severing your head, Nie Chutsong's face was a mask of disdain as he proclaimed, soul-refining demon sovereign? What audacity to claim such a title! Do you truly believe that your decades of arduous cultivation could possibly shake the foundations of my 5 millennia of power? Your cranium has shattered numerous mountain peaks. You gazed at Nie Chutsong, who was in the process of extracting the primordial infant, and without a moment's hesitation, self-destructed. You have perished. Due to the obliteration of your primordial spirit, passive abilities cannot be triggered. The simulation has concluded. You may select 3 rewards from the following options, and utilize simulation points to acquire 1 additional item to retain. Late blooming. Upon reaching a certain age, all attributes will experience a significant enhancement, with the increase proportionate to age. Current simulation cultivation level, late stage of the primordial infant. Alchemist mastery experience, the knowledge gained from alchemy during the simulation. Artifact mastery experience, the expertise acquired in crafting artifacts within the simulator. Formation mastery experience, the skills developed in array cultivation during the simulation. 1 billion spirit stones, your earnings not usable in simulations. Bodhi fruit, one of the 10 rare treasures chronicled in the record of immortal cultivation, ranked 4th. Growing in the Western spiritual domain, bearing fruit once every 700 years. Den formula, all the formulas you have mastered during the simulation. Array techniques, all the formations you have comprehended during the simulation. Spell cultivation experience, the knowledge gained from spell cultivation within the simulator. Heavenly alchemy cauldron, your innate magical treasure. A dual cultivation artifact that can grow, its potential significantly enhanced by rare materials and exquisite craftsmanship. Complete collection of demonic arts, all the knowledge of demonic texts you have perused within the conglomerate of ecstasy's transmission tower. 5-color soul banner, a high-grade soul banner transformed from 5-colored cloud banners. Empowered by the blessings of countless cultivators, it has become extraordinarily fearsome, ensnaring the unworthy in black smoke. Remnants of the shattered scroll of Yin-Yang, the 10th-ranked miraculous technique in the realm of immortal cultivation, possessing boundless power. Indestructible Immortal Sutra, a formidable cultivation method passed down since ancient times, granting immortality upon completion. Fragments of the Reincarnation Immortal Sutra, an unparalleled scripture left by an ancient true immortal, allowing practitioners to gradually comprehend the laws of reincarnation and attain eternal life. Fragments of the Yin-Yang Immortal Sutra, an extraordinary technique established by the ancient immortal Yin-Yang sovereign, exploring the balance of the sun and moon. Wang Li glanced briefly and chose the late-stage primordial infant cultivation, the late bloomer talent, and the remnants of Shinpa's relics as his 3 rewards. As for the indestructible Immortal Sutra and other formulas and formations, Wang Li had already secured them through a month of immersive simulation, and thus found no immediate need for them. Having effectively exploited a glitch in the simulator, he now possessed 2 sets of Shinpa's relics. Observing the jade box that appeared in his hand, a faint smile graced Wang Li's face. He then stored it in his spatial ring alongside the other relic. After completing these tasks, Wang Li patiently awaited any signs from Shen Tianling. He had not forgotten that during the simulation, he had instructed Shen Tianling to prepare accommodations for him. After half an hour had passed, Shen Tianling returned respectfully, bowing to Wang Li, who was seated in the pavilion. Ancestor, your cave dwelling has been prepared. Please follow me. My realm is about to break through. Once I enter the cave, I will activate the grand formation of the Shen clan, Wang Li stated calmly. Shen Tianling, though surprised, quickly felt joy with such a powerful ancestor. The Shen clan could likely endure for another millennium after his passing. Very well, ancestor, please follow me. With that, Shen Tianling led the way, providing Wang Li with an introduction to various scenic structures of the Shen clan along the route. Wang Li remained unfazed. Not long after, upon arriving at the cave dwelling arranged by Shen Tianling, Wang Li inscribed numerous array patterns with over 1 million spirit stones, distributing them around the cave's periphery. This array was the grand 5-element sword array he had learned from the ancestral array compendium of the Shen clan during his immersive simulation, designed to entrap enemies, slay foes, and defend simultaneously. After placing 2 Taishu swords as the array's focal point, Wang Li commenced the refinement of his cultivation, striving for a breakthrough. Meanwhile, Shen Tianling, having distanced himself from the cave, sensed the immense influx of spiritual energy converging towards Wang Li's dwelling, hastily flew towards the clan leader's hall to activate the grand formation set by their ancestors. As he flew, Shen Tianling glanced back at the cave with a hint of reluctance. The grand 5-element sword array left by their ancestors had but one opportunity left for activation. After this, the Shen clan would forever lose this defensive formation. He could only hope that ancestor Shen Mo had not misjudged this mysterious figure. This individual would indeed lead their clan to prosperity. Before long, the entire Red Maple Mountain range where the Shen clan resided was adorned with towering array flags. As these flags interlinked and operated, a vast quantity of 5-element spiritual energy gathered, and a fragmented sword emerged at the focal point, enveloping the entire mountain range in an endless sword aura. Half a year later, as the Grand Five Elements sword array ceased operation, Wang Li's cultivation stabilized at the late stage of the primordial infant. His physique underwent a remarkable transformation. He grew to 9 feet tall, and his features became increasingly handsome and refined. Moreover, his demeanor exuded an air of an unfathomable, extraordinary being. Alas, even though I have intentionally suppressed my appearance, it still falls short of true beauty. It seems to affirm the adage that no cultivator is ever ordinary in looks. Wang Li sighed, then revealed the auspicious canopy behind him. Over the past 6 months, in addition to refining his cultivation, Wang Li also practiced various spells and divine abilities. The fragment of the Grand Fortune technique bestowed by Shen Imo was the one he had experimented with the most. Initially, he found it challenging. But once he broke through to the late stage of the primordial infant, he experienced a sudden enlightenment, seamlessly integrating the techniques from the fragment. This revelation led Wang Li to an important discovery. The fate within the cultivation realm is predominantly controlled by high-ranking cultivators. Why, you ask? Because this world lacks a celestial path. Thus, the unclaimed fate, free from celestial will suppression, instinctively seeks out powerful cultivators to attach itself to, coexisting in life and death. The yin-yang sovereign's might is not merely due to inherent strength, it is also bolstered by the dense fortune surrounding him. The prestige of the demonic path's co-sovereign is not something the ordinary can aspire to. Recognizing this, Wang Li, with his cultivation at the late stage of the primordial infant, began absorbing the wandering fate from the heavens and earth, successfully cultivating the Grand Fortune technique. Now possessing his own auspicious canopy, he could evade heavenly machinations, conceal his fortune, stabilize the cosmos, and transform calamities into boundless benefits. Having successfully cultivated the Grand Fortune technique, it was now time to delve into the Taoist Immortal Sutra. In the past 6 months, Wang Li has engaged in profound contemplation and ultimately decided to cultivate the Taoist Immortal Sutra. The eternal indestructible Immortal Sutra, after all, is not suited for him, setting aside the bizarre consequences that such cultivation would invite. The inherent drawback of the eternal indestructible Immortal Sutra lies in its excessively lengthy cultivation cycle. In this unpredictable realm of cultivation, he simply lacks the time to dedicate to such a practice. One must endure countless reincarnations and tribulations before ascending from the mundane to the divine. Unless, perhaps, the life simulation within the simulator could be considered a form of reincarnation. This thought sparked curiosity in Wang Li's expression. Perhaps he should give it a try next time? If the life simulation within the simulator could indeed be regarded as a type of reincarnation, then the eternal indestructible Immortal Sutra might not be entirely off the table. Of course, this would hinge on resolving the issue of being targeted by the bizarre entities. To be pursued by the bizarre upon initiating cultivation is quite the predicament. It is the unjust fate of the yin-yang sovereign, he mused silently. Rising from his seat, he approached the desk in his cave abode, retrieving a piece of spirit paper as smooth as jade. Wang Li commenced the process of piecing together information and deducing clues. It is currently known that in the upper realm, there exist man-eating monsters that prey upon the cultivators of the Tianshu continent, and these creatures likely correspond to the bizarre phenomena encountered within the simulator. He inscribed on the paper, bizarre entities in the upper realm feed on cultivators. Up to this point, it is known that the major cultivation techniques, including the Great Five Elements True Demon Technique, the Taoist Immortal Sutra, and the Eternal Indestructible Immortal Sutra, all attract misfortune. Among the known special items, the Everlasting Pearl also invites calamity. All these matters are connected to the Taoist Celestial Sovereign. Following the line about the bizarre entities, he added another. The relics of the sovereign are inevitably tainted by misfortune. After writing these 2 lines, Wang Li felt a twinge of uncertainty. No, not all relics of the sovereign are cursed. For instance, the Taisu sword, a spiritual treasure from Shinpo's relics, is an exception unless the Taisu sword is not truly a creation of the sovereign. But if that were the case, why bear the name of Taisu? Is it merely in homage? Not long after, Wang Li shook his head, dismissing the matter from his mind, and instead began to organize clues regarding the immortal ruins. During a prior simulation, Jia Qing had mentioned that in ancient times, an immortal descended from the heavens and perished in the area of the immortal ruins, transforming into an endless mountain range, with the immortal ruins being the manifestation of the immortal's Dantian. However, despite scouring through the ancient text of the Shin clan and the comprehensive history of the cultivation world, he found no record of an immortal descending from the heavens and turning into mountains. This raises a question. How did Jia Qing come to know of this? Perhaps this segment of history has been erased, known only to a select few who passed it down. As for the immortal ruins, it is currently known that there are 4 major forbidden zones: the Eastern Blood Cliff, the Western Desert, the Southern Dense Forest, and the Northern Dead Waters. The Eastern Blood Cliff is teeming with blood mosquitoes, and within the Blood Sea below lies an unfathomable entity, suspected to be a disciple of the Tai Su celestial sovereign. Additionally, guardians exist at the Eastern Blood Cliff. Should anyone obtain something from the Blood Sea, they would be instantly slain. Deep within the Western Desert stands a colossal remnant soul, believed to have absorbed the souls of Outer Clan disciples who perished within the ruins. The Northern Dead Waters are filled with endless corpses in a submerged cave abode, while within the Southern Dense Forest, there are suspected bizarre entities lurking. Previously, I declared I would not venture into the immortal ruins again, but given the current circumstances, this place still warrants exploration. For instance, if the everlasting pearl is hidden within, it would prevent Niachutsong from obtaining it. A smirk of amusement crossed Wang Li's face at the thought of Niachutsong's dismay upon failing to acquire the everlasting pearl. After jotting down the known intelligence regarding the immortal ruins, he proceeded to write down Niachutsong's name. Next, he turned his attention to Niachusong. As the patriarch of the Nia clan, it is known from gathered intelligence that Niachutsong has survived for over 5 millennia, a contemporary of Shinemo. The reason for his prolonged existence remains unclear. His intent is unmistakable: to seek the everlasting pearl and access the Tai Su Immortal Mansion. The purpose behind his journey to the Tai Su Immortal Mansion remains ambiguous, but it is highly probable that it aligns with my suspicions, releasing the bizarre entities sealed within the mansion. In truth, Wang Li has long been unaware of Niachutsong's true motives concerning the everlasting pearl. The notion that he seeks to unseal the bizarre entities in the mansion has always been mere speculation on Wang Li's part. What Niachutsong truly desires remains a mystery. Could it be that he is indeed collecting the everlasting pearl to lift the ceiling of the bizarre entities? Such a narrative feels overly cliché. During this simulation, Niachutsong remarked that I had destroyed his path, suggesting that my suspicions might hold merit. Perhaps all his actions are indeed aimed at unsealing the bizarre entities. After writing down some of his conjectures, Wang Li inscribed the word bizarre. Why do bizarre entities exist in this world? Where do they originate, and where do they go? This remains the greatest enigma. This realm appears to be an ordinary cultivation world, yet the emergence of bizarre entities is utterly perplexing. Furthermore, regarding the matter of the bizarre entities consuming humans, I find myself in deep confusion. These entities can evidently descend to the lower realms. So why do they not surge en masse to devour humans? Do they await cultivators to successfully ascend and then feast upon them? Is there some restriction preventing them from doing so? However, if there are limitations on their ability to consume humans, then the bizarre entity within the Tai Su Immortal Mansion, which relentlessly drains life, presents too many secrets. Alas, all that pertains to the bizarre must be unraveled through the simulator. Pausing his brush, Wang Li wrote down Heavenly Tao. Under normal circumstances, every world possesses its own will, known as the Heavenly Tao, which governs the operation of all things. I have often pondered what has transpired with the Heavenly Tao of this world. Has it been shattered by the bizarre entities? Otherwise, how could there be so many bizarre entities in the current cultivation realm? Lost in thought, Wang Li ultimately concluded with a striking statement. It appears that the Heavenly Tao of the cultivation world has been shattered by the existence of bizarre entities. After inscribing this, he added several question marks to denote his uncertainty. Next, he penned the words cultivation techniques. What is most vital in the cultivation realm? It is the techniques themselves. Without them, a cultivator cannot ascend to higher realms. Without proper techniques, a cultivator cannot fully harness the extraordinary abilities of their current state. Yet, to date, all the techniques I have encountered are mere fragments, capable of cultivation only to the stage of spirit transformation, with all subsequent content torn away. The purpose behind this is glaringly evident, and the identity of the culprits behind the scenes is not difficult to surmise. It is undoubtedly the machinations of those malevolent entities from the upper realm. But why have they chosen to act in this manner? That is a question I cannot fathom. Clearly, on Tianshu continent, once one reaches the spirit transformation stage, they are locked by a black hole and transported to the upper realm. Logically, there should be no need to destroy cultivation techniques unless there exists a means to avoid forced ascension. Contemplating this, Wang Li's breathing quickened. Yes, Shinpa. In Shinpo's correspondence, he mentioned that the upper realm is filled with man-eating monsters. Thus, it can be inferred that Shinpa survived from the upper realm and returned to Tianshu continent. According to Shinemo, his father Shinpa is still alive. Therefore, there must be a way to evade forced ascension. Yet, the excitement surged quickly, only to dissipate just as fast. Currently, he does not even know where Shinpo is. How could he possibly inquire about a method to avoid ascension? With a resigned sigh, Wang Li inscribed the words "Find Shinpo." Turning to the last page, he wrote the 4 characters Tai Su Xian Fu. This cave abode, left behind by the supreme being of Tai Su, seems worthy of my exploration. Perhaps I might indeed uncover something of value within its confines. Contemplating this, Wang Li paused his pen and reactivated the simulation. Life Simulator Level 4 Host, Wang Li Age, 14 Cultivation Method, Divine Ghost Profound In Control Scripture Cultivation Level, Late Yuaning Simulation Points, 16, 020. 000 Simulation Attempts, 1 Talents, Vengeful Soul Summoning Black, Array Genius, Blue, Alchemy Prodigy, Blue, Dual Focus, Blue, External Avatar, Blue, Supreme Demon Path, Purple, Artifact Refining Genius, Blue, Abundant Offspring, Red, Evergreen, Blue, Late Bloomer, Purple, Skills, Superior Alchemist, Superior Array Master, Superior Artifact Refiner Techniques, Fireball Technique, Waterball Technique, Gravitational Technique, Wooden Shield Technique, Earth Escape Technique, Soul Binding Lock, Soul Escape Divine Powers. Great Fortune Technique talents are ranked from lowest to highest as follows: white, black, yellow, blue, purple, red, gold, rainbow. Simulator, activate. Initiating the simulation. You have utilized a single simulation opportunity. A talent has been randomly selected. Congratulations on acquiring the purple talent, Absolute Rationality. Absolute Rationality, possessing a calm and composed demeanor, you consistently analyze and address various crises and dilemmas with an unwaveringly rational mindset. Weighing the pros and cons without succumbing to emotional influences. The foundation of all your actions is invariably centered on your own interests and objectives. Employing any means necessary to achieve your goals. Shall you refresh your talent? Yes or no? Absolute Rationality? To phrase it more delicately, it is Absolute Rationality. To express it less favorably, it is sheer selfishness. Wang Li observed this talent with a faint smile, subsequently opting not to refresh and commenced the simulation instead. Shall the immersive simulation be activated? No. The talent of Absolute Rationality is now in effect. Your disposition has undergone a transformation. Your manner of conducting affairs has undergone a transformation. You have become rational and composed, consistently employing Absolute Rationality to analyze and address various crises and decisions of interest. Weighing the pros and cons without being swayed by emotions. You have become selfish and self-serving. Whenever it pertains to your own interests, you will resort to any means necessary. During your 6-month seclusion in the Shin clan, you have attained a breakthrough to the late stage of the Yuaning. You have mastered the fragmented scroll of the Great Fortune Technique. You perceive the fragments of the Supreme 5 Elements True Magic Scripture, the elusive Celestial Scripture, and the indestructible Immortal Scripture of Endless Tribulations in your mind. You find yourself ensnared in a web of indecision. You have chosen to cultivate the modified remnants of the Great 5 Elements True Demon Divine Art. You have always adhered to the belief that only by living long can one seize the opportunity to turn the tide against adversity. With enduring life, as long as one does not falter, victory is ultimately inevitable. The Supreme Master of the Enchanted Path has been unleashed. You have mastered the profound art of the 5 elements, specifically the wood attribute, known as the Qingdi Longevity Technique. You have successfully transitioned to the cultivation of the Qingdi Longevity Technique. You have made revisions to the Qingdi Longevity Technique, eliminating the drawbacks of devouring demonic beasts and the ensuing bone-chilling aura. You have made modifications to the Qingdi Longevity Technique, eliminating the drawback of chaotic spiritual energy caused by the devouring of demonic beasts. You have made modifications to the Qingdi Longevity Technique, eliminating the drawback of enhanced beastly nature after devouring demonic beasts. You have made amendments to the Qingdi Longevity Technique, enhancing its ability to absorb the essence of attribute-based spiritual materials and the flesh of attribute-based demon beasts, by incorporating a method to absorb the blood and flesh of attribute-based cultivators, with the support of the Qingdi Longevity Technique and the innate gift of the evergreen pine. Your lifespan has reached an astonishing 5,000 years, 3 times that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. The method of absorbing the flesh and blood of attribute-based cultivators? Surely, this is exceedingly radical. Wang Li has always believed himself to be sufficiently ruthless, yet the version of himself within the simulator proves to be even more extreme. You have set your sights on the Shin clan of immortals, contemplating whether the assimilation of the blood and flesh of attribute cultivators would enable your Great 5 Elements True Demon Technique to reach its pinnacle. However, you swiftly dismiss the notion. In previous simulations, you discerned that Niachusong was constantly monitoring the Shin clan. To recklessly annihilate them would only invite his scrutiny. Did a sudden inspiration strike you? Could it be that the Shin clan possesses matters of significance that concern Niachusong? You have been particularly vigilant regarding this matter. After careful contemplation, you have resolved to continue employing the strategy of having many offspring to enhance your strength. You have summoned Shin Tianling once more. You informed Shin Tianling of your intention to take a partner for marriage. You hope that Shin Tianling could introduce you to a woman from the esteemed Shin clan as your wife. Shin Tianling gazes at you with suspicion, questioning why a cultivator of the Yuanying stage like yourself would be so concerned with matters of love. You conveyed to Shin Tianling your desire to establish a celestial lineage, hoping that the Shun family could provide you with an adequate number of companions for your journey. After a moment of silence, Shin Tianling inquired about the number you required. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. With a gentle smile, you raised your hand, unleashing a formidable magical power that transformed Shin Tianling into a puppet. You pointed to Shin Tianling's puppet and remarked softly, "Allow the Shin clan of immortals to become my clan of immortals. That is all I can offer." Wang Li was momentarily taken aback. After a considerable pause, he softly commented, "Your actions are indeed swift and decisive. Not a trace of hesitation. It seems this utterly rational version of me has completely distorted the simulator. Or perhaps it has rendered me exceedingly selfish. You have transformed Shin Tianling into a puppet. You have issued a matrimonial decree to the senior management of the Shin family through Shin Tianling. You have become the nominal ancestor of the Shin clan by manipulating Shin Tianling. You have revealed your profound mastery. You subdued the upper echelons of the Shin family with your profound yuan and cultivation. You have blissfully acquired 20 enchanting female cultivators. 3 months later, the Shin clan of immortals holds a grand and lively wedding ceremony in your honor. You did not attend the wedding ceremony. In the following year, through your relentless efforts, your partners blessed you with a multitude of offspring. You remain expressionless, unsettlingly calm. The talent blessing of abundance is activated. Your attributes have been elevated to their fullest potential. In the 3rd year, under the cover of a rainy night, you launched a surprise attack on the Li clan of immortals. You have transformed all the cultivators of the Li clan into blood elixirs to facilitate your own cultivation, sparing even your friend Lu Zidwan from this fate. With the enhancement of the blood of the Li clan's attribute cultivators, your Qingdi longevity technique has progressed, allowing you to reach a state of consummation. A few days later, news of the mysterious disappearance of the Li clan spread throughout the entire realm of cultivation. What a ruthless individual. Wang Li mused with a smile as he continued to read. He held no objections to the transformation of the Li clan into blood elixirs. After all, had he taken action, his methods would have been even more radical than those of his simulated self. Without the advantage of a golden finger, Wang Li would surely have met his demise at the hands of the Li clan, with no hope of escape. Upon absorbing the blood elixirs, your Qingdi longevity technique attained its grand culmination. You have contemplated the modification of the fragmented scroll of the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art. After all, if the practitioners of the immortal realm were to dedicate themselves to the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art, their blood would become increasingly suitable for your cultivation of this profound technique. You just conceived this idea, seemingly recalling something, and your expression turned unusually grave. One might speculate that during the twilight of the ancient era, those practitioners who had mastered the Great Five Elements True Devil Divine Art were also utilized by mysterious entities for the purpose of absorption and refinement. Hence, in the final days of antiquity, were these practitioners indeed consumed by enigmatic forces, or were they devoured by otherworldly beings? Could it be that both scenarios are plausible? Based on the currently available information, Wang Li conjectured that the likelihood of both possibilities being true is considerable. Firstly, it is evident that during the late ancient period, the majority of practitioners were engaged in the cultivation of the Great Five Elements True Devil Divine Art, resulting in a substantial population. If it were solely the mysterious entity harvesting them from the shadows, it would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. However, if there were other strange forces at play in conjunction with this entity, then a perfect harvest would certainly be achievable. Yet, why ponder such matters excessively? Perhaps the truth of the situation is far from what I imagine. Shaking his head, Wang Li turned his attention back to the simulation interface. You fell silent for a moment, resolving not to disseminate the profound art of the Great Five Elements True Demon technique. Should this practice become widely known, It would undoubtedly attract the attention of strange and mysterious entities, leading to dire consequences. You utilize the bones of all the cultivators from the Li clan, merging them with an abundance of rare materials, to commence the forging of your innate magical treasure. After 6 months, you successfully crafted the exquisite innate magical artifact, the Celestial Refining Cauldron. You return to the Shun clan of the Celestial tribe with your external incarnation. You have imparted the transcendent essence of the 5 elements divine art, refined through your extraordinary modifications. You intend to retreat completely into the shadows, henceforth employing an external avatar to manage any superfluous troubles. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You intend to approach Niachutsong using an external incarnation. You have relinquished your future journey to the celestial ruins. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have acquired 20 companions on your journey. In the 3rd year, through your relentless endeavors, your companions have blessed you with a multitude of offspring. The talent of abundant progeny has been activated. Your attributes have been significantly enhanced. In the 4th year, as your external manifestation engaged in a bloodthirsty rampage, an elderly man with white hair intervened. He introduced himself as Niachutsong, seeking to obtain something from you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You inquire of Niachutsong what he requires from you. Niachutsong informs you that there are 2 beads upon your person that are essential to his needs. You feign silence for a moment, then summoned your avatar to retrieve 2 immortal orbs. You presented 2 immortal pearls to Niachutsong. As he gazed at the 2 pearls in his hands, a faint smile graced his face. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You feign a sense of despondency, then quietly turn away. Niachutsong expresses that he does not require a disciple, yet he finds himself in need of a clever attendant. With intention, Niachutsong seeks to take you under his wing as his attendant. You readily acquiesced, promptly kneeling in reverence before Niachutsong. Thus, what is my intention within the simulator? To place a pawn beside Niachutsong, and at a crucial moment, to betray him? Niachutsong gestured for you to relax your mind. He inscribed a forbidden seal within your consciousness. Niachutsong informed you that this is the master-slave mark. Should he perish, you too shall inevitably meet your demise with no remedy available. You are astonished that such nefarious methods still exist in the realm of cultivation. Your response greatly pleased Niachutsong. You wield your external avatar and accompany Niachutsong back to the Eastern Spirit Domain, activating your innate ability to dual focus. While you orchestrate your external avatar to contend with Niachutsong, you simultaneously engage in alchemy and artifact crafting within the Shun clan of immortals, honing your skills. The upper echelons of the Shun clan, upon witnessing your adeptness in alchemy, artifact creation, and array formation, are instantaneously filled with greater admiration and respect for you. You wield authority over Shintianling, issuing numerous economic regulations for the Shin clan of immortals. You embark on the inaugural reform in a parallel realm. Utilizing the formidable prowess of the Shin clan, you have acquired and suppressed a multitude of industries within the Shin Immortal Workshop, thereby establishing your very own commercial empire. By the end of the 4th year, through your relentless endeavors, your partners have blessed you with a multitude of offspring. The innate fortune of having many children has been awakened. Your attributes have been significantly enhanced. By June of the 5th year, your economic reform measures have achieved remarkable success. You covertly withheld all cultivation resources from the disciples of the Shin clan. Through the unscrupulous exploitation of the resources belonging to the Shun clan of immortals, you have significantly enhanced your spiritual stone profits, reaching a net worth of a staggering 1 billion. The senior members of the Shun clan have also reaped substantial rewards due to your endeavors. However, the only victims of this economic reform are the small merchants and the ordinary disciples of the Shin clan. Yet, you remain indifferent, poised to bask in opulence. By the end of the 5th year, amidst the envious gazes of numerous disciples of the Shin clan, you took another 20 beautiful partners in marriage. After you facilitated the conception of your companions, you turned your attention to the circumstances surrounding the Nya clan of the Eastern Spirit Domain. Since you assumed the guise of Nya Chutsong, you have managed to establish a tenuous foothold within the Nya clan. The anticipated moment of confrontation you envisioned never materialized. Even the esteemed leader of the Nya clan, upon meeting you, refers to you as a young friend. Clearly, Nya Chutsong holds a prestigious position within the Nya clan, his immense reputation casting a favorable light upon you. On this particular day, the reclusive Nya Chutsong summoned you. He inquired about your recent experiences within the Nya clan, his affable tone enveloping you like a gentle spring breeze, evoking an irresistible urge to draw closer to him. However, you are acutely aware that this cunning old man is not to be trusted. Everything before you is merely a faude. You candidly informed Nya Chutsong about your recent circumstances. Nya Chutsong nodded, a faint smile gracing his aged cheeks. He inquired about the cultivation techniques you were practicing. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You informed Nya Chutsong that the information was passed down to you by a senior named Shin. Upon hearing this, Nya Chutsong's expression changed, and he hastily inquired about the appearance of this senior named Shun. You feigned terror, stammering as you described Shinmo's appearance. You observed Nya Chutsong succumbing to silence. You respectfully inquire of Nya Chutsong whether there are any issues with the individual who imparted the cultivation techniques to him. With a smile, Nya Chutsong reassures you that there are no problems whatsoever, merely a surprise that an old acquaintance still exists in this world. He further expresses that the cultivation of the great 5 elements true demon divine art is excessively resource-intensive. Consequently, Nya Chutsong expresses his willingness to impart to you a unique and exclusive technique. Your face radiated joy as you hurriedly expressed your gratitude. Nya Chutsong bestowed upon you the fragmented scroll of the 10,000 Ways of Heaven. He informed you that the 10,000 Ways of Heaven is an all-encompassing martial art, and its most profound aspect lies in its ability to harmoniously integrate and cultivate various disciplines of differing attributes. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You manipulated your external embodiment, hesitantly glancing at Nya Chutsong, and quickly bowed your head several times in reverence. Nya Chutsong smiled and assisted you to your feet, gesturing for you to relinquish your soul's blood. You willingly surrendered the soul essence of your external incarnation. After Nya Chutsong absorbed the soul essence into his sea of consciousness, he gazed at you with profound significance. You feel a sense of unease under the intense gaze of Nya Chutsong, had it not been for your innate gift of absolute rationality. You might have already betrayed your true self. You inquired of Nya Chutsong, elder ancestor, why do you gaze at me so intently? Have I committed some error? Nya Chutsong reassured you, stating that you had done nothing amiss. Rather, it would not be long before he ascended to the higher realm. Upon hearing this, you were filled with immense joy and congratulated Nya Chutsong profusely. Nya Chutsong informed you that after ascending to the upper realm, the Nya clan of immortals required a devoted guardian monk to protect their lineage. He inquired whether you would be willing to become the guardian monk of the Nya clan. Nya Chutsong revealed that his intention in accepting you as his disciple was precisely this. Furthermore, he stated that after bringing you into the Nya clan, he had dispatched someone to investigate your background and discovered that you hailed from a humble mortal family, with the only point of contention being how you survived during the unfortunate events that befell the Li clan of immortals. You informed Nya Chutsong that you had applied to go out to work in the marketplace. Nya Chutsong waved his hand, indicating his disinterest in these matters. He expressed that as a wielder of great fortune, it is only natural to evade dangers, seek refuge in times of peril, and transform misfortune into good fortune. You respectfully inquire of Nya Chutsong why you are the bearer of great fortune. Nya Chutsong smiles enigmatically, indicating that one day you shall come to understand. He then poses another question to you, asking whether you would be willing to become the guardian of the Nya clan. You nodded eagerly in agreement. Nya Chutsong, with a smile upon his face, expressed his commitment to wholeheartedly nurture you over the course of 26 years, striving to guide you into the realm of Yuan-ing. You gazed at Nya Chutsong with a heart full of joy. You manipulated your external manifestation, respectfully bowing several times. Witnessing this, Wang Li fell into deep contemplation. Thus, Nya Chutsong is about to ascend. Does he not fear the strange existence behind the black hole? I find it hard to believe that after 5,000 years, he remains unaware of what lies beyond the black hole, unless, of course, he has forged some sort of pact with those enigmatic beings. Or perhaps he is deceiving me. Which possibility holds greater weight? Wang Li remained uncertain, inhaling deeply before continuing to observe. In the sixth year, through your relentless efforts, your companions bore you a multitude of children, activating the blessing of abundant offspring. Your attributes have been significantly enhanced. You commenced the extensive harvesting of what attributes spiritual materials. Concurrently, under the cover of a rainy night, you launched an assault on the Wood clan of the celestial beings near the Red Maple Mountain Range. You drained the lifeblood from every cultivator of the Mu clan, alchemizing them into human elixirs to fuel your cultivation. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. For 29, message, resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status, resource exhausted, you have gathered the souls of the entire Mu clan's cultivators into the soul banner, much like the Li clan. After absorbing the lifeblood of all the attribute cultivators from your clan, your Qingdi longevity technique has experienced a significant enhancement. Yet, there remains a considerable distance to reach the state of perfection. Nevertheless, you remain undaunted, firmly believing that if one clan cannot satisfy your aspirations, then 2, 10, or even 100 will. This is your resolute determination. As for the opinions of others regarding you, they hold no weight. The trials and tribulations on the path of cultivation are merely fleeting hardships. In a moment of reverie, you catch a glimpse of your former self, lying helplessly on a sickbed, unable to turn over. You do not wish for similar tragedies to unfold once more. In pursuit of immortality, you are willing to pay any price. Upon witnessing this, Wang Li was momentarily taken aback. At the tender age of 7, he had resolutely departed from Lu family village, driven solely by the aspiration of cultivating immortality. Yet, what had he encountered along the way? Deceit, exploitation, and oppression. In a certain sense, the version of myself within the simulator is not at fault. In such a world, survival necessitates such measures. Thus, it is not the inherent nature of the gift of absolute rationality that is flawed, but rather my own shortcomings that have led the simulated version of myself to become thus. I have never been a virtuous individual. My heart harbors far too many dark thoughts, and I am a selfish hypocrite. Consequently, upon acquiring the gift of absolute rationality, I have become even more self-serving and unscrupulous. If a person of integrity were to obtain the gift of absolute rationality, he would likely emerge as a hero of unprecedented stature, revered by countless souls. Yet, what is the point of such musings? Ultimately, one must simply focus on being true to oneself. With a faint smile, Wang Li continued with the simulation. Your external avatar has received substantial guidance and support from Nie Chutsang, who has adeptly instructed your external avatar in the successful cultivation of the myriad celestial arts. You are astonished that this martial art truly allows for the simultaneous cultivation of myriad techniques with diverse attributes. You find yourself intrigued by the origins of the profound technique mastered by Nie Chutsang. Upon witnessing this, Wang Li is equally astonished. He had previously assumed that Nie Chutsang was merely exaggerating the wonders of the 10,000 ways heavenly skill. To his surprise, the 10,000 ways heavenly skill indeed possesses the remarkable intricacies that Nie Chutsang described. It encompasses a multitude of diverse attributes and methods, leaving one to ponder the identity of its creator. Nie Chutsang has imparted to you an ancient demonic art known as the Devouring Heaven and Earth Supreme Demon Technique. You have perused the grand tome of the Devouring Sky and Earth Demon Art. The innate magic of the Supreme Master has been unleashed. You have discovered that the technique of the Devouring God, which consumes all things to enhance its power, is a profound art of cultivation. You have discovered a concealed flaw in the formidable technique of the Devouring Demon God. Practitioners of this method, upon consuming all things, inevitably accumulate a certain degree of demonic affliction within their bodies. Ultimately, they are subjected to a backlash from this affliction, transforming into soulless automatons devoid of emotions and consciousness. Indeed, the teachings bestowed by that ancient figure proved to be unreliable. Under the guidance of Nie Chutsang, you have cultivated the formidable art of the Devouring Heaven and Earth Demon Technique. You devoured a golden elixir extracted by Nie Chutsang. With the assistance of Nie Chutsang, you have consumed the golden elixir. Your dantian has been thoroughly cleansed by an abundance of spiritual energy. After half a month, you have constructed a bridge between heaven and earth, and your external manifestation has transformed into a foundational cultivator. A significant amount of golden core energy still lingers within you. Song has instructed you to diligently cultivate before turning to depart. The supreme power of the demonic path has been unleashed. You have made amendments addressing the shortcomings of the devouring heaven and earth demon technique. You have eliminated the drawbacks of magical backlash. You have incorporated a secret method to channel the power of the demonic hindrance out of the body. You begin to absorb the residual essence of the golden elixir within your body. In the 7th year, you receive 2 drops of blood essence from Shinli. You attempt to unlock the 2 relics of Shinpo in your possession. You have successfully unlocked Shinpo's storage ring. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. You have come into possession of 2 enigmatic teleportation tokens. You have come into possession of 2 cultivation techniques, known as the divine demon contemplation methods. You have acquired 2 exquisite treasures, the 5-colored cloud banner. You have come into possession of 2 jade pages pinned by Shinpo. You have acquired 2 swordsmanship techniques known as the reverse chaos 8 forms. You have obtained 2 relics belonging to Shinpo. You have cultivated the method of divine and demonic visualization. Your spiritual awareness has been elevated. You have mastered the art of swordsmanship through the 8 chaotic forms. Through your relentless dedication, your companions have blessed you with a multitude of offspring. You bestowed upon them a multitude of cultivation resources, activating the talent of abundant blessings and progeny. Your comprehensive attributes have been augmented. You rely on the numerous rare wood attribute spiritual items collected by the Shun clan of the Immortals. You have perfected the Qingdi longevity skill to its utmost realm. With the completion of this technique, you possess the authority to command all wood attribute spiritual entities. The culmination of this art grants you the power to counteract all wood attribute spells. Furthermore, your wood attribute spells have significantly amplified in potency. Your lifespan has been greatly extended, and you have acquired the ability of rapid healing. Regardless of the severity of your injuries, as long as your magical energy remains undiminished, you will heal instantaneously. However, fire attribute spells pose an increased threat to you. You commence the cultivation of the water element technique, the primordial emperor's art, within the grand framework of the 5-element true demonic arts. You have successfully mastered the primordial emperor's profound technique. You have made modifications to the primordial emperor's technique, eliminating the detrimental effects of bone-devouring demonic energy after the consumption of beasts. You have made modifications to the primordial emperor's essence skill, eliminating the drawbacks of chaotic spiritual energy resulting from the devouring of demonic beasts. You have made modifications to the primordial emperor's technique, eliminating the drawback of significantly increased beastly instincts after the consumption of demonic beasts. You have made modifications to the primordial art of the underworld emperor, enhancing it to not only absorb the essence of attribute-based spiritual entities and the flesh of attribute-based demonic beasts, but also to incorporate a method for absorbing the flesh of attribute-based cultivators. With the augmentation provided by the primordial art of the underworld emperor, your reservoir of magical power has reached an extraordinary magnitude, amounting to 50 times that of the ordinary. Your body has undergone a transformation. You possess a certain suppressive effect on water attribute beings. Your ability to manipulate water-based entities has been greatly enhanced. Your resistance to water-based spells has been significantly enhanced. Your water-based magical abilities have significantly increased in power. Your corporeal resilience has been significantly augmented. You have acquired an exceptionally enduring stamina, allowing you to remain unfatigued for an extended duration. Earth-based spells enhance your damage output by 10%. In the realm of the great 5 elements true demon arts, you have mastered 2 volumes, and to you, this discipline is indeed replete with boundless utility. You commence the cultivation of the fragmented manuscript of the myriad celestial arts bestowed upon you by Song. You once believed that Song's formidable strength stemmed from his cultivation of the fragmented scroll of the 10,000 Path heavenly art, which allowed him to master a myriad of diverse techniques. With the enhancement of his profound understanding and fortuitous destiny, you successfully cultivated the remnants of the 10,000 Path heavenly art. You have successfully cultivated the Taishu Immortal Sutra after 6 months of dedicated practice. Your techniques harmoniously coexist without any conflict, achieving a state of exquisite equilibrium. Your intrinsic mana has been transmuted into the power of the Grand Void. Fortified by this ethereal energy, you perceive that the Azure Emperor Longevity Art and the Underworld Emperor Primordial Art now flow with enhanced fluidity. It appears that you have made a remarkable new discovery. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted, You commence the perusal of the profound teachings contained within the Great Five Elements True Demon Divine Art and the Grand Void Immortal Scripture. You have discovered that the Great Five Elements True Demonic Art is the lost chapter of the Five Elements from the Void Immortal Sutra. How could it be possible that this seemingly disparate martial art is, in fact, a fragment of the Void Immortal Sutra? I have studied both techniques, yet I failed to discern this connection. As he pondered, Wang Li revisited the Great Five Elements True Demonic Art and the Void Immortal Sutra in his mind. By examining both teachings in conjunction, providing mutual corroboration, a look of relief appeared on Wang Li's face. It truly is the lost chapter of the Five Elements from the Void Immortal Sutra. Now, I finally comprehend why the Great Five Elements True Demonic Art has been met with ominous foreboding.